On the day of awakening, Ling Yan obtained the most worthless profession. Passive plunderer. A talent so trash that even beggars mocked him. Steal passives? With a success rate that low, he'll be crippled for life. Ridiculed by everyone, abandoned by his clan, Ling Yan struggled bitterly, only to die with a single pathetic skill, rebirth. But fate gave him another chance. Reborn to his awakening day, Ling Yan no longer received trash. Instead, he awakened the one and only hidden class, Son of Luck. Now, a novice monster dropped god-tier equipment. A single plunder attempt meant guaranteed success. Even passives could stack without limit, reaching world-breaking heights. From being the laughingstock of the galaxy to the man who made billions of enemies kneel. Chapter 1 Rebirth, Second Career Awakening. Today is the day for your class to awaken their profession. Remember, after entering the novice village, everyone will be governed by the rules of the game and become players. A small number of people will awaken their professions. All awakened professionals will receive rewards from the Galactic Federation. The higher the rarity of the profession, the greater the reward. The novice equipment issued by the school only has basic defense. It can break even the weakest monsters. Don't be careless. This time, you will have 3 days to enter the novice village. Those who can make it out alive and rank high in both level and profession will receive generous rewards. Remember, you are just following the rules, not playing the game. You will really die and there will be no resurrection. Dragon Star. High Base City. Outside the Apocalypse Rift guarded by number 7 middle school, an old man in a fiery red robe spoke solemnly. He looked expectantly at the more than 3,000 students below who were all wearing the same novice uniforms. He is Zheng Yun, the principal of High Bay number 7 middle school, a level 49 fire magician. Hearing his words, more than 3,000 students were extremely excited. A handsome young man in the crowd also had his eyes slightly lit up. Professional awakening. I never thought I would be reborn on this day. The boy's name is Ling Yan, a reborn being. In his previous life, he awakened a single profession, a passive plunderer. A passive ability that allows you to plunder all living beings, characters, etc. But the probability of successful plundering is extremely low. Therefore, relying on this profession that sounds like a supernatural passive skill but is actually useless, even if he dies, he can only plunder a rare passive skill from a ghost-like wild monster, rebirth. In other words, he had no job in his previous life. During one of his battles, he was ambushed by Lao Lu and died instantly. He thought he was dead, but he was unexpectedly reborn on the day when he started his career at the age of 15. I just don't know if I can still awaken the passive plunderer in this life? If that's the case, I'm afraid I'll waste my entire life just like my previous one. Ling Yan sighed helplessly. He had just awakened this unique profession that sounded against the will of heaven, and it immediately alarmed the old monsters of the Galactic Federation. There are even big guys with levels of hundreds who want to take Ling Yan as their disciple. Unfortunately, they were dumbfounded when they learned that the probability of discovering the plundering passive was almost zero and that the higher the level and the rarer the passive, the lower the probability. It took him 10 years to awaken. Under the guidance of some of his assigned sparring partners, he had spent the entire decade killing hundreds of millions of low-level monsters. It didn't even copy the worst passive. In the end, Ling Yan was completely abandoned. Who would have thought that Ling Yan's luck would suddenly explode, and when he was leveling up, he copied the rare passive skill of a ghost monster, rebirth. Unfortunately, before he could report it and obtain a large amount of resources, he was killed by Lao Lu. Buzz. Just as Ling Yan was recalling, the huge space crack in front of him suddenly burst into a wave. Ding! This year's novice village is open. Non-players aged 15 or above are welcome to enter. At the same time, a loud voice spread throughout the square. Everyone, enter the Apocalypse Rift. Principal Zheng Yan spoke directly with a low growl. As soon as he said this, all the students rushed towards the space crack in front of them without hesitation. The same goes for Ling Yan. Buzz. Following a flash of white light, Ling Yan instantly found himself on a grassland. They were surrounded by students from their school. This place is called the Apocalypse Continent. It is boundless and contains countless novice villages floating above the continent. Each Apocalypse rift leads to a novice village. Every novice village has the same dozens of wild monster areas. So don't worry about gunfights with people from other schools. Of course, as long as your level is raised to LV10 or above, you can leave the novice village and descend to the real Apocalypse Continent. Then, that will be the real battlefield. Of course, in addition to the Apocalypse Rift leading to the Apocalypse Continent, there are many other cracks leading to different copies. The prerequisite is that the level must first reach the corresponding level and conditions. Buzz. However, at this moment, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from the body of a student not far away. Ling Yan knew who the student was without even looking over. Hiss, it's Zhou Tong. What's that light? Could it be that he has awakened a light magician? It could also be the Paladin of Light. After all, it's enough to be a light-type professional. As long as it's a light-type professional, they are at least B-level or above. I never thought that our 7th middle school would actually produce a professional above B-level. I'm afraid the principal will wake up laughing this time. In an instant, everyone around exclaimed. But Ling Yan didn't care. Zhou Tong had awakened to be a Paladin of Light, and he was quite conceited. Therefore, he ran to the Wind Wolf's nest where the lowest level was 6 when he was just LV5, and was eventually surrounded by more than a dozen LV6 Wind Wolves and bitten to death. The A-level professional didn't even survive the first 3 days in the novice village. When the principal found out about this, he was so angry that he was hospitalized for more than 10 days before he recovered. You should know that once an A-level professional leaves the novice village and is equipped with equipment rewarded by the Federation and matching skills, his combat power is at least 3 times that of a non-professional of the same level. In the entire High Bay City, there may not be an A-level professional in 2 or 3 years. Ding! Congratulations to the player for awakening his only profession, Son of Fortune. However, at this moment, a prompt sound was transmitted directly into Ling Yan's mind. Ling Yan was stunned for a moment. Son of Destiny? My career in this life has changed? And it's my only career? Ling Yan was immediately excited. In this life, he finally doesn't have to use the passive plunderer profession that he has accumulated. Moreover, the name sounds awesome, Son of Luck. Doesn't that mean invincible luck? This is also the reason why in his previous life, Ling Yan was directly noticed by many bigwigs of the Galactic Federation who ruled over thousands or even tens of thousands of life planets and wanted to be accepted as a disciple. Unfortunately, due to the poor success rate of the profession, it was eventually abandoned completely. After all, even a lowest level passive skill cannot be replicated even after killing hundreds of millions of wild monsters. So wouldn't a high-level passive skill not be able to be replicated even after killing hundreds of billions or even trillions of monsters? Although as long as these big guys want, Ling Yan can easily kill trillions of high-level monsters. But even if the copying is successful, it will only be an S-level or even lower-level professional. With these resources, we can cultivate dozens of S-level or even SS-level professionals. But the Son of Luck is different, perhaps not as bad as the passive plunderer. Thinking that he might be able to turn things around in his life, Ling Yan didn't hesitate and directly opened the attribute table. Property table. Name, Ling Yan. Race, human. Occupation, passive plunderer, Son of Luck. Level, LV1, 0%. Strength, 9. Agility, 9. Constitution, 9. Soul, 10. Professional passive. Passive looting, you can loot the passive of those who are killed or defeated. The success rate of looting the passive of LV1 wild monsters is 0.0001%. The higher the level of the wild monster, the lower the passive looting success rate. Wheel of Fortune, with this passive ability, anything you do can trigger the Wheel of Fortune, greatly increasing your success rate. Rebirth LV1, there is a 0.01% chance of rebirth after death. The rebirth time is random. Skills, none. Weapons, Novice Clothes LV1, Novice Shoes LV1, Novice Sword LV1. Money, 0. Wait, why is my passive looter still here? Looking at his attribute chart, Ling Yan was stunned for a moment. Dual professions do exist, and there are quite a few of them, but generally speaking, one is a combat profession and the other is a secondary profession. There are also two combat professions, or two secondary professions together. It's just that dual professions are destined on the day of awakening. Who is like Ling Yan, who had one profession before rebirth and another profession after rebirth? And they are the only professions. My talent as the child of destiny seems to increase my success rate. Doesn't that mean that even the success rate of copying passive abilities can be increased? Suddenly Ling Yan's eyes lit up and he became excited instantly. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate and directly exited the attribute table. Go and try to kill monsters. Ling Yan didn't hesitate and directly picked up the novice sword with attack power +1 and walked towards the fire rabbit forest not far away. Fire rabbit forest. The novice area is a relatively dangerous place. Therefore, when Ling Yan came here, he found that there was no one else here except Zhou Tong, who had just awakened the Paladin of Light. Directly facing a level 1 fire rabbit, he was attacking crazily. Bright Night Slash. Evil monster, die. Impassioned roars came out of Zhou Tong's mouth. At the same time, damage values of -8 and -5 appeared from the fire rabbit's head. But these childish words left Ling Yan, who was not far away, speechless. Ling Yan, too lazy to pay attention to him, directly found a lone fire rabbit not far away. Wild monster, fire rabbit. Level, LV1. Talent passive, fire mastery LV1, fire spell power increased by 100%. HP, 100 out of 100. Magic, 100 out of 100. Attack power, 10. Defense, 10. Skill, Fireball, causes fire damage. And 10% burning damage per second, lasts for 10 seconds. Cost, 20. The attack power of the fire rabbit, plus the subsequent continuous damage, is a full 20 points of damage. Just 3 or 4 small fireballs plus some normal attacks can kill an ordinary level 1 person. However, an ordinary student with 8 or 9 points of attack power would need more than 10 attacks. If you don't have good combat experience, you won't be able to win at all. No wonder no one else comes here except Zhou Tong, a middle school boy with an A-level professional rating. Fortunately, Ling Yan had killed at least 1 million of these fire rabbits in his previous life, so it can be said that he had mastered all of their weaknesses and attack methods. The opponent could hardly hit Ling Yan. Without hesitation, Ling Yan, holding a long sword, swung his sword directly towards the chrysanthemum barrel of the fire rabbit. Puff! Squeak! In an instant, as the long sword avoided the fire rabbit's tail at a tricky angle and pierced into the anus, a shrill scream burst out from the fire rabbit's mouth. You dealt a critical hit to the fire rabbit, gaining critical damage, -27. A prompt sound made Ling Yan smile slightly. A critical hit can deal triple damage and ignore defense. However, the triggering conditions are difficult, and you must hit the vital points and have a lot of luck. And his luck in this life is naturally invincible. Squeak! Suddenly, the enraged fire rabbit turned around and spit out a small fireball the size of a fist. Seeing this scene, Ling Yan immediately turned sideways. He dodged the small fireball in an instant. Bang! The small fireball hit a tree not far away and directly made a small hole in the tree. If an ordinary student were hit by this, he would probably lose his fighting ability due to the pain. After all, the pain here is not data, but real. Ling Yan didn't hesitate and thrust out another sword with his backhand. But this time it was the fire rabbit's mouth. Puff! In an instant, the long sword pierced the fire rabbit's mouth directly into its stomach. This time, the fire rabbit struggled for a few seconds and then stopped moving. You dealt a critical blow to the fire rabbit, damage, -68. The fire rabbit's health bar was instantly reduced to 0. Buzz! At this moment, a beam of experience light emerged from the dead fire rabbit and entered Ling Yan's body. At the same time, a fiery red dagger fell to the ground. You killed a level 1 fire rabbit, gaining 10 experience points and 1 star coin. The Wheel of Fortune activates, gaining a 10,000x explosion rate, and obtaining the weapon, Fire Rabbit Dagger, Blue. Fire Rabbit Dagger, Blue LV1 weapon, Strength plus 20, Sharpness plus 20. Continuous fire damage plus 3. Holy crap, is this Wheel of Fortune so awesome? It just casually produced the legendary beginner's artifact, the Fire Rabbit Dagger? Ling Yan quickly took the dagger in his hand, and in an instant, an invisible force was injected into his body. Ling Yan instantly felt that his strength was at least twice as great as before. The Fire Rabbit Dagger is the highest quality weapon that can be found in the entire Fire Rabbit forest. It is also known as one of the Novice's magical equipment. It is said that the value of one sword has been hyped up to 10 million star coins. You would have to kill 10 million fire rabbits to save up that much money. The purchasing power of one star coin is not weak. A pound of ordinary rice costs only 2 or 3 star coins. In his previous life, Ling Yan killed millions of fire rabbits with the help of a group of level 100 warriors, but not a single one exploded. You can imagine how precious it is. With this, I should be able to farm fire rabbits much faster. Each fire rabbit gives 10% of your experience points, so you only need to kill 10 to reach level 2. Thinking of this, Ling Yan walked directly towards a place not far away without hesitation. Bright Night Slash. On the other side, Zhou Tong finally chopped the fire rabbit into 2 halves with a roar. This power is definitely 2 or 3 times stronger than Ling Yan, who can only rely on skills. Ha! I'm so tired. This fire rabbit is really tough. I used up all my magic power to kill one. Ha ha ha, it only takes 3 minutes to kill a fire rabbit. It will take 10 minutes for my magic power and health to recover automatically. Adding that to finding fire rabbits, I can kill a fire rabbit in 15 minutes. This way, I can reach LV2 in just 2 hours. By then, killing these LV1 fire rabbits will be a piece of cake, right? When Zhou Tong thought of this, he instantly smiled triumphantly. There is still a full month until the college entrance examination. As long as he can upgrade to level 15 or above and get an A-level career, he will be able to get into a key university. Thinking of this, he became more motivated. Ha! Why is there someone else? Suddenly Zhou Tong noticed Ling Yan passing by. This is the Fire Rabbit Forest. What is this kid doing here? Is he trying to kill himself? Looking at Ling Yan walking towards the depths of the Fire Rabbit Forest, Zhou Tong immediately sneered. You don't know your own limitations. You'll regret it when you encounter the fire rabbit and get killed. As expected, there are students who seek death every year. Do they really think that they can be resurrected here like in the usual simulation games? Then Zhou Tong ignored it and continued to attack the level 1 fire rabbits around him. A few minutes later, Ling Yan hid behind a tree in a dense forest a few hundred meters away from Zhou Tong, staring at a level 1 fire rabbit. The fire rabbit sniffed around, and when it found no one was around, it began to eat grass leisurely. Right now, watch me kill for 1,000 years. Suddenly, Ling Yan jumped up, rushed out, and stabbed the fire rabbit's delicate anus with a dagger. Puff! In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. The burning pain made the fire rabbit's eyes whiten instantly. Squeak! A shrill scream echoed throughout the forest. You dealt a critical hit to the fire rabbit, damage, 147. In an instant, the fire rabbit's health bar was reduced to 0. After struggling for only a few seconds, there was no movement. Buzz! At this moment, the dead fire rabbit once again surged with life energy and sank into Ling Yan's body. You killed a level 1 fire rabbit, gaining 10 experience points and 1 star coin. Passive Plunder activated, can plunder fire rabbits. Passive, Fire Attribute Mastery Level 1. Plunder Success Rate, 0.0001%. The Wheel of Fortune is activated, gaining a 10,000x success rate, and passive plundering fails. However, at this moment, a prompt sound came into Ling Yan's mind. Still failed? As expected, even after multiplying the success rate 10,000 times, the success rate is still only 1%. Ling Yan raised his eyebrows, but then he smiled. 1% low? Low? Not at all. With the fire rabbit dagger, even without upgrading it, he can easily kill dozens of fire rabbits in an hour. And the stronger you are, the faster you can kill the fire rabbit. If you fail once, try 100 times. If you fail 100 times, try 1,000 times. As long as you succeed, you will have mastered the fire attribute. As long as you have mastery of fire attributes, you can become a fire magician. As for fire magicians, they are at least B-level professions. As long as you raise your mastery level to LV3, you will be an A-level fire magician. If you upgrade it to LV6, you will be an S-level magician. Thinking of this, Ling Yan took a deep breath. He continued to look for the fire rabbit. And then, the fire rabbits in the fire rabbit forest suffered a great deal. If you meet Ling Yan, this anal exploding monster, you will be killed in one move. More than 10 minutes later, the 10th fire rabbit was anally raped by Ling Yan. The Wheel of Fortune activates, gaining a 10,000x explosion rate and obtaining protective gear, fire rabbit armor, blue. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 2. All attributes plus 3, free attribute points gained, 10. Ling Yan's level was finally raised to LV2. All attribute points increased to acceleration. Ling Yan spoke without hesitation. If the 10 attributes are distributed evenly, there will be almost no increase, but if added to the speed, Ling Yan's monster killing speed can be greatly increased. Ding! Speed plus 10. Speed, 22. A prompt sound followed. There is also a set of fire rabbit armor. Fire rabbit armor, blue. Level, LV1. Attributes, Constitution plus 20, Defense plus 30. Fire damage reduction plus 30. Ling Yan directly selected the equipment. In an instant, a set of fiery red armor with fire rabbit runes printed on it covered Ling Yan's entire body. At the same time, Ling Yan felt refreshed all over his body. Obviously, it is because of the effect of physical blessing. Squeak! The cry of a fire rabbit suddenly came from behind Ling Yan. Ling Yan subconsciously dodged. Brush! In an instant, a fireball the size of a basketball passed by Ling Yan's butt. Boom! Then there was a loud explosion and a small tree not far away was blown down. The exploding flames fell directly onto the surrounding ground, igniting the bushes and starting a huge fire. Fuck! The little fire rabbit actually dared to attack my ass. Ling Yan suddenly became angry. Looking back, he saw a fire rabbit the size of a wolf dog staring at him intently, with flames surging from its mouth. It looked like it was planning to attack Ling Yan again. Oh no! This is only a level 1 fire rabbit area. Where did such a big fire rabbit come from? Ling Yan was stunned, and then quickly opened the other party's attributes. Wild Monster, Fire Rabbit, Elite. Level, LV1. Talent Passive, Fire Mastery LV2, Fire Attribute Skill Power increased by 200%. HP, 1000 of 1000. Mana, 500 of 500. Strength, 30. Speed, 30. Constitution, 30. Soul, 30. Skill, Fireball, can cause large-scale splash damage. And 20% burning damage per second, lasting 10 seconds. Cost, 50. Looking at this elite fire rabbit, Ling Yan immediately became excited. Fuck, it's an elite monster. It's actually an elite monster. Even its fireball skill is much higher in level. If I kill it, won't it explode? How could Ling Yan not be excited? He was only at LV1 but his attributes were so high. Under normal circumstances, a dozen LV1 and LV2 students together might not be able to defeat him. The most important thing is that this thing is rare. Even if you add up all the novice villages in High Bay City, you may not encounter it more than a few times a year. But the attributes of this thing are still a bit high. If the equipment bonus is not counted, almost all attributes are 3 times higher than Ling Yan's. Even the skill is Fireball, which can burst out 60 points of damage with just one move. Of course, the most powerful thing is the subsequent continuous damage. 20% continuous damage is 12 points per second. 10 seconds of continuous damage is 120 points of continuous damage. That is to say, one skill outputs a full 180 points of damage. Ordinary LV1 LV2 students only have about 100 HP, or even less than 100. It can kill people instantly with one move, and the damage is splashing in a wide area, and people who are hit by the explosion will also be burned. One fireball could easily kill 7 or 8 ordinary students. However, as Ling Yan has been killing fire rabbits for several years, how could he be afraid when he has weapons and breastplate to suppress him? Without hesitation, he stepped forward and rushed towards the fire rabbit. Squeak! The elite fire rabbit screamed, and then spewed out a large amount of flames from its mouth again and smashed towards Ling Yan fiercely. However, although the fireball was fast, Ling Yan, who had increased his speed, dodged it by simply turning sideways. Squeak! The elite fire rabbit was suddenly shocked, and then opened its mouth to condense a second fireball. Puff! Unfortunately, Ling Yan had already arrived in front of it and stabbed a dagger directly into one of its eyes. You dealt a critical hit to the elite fire rabbit. Damage, -68. Because the defense is as high as 30, the critical damage is not high. But the burning effect is not low. -3. -3. -3. The elite fire rabbit's health slowly decreased. Squeak! In an instant, the severe pain made the fire rabbit roar in pain, and the fireball in its mouth sprayed towards Ling Yan fiercely. But because the distance was too close, Ling Yan couldn't dodge at all. Bang! The fireball exploded directly, and the huge force knocked Ling Yan back several meters. You have been attacked, HP -1, immune to burning effects. However, the next moment Ling Yan smiled. It's truly worthy of being a novice's magical outfit. Not only did it only damage me by 1 point with such a huge fireball, it also makes me immune to the burning effect. Ling Yan was extremely satisfied. This -1 health point was also force damage. Otherwise, Ling Yan's defense is enough to reduce the fire damage of the fire rabbit. Ling Yan jumped up from the ground. Since the opponent's strongest attack was useless, Ling Yan felt relieved and rushed directly towards the opponent. Squeak! Seeing that Ling Yan was fine, the frightened fire rabbit immediately spit out another basketball-sized fireball towards Ling Yan. This time, Ling Yan did not dodge but slashed at the fireball with a dagger. Boom! The moment the attacks collided, the fireball exploded instantly. You have been attacked, HP -1, immune to burning effects. Although he still lost blood, Ling Yan was not blown away but continued to rush towards the fire rabbit. Squeak! Seeing that the fireball was useless, the fire rabbit roared and tore it apart with one claw, then Ling Yan grabbed it. Ling Yan did not hesitate and chopped down with his dagger. Puff! In an instant, blood gushed out. The rabbit's paw was directly cut off by the dagger. A number -19 suddenly appeared above the fire rabbit's head. And there is a miss on Ling Yan's head. Obviously, the opponent's physical damage did not break the defense. Next, Ling Yan attacked crazily. -19. -68, critical hit. -19. -117, critical hit. A series of damage values emerge from the elite fire rabbit's head. Although it hit Ling Yan 4 or 5 times during this period, unfortunately, because Ling Yan was almost immune to damage, it only deducted less than 10 drops of Ling Yan's blood in total. Not as fast as Ling Yan's recovery speed. In just less than a few minutes, the fire rabbit's huge blood volume was finally depleted. Bang! As the elite fire rabbit fell, a stream of light emerged from its body and flowed into Ling Yan's body. You killed a level 1 elite fire rabbit alone, EXP plus 500, star coins plus 10,000. Passive Plunder activated, can plunder elite fire rabbits. Passive, Fire Attribute Mastery Level 2. Plunder success rate, 0.00005%. The Wheel of Fortune is activated, gaining a 1 million times success rate, the success rate increased to 50%. You gain passive skill, Fire Attribute Mastery LV2. The luck wheel is activated, and the explosion rate is 10,000 times. Obtain Protective Gear, Fire Rabbit Shoes LV1, Blue. Accessory obtained, Fire Rabbit Necklace LV1, Blue. Obtain Skill Book, Fireball LV1, Green. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 3. All attributes plus 3, free attribute points gained, 15. At this moment, a series of prompt sounds came into Ling Yan's mind. Hearing these prompt sounds, Ling Yan's eyes suddenly brightened. Success! Passive plundering finally succeeded. Ling Yan couldn't help but laugh. In his previous life, he spent so many years killing hundreds of millions of low-level wild monsters before he plundered a passive rebirth, but now that he has the Son of Luck, he actually plundered a passive in less than half an hour. And it's LV2. You should know that when an ordinary fire magician awakens, his fire mastery is only level 1. Only a very small number can reach LV2. If you reach LV3, your occupation level will be classified as A. If you reach LV6, you will be an S-level fire magician. This is true not only for fire mages, but for almost all professions. The higher the passive level, the stronger the class level division will be. Unfortunately, there is only one way to upgrade the passive ability. That is reincarnation. After reaching a certain level, a very small number of people will trigger a reincarnation task. After completing the task, the passive level will be +1. But the price is that the level returns to LV1 and you need to start upgrading from the beginning. Of course, unless the person is about to die or his level is too high, he will definitely be reincarnated as long as he receives a task. However, Ling Yan, who possessed the passive predator, did not need to worry. He just needs to plunder a higher level passive. Ding! Loading Fire Mastery Level 2. At this moment, a warning sound came. Buzz! In an instant, a dazzling light instantly poured into Ling Yan's body. At the same time, the light gathered rapidly and Ling Yan could clearly feel a large amount of fire elemental power slowly dancing around him. However, Ling Yan can mobilize the power of the fire element. Fire Mastery LV2 can control the power of fire elements and increase the power of fire skills by 200%. Another prompt sound was heard and it also reached Ling Yan's mind. Fire Mastery is indeed worthy of being the innate passive rate of a fire magician. Level 2 even has twice the strength blessing. It is indeed powerful. Ling Yan smiled. The LV1 Flame Mastery had no strength blessing, and could only allow an ordinary flame magician to use fire skills. The power depends on the strength of the soul. An elite fire rabbit with 30 soul points can only deal 30 points of fireball damage if it only has level 1 fire mastery. But level 2 can reach a full 60 points. First, let's take a look at the data on the Fire Rabbit Necklace and Fire Rabbit Shoes. Ling Yan didn't hesitate and directly opened the data of the two equipment. Fire Rabbit Necklace, green. Level, LV1. Attributes, Soul plus 20. Spell damage plus 30, magic plus 300. Fire Rabbit Shoes, blue. Level, LV1. Attributes, speed plus 20, defense plus 20. Fire damage reduction plus 20. The attributes of both equipment are extremely high. If all the attributes are added together, they are comparable to ordinary LV10 level equipment. It is absolutely true that it is a magical outfit for novices. Equip Fire Bunny Shoes and Fire Bunny Necklace. Also, I'll put all my attribute points into Soul, and learn Fireball. Ling Yan did not hesitate and spoke directly to the attribute panel. Buzz. In an instant, Ling Yan felt his consciousness refreshed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for equipping the full set of Fire Rabbit suits. Gaining the suit's effects, all attributes plus 10, fire attribute damage reduction and damage plus 20. Ding. Your soul plus 15, soul, 61. Ding. Congratulations on learning the green skill, Fireball LV1, green, 20% per S continuous damage, upgrade cost, 0/1000, consumption, 50 mana. 3 prompt tones followed. Ling Yan naturally knew the effect of the full set of Fire Rabbit suit. After all, it was a complete set worth at least 30 million star coins. This effect is absolutely top-notch at this level. Ling Yan's attributes are almost all around 50 at this time. A 20% sustained burn can cause 200% damage in just 10 seconds, plus double the damage of a direct attack, that's triple the damage. If it is also blessed with Fire Mastery. In other words, one fireball spell can allow me to directly burst out a total damage of 6 times my soul value? No wonder the Fire Mage is said to be the fastest level in killing monsters. Furthermore, the level of this fireball spell can be upgraded, so it seems I need to use it more often. Ling Yan smiled slightly. The skill quality was the same as the equipment, divided into white, green, blue, purple, gold, dark gold, and red. As for the level, it needs to be improved through proficiency. The higher the level, the greater the power that can be exerted. For example, a white skill, as long as it is cultivated to LV10, its power may be stronger than an ordinary blue LV1 skill. Then Ling Yan opened the attribute table. Property table. Name, Ling Yan. Race, human. Occupation, passive plunderer, son of fortune. Level, LV3, 0%. Strength, 45. Agility, 55. Constitution, 45. Souls, 61. Talent passive. Rebirth LV1, 0/2, there is a 0.01% chance of rebirth after death. The rebirth time is random. Fire Mastery LV2, 0/4, fire damage * 200%. Skill, Fireball LV1, green, 0/1000, 20% per S. Weapon, Fire Rabbit set LV1, blue, fire damage reduction plus 50, damage plus 50. Money, 10,010 star coins. Looking at the attribute table, Ling Yan fell into deep thought. The passive ability can be upgraded. He knew it when he was reborn after copying his previous life, but Ling Yan could only guess what the number at the end meant. However, now he knew that as long as he copied 4 Fire Mastery LV1, or 2 LV2 level Fire Mastery, he could upgrade Fire Mastery to LV3. If this happened in the previous life, it would have been absolutely impossible. However, in this life, with the career of a Son of Luck, everything is possible. Just 4 passives. Looks like we still have to kill the Fire Rabbit. Ling Yan smiled slightly. This Fire Rabbit's corpse is quite valuable, worth at least tens of thousands of star coins. Let's take it first. Suddenly Ling Yan raised his eyebrows, then came to the body of the Fire Rabbit Elite, and then directly put it into the backpack space. Although the initial backpack has space for 20 corpses, corpses cannot be stacked, so Ling Yan has only collected this Fire Rabbit Elite so far. As for the corpse of an ordinary Fire Rabbit, it is worth less than 1 star coin. Then he picked up his weapon and continued walking towards the depths of the Fire Rabbit forest. Soon we met several LV1 Fire Rabbits on the road. Ling Yan didn't say anything and made several hand seals with his right hand. Call. In an instant, a fireball larger than a basketball flew towards the Fire Rabbit. Boom! As the fireball hit the Fire Rabbit, a loud noise was heard instantly. The Fire Rabbit that was hit was blown into pieces. A Scarlet 122 emerged from the debris. The exploding flames directly ignited several Fire Rabbits around it. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In an instant, the surrounding Fire Rabbits screamed and fled everywhere. 24. 24. 24. It's just a large amount of -24 damage value coming. Just 5 seconds later, the 7 or 8 Fire Rabbits that were on fire around him all fell to the ground, and streams of light poured into Ling Yan's body. Ding! Player killed 8 level 1 Fire Rabbits, gained 16 experience points and 2 star coins. Passive Plunder activated. The probability of flame mastery during this plunder is 0.0008, and the lucky wheel amplification is 8%. Plunder failed. Lucky wheel's drop rate increased 1,000 times. Item you receive, Fire Rabbit Longsword, blue. Fuck, it's worthy of being a green skill. This power is something. Ling Yan was excited. This 20% continuous damage plus splash damage was simply amazing. If I reach level 100, the diameter of my fireball will be at least 10 meters. Once it explodes, all ordinary creatures within a radius of several hundred meters will die. Thinking of this, Ling Yan smiled. With this skill, I won't have to worry about being passive anymore. As for leveling up, there's nothing I can do. If you increase your level by one small level, your experience points will be halved, and if you increase your level by two small levels, your experience points will be reduced by 5 times. If the level is 10 points higher or 1 point lower, there will be no experience points at all. This is why the gap between ordinary players and professional players who can kill monsters above their level will continue to widen. Rabbits. Rabbit. Rabbit. Rabbits. Bunny. Ling Yan pondered in his heart. Although this is a world where games have arrived, it is not a real game. Wild monsters are generally stronger than players of the same level, and the higher the level, the more obvious the strength becomes. Even in the later stages, even a B-level professional of the same level may not be able to kill an ordinary level 100 monster alone. Therefore, in the later stages, the speed of strength improvement will become slower and slower. At the same time, if you die from monsters, you are really dead. Almost everyone will choose to kill those who they can easily kill, which means that they can only crush their opponents by level. This is also the reason why the principal of the 7th middle school, who is in his 60s and a B-level professional fire magician, has only reached level 40. In this world, there is only one way to grow quickly, and that is to kill enemies above your level. Unfortunately, if you are not careful, you will die. Not to mention experience points, even star coins will decrease. This is why it is still difficult for ordinary people to survive even in this future gamified world. Thinking of this, Ling Yan did not hesitate. He replaced the fire rabbit dagger with a fire rabbit longsword and continued walking towards the depths of the fire rabbit forest. After all, a long sword is more useful than a dagger. As he went deeper and deeper, the LV1 fire rabbits are becoming more and more dense. At the same time, LV2 and even LV3 fire rabbits began to appear. Ling Yan, who had a full 50 points of fire damage reduction, came directly to the middle of the fire rabbit forest. Here, a large number of fire rabbits gathered in groups of 7, 8, or 10. The lowest level is LV3. LV5 is everywhere. Wild monster, fire rabbit. Level, LV5. Talent passive, fire mastery LV1, fire spell power increased by 100%. HP, 1000 of 1000. Mana, 500 of 500. Attack, 40. Defense, 40. Skill, fireball, causes fire damage. And 10% burning damage per second, lasts for 10 seconds. Cost, 20. Although the attack power of the LV5 Fire Rabbit seems to be higher than that of the Elite Fire Rabbit, unfortunately, in a real fight, a LV1 Elite Fire Rabbit can kill a bunch of LV5 Fire Rabbits. As for LV3, it is even weaker. Fireball. Ling Yan found a group of level 3 Fire Rabbits and immediately threw a fireball at them. Boom! In an instant, the fireball exploded directly in the group of Fire Rabbits. Before they could react, a group of fire rabbits were ignited by the exploding fireball. Squeak! Cries of anger and pain burst out from the mouths of this group of fire rabbits. The next moment, all the fire rabbits spit fireballs at Ling Yan crazily. Bang 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 bang! Fireballs exploded on Ling Yan's fire rabbit armor. Miss! 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 Unfortunately, a series of prompts came that the defense was not broken. This is true even for LV5 LV6 fire rabbits. This is the invincibility of equipment crushing. Passive plundering is indeed awesome, but Ling Yan feels that the profession of this son of luck is absolutely overwhelmingly superior to passive plundering. With this, Ling Yan can ensure that his equipment is always the best in the same level. Ling Yan smiled and rushed into the group of rabbits with his sword in hand. Puff, puff, puff. Next, with the blessing of the luck wheel, each sword strikes directly to the heart. At the same time, Ling Yan's left hand condensed huge fireballs and blasted them towards the surrounding fire rabbits. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions spread all around. One after another, the fire rabbits were burned to death by Ling Yan, or directly killed. When the surrounding fire rabbits saw this scene, they rushed over angrily to join the battle. Unfortunately, facing Ling Yan, whose defense could not be broken, the attacks of these fire rabbits were almost in vain. You killed a LV3 fire rabbit. Gained experience points, 30, star coins plus 3. You killed a LV5 fire rabbit. Gained boosted experience points, 100, star coins plus 5. You killed a LV4 fire rabbit. Gained boosted experience points, 60, star coins plus 4. Ding! Congratulations, you've successfully copied the talent, Fire Mastery LV1. A series of prompt sounds were heard. Soon Ling Yan's level was raised to LV4. Ding! Congratulations on reaching LV4. All attributes plus 3, free attribute points gained, 20. Ling Yan didn't waste any time and directly added all the attribute points to the soul. The soul value instantly reached 84. A fireball spell could cause a full 168 damage to the person hit. The sustained damage reached 33 per second. Even a LV3 fire rabbit would only have half its life left after being ignited once. As long as Ling Yan adds a critical hit with his sword, he can kill instantly. It's a pity that after upgrading, the LV3 fire rabbit can only bring 15 experience points, and the LV4 fire rabbit can only bring 40 points. But Ling Yan didn't care. His only goal now was to stack the passive level. Everything else is secondary. And with his crazy killing, the number of fire rabbits has declined rapidly. When the mana is gone, just chop it. When the mana is restored to 50, cast a fireball directly towards the place with the most rabbits. Ding! Congratulations on reaching LV5. All attributes plus 3, free attribute points gained, 25. Soon the level was raised to LV5. The number of rabbits killed has reached hundreds. Ling Yan copied to another Fire Mastery LV1. But at this level, each Level 3 Fire Rabbit around can only contribute 7 experience points. But the good news is that Ling Yan has already revealed a complete set of LV5 Fire Rabbit suit. And now I can wear it. Fire Rabbit set LV5, all attributes plus 50, fire damage reduction, damage plus 80. Mana and health recovery speed plus 5/S. The total attribute bonus is 20 points higher than the previous 30. Ling Yan puts it on directly, and his entire body attributes instantly increase by 20. This time, Ling Yan added the free attribute points to his soul again, causing his soul to surge to a terrifying value of 129. The power of Fireball increased again. With one move, even a level 3 fire rabbit that was splashed would be killed. The most important thing is that the LV5 fire rabbit suit also has the effect of restoring magic power and health. It directly greatly increased Ling Yan's magic recovery speed. And what followed, of course, was Ling Yan's crazy massacre. The edge of the fire rabbit forest. Because the LV1 monsters in other ordinary wild monster areas have been snatched away by others. Some ordinary students could only come here in teams. However, they soon saw Zhou Tong, with white light shining from his body, killing the fire rabbit. Look, that's Zhou Tong. It's been less than an hour and he's already level 2. As expected of an A-rank professional. He's incredibly powerful. He's taking on 3 or 4 level 1 fire rabbits all by himself. I guess it will be upgraded to LV3 soon, right? It would be great if I were also an A-level professional. At this moment, the students were envious. Zhou Tong, who was not far away, killed 2 fire rabbits with ease. When he heard the exclamations and envious voices of the students not far away, he instantly smiled triumphantly. Hee, now that I have an A-level profession, I will definitely be the most shining genius in the entire High Bay City this time. At this moment, Zhou Tong seemed to have seen key universities beckoning to him. It's a pity that even though he's an A-rank professional, he has no skills or equipment and can only fight against LV1 and LV2 fire rabbits. Yes, level 3 fire rabbits live in groups, with at least 7 or 8 level 1 fire rabbit minions. Even Jotong might not be able to defeat them. However, at this moment, voices of regret were heard, and Jotong's face suddenly turned dark when he heard them. Can't beat him? How could he, a dignified A-level professional, be unable to defeat a LV3 fire rabbit? It's an international joke. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate and kicked away a fire rabbit that he had killed halfway, and then walked directly into the depths of the fire rabbit forest. Seeing this scene, the students were stunned for a moment. Could it be that Jotong was going to kill a high-level fire rabbit? Are you so brave? But they didn't dare to follow. If they encountered several fire rabbits, they would not be able to escape. However, when Jotong arrived at the LV3 fire rabbit forest, he was completely dumbfounded. Because there is nothing here, only charred corpses on the ground. What happened? Why are all the fire rabbits gone? Jotong was dumbfounded as he looked at the empty woods around him. Could it be that some high-level elite fire rabbits appeared and slaughtered their own people? But it shouldn't be like this. In doubt, he could only continue to go deeper. Boom! Soon, an explosion was heard not far away. Jotong quickly climbed up a tree and looked into the distance. This sight made him open his eyes wide with fear. I saw a young man covered in fiery red armor being surrounded by hundreds of fire rabbits and being attacked madly. However, none of these LV3, or even LV5 fire rabbits could break through the defense. It's him. How is this possible? Wait, isn't this the fire rabbit suit? Where did this rich second generation come from in our school? No, even if you are a super rich second generation, it is impossible for you to have the fire rabbit suit in the first 3 days. You can't bring in anything from the outside world except the novice set with no attributes. At this moment, Jotong was so shocked that his eyes widened. But what was that roaring sound just now? Buzz! At this moment, Ling Yan suddenly swung his left hand. In an instant, a fireball the size of a basket fell directly towards the place where the most fire rabbits were. Boom boom boom! An explosion sounded. In an instant, more than 10 fire rabbits were blown away. 2 or 3 of them turned directly into charcoal. The remaining dozen or so also set their flames on fire and ran away screaming, but they were all burned to death after running for a few seconds. Fire magician, this is at least an A-level fire magician. And he also has at least green skills. Jotong was completely dumbfounded. He thought he would be the most handsome boy in the school, but compared to Ling Yan in front of him, the gap between him and him was huge. Squeak! Suddenly, a level 5 fire rabbit threw a fireball towards Jotong who was on the branch. Bang! Jotong was caught off guard and was instantly hit by the fireball and fell off the tree. -30. -15. 2 damage values popped up directly from his head. Then there is a continuous loss of blood of 4 points per second. Oh no, it's a level 5 fire rabbit. Jotong's face changed drastically and he turned around and ran away, enduring the severe pain in his chest. Unfortunately, the fire rabbit, which was the size of a Shiba Inu, rushed over at an extremely fast speed and bit his leg in an instant, breaking his bones in an instant. Ah! -25. The fire rabbit causes you crippling damage. Jotong screamed and his right leg instantly lost the ability to move. Holy Night Slash! Jotong quickly activated his own white skill and slashed at the fire rabbit with a sword. -5. Although there was not much damage, it did push the fire rabbit back 2 meters. Jotong ran for his life in a hurry. With only a little blood left, he only had a little blood left. Squeak! The fire rabbit, feeling the pain, burst into flames all over its body and gathered in its mouth. Buzz! In an instant, a fireball condensed in its mouth again. If it was shot out and hit Jotong, he would definitely die. It's over. I didn't expect that I would die here today. Jotong was immediately filled with despair when he saw this scene. He didn't expect that he would be killed by a novice monster like the fire rabbit before he even started to take off. Puff! However, at this moment, a fiery red sword instantly pierced the fire rabbit's head. -995. A scarlet number instantly emerged. Fatal attack. There is a 1 in a million chance of triggering it when causing fatal damage in the common sense. Once triggered, no matter how much health the opponent has, he will be killed instantly. The fire rabbit, whose health was reduced to 0, struggled for a while and then fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Jotong instantly breathed a sigh of relief that he had survived the disaster. Jotong? What are you doing here for no reason? Don't you know it's dangerous here? Ling Yan frowned and said to Jotong speechlessly. Is this kid so brave? He dares to come here at level 2. No wonder he died before even leaving the novice village in his previous life. If I hadn't heard his screams, this kid would have been roasted into barbecue by the fire rabbit. Ahem, all the fire rabbits on the road are dead, so I came in to take a look. Thank you for saving my life, brother. Jotong quickly struggled to stand up and thanked Ling Yan. But he was extremely embarrassed at this moment, because he had previously said that Ling Yan was overestimating his own abilities, but it turned out that he was the one who was actually overestimating his own abilities. These words made Ling Yan understand that these fire rabbits would refresh after death. But the refresh speed is not fast. It will take at least 1 or 2 days, or even 2 or 3 days, it all depends on luck. This is also the reason why there are not enough wild monsters to kill in other ordinary monsters. Of course, the main reason was that Jotong chose the same route as him. Otherwise, the number of fire rabbits he spawned was less than 1%, so how could there be no monsters spawned? We're all classmates, no need to be polite. You can look to both sides. I just killed the monsters on this road. But in your case, it's best to heal your leg first. Even if an A-level professional goes out at level 2, there will be huge rewards. If they die, it will only become a joke. Ling Yan gave Jotong a warning, then ignored him and turned around and threw a fireball behind him. Boom! In an instant, more than 20 fire rabbits were blown to death and burned to death. Gudong! Jotong couldn't help swallowing when he saw this scene. Thank you for the reminder, I'll be leaving now. Jotong did not hesitate and hurriedly walked towards the safe zone with his sword. Seeing him leave, Ling Yan nodded slightly. This kid still has some brains. If he is still stubborn. Ling Yan doesn't care whether he lives or dies. A few hours later. In the center of hundreds of fire rabbits, Ling Yan held a long sword and frantically killed the surrounding fire rabbits. Ding! Congratulations on reaching LV8. All attributes +5, free attribute points gained, 40. You successfully plundered the passive skill, Fire Mastery LV1. Your Fire Mastery proficiency has reached 4/4. Upgraded to LV3. You successfully plundered the passive skill, Fire Mastery LV1. Your Fire Mastery proficiency has reached 8 out of 8. Upgraded to LV4. Fire Mastery LV4 can control the power of fire elements and increase the power of fire skills by 400%. Finally, as Ling Yan's realm was advanced to LV8, his Fire Mastery was finally upgraded to LV4. With a full 400% increase in strength, it has reached the level of an A-level profession. If you reach LV5, you can reach a plus level. System, raise all my attributes except my soul to 100, and put all the remaining attribute points into my soul. During these upgrades, Ling Yan did not choose to increase intelligence. After all, other attributes also need to be developed comprehensively. Add points successfully. The system responded instantly. The next moment, all of Ling Yan's LV8 attributes appeared before his eyes. Property table. Name, Ling Yan. Race, human. Occupation, passive plunderer, son of luck, fire mage. Level, LV8, 0%. Strength, 100. Agility, 100. Constitution, 100. Soul, 185. Talent passive. Rebirth LV1, 0/2, there is a 0.01% chance of rebirth after death. The rebirth time is random. Fire Mastery LV4, 0/16, Fire Damage * 400%. Skill, Fireball LV1, Green, 580/1000, 20% per S. Weapon, Fire Rabbit Set LV5, Blue, Fire Damage Reduction +80, Damage +80. Money, 11,151 star coins. This data can be said to be incredible in the Novice village. Because even the second generation from those super families cannot bring equipment to the Novice village. Therefore, everyone is equal in the Novice village, but if they leave the Novice village, those in the second generation will get a powerful set of at least purple, or even gold. If the strength of his profession is added, Ling Yan is only comparable to an A-level profession, which is complete trash. But Ling Yan was not panicked at all. Although Ling Yan's two unique professions cannot increase attribute strength, as a professional plunderer, he can plunder a large number of passives. Even in the future, some professional passive abilities that can additionally enhance attribute blessings can be copied over. At that time, as long as he upgrades once, each of Ling Yan's attributes will skyrocket. Ding! Congratulations to the player for killing 10,000 fire rabbits and earning the achievement, Fire Rabbit Hunter Level 1. Fire Rabbit Hunter LV1, after equipping this equipment, the damage to fire rabbits is increased by 20%. Effect, Fire Rabbit's Revenge, fire rabbits within a 100-meter radius gain +20 hatred. However, at this moment, as several more fire rabbits died around him, a prompt sound suddenly appeared in Ling Yan's mind. Hearing the prompt sound, he immediately raised his eyebrows. Finally got the Fire Rabbit Hunter achievement. From now on, my monster killing speed will probably increase several times. Seeing more and more fire rabbits around him, Ling Yan immediately smiled. Under normal circumstances, the hatred range is only more than 10 to 20 meters. Now it has been directly increased to 100 meters, plus a 20 damage bonus, the killing speed has skyrocketed. Of course, although this achievement can increase the speed of monster farming and leveling up, it also has its dangers. If you attract a high-level wild monster, you will be dead. Fortunately, for Ling Yan, these are not a problem at all. After all, this is a novice village, and the highest level is just a LV10 fire rabbit. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Sure enough, at this moment, a large number of fire rabbits rushed over from all directions. Ling Yan laughed immediately. Fireball. The next moment, Ling Yan waved his hand, and a fireball the size of a washbasin instantly smashed towards the surrounding group of fire rabbits. Boom, boom, boom. There was a loud bang and an explosion occurred instantly. -1050. -3150, critical hit. -2100, critical hit. The minimum damage is more than 1000, and the damage value explodes directly. Some low-level LV3 fire rabbits are instantly killed. 30 or 40 fire rabbits within a radius of more than 10 meters were instantly ignited. -210. -210. -210. Large amounts of burning damage values appeared. You killed 25 level 3 fire rabbits. Gained experience points, 25, star coins +2. You killed 3 LV5 fire rabbits. Gained experience points, 18, star coins +2. You killed 7 LV4 fire rabbits. Experience points, 14, star coin +1. A single fireball spell killed 35 fire rabbits. Moreover, more fire rabbits were dying around them. Unfortunately, the experience points that these low-level fire rabbits can bring to Ling Yan are already very low. But Ling Yan didn't care at all. He simply picked up the weapon in his hand and started harvesting the remaining fire rabbits. Because what he wants is not just experience, but most importantly passivity. Even though his experience points were low, his upgrade speed was still miles ahead of many people. After all, with such terrifying luck, almost every sword strike is a critical hit or a critical hit. This is equivalent to double or triple Ling Yan's attack power, and from time to time there will be a fatal damage that kills instantly. At the current rate, he can kill at least 100 fire rabbits every minute. That is, more than 6,000 heads per hour. Even if the probability of plunder is low. An hour is enough for him to plunder at least 4 or 5 passives. However, due to his crazy hunting, he had no choice but to go deeper and spread out towards the fire rabbit forest. Ling Yan would take a break every 1 or 2 hours of killing, and at the same time organize his equipment and recover his condition. In this crazy massacre, all the fire rabbits around were cleared out in just 2 or 3 hours. Helplessly, Ling Yan could only walk towards the depths of the fire rabbit forest. When he got here, he was surrounded by LV8 or even LV10 fire rabbits, and Ling Yan's monster-killing efficiency suddenly dropped a lot. After all, one fireball cannot kill them all. But fortunately, my experience has also increased a lot. Ling Yan's level, which had been stagnant, began to surge. This killing lasted a whole day and night. Puff! As Ling Yan directly killed a LV10 fire rabbit in the deepest part of the fire rabbit forest, a series of prompt sounds followed. You killed a LV10 fire rabbit, gain 25 experience points, star. Coins +2. Ding. Congratulations, your level has been increased to LV13, all attributes +10, and you have gained 65 free attribute points. Wheel of Fortune activates, plundering flame mastery LV1, obtaining equipment, fire rabbit armor LV10 *1. Fire mastery level increased to LV6, increases the power of fire skills by 600%, 0/64. Fireball LV3, 0/10,000 basic explosion damage, 130%, continuous damage increased to 30%. Several prompt sounds reached Ling Yan's mind. Finally, he upgraded his fire mastery to level 6. What followed naturally was a surge in strength. After Ling Yan added his attributes to an integer, he directly cast a fireball at a group of fire rabbits rushing towards him. This fireball has reached a diameter of 1 meter. Boom boom boom. With a loud bang. -2,700. -5,400, violent. -8,100, critical hit. -10,000, fatal. A large number of damage points appeared. The damage of LV3 Fireball, LV10 Fire Rabbit set and LV6 Fire Mastery is really explosive. And the subsequent damage is also awesome, a full 600 damage per second, which means 6,000 damage in 10 seconds. Adding the basic damage, the damage is close to 9,000. Even a LV10 Fire Rabbit will be completely wiped out by one fireball. Ling Yan, on the other hand, almost always had critical hits and critical hits, so once he was hit, he would be almost killed instantly. Of course, without Fire Mastery, this damage would not be possible. Even if Ling Yan's fireball technique was upgraded to level 20, it would not be possible to achieve the terrifying 600% enhancement. Sure enough, only a sufficiently powerful profession can possess such powerful strength. However, the level can also be crushed. Now the free attribute points gained each time you level up are getting higher and higher. It is said that after reaching level 100, you can gain thousands of free attributes with each upgrade of a small realm. Levels can't be wasted. Ling Yan couldn't help but sigh softly. Then he opened the property sheet. Property table. Name, Ling Yan. Race, human. Occupation, passive plunderer, son of luck, fire mage. Level, LV13, 1%. Strength, 200. Agility, 200. Constitution, 200. Soul, 315. Talent passive. Rebirth LV1, 0/2, there is a 0.01% chance of rebirth after death. The rebirth time is random. Fire Mastery LV6, 0/64, fire damage *600%. Skill, Fireball LV3, green, 1/7000, 30% per s, *130%. Weapon, Fire Rabbit set LV10, blue, fire damage reduction +400, damage +400, mana regeneration per second, 2. Money, 48,000 star coins. The current attributes are extremely powerful. Unfortunately, it is extremely difficult to continue upgrading. Ling Yan killed so many fire rabbits in the entire fire rabbit forest that only 3 layers of fire rabbits are left. Even if you kill them all, it will probably be difficult to upgrade to LV13. After all, a highest level of fire rabbit here is only LV10. Killing one now only gives 12 experience points. Moreover, most of them are at LV8 and LV9. Even less at LV10. This is why even Zhou Tong, who has an A-level profession, only dares to think about reaching LV15 once in a month. In the first 3 days after entering the novice village, it is almost impossible to reach LV10 on your own because you cannot get any external resources. Unless, you have a career above S level right from the start. And unexpectedly, I got a group attack skill that suits me. It is obvious that Ling Yan is now a genius of this level, plus he obtained a blue equipment set in the early stage. Only when the combat effectiveness takes off can it reach LV13 in less than a day and a half. Of course, if he wants to continue upgrading, he has only one choice, which is to leave the novice village and go to the Apocalypse continent. If I continue to stay here, I will have to clear dozens of wild areas in turn. It is probably impossible to upgrade to LV20. However, Ling Yan did not make such a choice. What does he lack most now? Naturally, it's passivity. Sharpening the knife makes the work of chopping wood easier. In the Apocalypse continent, even the lowest level monsters are 1v10. You won't be able to kill instantly, and the speed at which you gain passive skills will be greatly reduced. The best way is to wait until your passive skills are accumulated before going. Then Ling Yan looked at his backpack. Thousands of these fire rabbit suits have been sold. If I sell them all for 30 million each, I'd probably get hundreds of millions. What a pity. If I took out so many fire rabbit suits at once, it would probably shock the entire Dragon Star. Ling Yan finally shook his head helplessly. After all, the 400 or 500 million novice players in the entire Longting Star every year could not even produce 100 sets of fire rabbit suits. Fortunately, there is a profession called refiner, who can refine equipment into essence. The blue essence of blue equipment is worth 1 million each. Although a piece of fire rabbit suit equipment can only be refined into one essence, and its value is more than 10 times lower, the market can easily absorb the essence even if thousands of them are taken out. The most important thing is that essence can also be used to upgrade equipment levels. As long as the quantity is sufficient, blue equipment can be refined into purple equipment, or even gold. Of course, the converted price is much more expensive than buying it directly. Only a very small number of wealthy people's special equipment will use this method to upgrade. It's time to move on to other jungle areas. Some other wild monster areas also have many powerful passives. Ling Yan thought for a moment and then walked directly towards the wind wolf nest in the wild monster area not far away. Wind Wolf Lair. Known as the Forbidden Area of Novice Village. Although the total number of wind wolves here is less than 30,000, less than 1/3 of the fire rabbit forest. However, the lowest level of wind wolves is LV6 and they live in groups of more than 10. Every small group has a small leader, at least LV8. Moreover, each wind wolf possesses mastery of wind. A small number of them even have LV2 level wind proficiency, and with their swift movements and violent personalities, their strength far exceeds that of fire rabbits of the same level. So this is definitely a forbidden area for the novice village, even for ordinary novice at level 10. There is no guarantee that you will be able to walk out alive from the hands of the weakest group of wind wolves. Of course, the advantage is that the experience value of the wind wolves here is higher than that of the fire rabbits of the same level. It is about 3 times that of ordinary wild monsters of the same level. It can be said that it is a leveling area reserved for geniuses. Ordinary people should not join in the fun. Ling Yan came here wearing a fiery red fire rabbit suit. It is said that the highest level suit dropped from the wind wolf nest is the wind wolf suit, and its attributes are slightly stronger than those of the fire rabbit suit of the same level. I don't know if it's true, let's try it out first. Looking at the groups of wind wolves lying and sleeping on the plains around him, Ling Yan did not hesitate and walked straight into the depths. Ling Yan had just walked into the warning range of a group of wind wolves when he was discovered by a level 8 alpha wolf. Wild monster, wind wolf. Level, LV8. Talent passive. Wind mastery LV2, wind spell power increased by 200%. Speed enhancement LV1, speed attribute gains 150% blessing. HP, 5000 of 5000. Mana, 1000 of 1000. Attack power, 100. Defense, 100. Skill, Wind Blade, can cause huge damage. And 10% bleeding damage per second, duration 10 seconds. Cost, 30. This LV8 Alpha Wolf not only possesses LV2 Wind Mastery, but also has speed enhancement. Moreover, the most important thing is that the speed has been enhanced. With this blessing, Ling Yan's speed attribute can soar to 1.5 times the current level. 200 points of attributes can burst out to the level of 300, which is quite awesome just to think about. If this can be obtained, Ling Yan's strength will be greatly improved. After all, this speed boost is definitely better than the Wind Mastery. Ouch! The level 8 wolf let out a long howl, and instantly more than 10 wind wolves beside him rushed towards Ling Yan. They suddenly opened their mouths, and wind blades slashed towards Ling Yan. Swish, swish, swish. The surrounding air was directly torn apart by these 1-meter-long wind blades. You don't know your own limitations. Ling Yan sneered and slapped out of thin air with his palm. Buzz! In an instant, a huge fireball crashed directly into the more than 10 wind blades. Puff puff puff, colon. At the moment when the attacks from both sides collided, fireballs directly swallowed the wind blades. Before the dozen or so wind wolves could be shocked, a huge fireball hit them directly. Boom! In an instant, the fireball exploded. Minus 2,200. Minus 4,400, violent. Minus 6,600, will. In just a moment, more than 10 wind wolves present were instantly burned into charred corpses by the terrifying power of the fireball explosion. You killed 17 level 6 wind wolves, gaining 17 experience points and 1 star coin. You killed a LV8 wind wolf, gaining 5 experience points and 1 star coin. Passive Plunder activated, can plunder elite wind wolf passive, Wind Mastery LV2. Plunder success rate, 0.00005%, speed enhancement LV1. Plunder success rate, 0.0001%, Wind Mastery LV1. Plunder success rate, 0.0001%. The Wheel of Fortune activates, gaining a 100,000x success rate. You gain the passive skill, Wine Mastery LV1. The Luck Wheel is activated, and the explosion rate is 10,000 times. Obtain protective gear, Wind Wolf armor, blue. And at this moment, a series of prompt sounds were heard. Hearing the prompt tone, Ling Yan raised his eyebrows. 10% chance. Getting a passive on the first try? That's really good luck. Ling Yan's eyes lit up. Buzz. At this moment, a breeze suddenly blew around, and the breeze instantly rushed into Ling Yan's body. Ling Yan could clearly feel a large amount of wind power around him. Just like the power of fire, it allows one to control it at will. Is this the mastery of wind? It's truly remarkable. Ling Yan's mouth corners suddenly rose slightly. Then he moved his mind and directly controlled the power of the wind to add it to his sword. Brush! In an instant, he slashed a small wind blade directly at a group of wind wolves rushing towards him. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, all the wind wolves that were hit by the wind blades were torn into 2 halves by the wind blades that were more than 2 meters wide. Another batch of experience points was harvested. Ding! Player has learned the basic skill, Wine Blade, white can cause a massive kill. And 10% bleeding damage per second, lasting 10 seconds. Cost, 30. Is this the white skill Wind Blade? It's quite powerful. Ling Yan smiled slightly. This is the power of elemental professionals. As long as the elements are added to the weapons, various white skills can be created. Some gifted people can even create powerful green or even blue skills. Unfortunately, its power is far inferior to that of Fireball. Even if it is upgraded once, this white skill can only increase the power by 5%. As for the continuous damage, it can only increase by 2%. Unlike the green skill Fireball, the damage is increased to 15% when it is upgraded to the next level, and the continuous damage is also increased by a full 5%. And the fireball also has splash damage, which is the coolest thing. Then kill them. First, get rid of all the wind wolves in the wind wolf nest. The corners of Ling Yan's mouth rose slightly, and the next moment he didn't hesitate and rushed into the wolf pack with a long sword in hand. At the same time, he shot out powerful fireballs from his hands. Boom 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 boom. Soon, the huge explosion sounded throughout the wind wolf lair. A large number of wind wolves were blown to death or burned to death. After all, the wind blade has no splash damage, so its efficiency in killing monsters is too low. You killed LV6 Wind Wolf 50, gaining 50 experience points and 5 star coins. You killed LV7 Wind Wolf 20, gaining 44 experience points and 4 star coins. You successfully plundered the passive skill, Speed Enhancement LV1, with 150% speed buff. You killed LV9 Wind Wolf 10, gaining 80 experience points and 8 star coins. You successfully plundered the passive skill, Wine Mastery LV2, and the passive skill level has been increased to LV3, wind power increased by 300%. As Ling Yan slaughtered, a large number of prompt sounds echoed in Ling Yan's mind. Ling Yan directly chose to turn off these prompt sounds. Only the prompt sound of successfully plundering the passive is left. And as the number of wind wolves killed by Ling Yan increases, he also gradually came to the core area of the wind wolf. The fire rabbit suit was also replaced with a wind wolf suit. Wind wolf set LV10, all attributes plus 100. Wind damage reduction, damage plus 400. Mana regeneration speed plus 2/s, health regeneration speed plus 2 per second. The attributes of this set are similar to those of the fire rabbit set. The only difference is that the damage reduction and damage increase have become wind related. Ding! Your level has been increased to LV14. All attributes plus 10, free attribute points plus 70. Ding! You successfully killed 10,000 wind wolves. Earned the achievement, Wind Wolf Killer LV1, increases damage to wind wolves by 20%, and gains 20 points of aggro from wind wolves within 100 meters. Finally, the number of wind wolves killed by Ling Yan reached 10,000. A prompt sound was heard, and Ling Yan directly added all the attribute points to the soul. I killed almost all the people below LV8 in the entire wind wolf lair. The rest are LV9 and LV10, keep coming. Ling Yan smiled slightly, then without hesitation, continued to attack the surrounding wind wolves. Because of his achievement as a wind wolf killer, Ling Yan's attack power against wind wolves has also been greatly improved. In addition, as the number increases, the killing speed becomes faster and faster. Just over 5 hours. Almost all the wind wolves in the entire wind wolf nest were slaughtered by Ling Yan. Property table. Name, Ling Yan. Race, human. Occupation, passive plunderer, son of luck. Level, LV14, 98%. Strength, 210. Agility, 210, asterisk 500%. Constitution, 210. Soul, 395. Talent passive. Rebirth LV1, 0/2, there is a 0.01% chance of rebirth after death. The rebirth time is random. Fire Mastery LV6, 15/64, fire damage asterisk 600%. Wind Mastery LV5, 30 seconds, wind damage asterisk 500%. Speed Enhancement LV5, 28-30 seconds, speed increased by 500%. Skills, Fireball LV3, green, 1/7000, 30% per s, asterisk 130%, Windblade LV1, white, 12/1000. Weapon, Fire Rabbit set LV10, blue, fire damage reduction, damage plus 400, HP and MP recovery plus 2/s. Money, 64,000 star coins. Although the Wind Wolf set is more powerful than the Fire Rabbit set, Ling Yan, who has a stronger mastery of fire, naturally prefers to use the Fire Rabbit set. This way the damage is even more powerful. I'm almost upgraded. If that's the case, then I'll upgrade first and then go somewhere else. Ling Yan looked at the last 2% of experience points and without hesitation, he walked directly towards the last group of wind wolves in the core. Ouch! As Ling Yan approached, all the remaining wind wolves roared and rushed towards him. Unfortunately, under Ling Yan's terrifying strength, these wind wolves were killed one after another. Ling Yan discovered that by concentrating the power of fire or wind on the sword in his hand, he could greatly enhance his combat effectiveness. With the original strength of 210, even with the addition of 400 wind damage, it can only deal 600 damage at most, and a critical hit will be less than 2000. But with the power of wind, a normal attack can deal a full 2000 damage. The damage of a critical hit reached a terrifying 6000. But the consumption is as high as 3 magic points per second. It's exactly the same as Ling Yan's recovery speed. Of course, if you use fire damage, the power will directly reach 2500 normal attack damage. Just the consumption will increase to 4 mana per second. In fact, when you think about it, it is more economical to just use Fireball when killing this kind of group of monsters. Not even as good as Wind Blade. However, if you are fighting a boss, it is definitely the first choice. Ding! Player level increased to LV 15. All attributes plus 10, gain 75 free attribute points. At this moment, a prompt sound came into Ling Yan's mind. Level 15, plus my S-level profession, is that enough to get into Longting University? Ling Yan smiled slightly when he saw this. However, up to now, only less than 2 days have passed in the 3-day novice village. But there are still 28 days left before the college entrance examination. By then, perhaps Ling Yan's goal would not just be Longting University. Ouch. Ouch, colon. Ouch. At this moment, the remaining wind wolves around suddenly howled to the sky one after another. At first Ling Yan thought it was because of the wind wolf killer, but he soon realized something was wrong. As the sound spread, all the wind wolves in the wind wolf den raised their heads and roared. The roars that came one after another made the entire wind wolf's lair feel heart-pounding. No, this isn't the wind wolf killer's fault. Ling Yan frowned. At least, it's not just because of the wind wolf killer. After all, a level 1 wind wolf killer is definitely not able to trigger the roars of all the wind wolves within a radius of more than 10 kilometers. Roar! Sure enough, a violent roar suddenly came from the depths of the grassland. As soon as the roar was heard, the remaining wind wolves around all lay on the ground in awe and looked towards the source of the sound. Holy crap! How did a boss appear? Could it be the legendary Wind Wolf King? Seeing this, Ling Yan instantly became serious. It is absolutely impossible for an ordinary elite wind wolf to have such a terrifying aura. Even the leader-level wind wolf couldn't do it. Only the Wind Wolf King, one of the most powerful bosses in the novice village, has this ability. Roar! Sure enough, with a roar, a silver wind wolf that was 3 meters tall and 5 or 6 meters long rushed over from a distance at an extremely terrifying speed. The speed is so fast that if Ling Yan did not have the LV5 speed blessing, it would definitely be worse than that. Add all attributes to speed. Fireball. Ling Yan didn't hesitate. After adding all the attributes, he threw a fireball out fiercely. Roar! The Wind Wolf King was not intimidated at all. He roared angrily and stretched out his sharp claws towards the void. Sizzle! Following the sound of air being torn, a huge spiral wind blade instantly tore towards Ling Yan's fireball. Boom! At the moment of collision, Ling Yan's fireball was directly crushed by the drill-like spiral wind blade. But the spiral wind blade still slashed towards Ling Yan. Fortunately, due to the upgrade and the increase of 75 points in speed, Ling Yan's speed attribute directly soared to 295. The 5-fold increase in speed mastery allowed Ling Yan's speed to skyrocket to a terrifying 1475. With just a step of his feet, Ling Yan turned into a shadow and avoided the attack of 4 wind blades. Boom boom! This huge wind blade, which was 3 meters long and 1 meter thick, slammed heavily on the ground, instantly creating a huge deep pit with a diameter of several meters. The terrifying power made Ling Yan gasp. The Wind Wolf King's spiral wind blade is indeed worthy of its reputation. If I were to be hit by it, I'd probably be turned into rubble. When Ling Yan saw this, he immediately exclaimed in admiration. Although the stronger the opponent is, the more benefits you will get after killing him, but this strength seems a little too terrifying. It's a good thing that I can survive. Announcement, Longting Novice Village, 125-5841, the ultimate boss has appeared, Wind Wolf King, King level. Please pay attention to all people in this novice village. The ultimate boss ignores regional restrictions and cannot be stopped in the safe zone. Please pay attention to avoid it. Announcement, Longting Novice Village, 125-5841, the ultimate boss has appeared, Wind Wolf King, King level. Please pay attention to all people in this novice village. The ultimate boss ignores regional restrictions and cannot be stopped in the safe zone. Please pay attention to avoid it. However, at this moment, a series of announcements spread to almost all the novice villages on the entire Longting Star. In an instant, all the newcomers of this session were shocked. Holy crap, what the hell is going on with these 125-5841 novice villages? How could the ultimate boss of the novice village appear? Rumor has it that in order to get the final boss, you need to kill 99% of the beasts in that jungle before they spawn. That way, there's a 1 in 1,000 chance of attracting the final boss. Holy crap! It's only been less than 2 days. Who has the strength to enter the Wind Wolf's lair? And kill so many Wind Wolves? Not necessarily. I heard the final boss might just come out for a stroll when he's free. In an instant, almost all the novices were shocked. Even those powerful professionals who awaken S-level professions were dumbfounded. The strongest among them could only fight against a LV7 Wind Wolf, but there were people who could clean out an entire Wind Wolf nest in just 1 or 2 days. Could it be that he has awakened an SS-level profession? For a moment, everyone was shocked beyond words. You know, with a population of 20 billion on the entire Longting Star, there are less than 100 S-level professions in a year. Each one of them is a child of destiny, and as for the SS-level ones, they are super geniuses that only appear once every few decades. Only a genius of SS plus level, who was lucky enough to get powerful weapons, equipment and skills, could reach the current level in less than 2 days. Thinking of this, all the geniuses felt heavy in their hearts. Of course, they also knew there was another possibility, that is, the Wind Wolf King just came out for a stroll. Fuck! Isn't number 125-5841 our novice village? How could the Wind Wolf King produce such an ultimate boss in just 2 days? Could it be that someone in our school has awakened an S-rank profession? How can an S-class possibly create an ultimate boss? They must be at least SS class. But I think we've definitely encountered the ultimate boss wandering around once in 1,000 years. It's over, it's over. The ultimate boss has appeared. Even the safe zone is no longer safe. What should we do now? At this moment, all the students of number 17 middle school who were resting in the safe zone were terrified. Zhou Tong has been here since he came back yesterday to recuperate from his injuries and has not gone out. Even if he went out, no one would suspect that it was Zhou Tong who brought out the ultimate boss. Nonsense, Zhou Tong can't even beat a level 5 fire rabbit, yet he wants to slaughter the entire Wind Wolf nest to lure out the Wind Wolf King? But besides Zhou Tong, who else is there? Could it be him? But at this moment, Zhou Tong recalled the image of a big fireball. Is he really an SS level professional? Zhou Tong was a little shocked. SS level, as long as he doesn't die, he will become the number 1 genius in the entire Longting Star. Impossible. When I saw him before, although he was very powerful, his attack power didn't even reach the standard of an S-class professional. It's definitely not him. Zhou Tong took a deep breath, and then walked directly out of the safe zone with the others. Originally, he planned to listen to Ling Yan's words, stay here for 3 days, then go out to get the equipment rewards and go to kill monsters. After all, although he is more than 3 times stronger than ordinary players without any skills or equipment, he is still somewhat powerless against wild monsters. Of course, we have no choice but to leave now, because if we don't leave, such an obvious place as the safe zone will be captured soon. By then, all the more than 3,000 students combined would not be enough for the Wind Wolf King to kill. Will the planet announce it? I wonder if the name of this Wind Wolf King will be announced after he's killed. If so, he'll probably become famous. Ling Yan raised his eyebrows, somewhat speechless. Killing the Wind Wolf King within the 3-day novice period, even if this kind of achievement were spread throughout the Yenshin galaxy, it would be considered a super genius level. You know, the Yenshin galaxy is an advanced galaxy that rules over hundreds of thousands of life-bearing planets, including the Longting galaxy. Thinking of this, he immediately clicked on the attributes of the Wind Wolf King. Wild Monster, Wind Wolf King, King Level. Level, LV10. Talent Passive. Wind Mastery LV3, Wind Spell Power increased by 300%. Speed Enhancement LV3, Speed Attribute gains 300% Blessing. HP, 300,000/300,000. Mana, 5,000/5,000. Attack, 1,500. Speed, 300. Defense, 2,000. Skill, Spiral Wind Blade LV1, Blue Skill, 200% burst damage. And add 30% bleeding damage per second, duration 10 seconds. Cost, 500. King Blood Rage LV1, Purple Skill, burns blood all over the body to double all attributes. Consumes 1% of blood per second. It's terrifying, very terrifying. With this attribute, it can be said that even if you encounter hundreds of LV15 novices, they are all here to deliver food. With a full defense power of 2000, the question is, except for A-level and above professionals with full attack power, who can break the defense? And this is just breaking the defense. A full 300,000 HP is enough to make countless people despair. He is worthy of being one of the ultimate bosses in the novice village. Just to lure it out requires an SS-level professional, let alone kill it. To kill this kind of creature in the novice village, at least several S+ level professionals must form a team to kill it. Or gather at least 100 A-level professionals from hundreds of novice villages and use their lives to fill the void. As for the solitary kill? It had only happened a handful of times in the entire Yenshin galaxy. Those who achieved a solo kill were all super geniuses with SS+ or higher professions. And a solo kill during the 3-day novice period? That had never happened. One purple skill and one blue skill, their power looks terrifying. 1500 attack, plus the 200% power boost from the Spiral Wind Blade, plus the 300% power boost from Wind Mastery. If you get hit, it can directly deal 9,000 damage. Add to that the subsequent 30% tearing damage per second, the total damage will definitely exceed 25,000. Who the hell can stand this? Ling Yan couldn't help but be speechless when watching this scene. How could the gap between this player and the boss be so terrifying? Sure enough, any king-level boss that appears cannot be defeated alone. Thinking of this, Ling Yan became a little solemn. How could he kill such a powerful existence? After all, Ling Yan, who only has 1,000 defense and 2,200 health points, would be dead if he was touched by the Spiral Wind Blade, not to mention being hit directly. Moreover, if the opponent releases Blood Rage, 4,000 defenses will definitely not be broken even if Ling Yan does not trigger a critical hit. But fortunately, my current speed is 1,500, which will definitely crush him. It's almost impossible to hit me if you're careful. Ling Yan, however, raised his eyebrows and made a decision. If you don't defeat this king-level boss, you will definitely be letting yourself down. As for Blood Rage, this skill of burning life will only be used when the boss is low on health, even if it is a boss. And the pre-swing should be at least 5 seconds. All I have to do then is run for my life madly. At my speed, it would take the opponent at least 10 to 20 seconds to catch up with me. During this time, the opponent would lose all his blood. Thinking of this, Ling Yan did not hesitate. Fireball. Ling Yan directly threw out a fireball. Fortunately, because I just upgraded, my mana and health have returned to their peak. Roar! The Silver Wind Wolf King snorted disdainfully when he saw this scene, and the next moment he rushed directly towards Ling Yan's fireball with a diameter of 1 meter. Boom boom! However, the moment he hit the fireball, it exploded instantly. Critical hit minus 5,200. In an instant, a huge critical hit value appeared on the head of the Wind Wolf King. 2,000 points of damage reduction is not very useful to Ling Yan. And that's not all. The terrifying flames instantly enveloped the entire Wind Wolf. The scorching power instantly ignited the entire Wind Wolf's body. Minus 880. Minus 880. Minus 880. At the same time, a large amount of burning damage appeared on the head of the Wind Wolf King, and his blood volume began to slowly decrease. This burning can also be weakened by defense, but not by much. For example, the original burning damage should be 1030. 10 seconds is a full 10,800 points, and the defense is reduced by 2,000, which is equivalent to a total reduction of 2,000 in burning damage. Of course, the total damage of 15,000 is enough to reduce the Wind Wolf King's health by 1/20th. As long as he keeps going, Ling Yan will eventually wear him down. Roar! Suddenly, the Wind Wolf King roared to the sky, and a terrifying gale burst out from his body. The flames burning around his body were instantly blown away at this moment. The original continuous blood loss disappeared instantly. Seeing this scene, Ling Yan's eyes suddenly shrank. Damn it! This bastard actually has this trick up his sleeve. Ling Yan was speechless. Sizzle! Before he could think about it, a huge spiral wind blade came crushing towards him. Ling Yan didn't hesitate at all when he saw it. He dodged the huge wind blade with a flash of his body. Boom boom boom! There was a deafening roar. Ling Yan ignored him and rushed towards the Wind Wolf King. The speed was so fast that Ling Yan was in front of the Wind Wolf King before he could react. The speed is as high as 1500, even the Wind Wolf King with a speed of 900 cannot avoid it. Call! In an instant, a large amount of flames gushed out and condensed on the long sword in Ling Yan's hand. Then Ling Yan fiercely stabbed the fire rabbit sword in his hand towards the Wind Wolf King's eyes. Puff! Crippling attack minus 36,000. Continuous blood loss, 2500/S. As the long sword directly pierced the Wind Wolf King's volleyball-sized eyes, a huge number popped up. Crippling attack, 10 times the damage, and ignores defense. And there is also a certain degree of blood loss damage. You know, this continuous blood loss has no time limit. Some may take 2 or 3 seconds, some may take more than 10 seconds, and some may even die from losing blood. Theoretically, there is only a 1 in 10 million chance that an attack that can injure these beasts or bosses will be triggered. Unfortunately, Ling Yan, who possesses the talent of the Son of Fortune, can do it easily. Roar! The severe pain made the Wind Wolf King roar angrily. In an instant, a violent wave of air burst out from his whole body. In an instant, Ling Yan, who was still beside him, was blown away by the powerful air wave. Fortunately, Ling Yan also directly used the power of wind and fire to form a wind and fire shield around him. So even though the airwave blew Ling Yan dozens of meters away, it did not cause Ling Yan to lose. Blood. Ding. The player combines the power of wind and fire to create the skill, Wind and Fire Shield LV1, green. Combining the power of wind and fire can significantly increase your defense. When Ling Yan heard this hint, he immediately raised his eyebrows. No wonder they say that high-level elementalists can create green, blue, or even purple skills simply by using a little of their own elemental power. I didn't expect it to be true. Ling Yan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Elemental professionals have always been the most honorable professionals. Take the Fire Mage for example. The Fire Mage passively enhances the power of fire spells, not just high attack power. If you learn fire-related defensive skills and add flame mastery, you can unleash a defensive power that is equal to or even more terrifying than that of a defensive profession. By learning speed skills, you can burst out with terrifying speed. This is why, the professional level of speed professionals with LV3 speed enhancement is only B level, while the level of LV3 fire mastery has reached A level. Ling Yan took a quick look at this skill and found that it could increase Ling Yan's defense by a full 200%. If it is strengthened with the power of wind and fire, the defense can be increased by a full 600%. Focus on high-level fire mastery. That is a full 1200% defense boost. Although it cannot withstand the spiral wind blade, it is definitely enough to withstand some other attacks. This is just green. If it were blue, the defense would be even more terrifying. Roar! At this time, the Wind Wolf King, who had lost one eye, roared angrily and rushed directly towards Ling Yan. Countless wind blades were surging around his body. It was obvious that he didn't dare let Ling Yan get close to him. And this skill is obviously at least green. Fireball. Ling Yan frowned, but without hesitation, he threw a huge fireball at the Wind Wolf King's head. Then he stepped on the ground and flashed to the side of the Wind Wolf King and threw another fireball. 2 fireballs attack. Roar! The Wind Wolf King growled, and then the wind blades all over his body began to stir wildly. Puff, 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 puff. As the 2 fireballs hit him, the flames were instantly shattered by the wind blades. Minus 2,500. Minus 2,500. Although there is still an attack, the effect has been weakened. How the hell do we fight this? Seeing this scene, Ling Yan was speechless. 2,500. Even if the Wind Wolf only has 250,000 or 250,000 HP now, it still needs 100 fireballs. Alright, I just merged the power of wind and fire, and it seems that I can unleash even more powerful moves. If we add the power of wind to the fireball spell, will it significantly increase its power? Suddenly Ling Yan's eyes lit up when he thought of this. Elemental professionals can create skills, but there are actually great risks involved. If you are unlucky, you will kill yourself. However, in this life, Ling Yan has the profession of Son of Fortune. Bad luck? Not happening. Boom! Without hesitation, Ling Yan instantly condensed a huge fireball with a diameter of 1.5 meters. Buzz! However, the next moment, a green wind force surged out wildly. In an instant, the power of wind poured into the huge fireball. Start operating according to the method of this spiral wind blade. In a moment, the fireball began to twist and gradually turned into a flaming drill. However, as the drill was formed, the entire flame drill began to tremble wildly. It seemed as if it would explode in the next moment. Fortunately, at this moment, the wheel of luck deep in Ling Yan's consciousness suddenly turned. In an instant, the flame drill that was about to explode stabilized instantly. Then it continued to shrink. The drill bit became extremely sharp, reaching a diameter of 1 meter and a length of 3 meters. Clang! With a sound of metal tearing, the flame drill instantly ignited the grassland within a radius of more than 10 meters. Then he shot rapidly towards the Wind Wolf King not far away. Roar! The Wind Wolf King, who saw the scene, roared in disdain. The wind blades covering his entire body spun wildly. Obviously, he had to use his body to block this move. In an instant, the wind and fire drill attack hit the Wind Wolf fiercely. Boom! In an instant, a deafening roar spread throughout the world. The wind and fire drill crushed the wind blade defense on the head of the Wind Wolf King and directly blasted a huge hole. It pierced the opponent's head in an instant. Fortunately, the opponent's skull was hard, otherwise this blow would have caused fatal damage. Boom boom boom! Amidst a deafening roar, the drill bit exploded directly. The terrifying force of wind and fire exploded over a radius of dozens of meters, burning a grassland the size of a basketball court into black. Even the soil was blown down dozens of centimeters by the force of the wind. Minus 72,000, disabling damage. A huge scarlet damage value appeared directly from the head of the Wind Wolf King. Minus 5,000. Minus 5,000. Minus 5,000. Then a large amount of continuous disabling damage values appeared. It can be said that this blow almost took away half of the Wind Wolf King's life. Ling Yan was also somewhat shocked by this terrifying power. Ding! Congratulations to the player, you've successfully created the blue skill. Wind and Fire Tearing Drill Level 1, increases power by 200%, inflicts 30% burn and tearing damage /S, cost, 200. Ding! This skill was created from Fireball, so it inherits Fireball's level, LV3. Wind and Fire Tearing Drill LV3, increases power by 260%, causing burning and tearing damage, 44%, 12/7000. At the same time, a series of prompt sounds came into Ling Yan's mind. Hearing these prompt sounds, even Ling Yan couldn't help but admire the horror of this skill. The power increase alone is twice that of Fireball. Of course, the reason why the damage was as high as 70,000 at once was mainly because it caused disabling damage. Otherwise, let alone blue skills, even gold skills wouldn't be so awesome. Furthermore, even if there's no crippling damage, even if it's a critical hit, it can still deal over 10,000 damage in one go. Ling Yan smiled slightly, as if he had already seen the scene of the Wind Wolf King exploding. Ho ho ho! As gusts of wind blew up from the center of the explosion, the continuously burning flames were quickly blown away. The Wind Wolf King, with his body charred and his scalp torn apart and covered in blood, appeared in front of Ling Yan. At this time, his eyes had been blown into holes and his skull was cracked with dense cracks. He looked so miserable, not as majestic as before. Roar! However, at this moment, the Wind Wolf King roared to the sky. Ouch! 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 The wind wolves around them, who were originally so scared that they lay on the ground and dared not move even if they were blown to death by the battle between the two men, now all howled to the sky. Endless energy and blood emerged from his body, and the Wind Wolf King's hair began to turn blood red. Minus 30,000. At the same time, a bloody huge damage value suddenly pops up from the opponent's head. When Ling Yan saw this, he knew that the Wind Wolf King was going strong. Warning! The Wind Wolf King has activated his King skill, King's Blood Rage. Please dodge as quickly as possible, please dodge as quickly as possible. A cold prompt sound also reached Ling Yan's mind at this time. Walk! Ling Yan did not hesitate after hearing the prompt tone. Turn around and leave. Nonsense, all attributes are doubled. Even Ling Yan is definitely not his opponent. The best way now is to wait until the opponent's blood is almost gone before coming back. Wind and fire tearing drill. Of course, before turning around and running, Ling Yan turned his head and slapped out into the air. Sizzle! In an instant, the surrounding air was torn apart. The huge wind and fire drill directly cut through the void and hit the head of the Wind Wolf King. However, the Wind Wolf, whose blood was still burning all over his body, was unable to move at this time. He could only allow this huge wind and fire tearing drill to hit his head hard. Boom boom! In an instant, a deafening roar was heard. Crack! The Wind Wolf King's skull was shattered in an instant. The huge wind and fire tearing drill rushed directly into the head of the Wind Wolf King, crushing his brain and burning it to ashes. Fatal damage 184500. A huge black damage value popped up directly above his head. Boom! The huge body of the Wind Wolf King also slammed heavily to the ground at this time. Ding! Congratulations to the player, you've single-handedly killed the ultimate boss of the Novice village, the Wind Wolf King. Do you want to notify everyone? However, at this moment, a warning sound was transmitted directly into Ling Yan's mind after he ran hundreds of meters away. Ling Yan stopped for a moment, a little stunned. Oh my god, is the Wind Wolf King dead? Ling Yan widened his eyes in disbelief. Even without seeing the whole process, he roughly guessed that he must have inflicted fatal damage again. No notification. Ling Yan also chose to conceal it directly. Just kidding, he had already thought about it. Of course, he had to show some of his talents, otherwise he would not be able to get good resources, but there was no need to show all of them. At most, he would take out his S-class fire magician. And he couldn't even tell anyone about his two only professions. He remembered that in his previous life, when he was first exposed, the strongest person in the Yenshin galaxy, the Yenshin who was among the top 30 strongest people in the human race, came to protect Ling Yan in person. During this period, several other major civilizations in the Milky Way sent assassins to attack Ling Yan. I almost died several times. At one point, a galaxy much larger than our solar system was even destroyed. If the god of fire hadn't been too powerful, Ling Yan would have died long ago. However, after knowing that Ling Yan's success rate is so low, no other civilizations sent people here. Even the human race eventually gave up on Ling Yan completely. If I reveal my talent of being able to copy anything in this life, I will have countless resources. But the assassination is definitely more terrifying than in the previous life. It is even possible that several other major civilizations would send out beings more powerful than the flame god to wipe out Ling Yan. You'll be dead then. It's a server-wide announcement. Server-wide, that means an announcement to the entire human race in the galaxy. Do you think Ling Yan didn't die quickly enough? Upgrading is the best way to survive. Thinking of this, Ling Yan walked directly towards the Wind Wolf King. Soon Ling Yan came to the body of the dead Wind Wolf King. Buzz! In an instant, a dazzling light burst out from the Wind Wolf King's body and poured into Ling Yan. You killed the Wind Wolf King boss alone, experience points, 3 million, star coins, 10 million. Buzz! 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 However, at the same time, 3 rays of light burst out from Ling Yan's body. Your level has been increased to LV16. All attributes plus 10, attribute points gained, 80. Your level has been increased to LV17. All attributes plus 10, attribute points gained, 85. Your level has been increased to LV18. All attributes plus 10, attribute points gained, 90. 3 prompt tones were heard in succession. And this is just the beginning. Discover passive, Wind Mastery LV3, Speed Enhancement LV3. Plunder success rate, 0.00001%. The Wheel of Fortune is activated, and the success rate is increased by 1 million times. Copy successful. Congratulations to the player, Wind Mastery level has been upgraded to LV6, 2/64. Speed Enhancement has been upgraded to LV6, 0/64. The Wheel of Fortune is activated, the explosion rate is increased by 10,000 times. Congratulations, you have obtained the following equipment. Wind Wolf King Sword LV10, purple. Wind Wolf King Armor LV10, purple. Wind Wolf King Necklace LV10, purple. Wind Wolf King Boots LV10, purple. Skills, King Blood Rage LV1, purple, Spiral Wind Blade LV1, blue, Wind Blade Barrier LV1, green. Items, Backpack Expansion, 100 slots, purple Essence *10, Equipment Level Scroll LV30, purple, *5. Wind Wolf King Remnant Soul *1. Congratulations, you killed the Wind Wolf King. Achievement, Wind Wolf Hunter, gained experience points, 1 million, upgraded to LV3. The hatred range is increased to 1000 meters. Hatred value plus 50, damage value plus 50%. A series of prompt sounds also reached Ling Yan's mind at this time. At the same time, a large number of items appeared in Ling Yan's backpack. Not to mention the passive ability, a LV3 passive ability is equivalent to 4 LV1 ones. It is equivalent to obtaining 8 passive abilities at once, while normally one needs to kill 7 or 800 wild monsters to obtain one passive ability. It's not a small gain. As for the complete set of Wind Wolf King suit, it is even more top grade. Ling Yan directly opened the attributes of the Wind Wolf King suit. Weapon, Wind Wolf suit. Level, LV10. Attributes, all attributes plus 500, wind attribute damage, damage reduction plus 2000, mana recovery and health recovery plus 20 per second. Effect, armor penetration plus 30% below LV30, and for every 10 levels above, the effect decreases by 10%. Increase the damage to wolf-type creatures by 30%. Skill, Wind Wolf King's Fury, purple each time you kill a wild monster, you gain 1 point of rage. After releasing it, 1 point of rage can explode into 1 point of damage. Upper limit, 100,000. All rage will dissipate after taking off equipment. However, when Ling Yan saw the skill attribute table, his eyes widened. The other attributes are easy to say. However, the anger of the Wind Wolf King made Ling Yan's eyes light up. 100,000 energy storage? Doesn't that mean you just need a hand? 100,000 attack can knock off a third of the ultimate boss's health even if you encounter him again. There's also a full 500 bonus to all attributes, and my current highest attribute is only 395. If I remove the 100 bonus from the Wind Wolf suit, it's only a mere 295. It's equivalent to increasing all my attributes by 2.5 times. It's really awesome. Ling Yan was immediately moved when he saw this. This ultimate boss was indeed the ultimate boss. Not only was he powerful, but he also dropped a lot of items. Oh, and there's also a LV30 equipment upgrade scroll. This thing can upgrade purple equipment below level 30 by 5 small levels. The level of the Wind Wolf suit is upgraded to LV15. Let's upgrade first. Ling Yan directly clicked on the upgrade scroll. By the way, I also clicked on the backpack expansion function, and the original 50 slots were instantly expanded to 150 slots. At the same time, the Wolf King suit in the backpack also flashed with purple light. Wolf King suit upgraded to level 15. Consume 4 upgrade scrolls. Weapon, Wind Wolf suit. Level, LV15. Attributes, all attributes plus 800, wind attribute damage reduction plus 3000, mana recovery and health recovery plus 30 per second. Effect, armor penetration plus 30% below LV35, and for every 10 levels above, the effect decreases by 10%. Increase the damage to wolf-type creatures by 40%. Skill, Wind Wolf King's Fury, purple each time you kill a wild monster, you gain 1 point of rage. After releasing it, 1 point of rage can explode into 1 point of damage. Upper limit, 150,000. All rage will dissipate after taking off equipment. As the level of the suit increases, almost all attributes are increased by 50%, which can be said to be a huge improvement. And the full attribute blessing of 800 is enough to make Ling Yan's strength soar. Ling Yan directly chose to wear the full set of Wind Wolf King suit. In an instant, Ling Yan's entire body was covered by the handsome silver Wind Wolf King armor. A giant sword that was 1.5 meters long appeared in Ling Yan's hand. The totem of the Wind Wolf King is engraved on both the armor and the giant sword. If Ling Yan walked out with this look and his handsome appearance, it would definitely cause countless girls to scream. Boom! The moment he put on the suit, a tremendous power surged into Ling Yan's whole body. The terrifying power made Ling Yan clench his fists. Click, click, click. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Then Ling Yan punched a big tree not far away. Boom! With a loud bang, the tree, which was as thick as a bucket, was smashed in half by Ling Yan's punch. More than 1,000 points of strength attribute, it's really powerful. Ling Yan couldn't help laughing when he saw this scene. The strength of an average adult is generally around 7 to 10 points. The explosive force corresponding to a little strength is a full 10 kilograms. However, now Ling Yan's overall attributes have skyrocketed to more than 1,000. This means that Ling Yan now possesses a strength of 10,000 pounds. System, add all the upgraded attribute points to the soul. Then Ling Yan spoke directly to the system. Buzz. In an instant, Ling Yan felt that his consciousness became clearer and clearer, and at the same time, he was able to mobilize the surrounding firepower and wind power to become even more powerful. Ding. Added points successfully, soul value, 1350. System, learn all skills. Ling Yan continued speaking. Boom. In an instant, a vast amount of memories flooded into Ling Yan's mind. These memories were all about how to use several skills. There are even complete training methods for the Spiral Wind Blade and Wind Blade Barrier. Buzz. At the same time, a king's aura emanated from Ling Yan. All the wild monsters around were trembling with fear. King's Blood Rage has no class restrictions, but it is a rare skill of special amplification. If this skill were to be used, it would definitely fetch tens of trillions of star coins. This is simply because this skill is only at the lowest level, LV1. If the LV10 skills dropped by those king-level monsters above level 100 are worth hundreds of life planets. After all, it would take at least hundreds of years to level up a purple skill to LV10. Of course, the main reason is that the drop rate is too low. The king-level monster is almost the ultimate boss in all wild areas. When you kill an enemy, you usually gain experience points and 1 or 2 pieces of blue equipment. If you are lucky, you may get a blue skill. But purple equipment will only appear once after being exploded at least 100 times. And the skills are even more terrifying. you may not be able to use them even after tens of thousands of times. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have learned the skill. King Blood Rage LV1, purple, 0 out of 100, can only be used once a day. After use, all attributes are increased by 200%, and health is consumed by 1% per second. Spiral Wind Blade LV1, blue, 0/1000, condenses countless wind blades into a spiral to attack. Can cause 200% and 30% tear damage. Windblade Barrier LV1, green, 0/1000, uses the power of wind to condense wind blades to protect the body. Significantly increases self-damage. 3 consecutive prompt sounds came into Ling Yan's mind. Although Ling Yan already has skills similar to the Spiral Wind Blade and Wind Blade Barrier, although they are of the same level, the accuracy of the two is very different. For example, the Spiral Wind Blade is condensed from the Wind attribute, but the Wind and Fire Tearing Drill is condensed from both Wind and Fire attributes. If Ling Yan uses the two powers to bless the Spiral Wind Blade, the power of the Spiral Wind Blade will definitely be enhanced. Thinking of this, Ling Yan did not hesitate and experimented directly. He first used the Wind Blade Barrier according to the instructions, using the two attributes of wind and fire to condense the wind blade. With the explosion of the two forces, the attributes of wind and fire began to erupt wildly throughout Ling Yan's body. The wind fanned the flames, making both the flames and the wind even more powerful. It was about to get out of control, but fortunately, the Wheel of Fortune started again at this moment. The wind and fire power that was about to get out of control calmed down in an instant. Finally, they gathered into wind blades that flew wildly around Ling Yan's body and finally formed a wind and fire shield that enveloped Ling Yan's entire body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading the wind and fire shield. The quality has been upgraded to blue. Wind and Fire Shield LV1, blue, 0/1000, a shield formed by the power of wind and fire in the form of a wind and fire blade. It significantly increases your defense while dealing rebound damage equal to 200% of your spell attack to enemies that use physical attacks. Cost, 20 mana/s. After upgrading, the Wind and Fire Shield even has an additional rebound damage, but this is normal. When the level reaches blue, the skill will have additional attribute blessings. The consumption of 20 points of magic power per second is extremely terrifying. Fortunately, now Ling Yan's magic power has not only tripled, but his magic recovery speed has also increased 5 or 6 times. Still able to endure. Then, without hesitation, he began to upgrade his wind and fire tearing drill according to the techniques of the Spiral Wind Blade. The usage technique of the wind and fire tearing drill is similar to that of the Spiral Wind Blade, but it is too simple. Now with the more refined and advanced condensation method of the Spiral Wind Blade, Ling Yan successfully upgraded the wind and fire tearing drill in just a moment. Ding! Congratulations to the player, the blue skill, Wind and Fire Tearing Drill LV3 has been enhanced. Power increased to 300% spell damage, 50% burning and tearing damage, duration, 10 seconds. 14/7000, cost, 300. However, what made Ling Yan helpless was that the level did not upgrade to purple. But the good thing is that although it has not reached purple, its power is much stronger than ordinary blue. It's not much less powerful than the purple skill. Looks like I need to find a third elemental power. I wonder if fusing 7, 8, or 10 elemental powers together can create a golden skill. Ling Yan felt a little excited when he thought about this. Then he opened his attribute table. Property table. Name, Ling Yan. Race, human. Occupation, passive plunderer, son of luck. Level, LV18, 12%. Strength, 950. Agility, 1025, asterisk 600%. Constitution, 950. Soul, 1350. Talent passive. Rebirth LV1, 0/2, there is a 0.01% chance of rebirth after death. The rebirth time is random. Fire Mastery LV6, 15/64, fire damage asterisk 600%. Wind Mastery LV6, 2/64, wind damage asterisk 600%. Speed enhancement LV6, 0/64, speed increased by 600%. Skills, wind and fire tearing drill LV3, blue, 14/7000, 50% per S, 300%, wind and fire shield LV1, blue, 12/1000, King's Blood Rage LV1, purple, 200% all attribute blessing, 0 out of 100%. Weapon, Wind Wolf King set LV15, purple, wind damage reduction, damage plus 3000, HP and mana recovery plus 30/S, rage, 0/150,000. Money, 10.124 million star coins. Ling Yan also smiled as he looked at his attribute chart, which had undergone earth-shaking changes. Now, if he meets the Wind Wolf King again, it would be easy for him to kill him. If we want to refresh the final boss of this novice village, we can only wait a year. There are 4 ultimate bosses in the novice village. If I clear all of them, I think I will have a chance to reach LV20. The most important thing is to get more passive skills. Ling Yan touched his chin. He quickly made a decision, which was to defeat the 4 major bosses first. Thinking of this, he directly collected the body of the Wind Wolf King and then walked towards the next wild area. The 4 ultimate bosses are the Wind Wolf King of the Wind Wolf Nest, the Lizard King of the Lizard Wasteland, Slime King of Slime Grassland, and the Goblin Tribe, the Goblin Priests. Among them, the most powerful is naturally the Wind Wolf King. Ling Yan went straight to the nearest Goblin Grassland. I saw goblins patrolling the entire grassland with a wooden stick in their hands. Wild Monster, Goblin. Level, LV1. Talent passive, Throwing Mastery LV1, using wood blocks and stones to throw, causing 150% throwing damage. HP, 100 out of 100. Magic, 100 out of 100. Attack power, 10. Defense, 10. Skill, Stone Throwing, use stones to attack the enemy. If hit in the vitals, it will cause bleeding effect equal to 10% of physical attack. Cost, 20. This is the strength of a level 1 goblin, slightly weaker than a fire rabbit. However, the goblins living in the goblin steppes are the wild monsters with the highest IQ in the entire novice village. In addition, they almost all live in groups, so even if they are not as dangerous as the fire rabbits, their level of danger is definitely not lower than that of the Wind Wolf's lair. So there is no newcomer yet. Ling Yan didn't care about these things. After entering the Goblin Grassland, he walked straight into the depths. After all, the deeper you go, the more goblins there are. Along the way, any goblin who saw Ling Yan was killed instantly by Ling Yan. Now, just a random sword strike from him could cause over 4,000 damage. After all, the wind attribute damage bonus of 3,000 and the strength of nearly 1,000 points are not to be underestimated. Ding! You killed a LV5 goblin. Because it's 10 levels higher than the goblins, you won't gain any experience points or star coins. Wheel of Fortune activate, successfully plundered passive, Throwing Mastery level 1. Ding! You killed a LV8 goblin. Because it's 10 levels higher than the goblins, you won't receive any experience points or star coins. Ding! You killed a LV10 goblin. Because your experience level is less than 1, you cannot gain experience points or star coins. Wheel of Fortune activate, successfully plundered passive, Throwing Mastery level 1. Although Ling Yan killed thousands of goblins along the way and even upgraded his throwing proficiency to LV2, he was helpless because his level was too high and he could not gain any experience points. But Ling Yan didn't care. Passive is nice. After all, his main target is the Goblin Priest. The Goblin Priest is different from ordinary goblins. He has an extra passive ability that Ling Yan needs. When Ling Yan reached the deepest part of the tribe, the number of goblins suddenly increased dramatically. Soon Ling Yan was overwhelmed by the dense swarm of goblins. Boom! However, when terrifying wind blades burst out from Ling Yan's body, the goblins within 1 or 2 meters around him were instantly shattered into pieces by the wind blades. Minus 10,000. Minus 9,000. Minus 8,000. Horrifying damage values burst out one after another. The wind mastery level has reached LV6, and the soul value is already 1350, so Ling Yan's wind power basic damage has reached a terrifying, around 8000. Add to that the 3000 wind damage bonus from the Wind Wolf King suit, and the total damage is 11,000. Among these goblins, even the most powerful LV10 only has 10,000 HP. It is normal to be killed instantly. When the goblins saw this scene, they were so frightened that they could only throw stones from a distance. Unfortunately, the stones that fell on Ling Yan like raindrops were crushed into slag by the flames surrounding him. Continuous burst of wind power. Mana consumption per second, 10. A prompt sound was also heard. A mere 10 points of consumption is not as fast as Ling Yan's magic recovery speed. Without hesitation, Ling Yan directly expanded the coverage of the wind blade. The wind blade circle directly covered an area of 5 meters. Continuous burst of wind power. Mana consumption per second, 35. At this time, the mana consumption rate just reached Ling Yan's recovery speed. Ling Yan also stopped expanding. Then it's time to harvest. Ling Yan smiled slightly, then stepped forward and instantly rushed towards the goblins around him. Seeing this scene, all the goblins were so scared that they fled madly. Ling Yan's current speed of over 6,000 made him turn into a gust of wind and flash rapidly around. The speed of these goblins was only 10, which was completely not on the same level. Puff, puff, puff. Wherever he went, all the goblins within 5 meters around Ling Yan were chopped into pieces. Wheel of Fortune activate, successfully plundered passive, throwing mastery level 1. Wheel of Fortune activate, successfully plundered passive, throwing mastery level 1. You get the weapon, Goblin Stick, blue. You obtain the skill, Stone Throwing, white. Wheel of Fortune activate, successfully plundered passive, throwing mastery level 1. Your throwing mastery level has been increased to LV3, 0/8. You have killed 10,000 goblins. Earn the achievement, Goblin Slayer. Goblin damage bonus, 20%, plus 20 aggro within 100 meters. As goblins died in large numbers, prompt sounds came into Ling Yan's mind. The moment he achieved success, the goblins that were fleeing within 100 meters stopped instantly, as if their minds were bewildered by something, and rushed towards Ling Yan instead. Of course, the consequence is that you will be killed instantly. Ling Yan's monster killing speed increased significantly in an instant. As he killed crazily, the Silver Wind Wolf King suit gradually absorbed the power of the dead monsters around him and began to turn blood red. But just over an hour later, all 190,000 goblins in the Goblin Steppe were killed by Ling Yan. You killed 100,000 goblins. Achievement, Goblin Slayer level increased to LV2. Attributes, Goblin damage bonus, 30%, aggro value within 300 meters plus 30. Your throwing mastery level is increased to LV7, 105/128. After slaughtering an entire goblin tribe, Ling Yan directly upgraded his throwing proficiency to the terrifying LV7. This is definitely because there are too many people. Of course, although this throwing mastery is not as powerful as the fire mastery and wind mastery, it is still quite good. Unfortunately, Ling Yan's experience value didn't even increase by 1%. After all, a highest level LV10 goblin couldn't bring Ling Yan any experience points. This is why no one will stay in the Novice village after reaching level 11 or 12. Buzz. However, at this moment, something strange happened. A grey mist suddenly floated over from afar. At the same time, a king's aura came from the fog. All the goblins in the goblin grassland within a radius of dozens of kilometers were so scared that they knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly in the direction of Ling Yan. It's finally here. Ling Yan smiled. Sure enough, the surrounding fog began to condense rapidly. An old goblin holding a black staff and wearing a black robe appeared in front of Ling Yan. And his eyes, full of wisdom, were completely different from those of ordinary goblins. Announcement, Longting Novice Village, 125-5841, the ultimate boss appears, Goblin Priest, King level. Attention everyone in this novice village, the ultimate boss disregards geographical restrictions and cannot be stopped in the safe zone. Please be careful to avoid it. Announcement, Longting Novice Village, 125-5841, the ultimate boss appears, Goblin Priest, King level. Attention everyone in this novice village, the ultimate boss disregards geographical restrictions and cannot be stopped in the safe zone. Please be careful to avoid it. Sure enough, at this moment, a series of prompt sounds came from the void and echoed over the entire novice village. Not only the novice village where Ling Yan was, but all the novice villages on Longting Star were echoing this huge announcement at this time. In an instant, hundreds of millions of newcomers on Longting Star were so shocked that they stopped fighting monsters. The Goblin Priest has also come out. What's going on? Wait, isn't this the novice village where the Wind Wolf King appeared before? Holy crap! 2 ultimate bosses appeared in a row. Is there really an SS plus super genius out there? Horrible, absolutely terrifying, the novice village boss only appears a few times in each session. Moreover, they will almost always be played out after those S+ level geniuses have reached level 12 or 13 and have a complete set of blue novice suits and blue skills. The first 3 days of the novice trial haven't even finished yet. How is it possible that 2 ultimate bosses suddenly appeared in the same novice village? SS+, definitely SS+ level, otherwise it would be impossible to lure out 2 ultimate bosses at once. In an instant, hundreds of millions of novices were excited. Anyone with a little common sense knows what this means. A genius of SS+ level. Such a genius has not appeared in the entire Longting Star for thousands of years. Such an existence is a super genius even in the entire Yenshin galaxy. Thinking of this, those S-level geniuses who have reached LV7 or even LV8 are helpless. I originally thought that I was an S-level genius and would become one of the most shining talents in the entire Longting Star. However, when such a super genius appears, their light will be extinguished. At the same time, in Longting Novice Village number 1255854, deep in the Wind Wolf's nest, a girl in white clothes, surrounded by hundreds of wind wolves, was stunned when she heard the announcement. This novice village is the novice village of High Bay number 1 Middle School. The girl waved her hand casually, and endless ice burst out from her hand. Ka. In an instant, all the surrounding wind wolves were frozen. -500. -500. -500. At the same time, continuous damage values also emerged from the heads of these wind wolves. When these wind wolves had only half of their blood left, the girl clenched her right hand into the air. Boom 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 boom. In an instant, all the wind wolves that were frozen in ice exploded. -5,000. -5,000. -5,000. In an instant, huge damage values burst out from the heads of these wind wolves. The total damage was 10,000, even a LV10 wind wolf was killed instantly. A potential SS plus professional? I never thought such a genius would appear on the tiny dragon star. What's more, he's in the same city as me. It seems we can't underestimate the geniuses in the world. When Su Miaoran thought of this, a hint of fighting spirit appeared in his eyes. According to Master, although I am only an S+ level professional now, I have 900% strength blessing. But as long as you find the corresponding material she gives, you can trigger the reincarnation mission. As long as you complete the mission, you can upgrade to SS level, and you can even continue to upgrade. When Su Miaoran thought of this, the coldness around her became even heavier. Humans? You again. However, at this moment, the Goblin Priest's face instantly turned cold when he looked at Ling Yan in front of him. Nonsense, if it's not human, then what else could it be? But Ling Yan smiled slightly. The novice village boss of this novice village has appeared several times, but has never been killed. After appearing, it will massacre the entire novice village and then disappear. Then Ling Yan opened the attribute table of the Goblin Priest in front of him. Wild Monster, Goblin Priest, King Level. Level, LV10. Talent Passive. Throwing Mastery LV6 Throwing Power increased by 600%. Poison Mastery LV3, Poison Skills gain 300% buff. HP, 300,000/300,000. Mana, 5,000/5,000. Attack, 1,500. Speed, 300. Defense, 2,000. Skill, Deadly Javelin, blue, throws the weapon with all your strength. Can burst 200% physical damage. And cause penetration. Continuous bleeding, 30%. Tarsal poison. Mist LV1, blue skill, after contact, the poison will cause 50% of the spell damage to be lost per second, lasting for 10 seconds. Cost, 500. Deadly Poison Explosion LV1, purple skill, detonates toxins all over the body, causing 500% spell damage to all beings within 100 meters. And continuously loses blood, total blood volume, 1% per s, duration, 10 seconds. Use requires health consumption, 50%, can only be used once a day. Although this goblin priest is not as powerful as the Wind Wolf King, he is definitely the most insidious. Using poison will not only cause blood loss, but also make the whole body feel uncomfortable as long as you are covered by the poison. This will greatly reduce your actions, IQ, etc. Moreover, this deadly poison explosion is quite terrifying. Once it breaks out, 500% damage is enough to kill Ling Yan instantly. The most important thing is the total blood loss. This is an incredible skill. This kind of monster that loses blood according to the total blood volume, even if it is an Emperor-level monster or even a higher-level Emperor-level monster, will lose 1% of blood per second. If it is a level 100 Emperor monster, 1% of its health would be at least tens of millions of health points. It would be even more terrifying if it were hundreds of levels. As long as the level is upgraded to the skill of losing 2% or even 5% health per second, any monster can be killed by half in seconds. Of course, to upgrade to 5%, it is estimated that it will not be achieved even if the skills are upgraded to dozens of levels. But even 1% is already very good. Old man, are you going to fight? If not, I'll attack first. Ling Yan still has some martial ethics and disdains to bully the old man. You ignorant human, since you came here to seek death, you can't blame me. After hearing Ling Yan's words, the goblin priest no longer hesitated. He growled and swung the black staff in his hand directly into the air. Buzz! In an instant, a poisonous fog filled the sky and rolled towards Ling Yan. If it comes into contact with it, 50% of the 1500 HP will be lost, which is a full 750 points of HP lost per second. Wind and Fire Shield. Ling Yan did not hesitate and immediately released the blue wind and fire shield. The endless power of wind and fire turned into countless wind blades that enveloped Ling Yan. The poisonous fog that was coming over was separated in an instant. It was impossible to touch Ling Yan at all. The goblin priest's face changed instantly when he saw this scene. As a poison mist master like him, he fears the wind and fire elements the most. And Ling Yan actually possesses both elements at the same time. Wind and fire tearing slash. Ling Yan ignored the goblin priest's grim expression and slashed his sword directly into the void. Clang! In an instant, the sound of a sword burst out. Then, a high-speed rotating wind and fire sword energy slashed down rapidly towards the goblin priest in front of him. It was so fast that it arrived in front of the goblin priest in just a moment. This move was modified by Ling Yan from the wind and fire tearing drill. While the power is the same, it is more suitable for Ling Yan. The goblin priest immediately released poisonous gas all over his body and enveloped himself. Unfortunately, the wind and fire tearing slash directly broke through the poisonous gas and fell heavily on the goblin priest. Boom boom boom. In an instant, the wind and fire tearing slash exploded directly. The goblin priest was instantly knocked back more than 10 meters. Boom boom. Finally, it hit a huge rock hard and broke it into pieces before it stopped flying backwards. Critical damage minus 52,000. HP loss minus 4,000. Minus 4,000. Minus 4,000. A series of damage values also burst out from the goblin priest's body. With just one move, he didn't even land a critical hit, but he cut off nearly 1/3 of the goblin priest's health. At this moment Ling Yan was amazed. The whole body was dressed in purple, which was really terrifying. Coupled with the blessing of the half-step purple skill, Ling Yan's attack power increased 7 or 8 times compared to before. Impossible, how is this possible? How can the human race have such powerful strength? The goblin that came out of the ruins growled at Ling Yan in disbelief. Although it is usually asleep and only aware of the passage of time when it is summoned, it has slaughtered at least tens of thousands of humans. In his eyes, humans are nothing more than ants. Although they have some strength, they cannot withstand a single blow from him. However, Ling Yan's sword cut off 1/3 of his blood, which made him panic. Covering his shoulder that was split open with a huge gap, the goblin priest looked at Ling Yan's equipment in horror. Wait, purple gear, his entire body is covered in purple gear? How is that possible? Finally, he recognized the level of the giant sword in Ling Yan's hand and the full body armor on his body. How could the human race possibly possess such equipment? Brush! However, before he could recover from his shock, Ling Yan had already rushed in front of him in an instant. A sword shrouded in the power of fire and wind slashed on the goblin priest's chest. Critical hit -24,000. A huge damage value emerged. The goblin priest was also chopped away directly. Damn it, how could it be so fast? The speed of 6,000 points left the goblin priest no room to react. Human race, even if I die, I will drag you down with me. The goblin priest growled angrily. Knowing that he might die if he didn't use his ultimate skill, he instantly activated his purple skill, Deadly Poison Explosion. Buzz! In an instant, a large amount of black mist burst out from his body. Endless fog directly enveloped the goblin priest and turned him into a black ball with a diameter of 2 meters. As the black ball became darker, the aura emanating from it became more and more terrifying. King-level boss uses purple skill, Deadly Poison Explosion, players please be careful. At this moment, a prompt sound came into Ling Yan's mind. Using a big move so soon? Ling Yan frowned. Boom! However, just as he was thinking, the huge poisonous ball exploded. The terrifying poisonous fog instantly rushed in all directions. -150,000. At the same time, a huge amount of damage erupted from the goblin priest's head. Wind and fire shield. Ling Yan did not hesitate and immediately used a defensive move to wrap himself up. Boom! The poisonous fog shock wave instantly hit Ling Yan's shield. Crack! In an instant, the shield formed by the power of wind and fire cracked instantly. You know, this poison mist skill can burst out a terrifying 500% damage, plus 1500 basic attack power and 3 times the poison mastery. This poison can unleash at least 20,000 attacks. Even Ling Yan's blue skill, Wind and Fire Shield, could only barely block it. Fortunately, the Wind and Fire Shield was upgraded to blue before, otherwise this move would be enough to kill Ling Yan directly. SHHHHH. However, Ling Yan soon discovered something was wrong. His Wind and Fire Shield was actually beginning to be dissolved by the surrounding poisonous fog. This poison is so powerful. Ling Yan couldn't help but take a breath. Then he didn't hesitate and rushed towards the goblin priest at an extremely fast speed despite the terrifying poisonous gas. Only by killing him can the poison gas dissipate. Otherwise, when his Wind and Fire Shield is corroded and shattered, only death will await Ling Yan. How is it possible that he is not dead? The goblin priest also saw Ling Yan rushing towards him and was immediately terrified. He wanted to run, but with a speed of only 300, how could he possibly be a match for Ling Yan? In just a moment, Ling Yan arrived in front of him. Wind and Fire Tearing Slash. Before the goblin priest could react, Ling Yan picked up the giant sword in his hand and chopped it down on his head. The goblin priest raised the black staff in his hand to resist. Boom! In an instant, with a deafening roar, the terrifying Wind and Fire Tearing Slash heavily hit the goblin priest's staff. Crack! With a crisp sound. The staff could not withstand the terrifying attack and was chopped off in an instant. The giant sword also fell heavily on the head of the goblin priest with an unstoppable and terrifying momentum. Puff! In an instant, the goblin priest was split into 2 halves by Ling Yan like a watermelon. Critical damage 75400. A huge damage value emerged directly from his body at this moment. Bang! Bang! Finally, with two loud thuds, the two halves of the goblin priest's body fell heavily to the ground. Looking at the goblin priest in front of him, who was much thinner than ordinary goblins, Ling Yan also breathed a sigh of relief. Don't be fooled by his dying appearance. If Ling Yan had not killed the Wind Wolf King first and made a qualitative leap in strength, it would definitely be Ling Yan who died this time. Ding! Congratulations to the player for solo killing the king-level monster, Goblin Priest LV10. You received 5 million experience points and 5 million star coins. You have killed the LV10 king-level monster, Goblin Priest alone. Do you want to announce this to the entire server? However, at this moment, a prompt sound came into Ling Yan's mind. Because Ling Yan had upgraded 3 levels before, his experience points this time dropped by half. This is because the experience value reduction of king-level monsters is not as much as that of ordinary monsters. If it is an ordinary monster, after upgrading 3 levels, the experience value will be reduced by at least 8. 5 million experience points also allowed Ling Yan's level experience points to be upgraded to 68%. As long as you kill one more, you will definitely be able to level up. However, by then, Ling Yan's level will no longer be able to increase in the novice village. No announcement. Ling Yan spoke slowly. There was naturally no need for an announcement. Of course, this time the rewards are not over yet. Discover passive, throwing mastery LV5. Plundering success rate, 0.000003%, toxin mastery LV3. Plundering success rate, 0.00001%. The Wheel of Fortune is activated, and the success rate is increased by 1 million times. Copy successful. Congratulations! You have achieved passive poison mastery level 3. 2 out of 8, throwing mastery has been upgraded to level 8, 8/256. The Wheel of Fortune is activated, the explosion rate is increased by 10,000 times. Congratulations, you have obtained the following equipment. Poison King Scepter LV10, purple. Poison King Robe LV10, purple. Poison King Necklace LV10, purple. Poison King Boots LV10, purple. Skills, Deadly Poison Explosion LV1, purple, Tarsal Poison Mist LV1, blue, Deadly Javelin LV1, blue. Items, Backpack Expansion, 100 slots, purple Essence *10, Equipment Level Scroll LV30, purple, *5. Goblin Sacrifice Soul *1. Congratulations, you killed the Goblin Priest. Achievement, Goblin Hunter, gained experience points, 1 million, upgraded to LV3. The hatred range is increased to 1000 meters. Hatred value plus 50, damage value plus 50%. Just like before, a series of prompt sounds came into Ling Yan's mind at this time. A set of Poison King suits appeared in Ling Yan's backpack space. At this time, Ling Yan's backpack has expanded to 250 slots, which can easily hold these items. The Goblin Priest's Deadly Javelin is also extremely powerful. Coupled with my current level 8 throwing mastery, it can even unleash a single attack more powerful than wind and fire tearing. When Ling Yan thought of this, he immediately touched his chin. With such a powerful force, it can definitely be used to harm someone. Then he opened the properties of the Poison King suit. Weapon, Poison King set. Level, LV10. Attributes, all attributes plus 500, poison attribute damage, damage reduction plus 2000, mana. Recovery and health recovery plus 20 per second. Effect, armor penetration plus 30% below LV30, and for every 10 levels above, the effect decreases by 10%. Skill, Poison King Domain, deals 1000 points of poison damage per second to enemies within 10 meters. Various poison attribute refinements can be used to increase poison attribute damage, up to a maximum of 10,000 points per second. The basic attributes of the Poison King suit are almost the same as those of the Wind Wolf King suit, but the only difference is skill 1. After wearing it, it can cause 1000 points of damage to the surrounding area, and the damage will increase as the poisoning effect increases. Although this skill is not as powerful as the Wind Wolf King's move that deals 100,000 damage, it is still very good. If the poison can be fully stacked, as long as he wears the clothes, Ling Yan can kill wherever he goes. Unfortunately, the 150,000 Rage Ling Yan of the Wind Wolf King suit has just been fully stacked. If you change to the Poison King suit, the rage will be cleared. Then we have to start all over again. Besides, Ling Yan only had 6 equipment level upgrade scrolls now, which was not enough to support the upgrade of 2 sets. Finally, after thinking about it, Ling Yan chose the Wind Wolf King suit. As for the Poison King suit, Ling Yan planned to get a disassembler profession and then disassemble the Poison King suit. A piece of LV10 equipment can generally produce 4 or 5 purple essences. A set of about 20. I only have 20 purple essences now. Even if I add 20 more, there will only be 40 purple essences. It takes no more than 1,000 purple essences to upgrade a LV20 purple equipment to gold. But fortunately, I have a lot of blue equipment, and now there are more than 100,000 of them in total. Most of them are LV10 equipment, and one can decompose into 4 or 5 blue essences. If all of them are decomposed, there will be about 500,000 blue essences, which is worth about 500 billion star coins. If all 500 billion star coins are used to buy purple essence, it will be enough to buy 500 of them. If I gather more, I can upgrade the Wind Wolf King sword to LV20 and strengthen it to gold. When Ling Yan thought of this, the corners of his mouth turned slightly upwards. The price of gold equipment is almost 100 times that of purple equipment of the same level. The price of a LV10 purple equipment is roughly around 10 billion star coins. The golden level 10 equipment is worth a full 1 trillion. Of course, the higher the level, the more terrifying the price. The price of LV20 purple equipment is 4 or 5 times that of LV10. And LV30 is 4 or 5 times that of LV20, and so on. Although essence can be used to strengthen, there is a failure rate in strengthening. If it fails, there is a certain probability that even the weapon will explode. It takes about 20 to 30 times to successfully upgrade from purple to gold. If the furnace explodes once, the weapon will be gone. Therefore, theoretically speaking, it is definitely more cost-effective to buy golden weapons directly than to use essence to enhance them. The reason why the price is so outrageous is that equipment above blue level is not meant for ordinary people to play with. This is also why ordinary warriors who can afford a full set of green equipment are already considered middle class. Only disciples from large families can afford purple and gold equipment, because the ancestors of the large families themselves cannot afford purple equipment of the same level. Of course, Ling Yan is different. He is extremely lucky. When the time comes, he will copy the profession of an enhancer, and with the effect of the luck roulette, the enhancement will be almost 100% successful. By then, with a full set of gold equipment and a large number of passive assists, his strength will surpass countless people. System, learn 3 skills. Ling Yan didn't hesitate and spoke directly. Boom. 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 As Ling Yan finished speaking, 3 huge streams of memory instantly emerged in his mind. These 3 memory streams are exactly how to use and learn the skills in the 3 skill books. The most powerful of them is naturally the deadly poison explosion. It consumes 50% of the blood to use the skill, so its power is naturally needless to say. The skill of deadly javelin is also very good. The main reason is that the throwing skill level is high. If Ling Yan used the Wind Wolf King's giant sword as a javelin and delivered a critical hit or even a crippling attack, he could even cause more than 200,000 damage. Next up is the Lizard Wasteland. Glancing at the time, he saw there was still a full day and night left before the 3-day Novice Village period ended. During this time, Ling Yan planned to solo the remaining 2 bosses. By that time, the monsters in the Fire Rabbit Forest and the Wind Wolf Lair will have almost been refreshed. You can also stack another passive skill. Ling Yan's idea was to stack his passive ability to the SS level standard, which is 10 times the strength of LV10 before leaving. After all, the fact that he had created 4 ultimate bosses could not be concealed. When the time comes, he should show his talent appropriately so that people will not suspect that he has any trump cards. Thinking of this, he headed straight towards the Lizard Wasteland. With his overwhelming level, equipment, and skills, Ling Yan killed 95% of the lizards in the entire Lizard Wasteland in just over an hour. Even the Lizard King, one of the 4 ultimate bosses, had just appeared when Ling Yan used the King's Blood Rage. With all attributes increased to 200%, he directly blew his head off with a fatal javelin. As an incredible damage value of -900,000 appeared, he was killed instantly. Not even a single skill was used. The level has also been upgraded to LV19. It is worth mentioning that the passive ability of this lizard clan is physical enhancement. Commonly known as strengthening physical attributes, physical health affects health, defense, and health recovery speed. The entire lizard clan has a total of over 100,000 members, which allowed Ling Yan to directly strengthen his physique to level 6. The physical attribute directly increased sixfold. This is equivalent to a sixfold increase in blood volume. Combined with Ling Yan's current physical fitness of 1000, Ling Yan's blood volume directly reaches 600,000 points. With 600,000 HP, Ling Yan's HP soared to a level that was even more terrifying than that of king-level bosses such as the Wind Wolf King. As for skills, he gained 2, a purple skill, Abyssal Bite. Although it is purple, its power is extremely terrifying. But because it requires biting people, Ling Yan didn't even learn it, and planned to sell it in the mall when the time comes. As for the other skill, it is quite good, called Earth Stomp, a blue skill. One kick could crack the ground. Of course, if it landed on a person, the effect would be extremely devastating. It is very good for showing off and killing enemies. Of course, the appearance of the Lizard King is naturally accompanied by a global announcement. And this time, everyone was shocked again. It has been more than an hour since the last Goblin Priest appeared, but I didn't expect the Lizard King to appear as well. In other words, in just over an hour, the mysterious super genius ran to the lizard wasteland and killed 90% of the lizards? Who the hell is this person? Although Ling Yan could guess all this, he ignored it. Instead, he left the lizard wasteland directly. After killing the Lizard King, Ling Yan came to the slime grassland. Slime, a jelly-like soft creature, lives in groups. However, this slime is the weakest among all monsters and is relatively close to the safe zone. Therefore, there are many students who kill monsters here. Of course, although there are many monsters in the slime prairie, there are many people who kill them. There are more than 3,000 people, and if each person kills 100 monsters, 300,000 monsters can be killed. Therefore, almost all boys will go to other places to kill stronger monsters after upgrading to LV3 by killing some low-level monsters. After all, although slimes are weak, they also give little experience points. Most of the students who stayed here were young girls. There was no other way, boys were better at violent things like killing monsters and leveling up. They can only bully ordinary monsters. This is also the reason why many people cannot reach level 10 in their entire lives. As for whether they were afraid of the Wind Wolf King, the Lizard King, and the Goblin Priest, they were certainly afraid, but where else could they run to? They could run into the Wind Wolf King wherever they hid, so they might as well just swipe the monsters here. Fortunately, Ling Yan hid his equipment, otherwise, as soon as that cool look appeared, everyone would know that Ling Yan had a set of Wind Wolf King suit. I'm afraid the fact that the Wind Wolf King was killed by him can no longer be concealed. Ling Yan suddenly felt a little tired when he came here. Although his soul power had increased to over 1,000, he still felt a little uncomfortable after 2 days of non-stop fighting. Of course, it didn't affect Ling Yan's battle at all. It seems that I need to take a good rest after the 3-day novice village assessment is over. Thinking of this, Ling Yan prepared to walk towards the depths of the slime grassland. Ha! Isn't that Ling Yan? Why is he still in the slime grassland at this hour? Suddenly, a female classmate of Ling Yan spotted Ling Yan in the crowd. And the girls who were teaming up to kill the slimes nearby all looked over. It's really Ling Yan. It seems like he just came in and disappeared. I've never seen him come here to kill monsters. He's probably hiding in the safe zone and hasn't come out yet. A grown man is so afraid of death, he's even worse than a girl. Yes, Xiaoyuan, a girl, went to the pheasant grassland to kill chickens after reaching LV4 yesterday. How can he be so timid? When the girls around saw this, they immediately spoke with disdain. Your words back and forth have already belittled Ling Yan to the point that he is not even as good as a girl. Ling Yan was extremely handsome and somewhat famous in number 7 middle school. He was often sent love letters by young girls. But I have been preparing to enter the novice village and don't want to have any romance with these girls. So I just choose to ignore any love letters. It is also because of this that some girls who cannot get the love they want begin to turn love into hate over time. They were happy to see Ling Yan having a hard time. Look, there's a level 4 slime running towards Ling Yan. Suddenly, a girl exclaimed. When the other girls saw this, they quickly looked over and saw a green jelly about half a meter tall jumping towards Ling Yan. Then a stream of green water shot directly towards Ling Yan. Seeing this scene, the girls were suddenly shocked and thought Ling Yan was dead. But the next scene made them all open their mouths in disbelief. Boom! Suddenly, terrifying flames burst out from Ling Yan's body. Laugh! In an instant, the flames spewed out by the slime and the slime itself were directly swallowed by the flames. -700. A damage that can directly kill the LV4 slime also emerged from the flames. Fire magician, Ling Yan is a fire magician? 700 damage. How is that possible? An ordinary LV10 fire mage only has 200 points of power when all intelligence is added. It's impossible for him to deal such high damage. Could it be that Ling Yan is a fire magician above A+ level? Hiss, A+ grade. Isn't this even stronger than that Zhou Tong? No wonder I haven't seen him these past few days. It turns out he went to other places to spawn monsters when he was level 1. The terrifying damage value instantly shocked these girls. Beyond words. This movement also attracted the students who were leveling up nearby. After seeing Ling Yan covered in flames, everyone opened their mouths in horror. How could they know that if Ling Yan burst out with all his strength at this moment, one skill could cause tens of thousands of damages? Even with the lucky wheel and fatal damage, it dealt a full 900,000 fatal damage. After killing the blind slime, Ling Yan continued to stride towards the depths of the slime grassland. Wherever he went, the surrounding LV1 LV4 slimes rushed over and were eventually burned to ashes by Ling Yan's flames. So strong. He looks like Ling Yan. Is that Ling Yan from class 13? I didn't expect him to be so handsome and have awakened a fire magician. This strength seems to be stronger than Zhou Tong. Nonsense. Zhou Tong only spent 3 hours killing monsters on the first day, and has been hiding in the safe zone ever since. He disappeared after the Wind Wolf King appeared yesterday. Now, it probably takes several skills to kill a level 4 slime. But even so, he's still stronger than us. Alas, why didn't I pursue Ling Yan before? If I had pursued him earlier, I would have lived a good life in the future and wouldn't have to continue to stay in the ordinary zone. You? Forget it. Even Lu Siyuan from their class tried to pursue Ling Yan but failed. The impact of this scene made all the girls' eyes shine with love and admiration. In this world, strength is respected, and a genius can become a strong person in a short period of time. Coupled with Ling Yan's handsome appearance, these girls were completely fascinated by him. However, Ling Yan was not slow and soon disappeared from everyone's sight and entered the middle section of the slime grassland. Here, those girls don't dare to chase after them. Just kidding, the lowest level of slimes here are LV5. If they come, they will only die. There are 3,000 people in their school, but there are definitely no more than 10 who can solo a level 5 slime. More than an hour later. Ding! Congratulations to the player for successfully looting the passive skill, Water Mastery Level 1. Water Mastery level increased to level 7, 0 of 128. At this moment, a prompt sound came into Ling Yan's mind. Hearing this prompt sound, Ling Yan immediately smiled. Water Mastery has finally been upgraded to LV7. There are a huge number of slimes here. Ling Yan has killed 130,000 of them so far, and has upgraded his Water Mastery to LV7. The mastery of water allows one to control the power of water. Ling Yan tried to merge it with the power of wind and fire, but unfortunately, it seemed that the attributes resisted each other. After the fusion, the power of wind and fire tearing slash was reduced. It seems that we still need to integrate some elements of attack attributes. Guji guji. However, at this moment, the water in the surrounding puddles suddenly began to surge wildly. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently. Then the earth began to sink. The area within a 1-kilometer radius instantly turned into a lake. Ling Yan did not escape, but the water power surged through his body and he stood on the water in an instant. This movement is no weaker than those of the Wind Wolf King. Ling Yan raised his eyebrows when he saw this scene. Guji guji. Suddenly, the water under my feet began to surge wildly. Then a huge lump of red jelly with a diameter of 5 or 6 meters slowly rose from the lake. Announcement: Longting Novice Village, 125-5841, the ultimate boss appears, Slime King, King level. Attention everyone in this novice village, the ultimate boss disregards geographical restrictions and cannot be stopped in the safe zone. Please be careful to avoid it. However, at this moment, another global announcement broke out. Boom! In an instant, hundreds of millions of newcomers on Longting Star were all excited. Again? The 4 major bosses of the novice village have all been lured out. Could it be that this super genius is going to drag everyone in the novice village down with him? What exactly does this person want to do? Is he trying to make the 4 big bosses fight each other? It's possible. Rumor has it that the 4 ultimate bosses will sense each other when they appear. If they start fighting, and we sit back and reap the benefits, wouldn't it be a big success? Fuck, how about we give it a try later? You're asking for nothing. Even if you want to reap the benefits, you need to be strong enough. If the final boss appears and you don't get attacked, he will be wiped out within a day. Who do you think could defeat all 4 major bosses in one day? Besides this potential SS plus genius, no, he might have already reached SSS-. That seems to be the case. It seems the gap between geniuses and ordinary people will only get bigger and bigger. Even taking shortcuts is only allowed for geniuses. Countless discussions began to echo among the hundreds of thousands of novice villages across the entire Longting Star. After all, Ling Yan's record is really terrifying. It took 3 days to get rid of the 4 ultimate bosses. If this really helps the fishermen to gain benefits, it will definitely give inspiration to countless geniuses, and they will find out that the boss can be killed in this way. Of course, to achieve this, one must be a genius at least at SS level or above. You also have to stay in the novice village until your level reaches at least LV15, and with all the purple equipment and purple skills, you will be able to lure out all 4 bosses. And it's just a possibility. After all, the biggest difficulty in bringing out the 4 ultimate bosses is not in completely slaughtering the wild area but in luck. If you are unlucky, you may not be able to get a boss even if you kill them dozens of times, let alone all 4 bosses. At the same time, in the middle of the lake in the slime grassland, Ling Yan and the Slime King are fighting at a rapid speed. King Slime has 2 skills, one of which is purple, deep-sea heavy water. It can turn the surrounding water into heavy ion water, causing tons of horrific damage to the enemy. At the same time, this water can penetrate into the body and corrode the body from the inside out. However, the requirement for use is 10,000 points of blue. Therefore, King Slime did not use it directly. Even a being of King Slime's level can only use this skill twice. Instead, use the second blue skill, Endless Water Arrow. This skill is an upgraded version of the ordinary slime water column, which can shoot out countless powerful water arrows from the lake surface below. Each water arrow can cause considerable damage. If used to attack a huge boss or high-level wild monster, the damage can be even more terrifying than Ling Yan's Wind Wolf King's Fury when it is fully stacked. However, the power of a single water arrow is not strong. Even the defense of Ling Yan's Wind and Fire Shield could not be broken. After only a few moves, the Slime King's health was less than 100,000. Wind and Fire Tearing Slash. With a loud shout, Ling Yan instantly appeared above the Slime King's head. The huge sword in his hand also slashed down directly and fiercely. Boom! In an instant, the terrifying force directly fell on the huge body of the Slime King. A huge crack appeared on the Slime King's body. Critical damage minus 52,000. There is also a huge damage value that appears at the same time. Roar! A painful roar erupted from the huge slime's body. At this moment, King Slime's health was reduced to less than 20%. Buzz. The next moment, the Slime King, which was covered in red jelly, began to turn deep red. Not only his body, but even the lake water beneath his feet began to change color rapidly, eventually turning into pure black. Warning, Slime King uses his skill, Deep Sea Heavy Water, please be careful. The system prompt sound also came. Release, the wrath of the Wind Wolf King. When Ling Yan saw this scene, he did not hesitate and directly released his ultimate move. After all, this is a purple skill. Even though he is very powerful, he doesn't want to be careless, because if he fails, he will be dead. Roar! Suddenly, a terrifying wolf howl erupted from Ling Yan's Wind Wolf King suit. The Wind Wolf King suit, which had turned blood red due to absorbing so much anger, instantly erupted with endless red blood mist. The blood mist instantly formed a blood-red giant wolf around Ling Yan, which was 5 meters tall and 8 or 9 meters long. Roar! Then, with an angry roar, the blood-red giant wolf rushed directly towards the Slime King. Boom boom boom! In an instant, the huge blood-red wolf slammed into the Slime King and exploded. The terrifying force directly blew the black Slime King into pieces. Minus 148,000. A huge damage value burst out directly from the sky above the fragments of the Slime King. From then on, the Slime King died completely. Ding! Congratulations to the player for solo killing the king-level monster, Slime King LV10. You received 3 million experience points, plus 3 million star coins. You have killed the LV10 King monster, Slime King alone. Do you want to announce this to all servers? No announcement. Ling Yan spoke slowly. Discover passive, Water Mastery LV3. Plunder success rate, 0.00001%. The Wheel of Fortune is activated, and the success rate is increased by 1 million times. Copy successful. Congratulations! Your passive Water Mastery has been upgraded to LV7, 33/128. The Wheel of Fortune is activated, the explosion rate is increased by 10,000 times. Congratulations, you have obtained the following equipment. King Slime Set, purple. Skills, Deep Sea Heavy Water LV1, purple, Endless Water Arrow LV1, blue. Items, Backpack Expansion, 100 slots, purple Essence *10, Equipment Level Scroll LV30, purple, *5. Slime King Remnant Soul *1. Congratulations, you killed the Slime King. Achievement, Slime Hunter, experience points gained, 1 million, upgraded to LV3. The hatred range is increased to 1000 meters. Hatred value plus 50, damage value plus 50%. Just like before, a series of prompts appeared before my eyes. The effect of the Slime King suit is Water Realm. It can double the water power within a radius of 100 meters, and increase the strength of the water power by twice the combat effectiveness in a short period of time. It is also extremely powerful. If used well, the power is definitely not bad. However, in normal times, the Wind Wolf King suit is still more practical. Ling Yan directly learned 2 skills and then opened his attribute table. Property table. Name, Ling Yan. Race, human. Occupation, passive plunderer, son of luck. Level, LV19, 33%. Strength, 960. Agility, 1035, *600%, 0/64. Constitution, 960, *600%, 0/64. Soul, 1460. Talent passive. Rebirth LV1, 0/2, there is a 0.01% chance of rebirth after death. The rebirth time is random. Fire Mastery LV6, 15/64, fire damage *600%. Wind Mastery LV6, 2/64, wind damage *600%. Water Mastery LV7, 33/128, water damage *700%. Toxin Mastery LV3, 0/8, water damage *300%. Throwing Mastery LV8, 8/256, throwing damage *800%. Skills: King Blood Rage LV1 asterisk, purple, 200% all attribute blessing, 0 out of 100, deep sea heavy water, purple, 500% heavy water damage, plus 60% penetration damage per second. Fatal poison explosion, purple, 500% poison damage, and 1% health loss per second. Weapon: Wind Wolf King Set LV15, purple, wind damage reduction, damage plus 3000, HP and mana recovery plus 30/S, rage, 0/150,000. Money, 24.124 million star coins. With the demise of the 4 ultimate bosses, Ling Yan's attribute table also underwent a qualitative change. With 7 or 8 passive abilities, Ling Yan's strength has been greatly improved. The 4 major attributes are strength enhancement, speed enhancement, physical enhancement, and soul enhancement. However, soul strengthening and elemental strengthening overlap. In other words, passive skills such as water mastery and toxin mastery can be collectively referred to as soul strengthening. Now all I need is a power boost. It's a pity that there is no strength-enhanced wild monster in the Novice village. I can only reclear the Fire Rabbit grassland, Wind Wolf Nest and other places. By then, my passive skill level should be able to reach LV7. Thinking of this, Ling Yan did not hesitate and walked directly towards the original Fire Rabbit grassland. Ling Yan had refreshed the Fire Rabbit grassland more than a day ago, so all the fire rabbits have been refreshed now. Ling Yan did not hesitate and continued to brush. 5 hours later, Ling Yan had cleared all 4 ultimate boss areas again. As expected, all passive abilities were upgraded to LV7. Among them, the throwing mastery has reached LV9, and the water mastery has reached LV8. It can be said that Ling Yan's strength has improved a lot. Next is the other wild monster areas. Ling Yan's eyes flashed slightly, and then he looked directly at the remaining wild monster areas on the map. After all, the Novice village has been in place for 3 full days, and there are still 15 hours left. It is also the easiest to kill the wild monsters here. Besides, there are some monsters with good passive abilities in these monster areas. Scorpion Desert. Located at the end of the Novice village. The wild monsters living here are called poisonous scorpions, which are poisonous monsters. Ling Yan came here, of course, to improve his poison proficiency. 1 hour later. As more than 100,000 poisonous scorpions were burned to ashes by Ling Yan. Ling Yan's poison mastery has also been upgraded to LV7. In the next 10 hours, Ling Yan cleared 9 wild monster areas. Among them, the speed enhancement, fire mastery, and physical enhancement levels have been increased to LV8. The water mastery had even been upgraded to LV9. This was the level of an S+ professional, and as long as it reached LV10, it would reach the level of an SS level super genius. However, Ling Yan still cannot get all 512 passive skills for the time being. Not only that, Ling Yan also gained 3 new passive abilities. Earth Mastery LV8 can manipulate the power of the earth to attack, and the power of earth-based skills is enhanced by 800%. Ling Yan burst out from the Earth Silkworm grassland and the Earth Lizard's territory. The power is pretty good. Armor of Thorns LV8, when attacked, there is a 40% chance of causing 40% rebound damage to the enemy. This skill is interesting. 40% is almost 100% for Ling Yan. Of course, this doesn't mean that Ling Yan is 100% immune to all damage. He will still suffer damage. It's just that enemies will also cause 40% damage. This passive skill is definitely not as effective as Earth Mastery in terms of practical effects. Therefore, the LV1 Thorn armor may be only D or even E in the professional level ranking. However, if this level can be raised to LV10, the power will still be considerable. At least if someone attacks you, your rebound damage can kill the opponent. As for the last passive skill, it is Returning Light Attack LV8. When the HP is lower than 10%, it can burst out a hit of all attributes asterisk 400%. This passive skill is very powerful. Of course, the original level 1 return attack on wild monsters can only increase the attack power by 50%. However, after upgrading to LV8, the power becomes terrifying. I have to say, high-level passives are awesome. However, although this passive skill is an all-attribute attack bonus, the prerequisite is that the health volume is less than 10%. Although Ling Yan has a high health volume, if it loses 90%, it is also extremely dangerous and he can easily be killed by a sneak attack. Therefore, it is better not to use Ling Yan's passive skill unless absolutely necessary. After all, if you are killed instantly, who knows whether your luck can successfully allow you to be reborn? If it fails to start, I'll be dead. Attention, the 3-day trial period for all new players has expired. In 10 seconds, you will be forcibly sent out of the Novice village. All new players, please be prepared. At this moment, a loud voice was heard from the sky, and Ling Yan raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard the prompt sound. 3 days, is it finally here? It really would by so fast. Ling Yan looked at his passive ability with some emotion. At this time, Ling Yan's passive ability had reached more than 10. Almost every one of them is level 8. To reach LV8, you need at least 200 passive skills. This is equivalent to Ling Yan having stacked more than 2,000 layers of passive. If we calculate based on the fact that a passive guarantee requires killing about 800 wild monsters, Ling Yan has killed almost 1.6 million wild monsters. This number is a bit scary to think about. Next time you come in, you don't need to go to the Novice village, you can go directly to the Apocalypse continent. When Ling Yan thought of this, his eyes became deep. The Novice village is always just a transition. The real battlefield is still in the Apocalypse continent. After all, the monsters in the Novice village add up to about 4 or 5 million, and most of them have low-level passive abilities that are useless. Some don't even have a passive. After arriving at the Apocalypse continent, there were countless monsters waiting for Ling Yan to kill in any wild area. Buzz! Just as Ling Yan was thinking, thousands of streams of light bloomed in the sky. The stream of light instantly enveloped all the players in the Novice village. The next moment, all the players disappeared from their original positions. Above the Apocalypse Square of the 7th Middle School, the principal and a group of teachers looked expectantly at the space crack in the center of the square. Everyone, do you think our school will have a B-level professional this year? A swordsman holding a large sword said to the teacher beside him with some anticipation. It's hard to say. Our school just produced a B+ grade genius 2 years ago. If we produce another B this year, our school will be ranked in the top 30 in the city. Alas, back then, our number 7 middle school was at least one of the top 10 schools in the city. If the student pool hadn't been reduced to only 1/10 of what it once was, why would it take us several years to produce a single B-? Nonsense. If the school hadn't declined, would ordinary professionals like us, at level 20 or 30, be able to come in and become teachers? As the swordsman's words came out, all the teachers around started discussing it. B-level, although it is the entry level for elemental professionals, it is also a profession that countless ordinary people dream of. The lowest professional level reached E-level. Of course, even the lowest level E-level had many advantages compared to students without a career. The 7th middle school has about 3,000 to 4,000 students every year. If the probability of awakening a profession is 1 in 10, there will usually be 300 to 400 professionals. 90% of them are E-level, and only 20 or 30 can reach D-level. Among them, there are only 2 or 3 C-level ones. Of course, every few years, a B-level genius emerges. As for grade A, that is even more impossible. In the entire Beihai city, there are more than 1 million students every year. There are more than 700 middle schools. But with so many people, only 2 or 3 A-level geniuses emerge each year, and they are A. An A-level student will only appear every 7, 8, or 10 years. As for A+, there is only one in decades. Therefore, you can imagine how angry the principal was when he heard that Zhou Tong had awakened the Paladin of Light but had not even passed the 3-day trial period. He was so angry that he was sent straight to the ICU. Even with the terrifying medical technology of this era, it took him 10 days to wake up. Buzz. However, at this moment, bursts of light suddenly came from the Apocalypse crack. Everyone looked over quickly. Moment. In an instant, amidst streams of light, the figures of more than 2,000 students appeared in front of all the instructors. Finally out. These first 3 days of trials were truly unbearable. But I've reached level 5, and with full strength, I feel like I can kill a cow now. That's right, I'm the same. It's a pity that the 4 ultimate bosses appeared, otherwise I could continue to level up. Luckily I didn't encounter the boss, otherwise I wouldn't be able to come back. I haven't encountered them either. Speaking of which, apart from announcements, I haven't heard of anyone seeing the 4 big bosses. More than 2,000 students just came out and immediately started discussing excitedly. Jotong also saw Ling Yan in the crowd. Jotong's mouth twitched when he saw Ling Yan wearing all the novice equipment. This classmate is really low-key. He even had the full set of fire rabbit suit before, but now he's just wearing the novice outfit. Jotong was speechless. Quiet down. At this moment, the principal and others spoke directly after listening to the noisy students who were talking about something. In an instant, the entire square fell silent. The principal and tutors were relieved to see that there were still more than 2,000 students alive. Although 700 or 800 people died, the mortality rate is already low. As for the student discussion. However, when he and the instructors around him began to look at the levels of these students, they all frowned. Most of these students are at level 3 or 4, with only a few at level 5. What's going on? The average level is a full level lower than in previous years. The principal was a little angry. Could it be that all his students were afraid of death? Although cherishing life is a good thing, in this era, if you cherish life too much, you are destined to achieve nothing in your life. However, thinking that these students had just returned from the brink of life and death, he didn't know what to say. Welcome back, fellow students. Now, all awakened professions, step out. The principal spoke slowly. As soon as he said this, all the young men and women who had awakened their professions walked out of the crowd with pride. As professionals, their future lives can be said to be completely different from those of ordinary people. Of course, the premise is that you can survive. There are more than 300 of them. Not bad, not bad. Seeing that there were more than 300 professionals alive, the principal finally smiled. Are there any B-rank professionals? If so, please step out. Then, the principal spoke with some anticipation. He is also a B+ level professional and a fire magician. If you have LV2, you will be proficient in fire. Back then, he single-handedly brought the 7th middle school to 7th place in the city. Unfortunately, because he received a reincarnation mission more than 20 years ago, he originally thought it was a turning point in his destiny. However, who would have known that because of that mission, his realm was locked at LV49 and he could no longer improve. As time passed, number 7 middle school declined to this point. Therefore, he knew clearly that even the weakest B-level professional could achieve his own achievements in the future as long as he did not follow his old path. Unfortunately, no one stepped forward after hearing the principal's words. After all, there really are no B-level professionals. After hearing his words, more than 2,000 students subconsciously glanced at Jotong. Of course, some female students who had witnessed Ling Yan's powerful strength also looked at Ling Yan. Jotong, the Paladin of Light, is naturally an A-level profession. As for Ling Yan, those who have not seen his strength do not know how powerful he is. Those who have seen it will never think that Ling Yan is only A-level. He is a super genius who can directly defeat the 4 ultimate bosses. Sure enough, there isn't one. Seeing this scene, the principal was helpless. It seems that the attempt to rank in the top 30 has failed again. C and D class players, step out. Helpless, the principal could only continue speaking. Then more than 40 students stood up. Among them, there are 5 C-level professionals. And their levels have reached LV6 or above. Seeing this number, the principal smiled again. Very good. Although the average level of your class is a bit low, as long as you work hard in the future, you can still catch up. Others don't need to be discouraged. Although you don't have a profession, as long as your level is high enough in the future, you can easily crush the strong ones with high-level professions. In this world, rank is still the most important thing, and occupation is secondary. The principal smiled and encouraged those present. In an instant, the eyes of those unemployed students lit up, and a hint of excitement appeared in their eyes. Yes, although talent is not good, then it depends on level. As long as the level gap is big enough, even those without a profession can still crush SSS professionals. Unfortunately, the instructors around sighed helplessly when they saw this scene. They were once so naive. It was not until later that they realized how difficult it was to upgrade their profession with a low level. What's more, these ordinary people have no jobs. For ordinary people without a profession, no matter how powerful their combat skills are, it is difficult to make up for the attribute gap. It's not easy to kill monsters of the same level, not to mention killing enemies of higher levels. Unable to kill enemies above your level, your strength improvement will naturally be slow. Therefore, 99% of non-professionals cannot exceed LV 30. Because the strength of wild monsters above level 30 will be significantly improved. Level 100 is just the average level of A-level professionals. Everyone who reaches LV 5 or above, or whose professional level reaches C, will be rewarded with 10,000 star coins. The reward for reaching D-level profession is 1,000 star coins. Go to the dean to claim it later. After receiving it, go home and have a rest. Before the college entrance examination, all courses are cancelled, so work hard to level up. As long as you reach LV 10 during the college entrance examination, you will receive a guaranteed reward of 10,000 star coins. If you can reach LV 15 and be admitted to a key university, you will receive a reward of 1 million star coins. The higher the level, the greater the rewards. The principal spoke seriously to the students present. Although the rewards for reaching LV 15 are high, it is very difficult to reach it without a B-level profession. Even though the highest level has reached LV 6 in the past 3 days, it would be a good thing if they could reach LV 11 in the next month. After saying that, he prepared to leave. Seeing this scene, Zhou Tong and the crowd could no longer sit still. Principal, a B-level profession has a reward of 100,000 star coins, but what about an A-level profession? Zhou Tong walked out from the crowd with an arrogant look on his face. As soon as he said this, the principal and other instructors all looked at him in confusion. Boom! However, the next moment, a dazzling light burst out from Zhou Tong's body. In an instant, all the instructors, including the principal, widened their eyes in disbelief. An elemental professional. Or a light professional. This is Zhou Tong, a student in my class. Holy shit, this kid has become successful. Hiss. Elementalists, the lowest level is B rank. It can't be just B dash, didn't he say it was a dash? At this moment, all the instructors were excited. They knew what an A-level professional meant. It meant that their school would at least be in the top 5 in this year's assessment. Their bonuses are definitely not low. Classmate, can you show us your passive level? The principal also came over excitedly. Sure. Zhou Tong spoke with a smile, and then he revealed his LV3 Light Mastery and the job name of the Paladin of Light. Boom! In an instant, the principal and all the tutors were shocked. A rank, ha ha ha, it really is an A-rank Paladin of Light. The principal immediately burst into laughter excitedly. Boy, why didn't you stand up just now? Zhou Tong's mentor also came out and started scolding the boy. The principal only asked about the B level, not the A level. Why should I stand up? When Zhou Tong heard this, he immediately spoke arrogantly. As soon as he said this, everyone around him twitched their lips. Even Ling Yan felt emotional. Wow, this guy is pretty good at pretending. If this guy hadn't died long ago in the previous life, I'm afraid he would have pretended for several years. That's right, it was my mistake. If that's the case, are there any other A-level professionals among you? The principal smiled helplessly, then quickly spoke again to all the students around him. But after he said this, no one answered. The result was as expected. Having Zhou Tong was a blessing for the 7th middle school. How could there be a second one? But the principal's words made Zhou Tong's heart jump. Sure enough, Ling Yan's talent was more than A-level. Yes, it is possible that he is the super genius who summoned the 4 ultimate bosses. How could he be A-level? In his opinion, it should be at least S+ level or even SS level, right? Wait, Jotong, why are you only at level 2? However, the principal suddenly frowned and realized something was wrong. As long as an A-level professional works hard, he can definitely upgrade to LV7 or above within 3 days. Even if you play casually every day, it is impossible for you to be only LV2. Isn't it enough to have hands for LV2? As soon as these words came out, Jotong's arrogant face froze instantly. He couldn't possibly say that he was scared by the fire rabbit and had been hiding in the safe zone, right? When the students around heard this, they all laughed. They would see Jotong every time they returned to the safe zone. At first they thought he was going back to rest. However, as time went by and their level surpassed Jotong, they discovered that this kid had not gained any experience points in 3 whole days. Love is like hiding in a safe zone because you are afraid of death. Principal, I did that for a reason. Our novice village has an ultimate boss. If you run around randomly, you could die at any time. So I didn't go out to level up. Jotong quickly found an excuse for himself. What? The ultimate boss. As soon as he said this, the principal and all the tutors widened their eyes in disbelief. However, at this moment, something strange happened. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying roar erupted from the sky. The news spread throughout Haibei City in an instant. The familiar roar of the engine made everyone in Haibei City look up at the sky in confusion. Even the principal and others who were frightened by the words ultimate boss subconsciously raised their heads. However, this one glance made everyone gasp. However, at this moment, a huge spaceship several kilometers long was slowly descending from the sky. A 5-clawed golden dragon is carved on the spacecraft. This majestic and domineering shape instantly made everyone in Haibei City exclaim in surprise. It's the spaceship from Longting University. If it's really the spaceship of Longting University, then it seems that the person coming should be a teacher of Longting University, right? What's going on? Why would a mentor from Longting University come to our Haibei City? Could it be that a super genius has emerged in our Haibei City, and Longting University is recruiting students? For a moment, everyone was confused. Longting University is the top university in the entire Longting Star. And his principal is none other than the strongest person on Longting Star, the Star Lord, Longting. All the instructors at Longting University are super powerful people above level 150. Of course, Longting University's admissions are extremely strict. Only 1,000 students are admitted each year, and only 1,000 are selected from hundreds of millions of people. Each one of them is a child of destiny. The minimum occupation level is A or above. Of course, no school will directly limit the professional level, because doing so is equivalent to telling ordinary people that you don't need to work hard. After all, it is impossible to get into a good school even if you work hard. So there is only one restriction, and that is the level. Only those who reach LV25 before the college entrance examination will be eligible to take the Longting University examination. Reaching level 25 in a month. This is extremely difficult. Generally speaking, only geniuses above A level who also possess the ability to cause massive destruction can do this. Therefore, if you want to enter Longting University, you still have to compete with your professional level. Even the children of a big family need to have a high professional level. Otherwise, it is impossible to upgrade to LV25 just by relying on equipment and skills. As for finding someone to practice with, that's even more impossible. Not only will sparring make leveling slower due to insufficient output and reduced experience points, but it will also affect the drop rate. Generally, people will only choose to form a team when the next person cannot complete the dungeon. Before the college entrance examination even started, instructors from Longting University came to recruit students. Their professional level had to be at least S level. Every year, there are only a few people who receive this kind of treatment. And now, such a person actually appeared in their Haibei City, which was simply unbelievable. Soon, the huge spaceship was quietly hovering 1 kilometer above the sky of Haibei City. Crack! The next moment, as the hatch slowly opened, a royal sister in a fiery red robe stepped directly and flew rapidly down to the ground. Flying, a standard skill for a level 80 elemental magician. She looks to be in her early 20s, right? Hiss, so young and already level 80, could this gentleman be Sikong Shuayun? So young, in the entire Longting Star, besides Longting University's new instructor, Sikong Shuayun, an S+ flame ability user, who else can possess such a powerful talent? And she's not level 80, she's level 99. Rumor has it that this genius recently accepted a reincarnation mission. If it succeeds, she will be able to advance to SS level. At that time, even SS level talents may be able to be admitted to the Flame God Academy. The moment they saw this figure, some knowledgeable and powerful professionals in Haibei City instantly guessed the other party's identity. Sikong Shuayun is known as the most powerful genius in the entire Longting Star in decades. He became a household name when he was admitted to Longting University 10 years ago. In addition, since they are all extremely beautiful, it is natural that almost everyone can tell some gossip. They are both fire magicians, but this one is truly powerful. Zhang Yun said with emotion and envy. Wait! Why is she flying towards our school? Suddenly, the principal's expression changed. The direction Sikong Shuayun was flying was indeed their school. Boom! Before he could say anything more, as a burst of terrifying flames descended, Sikong Shuayun's figure had already landed above the square. That terrifying aura instantly crushed the entire 7th middle school. However, Ling Yan looked at Sikong Shuayun with a hint of surprise on his face. I didn't expect it to be her? Ling Yan raised his eyebrows. He could naturally guess the other party's purpose of coming here. He summoned the 4 ultimate bosses himself and announced it to the world. Now, let alone Longting Star, I'm afraid even other planets know about this. Even Longting University would never let go of such a genius. However, Ling Yan did know Sikong Shuayun. To be more precise, he knew her in his previous life. After all, Ling Yan's status in the first 2 years after his career awakening was so high that even the Star Lord had to be polite to him. And this Sikong Shuayun was one of the bodyguards that the Star Lord found for Ling Yan in the beginning. Sikong Shuayun's level has reached 99. Unfortunately, because I accepted a reincarnation mission, my level cannot be increased, but the mission cannot be completed. The end result was that more than 10 years later, Ling Yan never heard of her successful advancement until his death. Like Ling Yan, a genius of his generation fell. But she was better off, at least she reached level 99, while Ling Yan had only reached level 60 before his death. Buzz! As Sikong Shuayun slowly landed in front of the principal and others, the temperature within a radius of more than 10 kilometers began to rise rapidly. This is the horror of a level 99, S+ fire magician. The more than 2,000 students in the audience were so excited when they saw Sikong Shuayun that their eyes lit up with admiration. This is the number 1 genius among the younger generation of their Longting Star. And so beautiful. You are Zhang Yun, the principal of Haibei No. 7 Middle School, right? Seeing the principal, Sikong Shuayun, who had long hair like flames, slowly spoke. Yes, I am Zhang Yun. I am sorry for not welcoming you, my mentor, in person. The principal hurried over and spoke respectfully. The 99th grade tutor of Longting University, even if the mayor of Haibei City came, he would have to show some courtesy to him, let alone him. I've come here on orders from the Star Lord to investigate the appearance of the ultimate boss in the Novice village guarded by your 7th middle school. Do you know who summoned the 4 ultimate bosses? Sikong Shuayun also calmly stated his purpose. What? The 4 ultimate bosses all appeared in our school's Novice village? What's going on? When the principal heard this, he exclaimed in disbelief. Not only him, but all the instructors around him widened their eyes in horror when they heard this. The boss of the Novice village will appear less than 10 times during the Novice period of Longting Star students every year, and it has never appeared during the 3-day assessment period. Although Zhou Tong had just said that the ultimate boss had appeared, they were interrupted by the sudden appearance of a spaceship before they had time to react. Now Sikong Shuayun actually said that all 4 ultimate bosses appeared in the novice village at once. How is this possible? You don't know about this? Such a big thing, and you, as school leaders, don't know anything? Sikong Shuayun didn't even frown when he heard the principal's words. As soon as these words came out, the principal broke out in a sweat. We really didn't know. It's my fault. I hope you will punish me. The principal quickly apologized in horror. As the principal, he didn't even know about such a serious matter. If the matter is investigated, he will no longer be the principal. I guess you guys never thought something like this would happen. Forget about the dereliction of duty. Fortunately, Sikong Shuayun did not pursue the matter. After all, in such a small school in a remote city, who would have thought that there would be 4 ultimate bosses? Then her fiery eyes swept over the more than 2,000 students below. Start looking at the levels and attributes of these students one by one. If these 4 ultimate bosses are really artificially created, it can be seen from their levels. It seems that even if I don't want to be high profile, I can't do it anymore. Ling Yan was helpless. But it was all within his expectations. Since Longting University has invited Sikong Shuayun to come, there is no need for Ling Yan to hide. Then Ling Yan walked out of the crowd in one step. No need to look. It's me. Ling Yan spoke slowly. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as he said this, all the students and teachers present looked towards Ling Yan. Ling Yan. What nonsense are you talking about? Aren't you an E-level professional? Is this something you can joke about? Ling Yan's head teacher, Old Wu, saw Ling Yan stand up at this time and quickly scolded him. He was afraid that he would accidentally anger a super powerful person like Sikong Shuayun. I didn't say I was E-rank. According to the normal classification of my profession, I should be S+. The principal asked twice and only asked about those below A level and didn't ask about S level. Ling Yan spoke helplessly. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was speechless, especially Zhou Tong. Fuck, isn't this my line? How did it get snatched away? Zhou Tong felt a little upset. Moreover, when Ling Yan said it, he was obviously much more Versailles than himself. But the next moment, the principal and all the tutors were excited. S+ level profession. Although they didn't believe that such a genius would appear in the small number 7 middle school, they knew that Ling Yan would not joke at this time. This young man seems to possess a firepower that is no less powerful than mine. Sikong Shuayun on the side frowned and looked at Ling Yan. Could it be that Ling Yan is also a fire magician? However, Ling Yan's statement that he only had an S+ professional level made Sikong Shuayun somewhat confused. Does a fire magician of this level have the ability to summon the 4 ultimate bosses? Isn't his level low? Sikong Shuayun immediately remembered this. Then she directly used the identification technique. Level 19. How is that possible? Sikong Shuayun couldn't help but exclaimed when he saw the level. Even I had only reached level 11 at the end of the 3-day trial period. You know, the attributes of LV19 are definitely more than twice that of level 11. If an S+ level professional has a level of LV19, his strength is indeed comparable to that of an ordinary SS+ professional at LV11. After all, an S+ level professional has a strength bonus of 900%, while an SS+ has a strength bonus of 18 times. It is exactly twice the basic strength blessing. Her words shocked everyone present. Level 19? How is that possible? How did you reach level 11 in just 3 days? Hiss. He's already reached level 19 after just 3 days of trials. Could it be that this student really summoned the 4 ultimate bosses? Even Master Sikong Shuayun said it, so it must be true. LV19. I remember the highest record on our Dragon Star was only LV13, right? After all, you can't go to the Apocalypse continent during the 3-day novice period. At this moment, everyone was shocked. You should know that reaching LV19 in the novice village is at least 100 times more difficult than reaching LV14. Perhaps only the legendary SSS level strongmen can reach this level in the novice village? After all, when you reach a higher level, you can hardly gain any experience points by killing LV-10 monsters. Unless Ling Yan kills all the wild monsters in the entire novice village. In addition. But didn't Ling Yan say that he only had an S+ profession? How is it possible to reach this level in 3 days? Hey classmate, are you really just an S+ class? Would you mind showing me a screenshot of your passive skill? Sikong Shuayun suppressed the shock in her heart and quickly spoke to Ling Yan. That's not impossible. Ling Yan nodded slightly, and then directly posted a screenshot of part of his attribute table. Passive. Fire Mastery LV8, Fire Damage * 800%. Wind Mastery LV8, Wind Damage * 800%. Water Mastery LV9, Water Damage * 900%. Earth Mastery LV8, Earth Damage * 800%. Ling Yan directly took screenshots of all the elemental proficiency. Seeing that the lowest of the 4 was LV8 passive, all the school leaders present widened their eyes in disbelief. Holy crap! For elemental magicians! How is this possible? Among 10,000 elemental professionals, there will only be one dual element professional. Legend has it that the more elements there are, the greater the power that can be unleashed. The combat power that an ordinary LV1 dual element user can unleash is comparable to that of a LV2-1. If it is LV8, it is probably comparable to that of an ordinary LV10 SS level elemental user, right? Is there such a thing? What if Ling Yan possesses 4 elements? One of them is even at level 9. Wouldn't that make him even more powerful? In an instant, everyone present exclaimed in surprise. Only Sikong Shuayun was a little confused. Is the highest level really only LV9? But at LV9, even if a professional possesses 4 elements, the combat power that can be unleashed is at most comparable to that of an ordinary SS level. Unless he has a blue group attack skill. Otherwise, it would be impossible to wipe out more than 95% of the monsters in the jungle in such a short period of time and summon the 4 ultimate bosses. Sikong Shuayun analyzed it and roughly guessed the whole story. But is the blue skill so easy to obtain? But everyone has their own secrets. Since Ling Yan didn't say anything, she didn't dare to ask. In addition, obtaining blue group attack skills is much easier than awakening 4 professions at the same time. My dear classmate, I came here this time on the orders of the Star Lord to find out the reason why the 4 ultimate bosses appeared. Now that I know the reason, there are 2 things I would like to discuss with you. Sikong Shuayun looked at Ling Yan and spoke seriously. Ling Yan's talent is definitely above hers. As long as he is trained well, he will soon catch up with her. Therefore, her attitude naturally improved a lot. As soon as she said this, the principal and others were also excited. 2 things? One of them must be wanting Ling Yan to join his Longting University. After all, it is no big deal to say that such a genius is rare in Longting Star in 100 years. Longting University will definitely use a lot of resources to attract Ling Yan to join. As for what the second thing is, they don't know, but it is definitely a good thing. Which 2 things? Just tell me. Ling Yan said with some curiosity. The first thing I want to say is that on behalf of Longting University, I hope that you will join. According to your talent, you can enjoy the rewards of at least SS-. The rewards include, you can choose any gold suit within level 50. Moreover, as long as you recycle the old suit, you can choose a higher level suit. If you reach level 50 or above, you can get a purple suit. This continues until level 100. In addition, you can choose any purple skill worth less than 1 trillion in the Apocalypse store. In addition, there is a star coin reward of 300 billion. Of course, this is just the basic reward. The final reward will still be based on the latest reward standards of the Human Alliance. If you can get an SS level rating, the rewards will be upgraded to a higher level. Sikong Shuayun smiled and spoke to Ling Yan. Boom! As soon as she said this, everyone present widened their eyes in horror. Any gold suit you can choose within level 50? Holy shit, this is a gold suit. Even the lowest level LV-20 gold suit would cost at least 1 trillion to buy a complete set. And now Ling Yan can ask for it at will. Of course, this reward is given by the entire human federation, not Longting Star. After all, Longting Star does not have such abundant resources. A complete golden suit? That's not bad, right? Seeing this, Ling Yan touched his chin and nodded slightly. In his previous life, after his profession appeared, he was taken away by the Star Lord himself. Less than a month later, the strongest person in the Yenshin galaxy, Yenshin personally came to Longting Star and took Ling Yan away. That treatment was much better than now. The sets used are all dark gold. Even the entire human alliance doesn't have many sets. But in the end, those suits were taken back because Ling Yan's professional shortcomings were revealed. Of course, even so, during that period of time, Ling Yan could be considered upper middle class among his peers. His combat power even crushes some geniuses with S-level talents. Not much weaker than an S+ level genius. You know, Ling Yan doesn't have any job. However, there are gains and losses. Even under the protection of the god of fire, Ling Yan almost died. Therefore, he was not prepared to take risks in this life. Showing his SS-level talent would just allow him to receive a certain amount of resource rewards. At the same time, they will not be targeted by foreign powerful people from other major civilizations. After all, it's easy to die if you get targeted. There's no harm in being cautious. As for the dark gold suit? If Ling Yan, who possesses the talent of the Son of Luck, wants it, he only needs to enter the next dark gold dungeon, and he will definitely get it. It is even said that even the red suit can be obtained. Of course, the prerequisite is sufficient strength. And with my SS level talent, it is not difficult for me to enter this kind of dungeon. Seeing Ling Yan lost in thought, Sikong Shuayan thought Ling Yan had been shocked into a daze. He also felt that it was fortunate that he was a child from an ordinary family. If he was a disciple from one of the top families in the Yenshin galaxy, it would just be a surprise at most. The reward is fine, but what about the second thing? However, Ling Yan's words the next moment made Sikong Shuayun's mouth twitch. Not bad? This kind of reward is called okay? Sikong Shuayun was speechless, as his original reward was just a purple suit. I think I was happy for a long time. This kid in the gold suit has such a blank expression. Then Sikong Shuayun couldn't help but take a deep breath to calm himself down. The second matter is more special. It not only concerns you, but also all the S-level and above geniuses in the entire Tianbei galaxy. Anyone who has reached S-level in the Tianbei galaxy must participate. Sikong Shuayun slowly spoke to Ling Yan. When these words were spoken, everyone present was surprised. It concerns the entire Tianbei galaxy? The Tianbei galaxy is an intermediate planetary system that governs more than 1,000 life-bearing planets, including my Longting Star. All S-level geniuses on more than 1,000 life planets must do it. Could it be that some large-scale dungeon has been opened? Yes, with so many life planets, the number of S-level geniuses must be hundreds of thousands. There are even no fewer than 10 geniuses above SS level. Big news, I didn't expect we would know about it. For a moment, the principal and others were all surprised. This time, a dungeon has indeed been opened, and it's an extremely rare novice dungeon. The dungeon level is LV-20. The difficulty is dark gold. Because it appeared in the Tianbei galaxy, Lord Yenshin assigned it to the Tianbei galaxy for the first attack. The strategy time is 10 days. If successful, this copy will become an exclusive copy of the Tianbei galaxy. If it cannot be conquered within 10 days, this copy will become public. By then, everyone in the Yenshin galaxy will be able to come and make the attack. Sikong Shuayun also spoke very seriously. It can be seen from her tone that this matter is definitely no trivial matter. For the Tianbei galaxy, it is even more related to the future growth of newcomers. Novice copies are extremely rare, not to mention in the Tianbei galaxy, even among the millions of life planets in the entire Yenshin galaxy. As long as it appears, it will definitely be snatched up crazily. If this is successful, the strength of the genius level novices in the entire Tianbei galaxy will see a leap in growth. You will be able to reach a more powerful level in the future. The reason why the Star Lord Longting did not come to Ling Yan in person was not because Ling Yan, a potential SS plus genius, was not qualified. Instead, he had already arrived at the administrative main star of the Tianbei galaxy, discussing the matters of this novice copy with other star masters. Originally, there was no hope for Longting's star. After all, with only dozens of S-level geniuses a year, it was almost at the bottom of the entire Tianbei galaxy. It is almost impossible to conquer the dungeon. Who would have thought that a genius like Ling Yan would unexpectedly appear? Level 20 Dark Gold Dungeon? When Ling Yan heard this, his eyes lit up instantly. If you are really sleepy, just come to the pillow. Suddenly he remembered that the Dark Gold novice set he used at the beginning in his previous life seemed to have been exploded in this novice copy. But that was already a month later. This novice copy has probably been conquered by geniuses from other places. After all, he remembered that there was an SSS-level genius in the Yenshin galaxy back then. It is obvious that the purple equipment is so powerful, and the dark gold equipment is even more amazing. Ling Yan remembered that this dark gold copy had an extremely powerful set attribute. In his previous life, Ling Yan could easily kill enemies above his level with the help of this set attribute. However, due to the order from the God of Fire, Ling Yan could only frantically kill low-level monsters. This is normal. After all, if Ling Yan didn't have the powerful profession of copying passive, he wouldn't be able to get so many good things. When does it begin? Ling Yan spoke directly. It will open in 2 days. And we will set off tomorrow. During this period, your level cannot exceed LV20, otherwise you will not be able to go. By then, you will complete the talent level assessment on the way, so that you can get your gold suit reward before the dark gold copy opens. At this time tomorrow, the Vice President and I will come to pick you and the other geniuses up. Sikong Shueyun spoke slowly. Okay, I got it. See you tomorrow then. As soon as she said this, Ling Yan nodded slightly. Not more than level 20. He was originally going to go directly to the Apocalypse continent to upgrade madly next time, but it seems that he can't go now. After all, after arriving at the Apocalypse continent, even though it was only 1 day, his level would definitely be raised to over 20, or even higher. By then, it will not be your turn to have the opportunity to open up a dark gold level novice dungeon. After all, he remembered that when exploring a dark gold dungeon, there was an extremely low probability of obtaining some extremely special items. These items can only be obtained when opening up a dungeon. Okay, see you tomorrow. By the way, this is a LV-150 one-time protection scroll, which can be used outside of the Apocalypse continent. If someone attacks you, you must use it immediately. The Vice President will come to rescue you in a short time. Sikong Shueyin handed a scroll to Ling Yan and then spoke solemnly. These Guardian Scrolls, which have no level restrictions, are extremely rare items. It is more valuable than an ordinary level 200 Guardian Scroll. The purpose, of course, is to protect super geniuses like Ling Yan. Or maybe some big families got it to protect their disciples from being killed by hostile forces. There are probably not even 10 of these things in the entire Longting Star. The Star Lord specially asked Sikong Shueyin to bring it to Ling Yan. Although Ling Yan's professional level is not as strong as imagined, he is definitely qualified to use this scroll. Then you're welcome. Thank you very much. Ling Yan didn't hesitate and just put it away with a smile. When Sikong Shueyun saw this, terrifying flames burst out from his whole body. He then soared into the sky and soon returned to the huge spaceship in the sky. Then, the spaceship disappeared into the horizon amidst a series of terrifying roars. Student Ling Yan, I didn't expect you to awaken 4 professions. You're truly a genius. I never thought that my small number 7 middle school could produce a genius like you. I am truly fortunate. At this time, Principal Zhang Yun also walked up excitedly and spoke to Ling Yan with a smile. Then, for Ling Yan's safety, Zhang Yun and all the teachers hurriedly took him to the principal's office. All the students were left in shock. After all, they will probably never forget what just happened. No way. I'm an A-rank professional after all, and you're just ignoring me? Of course, Zhou Tong was the only one left standing there with a look of wanting to cry but having no tears. I thought I would become rich this time, but who knew that all the limelight was stolen by Ling Yan? But then he sighed, feeling extremely helpless. Compared to Ling Yan, he was a million miles away from being from the same world. Half an hour later, at the gate of number 7 middle school. You're too polite, principal. In that case, I'll leave this matter to you, principal. Then I'll go home first, and I'll come directly to number 1 middle school to find you in an hour. Ling Yan said gratefully to the principal. It's okay, it's okay. Going to the novice village of number 1 middle school is just a small matter. There's no need to be polite, Ling Yan. The principal said with a smile. Ling Yan nodded and then walked out of the school. That's right, he was going to the novice village of number 1 middle school. This is because, although all the novice villages have the same configuration, there are monster areas with a total of 33 types of monsters. However, the number of wild monster areas is different. At the same time, novice villages are also divided into large and small ones. The novice village of number 7 middle school is the smallest one and can accommodate up to 10,000 people taking exams at the same time. Haibei number 1 high school is slightly larger and can accommodate nearly 200,000 people taking the exam at the same time. Of course, number 1 middle school does not have that many students. However, although there are not 200,000, there are at least 50,000 or 60,000. A novice village of this size is just right for number 1 middle school. As the scale becomes larger, the number of wild monsters will naturally need to be much larger. There is also a fire rabbit forest and a wind and wave nest in number 1 middle school. Moreover, the number of wild monsters in each area is almost the same as that in the novice village of number 7 middle school. But the only difference is that there are a total of 20 identical areas for each type of wild monster. This is equivalent to the fact that the novice village of number 1 middle school has a total of 20 fire rabbit forests. There are 20 wind wolf dens. Killing any wild monster in the wind wave nest until only 5% of its number remains will likely attract the wind wolf king. Of course, as long as the wind wolf king is summoned once, no matter whether the wind wolf king is killed or not, there will be no wind wolf king appearing in this novice village within a year. That's right, Ling Yan's target this time is these wild monsters. With 20 times the number of wild monsters, this should be enough to stack fire mastery and wind mastery to level 15. Ling Yan calculated it and immediately laughed. LV15 is already considered SS level, and is not far from level 16 of SS+. With his current monster killing speed, 24 hours is enough to slaughter 50 or 60 monsters in the wild area. Of course, his strength will definitely increase during the slaughtering process. At that time, the speed of killing monsters will naturally be faster. Thinking of this, Ling Yan did not hesitate and quickened his pace to the maglev train station 1 kilometer away from the school. After swiping his student card, he boarded a cylindrical train suspended in a tube. Buzz! As the train started, a barely perceptible centrifugal force was felt, and the train instantly turned into a streak of white light and disappeared on the spot. This maglev train is not the kind of maglev train in the 21st century that can reach the speed of sound. The fastest magnetic levitation speed of this era can reach 50 times the speed of sound. This is just short distance. The speed for long distance can reach 200 times the speed of sound. Moreover, the speed can reach 20 times the speed of sound in 1 second and 50 times in 5 seconds. When traveling through the city, you arrive at the next stop almost as soon as you start. Ling Yan, who had lived in this world for decades, naturally had no extra feelings about all this. After all, spacecraft can make space jumps, so this technology has naturally been achieved a long time ago. A few minutes later, Ling Yan took a deep breath in front of a tall building made of alloy on the edge of the city. In this world, Ling Yan also has a family. Not only his parents, but also a sister who is 3 years older than him. In his previous life, Ling Yan was taken away by the human race's high-ranking officials after the college entrance examination. It was not sent back until it was abandoned. Because, in that great battle between the god of fire and the powerful beings from foreign civilizations, the entire Longting star and hundreds of surrounding planets were destroyed. After that time, Ling Yan completely became a different person. After being abandoned, he was not thrown away casually, but was placed on the ancestral planet Earth. After all, it is the only profession. What if it awakens? It's just that life is full of ups and downs, and few people can hold on. Whenever Ling Yan wanted to give up on himself, he would think of his family. It was precisely because of this that Ling Yan continued to persevere. If I had given up at that time, the passive effect of rebirth would have been lost. And there is no possibility of turning this around. Thinking of this, Ling Yan took a deep breath and then strode into the high-rise building. As the suspended elevator slowly rose, Ling Yan arrived at the 16th floor. Ding! Welcome back! Following a prompt from the smart door, the door slowly opened. Then, a small but warm home appeared in front of Ling Yan. Xiao Yan is back? Hearing the sound, a middle-aged man with eyes revealing endless vicissitudes of life walked out of the study with a smile. But the moment he saw Ling Yan, the middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and there was some surprise in his eyes. It was obvious that the middle-aged man saw Ling Yan's level. After all, Ling Yan did not hide his level. What? Xiao Yan is back? And a surprised voice was heard from the kitchen. Then a beautiful woman wearing an apron and still looking charming came out of the kitchen. Ling Yan's father, Ling Yan, is said to have formed a small guild with a group of friends when he was young. I usually go to fight monsters to earn some living expenses. Although the level was not mentioned, Ling Yan estimated that it was probably around level 30. At least the family will not have to worry about food and clothing. Ling's mother is a housewife. In this era, there are naturally a large number of automated robots, but they are not only expensive but also cold, so Ling Yan's meals have been cooked by his mother since he was a child. Is the 3-day trial period over? Are you injured? Ling's mother hurriedly asked Ling Yan. At the same time, he looked Ling Yan up and down. I was relieved to find that Ling Yan was fine. Mom, I'm fine. It's just a 3-day trial. It won't be difficult for me. By the way, where's my sister? Ling Yan had no choice but to change the subject. Bang! However, the next moment, a slap hit Ling Yan on the head. Hiss! It hurts. Why did you hit me, sister? Ling Yan immediately held his head and screamed in surprise. What do you mean by old, sister? Am I old? Then a cold voice reached Ling Yan's ears. A girl with a hot body and at least a good-looking appearance appeared behind Ling Yan at some point. That slap was given by the girl. Yes, I was wrong, okay? Ling Yan was helpless. My elder sister, who is 3 years older than me, is still so violent. No wonder a woman would awaken a warrior profession. Although it hurts a bit, I feel more happy. It has been more than 10 years since I met him once after the college entrance examination in my previous life. Why are you staring at me? Oh, didn't you change your job? What job did you awaken? Ling Moran looked at Ling Yan curiously and said. Then Ling Moran began to directly investigate Ling Yan's level. What? Level 19. However, when he saw Ling Yan's level, Ling Moran's eyes widened instantly and he exclaimed in disbelief. What? Level 19? Doesn't that mean Xiao Yan is really powerful? Ling's mother said with a look of surprise. Mom, what's that expression on your face? It's really amazing, isn't it? Ling Moran suddenly felt helpless. She seemed to have seen this expression before. When she said that she had awakened her profession, her mother seemed to have the same expression and said the same words. Your mother doesn't understand. It can be achieved in 3 days of trial. LV19 Xiaoyan, have you awakened a talent above S level? Ling Zhan on the side said helplessly, then looked at Ling Yan in confusion. Above S rank? I think it's at least SS rank. Ling Mo Ran quickly corrected him. Is it that powerful? Hearing Ling Moran's words, Ling Zhan was suddenly shocked. Not bad, not bad. Although there are no SS level professions, adding them all up, it's roughly equivalent to SS level. Ling Yan also chuckled, and then took a screenshot of his passive list. For professions. Seeing Ling Yan's passive ability, Ling Yan looked at Ling Yan in disbelief. Ling's mother looked very happy. For professions, surely that's more powerful than just one, right? Ling's mother smiled and said, perhaps in her opinion, the more professions one has, the stronger one is. Mom, this isn't a matter of strength. Xiao Yanzi's situation is even harder to come by than an ordinary SS plus level genius. Ling Moran was also speechless about his mother, who was ignorant of the world. Okay, don't ask me now, let's talk about it while we eat. I have to go level up later, and after leveling up tomorrow I'm going to enter a dark gold dungeon with the teacher from Longting School. Ling Yan had no choice but to interrupt several people. Ah, we're going to a dungeon? A dark gold dungeon? I heard dark gold dungeons are very dangerous. Hearing Ling Yan's words, Ling's mother immediately became worried. The child has good talents and will naturally be cultivated. Don't worry about it. Xiao Yan knows what to do. Besides, even if the child has no talent, I will support him. Even if the sky falls, I still have my daddy. At this moment, Ling Zhan, who had been silent all the time, spoke with a smile. Well, the child will eventually go out when he grows up. As soon as he said this, Ling's mother sighed helplessly. By the way, Xiaoyan, Mom cooked your favorite dish for you. Let's eat first. Ling's mother suddenly remembered this and quickly brought Ling Moyan to the kitchen. While eating, Ling's mother kept reminding Ling Yan to be careful when killing monsters and not to be like his father who ignored safety. Even Ling Moran gave Ling Yan a few instructions, and of course, Ling Yan nodded obediently. After all, he has been waiting for this scene for more than 10 years. At the same time, he also knew that if he wanted to protect his entire family, he had to have enough strength, otherwise if there was another assassination, his entire family would suffer. At the same time, Ling Yan also knew that survival was the right path, and a tree that stood out in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. As long as he is weak enough, with his 2 passive skills, he can definitely grow into the strongest human in a short period of time. After finishing his meal, Ling Yan left home and went straight to Haibei No. 1 Middle School. The principal of No. 1 Middle School, who had received the news from the principal of No. 7 Middle School early on, was already waiting anxiously at the gate of No. 1 Middle School with a group of tutors. The moment they saw Ling Yan, everyone was immediately excited. Student Ling Yan, you are finally here. The principal of No. 1 Middle School excitedly walked towards Ling Yan. Hello, principal. I'm sorry to bother you this time. Ling Yan also smiled slightly and spoke to the principal of No. 1 Middle School. No way, it's a great honor for our school that Ling Yan can come to our novice village. By the way, Ling Yan, are you in a hurry? Please follow me. The principal of No. 1 Middle School quickly apologized with a smile, and then respectfully invited Ling Yan to the Apocalypse Rift of No. 1 Middle School together with a group of teachers. To be honest, the principal of No. 1 Middle School is also a LV71 A-level professional, but he is so humble when he meets Ling Yan. There is no way Ling Yan is a professional who possesses 4 S-level and S+ professions. And they are all element classes. Elemental professions have a characteristic, which is the ability to fuse elements, although fusion is very difficult. However, by fusing the two, the power of the skill can be greatly enhanced. And if Ling Yan can fuse the 4, even an S+ profession can unleash SS level power. Even if only 2 can be fused, it can be comparable to ordinary SS-. The future achievements of professionals at this level will definitely be no less than level 200, which is not even on the same level as me. His focus is probably level 99. Moreover, you have to risk your life to achieve it. The gap between LV 200 and LV 99 is terrifying, let's put it this way. Not to mention LV 99, even if you are LV 100, as long as you can break through, you can kill your LV 99 self in one move. In the later stages, the gap in levels became even more terrifying. With such a gap, how could the principal of No. 1 Middle School not be respectful? Buzz. A few minutes later, with a space fluctuation, Ling Yan's figure disappeared into an apocalypse crack. When he appeared again, he found himself in a huge safe zone. There were people coming and going in the safe zone, and many novice students were selling things. Classmate, I have a white weapon I just found here, a Paro longsword with full durability. Want one? Honest to everyone, only 300 star coins. Classmate, my white breastplate is only 500 star coins. You won't get hurt if you buy it for 500 star coins. It costs 600 at the Apocalypse store. Looking for a LV5 green weapon, the offer is 100,000 star coins. The sounds of selling and buying echoed throughout the safe zone. With the end of the 3-day assessment period, items from outside can also be brought into the novice area. These students from ordinary families also brought some discarded and unused weapons from their homes to sell. Unfortunately, not many people bought it. After all, white weapons were in overabundance. Although the durability of white novice weapons is very low, a person can only use them for a month or so before replacing them. But a month or so is enough for a person to level up several levels, and then he will no longer need the white novice weapon. Therefore, white novice weapons are extremely cheap. Green weapons of the same level are worth hundreds of times more than white weapons. Ling Yan ignored these people and simply stepped forward and walked towards the familiar fire rabbit forest. There are a total of 20 fire rabbit forests in this novice village. Ling Yan planned to clear all the fire rabbit forests and then clear the other 2 fire attributed monsters. The number of these 2 types of fire attribute monsters is slightly greater than that in the fire rabbit forest. Together, it is equivalent to the number of 70 fire rabbit forests. By then, your passive level can be roughly upgraded to LV14 or even LV15. Then go find the Wind Wolf Slayer. By then, it will be enough to increase his wind power and fire power to a decent level. These 2 elements can be integrated with each other. As long as the level is high enough, Ling Yan's strength can make a qualitative leap in a short period of time. After making plans, Ling Yan arrived at the fire rabbit forest and immediately released a tremendous burst of firepower that enveloped an area of 10 meters in radius. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Under Ling Yan's terrifying flames, shrill screams erupted from the mouths of the surrounding fire rabbits. Under the flames, one fire rabbit after another was burned to ashes. Minus 15,400. Minus 15,400. Minus 15,400. Huge instant kill values appeared directly among the ashes. When using flame release, the power that Ling Yan unleashes is nothing more than the basic fire damage, which is the fire attribute bonus of soul value * 800%, and the 30% damage bonus of Fire Rabbit Hunter LV2. Apart from this, there are no additional bonuses to any skills. But even so, Ling Yan's basic damage of more than 1,000 can directly produce a terrifying damage value of 15,000. Even a LV10 Fire Rabbit can be killed instantly. Ding! Your level is LV19, so you won't gain experience by killing monsters below LV9. At the same time, the Apocalypse system also reminded Ling Yan that it was useless to abuse small animals like this. However, what Ling Yan wanted was not the experience gained from killing these little rabbits, but the passive ability. Without hesitation, Ling Yan stepped on the ground and rushed forward rapidly. Shhhhhhhh. Wherever the flames touched, the fire rabbits were vaporized directly like water drops falling on a red-hot iron plate. But even so, because of the Fire Rabbit Hunter, the fire rabbits within a radius of 300 meters still rushed towards Ling Yan desperately. And as a large number of fire rabbits were killed, Ling Yan's fire mastery level also rose rapidly. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the passive plundering skill has been successfully activated. Fire Mastery LV8, 31/256. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the passive plundering skill has been successfully activated. Fire Mastery LV8, 125/256. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the plundering passive skill was successful. Fire Mastery has been upgraded to level 9, 0/512. After slaughtering an entire forest of fire rabbits, with more than 100,000 fire rabbits dying tragically, Ling Yan's passive level was finally raised to LV9. Less than 20 minutes had passed. Ling Yan did not hesitate and continued to move forward. Driven by the power of wind and fire, his speed was much faster than expected. 2 more fire rabbit forests were destroyed, and the fire mastery level was raised to LV10, 0/1000. And then, 4 more fire rabbit forests were destroyed, LV11, 0/2000. Fire rabbit hunter level upgraded to LV3. The damage bonus to fire rabbit is increased to 50%. Although it only increased from 40 to 50%, which is only a 10% increase, the lethality has increased by 2000. After all, at this time Ling Yan's ordinary fire damage has reached nearly 20,000. Of course, as the passive level increases, the required passive also increases a lot. After 8 fire rabbit forests were destroyed, Ling Yan's passive ability was completely upgraded to LV12, 0/3000. Sure enough, there's no such terrifying stacking after LV10. If it still stacks, not to mention LV15, even LV14 would be in jeopardy. Seeing that the required passive skill only increased from 2000 to 3000, Ling Yan breathed a sigh of relief. According to the system's previous statement, the number of passive skills required will increase by 1000 for each level up until LV16. However, if you want to upgrade from LV15 to LV16, it will cost 10,000. Every subsequent upgrade will increase your passive power by 10,000. In other words, upgrading from LV19 to LV20 only requires 50,000 passives. Although it is a lot, it is only 50 times more than when upgrading from LV10 to LV11. However, if the previous doubling method is used, upgrading from LV19 to LV20 will require at least 1 million passive skills. That's a 1,000-fold improvement. If you continue to upgrade to LV30, you'll need 1 billion passives. Ling Yan didn't know how many monsters he had to kill to get so many passive abilities. Fortunately, the growth rate has been reduced, and Ling Yan's upgrade speed will also be greatly improved. Of course, according to the current upgrade method, Ling Yan doesn't know whether the upgrade will still follow this standard after LV20. But Ling Yan knew that the passive level of LV20 corresponded to an SSS level profession. A profession of this level, even if it was SSS level, was a top super genius in the entire human race. And you need 100,000 passive skills in total to reach LV20. But is 100,000 passives a lot? However, I have only been killing fire rabbits for more than 4 hours and I have obtained more than 3,000 passives. Then it would only take 6 or 7 days at most for me to upgrade to SSS level. Reaching SSS level in 6 or 7 days, if this speed were to get out, it would scare countless people to death, right? Moreover, when I get to the Apocalypse continent, I can definitely find those with flame passives that are guaranteed to be LV3 or even LV4. At that time, not only will the level increase rapidly, but even the passive upgrade speed will increase. Keep going, and try to reach level 16. Ling Yan took a deep breath. Next, it's still time for massacre. A large number of fire rabbits died tragically at his hands again. During this period, Ling Yan also met many students from number 1 middle school. However, Ling Yan ignored them and did not hide, but controlled the flames so as not to hurt them. After all, we borrowed the Novice village of the other school. If we kill their people, that would be too much. However, although Ling Yan ignored them, others could not ignore them. The huge fireball that suddenly appeared and disappeared directly detonated the entire number 1 middle school forum. Holy crap! A huge fireball just passed by me. All the fire rabbits on the road were burned to ashes. You encountered it too. I was so scared. That fireball swallowed me up directly. I don't know why it didn't hurt me. Have you all met them? Could it be that the fire rabbit leader has appeared? Impossible. Why would the fire rabbit leader kill his own men? And why wouldn't he hurt us? I heard the same thing happened in several other fire rabbit forests. Now there are almost no fire rabbits left in those fire rabbit forests. They've all been burned to death. Hiss. What the hell is going on? I heard that a tough guy in number 7 middle school has awakened 4 professions, one of which is the fire mage, a fire mastery that all fire swordsmen have. It was he who summoned the 4 ultimate bosses. Could it be that he has come to our school's novice village? No way. What is he doing here? It shouldn't be him, right? Could it be that he wants to attack the 4 ultimate bosses? According to his talent, he can at least obtain a purple suit and blue skills. As long as he is careful, it is really possible to kill the ultimate boss. Countless posts were frantically reposting and discussing the fireball. There are even some photos, but the flames of the fireball are so terrifying that you can't see if there is anyone inside. A small number of people began to speculate whether Ling Yan had come to their school. After all, Ling Yan was the only one in the entire Hebei city who possessed such powerful strength. Of course, Ling Yan didn't know all this. He was still running around in the forest, happily taking the lives of the fire rabbits. And as the experience points gained from harvesting Ling Yan did not completely remain unchanged. Although there is no king-level boss in the fire rabbit forest, there is a leader-level boss. And Ling Yan encountered more than one. Wild Monster, Fire Rabbit Leader. Level, LV10. Talent Passive. Fire Mastery LV3, Fire Spell Power increased by 300%. HP, 150,000/150,000. Mana, 3000 of 3000. Attack, 800. Speed, 100. Defense, 1000. Skill, Explosive Fireball, Blue Skill, explodes 200% damage. And adds 30% burning damage per second, lasts for 10 seconds. Cost, 300. A full 100,000 HP is pretty good. Unfortunately, the person he met was Ling Yan. Ling Yan didn't waste any time and directly used the King's Blood Rage to double all his attributes. Then, the purple skill, Deep Sea Heavy Water. 500% water damage, plus 900% water buff, and a 50% bonus to the Fire Rabbit Hunter's strength. Minus 165,000. A scarlet terrifying number appeared above the head of the Fire Rabbit Elite, and the terrifying heavy water instantly crushed the Fire Rabbit Elite into a pool of blood. This was just an ordinary attack, it didn't even trigger a critical hit. It can be seen that with the blessing of the King's Blood Rage, Ling Yan's strength has been enhanced to a terrifying level. Of course, Ling Yan used 2 purple skills this time. Even an SS-level super genius can only be rewarded with 1. Moreover, the purple skill King's Blood Rage, which can burst out all attribute blessings, is more than 100 times more valuable than ordinary purple skills. Because it can be added to other skills. This kind of skill is hard to come by, and if it were to be revealed, no one would sell it. Therefore, unless your talent level reaches SSS, you can forget about this kind of amplification skills. But then again, I had to use 2 purple skills, plus I was 9 levels higher than this fire rabbit, to kill him instantly. How could the gap between monsters and players be so terrifying? Ling Yan couldn't help but sigh. There is a difference of 9 levels in levels, and the difference in strength is quite big. Ding! You killed the LV10 Fire Rabbit Leader and gained 400,000 experience points. A prompt sound was also heard. Ling Yan's experience bar increased by a slight 4%. Even if it is a boss-level monster, if the level gap is too big, there will not be much experience value added. 4% is pretty good. Oh, right, Su Maoran is from number 1 middle school. I almost forgot about her. I don't know what she is doing now. I wonder if I can encounter it in this dark gold level dungeon. Just then Ling Yan remembered this. S+ genius Su Maoran would have been the most dazzling in any other year. Unfortunately, she met Ling Yan that year, although subsequent news about Ling Yan was blocked. However, the emergence of the only profession has long been spread throughout the entire Longting Star. But later, things were different. Ling Yan was eventually abandoned because his career was useless. However, Su Maoran, by completing reincarnation missions time and time again, managed to elevate himself to SS+ level talent in just 10 years. It's a pity that Ling Yan died, otherwise Ling Yan estimated that Su Maoran might reach SSS level or even higher. Although Su Miaoran's talent is terrifying, and with the help of her master, she was able to complete so many reincarnation tasks, it still took her more than 10 years to upgrade to SS Plus level. If I continue at this rate, I will be able to reach SSS level in a few days. It seems that this life won't be like the last life where I was crushed by her in the later stages. When Ling Yan thought about this, he didn't care anymore. Su Miaoran's talent was indeed terrifying. Thinking of this, Ling Yan did not hesitate and continued his monster-killing career. And at the same time, just as Ling Yan was frantically slaughtering the fire rabbits, in the principal's office of number 1 middle school, the principal looked at the blue-haired girl covered in ice in front of him with disbelief. The girl's eyes were cold, and her whole body exuded waves of chill. Even her temperament far surpasses any rich girl in Hebei City. Therefore, even if you have a beautiful face, few people dare to come up and chat with you. And she was Su Miaoran. Level 9 ice power. An S+ professional? Looking at the principal in front of him, he exclaimed in disbelief. Their number 1 middle school actually produced such a genius. Classmate, why didn't you reveal your professional level before? Oh, I see. You must be very low-key, classmate. There are many geniuses as pragmatic as you these days. The principal of number 1 middle school smiled excitedly. He even thought of an excuse for Su Miaoran as to why she didn't reveal her professional level. Principal, I heard there's a dark gold level dungeon that only S-level geniuses can participate in, right? I want to join in too. However, at this time, Su Miaoran did not say much and directly stated his purpose. As for how she knew it, it was because her master told her. The principal was stunned when he heard this. Even he only knew about this matter when Zhang Yun, the principal of number 7 middle school, mentioned it. The two are good friends. Otherwise, with the strength of number 7 middle school, it would have been downgraded to number 70 or even number 80 middle school in Hebei City. But how did Su Miaoran in front of him know this? You also know about this? It seems that you must have met Ling Yan, a student from the 7th middle school who was in our first middle school novice village, right? It's also because you super geniuses, whenever you meet, you all feel sympathy for each other. He is an SS level genius, and you are S+. You are definitely the number 1 genius in our Hebei City in hundreds of years. Since you also want to participate, I will report your professional level. There's definitely a spot for you. The principal of number 1 middle school suddenly understood. Yes, Ling Yan has been in the novice village for several hours. If I was going to meet Su Miaoran, I would have met her a long time ago. After all, only Ling Yan and Su Miaoran can enter the high-level monster spawning area. The probability of the two meeting is very high. Add a beautiful girl and a handsome boy, and it's hard not to have something happen. Thinking of this, the principal of number 1 middle school smiled. I can be considered as a half matchmaker. If this works out, then when they get married in the future, won't I be able to enjoy the wedding candy? But his inexplicable smile immediately confused Su Miaoran on the opposite side. What's wrong with the principal? Why are you smiling so obscenely? Su Miaoran was speechless. However, the principal's words still made her feel a little moved. Ling Yan? The SS-level genius from number 7 middle school? Also in their school? Could it be that this Ling Yan is the super genius who summoned the 4 ultimate bosses in the legend? Thinking of this, Su Miaoran raised his eyebrows instantly. A competitive spirit surged in her heart. Her master said that although her ice profession level is not high, her potential is terrifying. It may be upgraded to SSS or even higher in the future. Now she has met a super genius who has produced 4 ultimate ruthless men in just 3 days of trial. She wants to see who will have a higher final achievement, hers or his. But Su Miaoran was a little confused. What was Ling Yan doing in the novice village? Although the number of wild monsters in the novice village of number 1 middle school is far more than that of number 7 middle school, what's the use of having more? With the experience reduced, even if you kill more monsters, you won't be able to level up several times. Could it be that he wants to summon the ultimate boss of our school's novice village again? Su Miaoran was a little confused. But even if he was lucky enough to summon it, he probably wouldn't have the strength to kill it, right? Unless he got the gold reward set now. I want to solo the ultimate boss. However, the lowest level of gold equipment is LV20. It is absolutely impossible to upgrade to LV20 in the Novice village. As for soloing the ultimate boss without the gold suit, that's very difficult. Even an SS level professional needs at least LV19 level plus a full set of purple equipment and purple skills. The reason why Ling Yan was able to solo the game was actually entirely due to his terrifying crippling damage, which was a tenfold strength bonus that even the Wind Wolf King could not withstand. Finally, it was killed with a fatal blow. At that time, Ling Yan already had a full set of blue equipment and blue skills. It can't be that this is just for the sake of showing off, right? Su Miaoran was puzzled. If that was really the case, such a genius would not have achieved much. I'll trouble you with the Dark Gold Novice Dungeon, Principal. I'm going to go level up first. Thinking of this, Su Miaoran talked to the principal of number 1 middle school and prepared to go to the Apocalypse continent. The Dark Gold Dungeon is imminent, and she needs to raise her level to LV20. After all, she is only LV12 now. If she enters the dungeon, she will definitely fail. Okay, classmate Su, go ahead. I'll let you know as soon as I've reported it. The principal of number 1 middle school nodded quickly. It has been 14 hours since Ling Yan entered the novice village of number 1 middle school. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the wild monster fire silkworm. Plundering the passive successfully. Fire mastery upgraded to LV15, 0/10,000. As Ling Yan destroyed the last fire silkworm field, Ling Yan's passive level was finally upgraded to LV15. And if you want to upgrade to LV16, you will need 10,000 passives. There are only 8 hours left. It seems that even upgrading the power of wind to level 14 is probably impossible. Ling Yan thought of this and said helplessly. However, at this moment, he was only 1% away from upgrading his level to level 20. As long as you swipe out another leader level boss, your level can be upgraded to LV20. When you reach LV20, all attributes will be greatly improved. In that case, let's use the Wind Wolf King as a sacrifice. Thinking of this, Ling Yan didn't hesitate and went straight to the Wind Wolf's nest. The number of wind wolves in the Wind Wolf nest is much smaller than the number of fire rabbits in the Fire Rabbit grassland. But the good thing is that the Wind Wolf not only has proficiency in wind, but also has enhanced speed. Kill one monster and get 2 passive abilities, what a bargain! Ling Yan didn't hesitate and immediately unleashed a powerful fire force to start killing monsters crazily. Ouch! Ouch! As Ling Yan arrived at the Wind Wolf's lair, all the surrounding wind wolves rushed towards Ling Yan as if they had taken stimulants. Because he had killed the Wind Wolf King, Ling Yan's Wind Wolf Hunter's passive level was directly LV3. The radiation range reaches 1000. In addition, the wind wolves have enhanced speed, and each one is extremely fast. Therefore, Ling Yan unexpectedly discovered that the speed at which he could kill monsters was much faster than when he killed the fire rabbits before. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the passive plunder was successful. Wind Mastery LV8, 25/256. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the passive plundering skill was successful. Speed Enhancement Level 8, 88/256. In just over 10 minutes, Ling Yan destroyed the entire Wind Wolf nest. Ouch! 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 As this wind and wave nest was destroyed, Ling Yan's passive ability of the Sun of Fortune was instantly triggered. In an instant, nearly 100 wind wolves in the surrounding area. And even in more than a dozen wind wolf nests, all howled to the sky at this moment. This terrifying long howl immediately panicked the hundreds of strongest students in number 1 middle school who were killing monsters in the Wind Wolf's nest. Oh no, this is summoning a boss. Damn it, did a Wind Wolf elite appear? That shouldn't be the case. Not to mention the Wind Wolf elite, even the Wind Wolf leader wouldn't have such a grand display, right? Wait, Could it be the Wind Wolf King, one of the 4 ultimate bosses? Holy crap! How could the Wind Wolf King appear in our novice village? Who can spawn him? I heard that the ruthless guy who killed the 4 ultimate bosses has come to our school. He must have been the one who did it. Stop discussing this. No matter who summoned him, you guys are killing yourself. Run! After these students came to their senses, they no longer cared about Ling Yan or not. As long as the Wind Wolf King came out, everyone would die. Sure enough. The next moment, an announcement was made. Announcement, Longting Novice Village, 125-5801, the ultimate boss has appeared, Wind Wolf King, King level. Please pay attention to all people in this novice village. The ultimate boss ignores regional restrictions and cannot be stopped in the safe zone. Please pay attention to avoid it. At this time, a series of announcements resounded in all the novice villages across Longting Star. For a moment, everyone was stunned. After the 3-day trial period, someone else brought out the Wind Wolf King? However, this time I was not too shocked. Because the trial period has ended, some S-level geniuses from major families on Longting Star have been blessed with purple suits. Summoning the ultimate boss is not a difficult task. The only thing missing is luck. The appearance of the ultimate boss at this time and the appearance during the trial period are completely 2 different concepts. Similarly, now it is much easier to kill the final boss. As long as we form a small team with at least 7 or 8 people with S-level talents, we can kill the Wind Wolf King together. Of course, these S-level geniuses must have purple suits. Otherwise, if you are hit by one move, you will be completely destroyed. That's not right. This novice village is ranked so low, the probability of even an A-level genius emerging is extremely low, let alone an S-level one. How could it possibly summon the ultimate boss? However, someone in the forum soon discovered something was wrong. Wait, this novice village seems to be numbered pretty close to the novice village that summoned the 4 ultimate bosses during the previous trial period. Could they be from the same city? Shit, could it be that idiot went to other novice villages to summon them? Is he planning to solo the final boss now? Holy shit, is this true? It's very likely. It seems that our Dragon Star has really produced a super genius of at least SS plus level this time. In an instant, countless players discovered what was wrong. The distance is so close, who else could it be but Ling Yan summoning? Of course, they had previously speculated that Ling Yan might have reached SS plus or even SSS level. And now Ling Yan's fire mastery level has reached the peak of SS level, and he is only a little bit away from reaching SS plus level. So these people's guesses are not wrong. However, Ling Yan's strength is far more than just the ordinary SS plus. After all, Ling Yan, who is blessed with good luck, can easily deliver a critical hit, a critical blow, or even crippling damage. The combat effectiveness has increased exponentially. The probability of an ordinary person landing a critical hit is extremely low. Let's get back to the topic. Just when all the students of number 1 middle school began to flee the novice village, the battle in the wind and wave nest also began. Roar! Ling Yan and the Wind Wolf King only fought for a few minutes. Finally, after a shrill scream, the Wind Wolf King completely turned into charcoal and fell into the sea of fire in the Wind Wolf lair. Congratulations to the player for killing the Wind Wolf King. Experience points, 1 million. Star coins, 1 million. Congratulations, your experience points are full and your level has been increased to LV20. All attributes plus 200, and you have gained 200 free attribute points. The explosion rate of the fortune roulette is increased by 10,000 times. You get equipment, Wind Wolf King set. You get. As the Wind Wolf King died, a series of prompt sounds also reached Ling Yan's mind. In addition to the rewards that are almost identical to last time, Ling Yan's level has been raised to LV20. All attributes skyrocketed by 200 points. This is what Ling Yan said before, the reason why the gap between LV20 and LV19 is huge. You know, without the support of equipment, the average value of the 4 major attributes of LV19 is just around 200. It is equivalent to all attributes doubling after upgrading to LV20. But at the same time, the strength of LV20 wild monsters is definitely not comparable to that of ordinary LV19. This is why the LV20 Dark Gold copy was chosen to be held 2 days after the end of the 3-day trial period. 2 days is enough time for an S-level genius to reach level 20. The reason why Ling Yan only upgraded once after a whole day was mainly because he did not go to the Apocalypse continent. If he had gone there, he would have reached LV20 in half an hour. System, attribute points, all added to my soul. Ling Yan didn't hesitate and spoke directly to the system. Ding, accepting the order. As soon as Ling Yan finished speaking, a chilling feeling came into his mind. Soon, Ling Yan's soul value increased by 200. Combined with the 200-point increase in all attributes, Ling Yan's soul value directly soared from more than 1,400 to more than 1,800. The Wind Wolf King suit should be able to be upgraded to level 20. System, use the weapon level enhancement scroll to upgrade the Wind Wolf King suit to level 20. Ling Yan didn't hesitate and spoke directly. Although you can get the gold suit immediately, this gold suit is usually rubbish. Unless you are a genius at the SS Plus level, you can get a slightly better gold suit. Geniuses above SSS level can obtain top-level gold suits. As for Dark Gold, unless you are a SSS Plus level genius. Either they have made a huge contribution to the human race, or they are a top family that can purchase it with huge resources enough to buy tens of thousands of life planets. Otherwise, you won't even be able to see the Dark Gold equipment. After all, only SSS level super geniuses have the ability to conquer Dark Gold level dungeons. And you also need the assistance of some SS Plus level geniuses to ensure a foolproof clearance. Of course, clearing a dungeon doesn't mean you'll get Dark Gold equipment. Only after completing the game more than 10 or 20 times can you possibly get a Dark Gold copy. Back then, the SSS level super genius of the Yenshin Galaxy spent a full month to get a complete set of Dark Gold suits. Because of this he didn't upgrade for a month. Of course, the equipment he got was also exchanged for a set of equipment suitable for himself from the Human Alliance. Moreover, with his talent, he can use this set of LV20 Dark Gold equipment to exchange for any set of Dark Gold equipment within LV100 from the Human Alliance Mall. The prerequisite is that after he finishes using it, this set of LV20 Dark Gold equipment will belong to the Human Alliance. This is also one of the policies used by the Human Alliance to cultivate super geniuses. It is also an important means to ensure that the number of high-quality weapons and equipment will not be reduced. It can be said that this policy is absolutely a win-win situation, because for super geniuses, LV20 Dark Gold equipment will be inferior to LV30 Gold equipment in less than 10 days. If there is no such policy, who would bother to work so hard and even suppress their own level for a month just to get that LV20 equipment? With this much time, I'm afraid I can reach LV35 or even LV40. Ding! Upgrade completed. Consumed 4 LV30 purple equipment upgrade scrolls. Your Wind Wolf King suit level has been upgraded to LV20. Just as Ling Yan was thinking, a prompt sound came into his mind. At the same time, Ling Yan could clearly feel that both his body and soul had undergone tremendous improvement in this instant. Ling Yan directly opened the attributes of the LV20 Wind Wolf King suit. Equipment, Wind Wolf set. Level, LV20. Attributes, all attributes plus 1200, wind attribute damage reduction plus 5000, mana recovery and health recovery plus 50 per second. Effect, armor penetration plus 30% below LV40, and for every 10 levels above, the effect decreases by 10%. Increase the damage to wolf-type creatures by 40%. Skill, Wind Wolf King's Fury, purple each time you kill a wild monster, you gain 1 point of rage. After releasing it, 1 point of rage can explode into 1 point of damage. Upper limit, 300,000. All rage will dissipate after taking off equipment. The total attribute blessing directly increased from the original 800 to a full 1200. The wind attribute damage blessing was increased to 5000. This improvement is absolutely terrifying. The upper limit of the Wind Wolf King's Fury has also been raised to 300,000. Quite right. As long as it's fully unleashed, it's absolutely as powerful as an extremely powerful purple move. Ling Yan smiled with satisfaction. This Wind Wolf King suit, although of low level, is definitely the top purple equipment. As long as you have a set, you will generally choose to use equipment upgrade scrolls to upgrade the level. Of course, the price of this LV30 purple equipment upgrade scroll is actually much higher than that of ordinary LV30 purple equipment. The drop rate is also ridiculously low. Only top-level purple equipment like the Wind Wolf King set will be upgraded with upgrade scrolls. As for Ling Yan, he said that after killing the 5th ultimate boss, he had 25 upgrade scrolls. He had used 8 of them, and there were 17 left. Therefore, even though he was about to get the gold suit, he still chose to upgrade. There was no other way, he just had money. Continue stacking passive skills. Ling Yan didn't pay too much attention to the equipment, but directly burst out with a tremendous flame and rushed towards the next wind and wave nest. Next, just like before, Ling Yan destroyed the wind wolf nests one by one. Because the number of wild monsters in the wind wolf nest was slightly smaller, Ling Yan wiped out all 20 windwave nests in just over 3 hours. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the wild monster wind wolf. Plundering passive successfully activated. Wind Mastery has been upgraded to LV13, 0/4000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the wild monster wind wolf. Plundering passive successfully activated. Speed Mastery upgraded to LV13, 0/4000. Unfortunately, due to the small number of Wind Attribute Wild Monsters and Speed Attribute Wild Monsters, Ling Yan only upgraded the Mastery level to LV13 and stopped there. However, Ling Yan was not idle either. He came to the slime grassland and spent 5 hours to kill nearly 4 million slimes. Afterwards, he found another water-based wild monster area and killed them all. The number of wild monsters that died at Ling Yan's hands increased by more than 3 million. The slime king that appeared was also directly slaughtered. In addition, he killed 50 boss-level monsters during the period, allowing Ling Yan's level to reach LV20, 99%. Fortunately, Ling Yan locked the level directly, otherwise, Ling Yan could also upgrade directly by relying on these leader-level wild monsters. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the wild monster slime. Plundering passive successfully activated. Water Mastery upgraded to LV16. 0/20,000. The number of slimes is indeed much greater than the wild monsters in the Fire Rabbit grassland. Level 16 Water Mastery is already equivalent to SS Plus level. Ling Yan's lips curled up slightly as he looked at the introduction. Although Ling Yan's favorite skills nowadays are using fire and wind to kill monsters, his most powerful skill is the purple level Deep Sea Heavy Water. After all, the gap between purple and blue skills is still quite large. The basic damage bonus alone reaches 500%. Once it explodes, the power is terrifying. Coupled with his water mastery at level 16, Ling Yan estimated that his water-based combat power was so strong that it could definitely crush the wind and fire tearing slash that was a combination of wind and fire. Thinking of this, Ling Yan directly opened his attribute table. Property table. Name, Ling Yan. Race, human. Occupation, passive plunderer, son of luck. Level, LV20, 99%. Strength, 1560. Agility, 1635, *1300%, 0/4000. Constitution, 1560, *600%, 5/64. Soul, 2260. Talent passive. Fire Mastery LV15, 0/10,000, fire damage *1500%. Wind Mastery LV13, 2/64, wind damage *600%. Water Mastery LV16, 0/20,000, water damage *1600%. Toxin Mastery LV9, 0/512, toxin damage *900%. Armor of Thorns LV8, 0/256, 40% chance of causing 40% rebound damage to the enemy. Skills, King Blood Rage LV1*, purple, 200% all attribute blessing, 0 out of 100, Deep Sea Heavy Water, purple, 500% heavy water damage, plus 60% penetration damage per second. Fatal poison explosion, purple, 500% poison damage, and 1% health loss per second. Weapon, Wind Wolf King set LV20, purple, wind attribute damage reduction, damage plus 5000, HP and mana recovery plus 50/S, rage, 300,000/300,000. Money, 44.124 million star coins. As the number of passives increases, even if Ling Yan hides most of the passives, the attribute table is still very large. Oh? Is it 9 o'clock already? It's time to go out. This time, the number of passive abilities obtained was tens of thousands. Now my combat power at the same level is absolutely invincible in the entire Yinshan galaxy. If a real fight breaks out, with the blessing of critical hits, and even crippling attacks, even that SSS level expert, with the same equipment and skills, may not be my opponent. This time, the dark gold level dungeon is definitely a sure thing. Ling Yan glanced at the time and smiled slightly. He then chose to exit the novice village directly. Buzz. Because he was not in combat, Ling Yan's figure was enveloped by a burst of light and disappeared instantly from the spot. At the same time, a huge Longtang spacecraft once again landed over Haibei City. Looking at the huge spaceship, almost everyone in Haibei City looked up in surprise. Longtang University's spaceship. It seems to be even bigger than the one we had yesterday. It should be a 4th-tier spaceship, right? Hiss. A 4th-tier spaceship? That's a spaceship that only bosses above level 200 can afford. In our Longting star, apart from the Star Lord who has this ability, the only one left is the Vice President of Longting University. Sikong Jian. Sikong Jian? Is he the SS rank Flame Demon Swordsman, the number 1 genius on our Longting star over 100 years ago? Yes, it's him. The Sikong Shuayun who came yesterday is his granddaughter. I just don't know why this gentleman came here in person. I heard there's a super genius at number 7 middle school, and the lowest talent rating is SS-. Ha? Didn't they say that number 1 middle school had an S+ genius? How come number 7 middle school has an even better one? How would I know? But it's foreseeable that our Haibei City will become famous this time. There are both SS and S+ level geniuses. Any one of them would be the top genius in any class. With the arrival of the spacecraft, everyone in Haibei City started discussing it excitedly. At the entrance of the Apocalypse Rift in number 1 middle school, there was a space fluctuation. A girl, emitting a terrifying cold aura, also walked out of the space. This surging cold air instantly attracted the attention of the surrounding teachers and students. It's Su Miaoran. She's worthy of being the school belle of our number 1 middle school. She's just so beautiful. It really is her. Such a terrifying cold air. I felt the temperature around me drop by more than 10 degrees when she just appeared. S+ genius, haha, this time our number 1 middle school can be said to have made a name for itself. But it's still not as freaking terrifying as the one in 7th middle school, with 4 classes, 1 S+, and 3 S levels. Yeah, I heard that pervert came to our school's novice village. He even cleared out dozens of wild monster areas. I really don't know what he's going to do. The moment they saw Su Miaoran, everyone around them started discussing excitedly. They all began to feel sorry for Su Miaoran. After all, nowadays, the hottest talent in the entire Haibei City, and even the entire Longting star, is Ling Yan. If it weren't for Ling Yan, Su Miaoran would definitely be the top student of Longting star this year. Ha? He went to the novice village? And he even cleared dozens of wild monster areas? However, after hearing what these people said, Su Miaoran frowned. She was confused and didn't know why Ling Yan wanted to go to the wild monster area of the refresher village. It is said that he is already level 19, and he cannot gain any experience even if he kills hundreds of millions of wild monsters. I know this. It's said that he summoned both the Wind Wolf King and the Slime King. However, no one has ever seen these 2 king-level bosses. It's very likely that he killed them. However, at this moment, a student spoke solemnly. When his words came out, everyone present, including Su Maoran, was shocked. Yes, isn't it for the ultimate boss that LV-19 goes to the refresh village? With Ling Yan's talent, he can definitely obtain golden weapons and equipment, at least purple ones. With purple equipment plus SS level professional rating and LV-19 level, it will be absolutely easy to kill the Wind Wolf King. Buzz. At this moment, the space crack suddenly surged with waves, and in an instant, a handsome young man appeared in front of the crack. All eyes turned to Ling Yan at the same time. The reason why he attracted everyone's attention was very simple, that was that Ling Yan was wearing the Wind Wolf King suit. Because of the accumulated anger, the fiery red phantom of the Wolf King emanated from his body, frightening all the newbies around him. Wind Wolf King suit. It's really the Wind Wolf King suit. Oh my god, a complete set, how is this possible? Did it just pop up? You're dreaming. How could a complete set of Wind Wolf King armor drop from killing a Wind Wolf King? Under normal circumstances, even if you kill it 10 times, you might not get a single piece of equipment. Is that the reward? In an instant, everyone present was shocked. But they soon found out that it was probably a reward given to Ling Yan by the top management of Longting Star. After all, for an SS level genius, giving him an extra set of purple equipment is definitely a piece of cake. As for whether Ling Yan bought it? That's absolutely impossible. After all, the price of the Wind Wolf King suit is extremely high. The main reason is that the probability of appearance is too low. After all, only people below LV-10 can enter the Novice village. However, it is extremely difficult to get the Wind Wolf King, which is why the price remains high. Anyone who can afford a complete set of Wind Wolf King suits would definitely not be able to live in their small high-base city and would have gone to the imperial capital long ago. As for it exposing itself, that is even more impossible. It is incredible luck to get a piece of equipment when killing a Wind Wolf King. Just reveal the whole set, are you dreaming? He is Ling Yan? He is actually level 20, how is this possible? However, the most shocked person was Su Maoran. Her eyebrows slightly frowned. Because her level had also reached LV-20, she could tell Ling Yan's realm at a glance. That's right, she is also LV-20. But unlike Ling Yan, she went directly to the Apocalypse continent and killed monsters of higher levels along the way. With an S+ professional level, it is easy to kill monsters of the same level before LV-100. Monsters below LV-20 can be killed in just a few moves. In addition, she had already applied for a set of purple ice equipment from the Apocalypse Mall before entering. Therefore, her monster killing speed was very fast, and she reached level 20 in one day. But Ling Yan is different. He is in the Novice village. What is the Novice village? Even if there are king-level monsters, they can't exceed LV-10. If the level difference is 5 or 6 levels, an ordinary LV-10 wild monster will not be able to provide a single drop of experience value. Upgrading to LV-19 is outrageous enough. But at least it is still possible, but LV-20 has reached the level of almost impossible. How did Ling Yan upgrade to LV-20? Is it all dependent on killing elites, boss-level monsters, and even king-level monsters? He must have gone to the Apocalypse continent to level up for a few hours, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to reach level 20. Su Maoran quickly reacted. Su Maoran? However, Ling Yan, who had just come out, also noticed Su Maoran's cold face. In his previous life, he was very familiar with Su Maoran. After all, they are the two most talented students of the same class on Longting Star. He and Su Maoran have always been compared together by the gossipers on Longting Star. At the beginning, Ling Yan was naturally completely defeated. After all, from the perspective of professional assessment, Ling Yan, who was the only one with a level 1 profession, was rated as the highest level of the human race, our level profession. Equivalent to SSSS level. And Su Maoran is just S+. Unfortunately, a few years later, Su Maoran reached SS+ and Ling Yan's professional rating was also reduced to S level. This was because it was the only profession, otherwise it would have dropped to B level or even lower. Of course, at that time, the people who were comparing the two were not from Longting Star, but from the entire Yenshin galaxy. Theoretically, the two should have no intersection, but the reality is the opposite. Because Ling Yan has been killing low-level monsters, while Su Maoran has been reincarnating. If you reincarnate successfully, you need to reset your level and start over, so Su Maoran has been killing low-level monsters. The two often killed monsters in the same place, so they were old acquaintances. Moreover, Ling Yan is the only one who knows Su Maoran's secret. That senior should have just woken up now, right? I don't know her in this life, so it's better not to let her notice me. Ling Yan's eyes flashed. He no longer paid any attention to Su Maoran. The senior he was talking about was the teacher Su Maoran was talking about. However, the identity of this so-called teacher is extremely special. He is a soul body. That's right, there are also souls in this world. Professions that focus on soul value and reach a certain level can achieve the immortality of the soul and the immortality of the body. However, to reach that level, at least so far, few humans can do it. Su Maoran's teacher is a super strong person of this level, but Ling Yan doesn't know the specific situation. It was only when Su Maoran's teacher intervened while the two of them were killing monsters together and were accidentally attacked by a powerful foreigner that Ling Yan learned about this. Faced with this super strong person whose background is unknown, Ling Yan also chose to hide himself. After all, even in his previous life, Ling Yan didn't know the true identity of this powerful person, or even what her purpose was. Buzz. However, at this moment, a dazzling light burst out from the fourth-level spaceship in the sky. The light fell directly onto the earth, instantly covering Ling Yan and Su Maoran on the ground. The two men's bodies flew up rapidly under the cover of light and soon entered the huge hatch of the spacecraft. Crack! As the hatch of the spacecraft slowly closed, a huge cabin space appeared in front of Ling Yan and Su Maoran. At the same time, in the cabin, 70 or 80 young men looked at Ling Yan and Su Maoran with burning eyes. In an instant, the handsome Ling Yan and the cold yet beautiful and captivating Su Maoran made the hearts of the boys and girls present tremble. 2. Isn't Haibei just a small city? How could there be two S-level geniuses? Don't you often visit forums? I heard that SSS Ruthless Guy is in Haibei City, but I don't know which one of them he is. The LV-20 Wind Wolf King suit. I didn't expect this kid to choose this suit. And it's full of rage. Could it be that he wants to use this equipment to clear the Dark Gold dungeon? It's possible. The Wind Wolf King suit is definitely of a good quality. However, since he chose the purple suit, he's definitely not that SS level genius. After all, geniuses above SS cannot be certified on Longting Star, and can only be certified after being connected to the Apocalypse continent in the Ancient Galaxy. You cannot select reward equipment before the certification is completed. So the person who awakened the SS gift is this girl? The moment Ling Yan and the other person appeared, everyone around them started discussing. Speaking of which, there are more than 10 of these people from the imperial capital, and most of the rest are from major families. Although obtaining a profession depends on luck, children with high-level professions have a much greater chance of awakening a high-level profession. In any era, the second generation is privileged. After all, how could the efforts of several or even dozens of generations of a family be so easily surpassed by someone's luck in one day? So most of the people present knew each other. But then again, don't you realize that this classmate is prettier than those so-called school beauties in the capital? Nonsense, I've already noticed it, but do you dare to approach her when it's so cold? Humph, a bunch of stinky men who only know how to look at beautiful women. Before you say that, could you please take your eyes off that pretty boy? You dare to call my brother a pretty boy? Are you looking for death? Of course, since they were all young people, the topic quickly went off track. Some girls even looked at Ling Yan like crazy fans. Sure enough, being too handsome is not good. Looking at the eyes of these girls, Ling Yan sighed narcissistically. Boom boom. At this moment, with a deafening roar, a huge centrifugal force enveloped everyone present. They looked out of the window of the spaceship and saw that the spaceship was rapidly rising into the air. Soon the spacecraft broke through the atmosphere and flew out of the Longting galaxy. As the speed increased, some shadows of distant stars began to appear. At the same time, as the speed gets faster and faster, more and more light is received, and the interior of the entire spacecraft becomes particularly dazzling. Buzz. However, the moment the spacecraft reached the speed of light, the dazzling light disappeared instantly. The surroundings instantly turned into endless darkness. Previously, as the speed increased, more and more light was received. However, after exceeding the speed of light, light cannot catch up with the speed of the spacecraft, so the spacecraft becomes dark. This simple law of physics did not surprise anyone present. Pa 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 pa. At this moment, the lights inside the spacecraft turned on instantly. The dark spaceship lit up again. Everyone. However, at this moment, the voice of an old man with full energy reached everyone's ears. In an instant, everyone turned their eyes to the source of the sound. But then an old man carrying a flaming sword on his back flew out from the depths of the cabin. The moment the old man appeared, not only the temperature inside the spacecraft, but also the temperature of the starry sky within a radius of dozens of kilometers around the spacecraft began to rise rapidly. Fortunately, the old man restrained the power of fire in the next moment, otherwise, just relying on his breath, he could burn all these little guys who were only level 20 at most to death. Even Ling Yan is no exception. The gap in levels is really too big. Next to the old man was the S+ level fire magician, Sikong Shuayun. Sikong Shuayun was wearing a red robe that outlined her curvy figure, and all the young people present couldn't help swallowing their saliva. However, some of them focused their attention on Sikong Jian. Everyone admired him immensely, for he was the second strongest man on Longting Star, an SS-level flame swordsman, who possessed both the magician and swordsman professions. His strength is so great that even the Star Lord may not be able to defeat him easily. It's Master Sikong Jian. I didn't expect that this time, it was Master Sikong Jian who would lead us there personally. It seems that this dark gold level dungeon is quite important. Nonsense. This is the first LV-20 Novice Dark Gold dungeon in tens of thousands of years in our Tianbei galaxy. Even the Tianbei master is personally guarding the dungeon. Unfortunately, I'm afraid our Tianbei galaxy doesn't have enough strength to take down this dungeon, right? All the students started discussing. Sikong Jian looked at these young men and nodded with satisfaction, especially when he looked at Ling Yan and Su Maoran, he smiled slightly. The talents of this class are much stronger than those of the previous ones, especially Ling Yan, who is at least an SS-level genius. Classmates. I'm sure you can all guess the importance of this dark gold dungeon even without me saying much. Although there is an opportunity to exit the copy at any time in this level, the mortality rate is also extremely high. After all, not everyone can react and use the exit opportunity alive. According to past experience, the mortality rate is roughly 30%. Sikong Jian looked at everyone present and spoke seriously. As soon as he said this, all the geniuses present were poured a bucket of cold water. A 30% mortality rate means that at least 20 to 30 of them will die? Even geniuses above SS level have the possibility of death. Thinking of this, those who originally wanted to see the dark gold level copy suddenly backed off. After all, they know their own limitations. Geniuses below S+ level usually just go there to experience it, and it is almost impossible for anyone to complete the dungeon. But when he saw some people wanted to quit, Sikong Jian smiled slightly. After all, every genius above S is the future of Longting Star, and there is no need for them to die here for no reason. So, in response to this situation, the thousands of Star Masters of the Tianbei Council have formulated a set of assessment standards. Only those who pass the assessment can proceed to this dark gold level dungeon. Sikong Jian spoke slowly. Then he waved his hand. Crack! In an instant, a huge crack opened up under the feet of everyone present. Everyone hurriedly moved towards both sides of the crack. Then, a space crack appeared on a platform and slowly rose from the ground. And there is a purple crystal under the crack. Is this a moving space crack? Everyone was surprised to see the crack that moved with the platform, or more precisely, with the purple crystal. Moving cracks are generally located on a certain type of energy material. As long as this energy substance is taken away, this space crack can be taken away. This kind of movable crack usually leads to a copy, or directly to the Apocalypse Continent. Some of them lead to a novice village. The most precious of them is naturally the one leading to the dungeon. After all, any dungeon is extremely precious. The second one is the one leading to the Apocalypse Continent. Then comes the road to the novice village. However, since it was an assessment, Ling Yan guessed that this crack might lead to a certain copy. This is one of the only 5 LV20 purple mobile dungeons on my Dragon Star, the Purple Gold Thunderbird dungeon. The wild monsters inside are bird copies with the power of thunder. Similar to the properties of this dark gold copy. This copy has 5 stages in total. Only those who have passed the 3 stages in a solo situation are eligible to enter the dark gold level dungeon. Of course, if you're forming a team, you need to pass the 4th stage of the beast type for all members to qualify. Looking at everyone present, Sikong Jian slowly spoke. Boom! As soon as he said this, everyone present was excited. What? Purple Gold Thunderbird? Holy crap, this thing has both the power of thunder and enhanced speed. It's a wild monster with 2 passive abilities. It's much stronger than ordinary wild monsters. 3 stages, and I have to solo it. Damn, without an S-level class and a full set of purple gear, I'm afraid there's no hope of making it to the 4th stage. Not necessarily. Some people with strong combat experience can also defeat high-level professions. Nonsense. People like this are even rarer than S+ classes. What the hell are you talking about? I think there's no hope for solo farming. Let's team up. Hearing such high demands, all the geniuses present were helpless. It seems there is no hope to play alone, I can only form a team. The purple dungeon team can consist of up to 8 people. With 8 people working together, reaching the 4th stage should not be a problem. But if one person wants to go through the 3rd stage, the difficulty is not a little bit higher. Alright, just form your own team. Once you're done, you can directly enter the dungeon. Instructor Sikong Shuayun will be responsible for monitoring your dungeon status. Looking at the people present, Sikong Jian slowly spoke. But when he finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Ling Yan. However, after seeing Ling Yan wearing the Wind Wolf King suit, Sikong Jian frowned. From the information, it seems that Ling Yan didn't apply for any equipment rewards, so how come he has the Wind Wolf King suit? Shuayun, do you know what's going on? Sikong Jian whispered and looked at Sikong Shuayun beside him. I don't know either, but I always feel that this guy is not as simple as I imagined. These equipment are most likely dropped by him when he killed the boss. Sikong Shuayun said solemnly. What? Dropped? How is that possible? The Wind Wolf King only spawned twice. Even if he killed him both times, it's impossible for a complete set of equipment to drop. Sikong Jian frowned. He knew very well how low the drop rate of purple weapons was. There is absolutely no way that Ling Yan could have gotten it by defeating 2 bosses. I don't know about that, you can ask yourself. When Sikong Shuayun heard this, he rolled his eyes at his grandfather. If you don't believe what you say, then what's the point of asking yourself? You stinky girl. Sikong Jian was speechless when he heard this. Team up, team up. I'm an S-rank bloodthirsty demon warrior, are you willing to join me? I'm an S-class Sonic Swordsman, can you do this, sir? Sonic Swordsman? That's rubbish, no. My S-class Breaking Bad. It's coming quickly. And these S-level geniuses are now starting to form teams. A wild monster that possesses both the power of thunder and the power of speed? Wow, isn't this a gift for me? When Ling Yan saw this, he burst into laughter. The power of thunder is an extremely powerful elemental force. Even if it is only LV1, its grade can reach B instead of B-. If you can reach LV13, you will definitely be S+ level. It is a full realm stronger than ordinary elements such as the power of fire and the power of wind at the same level. The main reason is that the destructive power of thunder power level 1 far exceeds that of fire power, and the speed boost surpasses that of wind power. It even has a decent damage boost against soul-type wild monsters. Of course, there are higher-level elements. However, Ling Yan cannot access those elements for the time being. What's more, this wild monster has a second passive besides the passive power of thunder, which is the power of speed that Ling Yan is currently lacking. I just don't know how many wild monsters there are in this dungeon. If there are enough wild monsters, it should be able to greatly increase my passive level. Ling Yan was also looking forward to it. Classmate, we're short of a frontline soldier here, and I think you're just the right fit. Are you interested in joining us? At this moment, an arrogant young man in a purple suit came in front of Ling Yan. Ling Yan took a look and saw that next to the young man there was a level 20 violent bear leader that was 7 or 8 meters tall. It seems to be a summoner. Summoner is known as one of the professions with the highest basic level. Even if it only has a summoning level of LV1, it is equivalent to an A-level profession. This is because the wild monsters in this world are too powerful. In particular, the higher the level, the stronger it is. An ordinary LV100 wild monster of the same level can only be soloed by an ordinary B+ level professional. The summoner can tame these powerful wild monsters as his own summoned beasts. Not to mention the leader level, even an ordinary wild monster can give you huge strength when you kill it. The attributes of this leader-level violent bear are also extremely terrifying. Wild monster, violent bear, leader. Level, LV20. Talent passive. Berserk power LV5, when in a rage, you can increase your own strength by 500%, lasting for 30 seconds. Physical enhancement LV5 physical attributes gain 500% blessing. HP, 2.5 million/2.5 million. Mana, 5000/5000. Attack, 2000. Speed, 300. Defense, 4000. Skill, Furious Hammer, blue skill, bursts out 300% of the body's terrifying damage, and adds a chilling effect, reducing the victim's all attributes by 15%. Additional effect of Summoned Beast, Life Connection, its own health value is linked to the summoner according to a percentage, and when the summoner is attacked, the same proportion will be transferred to the summoned beast. Looking at the attributes of this violent bear, Ling Yan sighed, this thing's strength can almost crush the 4 ultimate bosses of LV10. After all, the violent bear is not only at level 20, but also at the leader level. However, if a real fight breaks out, it is not certain whether the Wind Wolf King can be killed. After all, with the speed of the Wind Wolf King, the violent bear couldn't touch him at all. In addition, the Wind Wolf King has a purple skill, King's Blood Rage, which is enough to wipe out the violent bear as long as it unleashes it. But then again, the passive level of this violent bear has actually reached LV5. It seems that the higher the level of the wild monster, the higher the level of its passive. If this is a king-level monster, its passive level might be LV7. Or even LV8. Ling Yan raised his eyebrows when he thought of this. If the king-level monsters are so powerful, how terrifying must the emperor-level monsters and the dark gold-level copies be? If I were to face him now, I might not be able to defeat him without the gold suit. How about it? If we join forces, this time the purple gold Thunderbird dungeon will definitely be easy to conquer. When Wu Yi saw Ling Yan staring at his violent hero in a daze, he immediately smiled arrogantly. He is not only a summoner, but also a LV4S level summoner. Can increase the probability of successful taming, a full 16 times. In addition, his Wu family is the most powerful summoner family on Lungting Star. With the help of the ancestor, he successfully tamed the violent bear in front of him. He believed that with this violent bear, coupled with his full set of purple summoner suits and purple summoner skills, his own strength can definitely crush almost all S-level powerhouses of the same level. Even some S+ level geniuses are no match for him. And the Ling Yan in front of him might be that SS level genius. As long as he could recruit Ling Yan in front of him, he even felt that he might be able to break through the purple gold Thunderbird copy. When the people around saw Wu Yi inviting Ling Yan, they couldn't help but feel envious. Wu Ye's team is definitely the strongest. Everyone in the team is S level, without a single S dash, and almost all of them come from big families. Not only do they have powerful purple suits, but they also have purple skills. You know, although the purple suit is powerful, everyone has it as long as they reach the S level, but the purple skills are different. Only extremely wealthy families have it. After all, the skill rewarded is only blue. No need. You're too weak. I'm going to go it alone. Unfortunately, in response to Wu Ye's invitation, Ling Yan just smiled and spoke directly. As soon as he said this, Wu Ye's face suddenly turned ugly. Not only him, but everyone around him twitched their lips. Wu Ye's strength is definitely comparable to that of an ordinary S+ level genius, and Ling Yan actually said that he is weak? You damned country bumpkin, you actually dared to look down on me like that? You're courting death. Wu Ye's face darkened and he almost attacked Ling Yan. However, thinking that the other party might be that SS level genius, he still endured it. After all, if Ling Yan was really an SS level genius, his future achievements would be beyond the reach of even his entire Wu family combined. Classmate, you are so confident. Could it be that you are the genius who defeated the 4 ultimate bosses? Wu Yi spoke in a sarcastic tone and began to test the waters. I'm not a genius, I'm just a novice boss. I'm about to enter the dungeon. If you have nothing else, please don't block my way. Ling Yan spoke slowly. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around looked at Ling Yan in sudden realization. I didn't expect it was really him. No wonder he was so arrogant. They all got the news that the person who killed the 4 ultimate bosses was not SS Plus or even SSS as they imagined, but was a genius with at least SS-. After hearing Ling Yan's words, Wu Yi cursed in his heart. The person in front of him was actually a country bumpkin. I had no choice but to give way obediently. Ling Yan also stepped directly into the copy of the purple gold Thunderbird without hesitation. As for Wu Yi, after failing to win over Ling Yan, he turned to look at Su Miaoran standing beside him. Haibei City not only has an SS grade, but also an S+. It seems that it must be Su Miaoran. Classmate, are you interested in joining our team? Wu Yi looked at Su Miaoran with anticipation, and his eyes were a little fiery. Such a beautiful girl actually appeared from such a remote corner of Haibei City. It's such a waste of resources. As the eldest son of the most powerful summoning family on Longting Star, how could he not trick this naive girl into bed with just a few words? If you look at me with such disgusting eyes again, I will dig out your eyes. However, seeing Wu Ye's fiery eyes, he immediately spoke coldly. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire cabin fell silent in an instant. Everyone around looked at Wu Yi in confusion. Wu Ye's face turned dark. Damn it, you're courting death. Violet Bear, kill her for me. Wu Yi reacted instantly and cursed. The next moment he waved his hand. Roar! The violent bear roared to the sky in an instant, and then slapped Su Miaoran directly. This kid is looking for death. Sikong Shuayun, who was not far away, saw the scene, snorted coldly and wanted to take action. They actually dared to take action right under my nose. These people from the Wu family are becoming more and more arrogant. Don't worry, it's okay. However, it was directly blocked by Sikong's sword. Sikong Shuayun was stunned. You don't know your own limitations. However, when Su Miaoran saw this scene, he snorted coldly, and the next moment the long sword in his hand stabbed directly into the ground. Extremely cold sword. With a low, cold shout, the temperature around him dropped instantly. Wu Yi, who was several meters away, suddenly felt a chill hitting his back. Clang! Before he could react, an ice-blue ice sword suddenly condensed in front of him and stabbed towards him at an extremely terrifying speed. Not good. Wu Ye's face changed drastically and he wanted to escape. Unfortunately, it's too late. Puff! As the ice sword exploded instantly, Wu Yi, who was wearing a full set of purple equipment, was directly pierced through the chest. Minus 58,000. In an instant, a huge damage value appeared directly above Wu Ye's head. The horrific damage instantly reduced Wu Ye's health to 0. After all, his health is only over 20,000. Roar! Fortunately, the life link was activated at this time. The violent bear beside him screamed. -250000. A terrifying damage value instantly appeared above his head. The huge wound on Wu Ye's chest was directly transferred to the chest of the violent bear. Boom boom boom. Then with a loud bang, the huge and violent bear fell heavily to the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Instant kill. Wu Yi was killed in an instant. Purple top skill, the Arctic Sword. Isn't this a powerful move that can only be unleashed when defeating the Ice Queen, the LV-150 King level boss in the Ice Kingdom? What is the background of this woman? In an instant, everyone present was shocked. Not to mention them, even Xikong Jian and Xikong Shuayin gasped when they saw this move. The Arctic Sword, this skill is definitely one of the top purple skills, and the basic combat power increase reaches 600%. At the same time, there are also horrific penetrating lacerations. If Wu Yi wasn't a summoner with a lifelink, he would have been killed instantly. My bear, my violent bear. Wu Yi, who had just returned from the brink of life and death, finally came to his senses with fright. Looking at the violent bear on the ground, he screamed in grief and anger. Finally, he became so angry that his eyes rolled back and he fell to the ground. You're a loser and you're trying to be a leader. Seeing this scene, Su Miaoran snorted disdainfully, then walked into the purple gold Thunderbird copy without looking back. So strong. S+ level geniuses are truly powerful. Nonsense, an S+ elemental class has a full 900% damage bonus. Add to that a set of purple equipment and purple skills, and once it explodes, how can ordinary people stop it? Yes, the most important thing is that Wu Yi is a summoner, so he doesn't need to think before attacking others. The opponent is an elemental profession, and the summoner is just an ordinary person if you don't count the summoned beast. How dare you get so close to him? That's right. If it's elemental, you just need to cast elemental shield. Not to mention purple, even blue or green can block most damage. Stop talking, let's go and finish the assessment as soon as possible. I don't know if I can reach the 4th stage in one try. If not, I'll just have to try a few more times. Yes. The students around couldn't help but complain when they saw Wu Yi lying on the ground. After saying that, the rest of the people hurried towards the copy. Even the 8 S-level geniuses who originally teamed up with Wu Yi found 2 new teammates. Wu Yi was so powerful before mainly because of the violent bear. But now the violent bear has been killed. Wu Ye's combat capability is not even as good as that of a C-level talent, so why should we team up with him? After all, there is no one from the Wu family here who would go to great lengths to get a new summoned beast for Wu Yi. This girl named Su Miaoran is not simple either. Seeing everyone leave, Xikong Jian couldn't help but sigh. It's not easy. A LV-150 King-level monster requires at least an SS-level warrior of the same level to defeat, or an S-level warrior 30 levels higher. It seems that Su Miaoran has been spotted by a powerful person. Xikong Shuayun was not too shocked. After her talent awakened, many powerful people sent her messages wanting to take her as their disciple. In the end, she did not choose to become a disciple because she wanted to improve her talent to SS first. Unfortunately, the reality is always not as expected. Her reincarnation mission is extremely difficult. In order to complete it, she needs a genius of the same level of fire attribute who is SS plus or above to lead her. But a genius of this level is not someone his Xikong family can afford. Moreover, the level must not exceed LV-100 and not be lower than LV-95, which makes it even more difficult to find. Therefore, it is extremely normal for Su Miaoran to have become a disciple of a powerful person. The other side. Buzz. Following a distortion of space, Ling Yan instantly appeared in a dilapidated city. Ling Yan looked up at the sky, only to find that the entire sky was covered by thunderclouds, and a large amount of thunder was surging wildly in these thunderclouds. Ling Yan could vaguely see a large number of birds and beasts in the thunderclouds. In the dilapidated city, corpses were everywhere. All of these corpses looked like charcoal, and were extremely miserable. It was obvious that all the people in this city were slaughtered by the purple gold Thunderbird in the sky. Ding! Player enters dungeon, purple Thunderbird. Level, LV-20, quality, purple. Note, there are 5 waves of monsters in the dungeon. The first wave will arrive in 10 seconds, please be prepared. Note, you can leave the instance by leaving the battle. However, you cannot leave the instance during the battle. At this moment, a prompt sound also came into Ling Yan's mind. I don't know how many monsters there are in a wave. If there are too few, there won't be enough for me to kill. Ling Yan looked up at the sky with some curiosity. As for the so-called escape from the copy, Ling Yan had never thought about it. Nonsense, if you can't even beat the purple LV20 copy, forget about the dark gold copy. Now is the time to take a shower and go home to sleep. Finally, the 10 seconds are up. Chirp chirp chirp. Suddenly, birdsong was heard one after another in the sky. Crackle. At the same time, a large amount of thunder erupted from the sky. The next moment, thousands of giant birds with alternating purple and gold colors covered in thunder swooped down from the sky at an extremely terrifying speed. Ling Yan directly opened the attributes of these purple-gold thunderbirds. Wild monster, purple thunderbird, common. Level, LV15. Talent passive. Thunder power LV2, can control the power of thunder and burst out 200% thunder damage. Speed enhancement LV2, speed attribute gains 200% blessing. HP, 50000/50000. Mana, 2000 of 2000. Attack, 800. Speed, 150. Defense, 1000. Skill, Lightning Strike, White Skill, can cause 100% lightning damage and 10% lightning damage per second. The attributes of these thunderbirds are much stronger than those LV10 Windwolves. After all, the levels of thunder and speed enhancement have reached LV2. If a real fight breaks out, one Windwolves could probably kill dozens of level 10 Windwolves. There are tens of thousands of monsters in the first wave. And they're all level 15. I wonder how many monsters there will be by the third and fourth waves. Ling Yan glanced at the dark clouds that were slowly gathering in the sky. Although there were thousands of thunderbirds coming down at once, there were actually tens of thousands of thunderbirds in the sky. If I kill them all, my level will be greatly improved. Unfortunately, Ling Yan's level is locked now. Although he can gain experience points, he cannot use them to upgrade for the time being. And every time Ling Yan levels up, the remaining experience points will be halved. After upgrading to 10 levels beyond wild monsters, any remaining experience points will be cleared to 0. Therefore, if it is not necessary, such as when doing a dungeon, no one will choose to suppress the level. The power of wind and fire, burn. Ling Yan did not hesitate and shouted loudly. Boom boom. In an instant, the terrifying power of wind and fire burst out from Ling Yan's whole body. In an instant, raging flames enveloped an area of more than 10 meters around Ling Yan. Chirp, chirp, chirp. After seeing this scene, the thunderbirds were not stupid. They screamed and spewed out bolts of lightning from their mouths towards the flames around Ling Yan. Puff, puff, puff. However, the moment these thunders touched Ling Yan's flames, they were burned into nothingness. Wind and fire tearing slash. Ling Yan looked at these purple-gold thunderbirds that were so scared that they dared not come down, and without hesitation, he slashed directly into the sky with a sword. Boom! With the roar of flames and wind, a terrifying flaming sword energy several meters long shot straight into the sky and slashed towards the thousands of financial thunderbirds. The sword energy was so fast that it slashed the thunderbirds in an instant. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, a large number of thunderbirds were crushed by the terrifying wind force and the sword energy and then burned into nothingness by the power of fire. Minus 98,000. Minus 98,000. Critical hit 196000. In an instant, a large amount of damage values emerged from the ashes of the burnt thunderbirds. The thunderbird only has 50,000 HP, how can it withstand Ling Yan's terrifying damage? Of course, although the sword energy was terrifying, it only killed more than 10 thunderbirds that it could touch. Burst! Ling Yan didn't hesitate and shouted loudly. Boom boom boom! In an instant, the sword energy of wind and fire tearing slash exploded. The terrifying flames and wind power swept wildly in all directions. The flames and wind instantly swept all the Thunderbirds around. Minus 78,000. Minus 68,000. Critical hit minus 110,000. Minus 51,000. A large amount of damage values emerged from the heads of these Thunderbirds. Because it is explosive damage, the farther the distance, the lower the power. However, facing the Thunderbird with only 50,000 health points, all the Thunderbirds within a radius of more than 10 meters were burned to ashes by the explosion. Ding! Congratulations to the player for killing LV-15 Purple Thunderbird * 256. Experience points, 25,600. Accumulated into the experience points slot. Star coins, 2,560. Wheel of Fortune activated, you successfully copied the passive skill, Thunder Power LV2 * 2. Wheel of Fortune activated, you successfully copied the passive skill, Speed Enhancement LV2. The Wheel of Fortune is activated, the explosion rate is increased by 10,000 times. Obtained equipment, LV-15 Purple Gold Thunderbird Suit, Blue, * 64. Skills, Lightning Strike, White, * 256. Items obtained, LV-15 Thunder Crystal Cores * 256 pieces. A series of prompt sounds also reached Ling Yan's mind. One still has 100 experience points left? That's a lot. Ling Yan was a little surprised. You know, he is already level 20. It's not just the surprise of experience, there are other things as well. Purple, LV-15 Purple Gold Thunderbird Suit, usually only dropped by boss level monsters. However, there is a chance that ordinary monsters will pop up, but the probability is extremely low. Generally speaking, even if you clear the dungeon several times, it is difficult to get a piece of equipment from an ordinary purple gold Thunderbird, let alone a complete set. However, Ling Yan, who has a full 10,000 times explosion rate, can get a weapon from almost every monster. Most items, except corpses, can be stacked. Therefore, there are now millions of white skill books in Ling Yan's storage backpack. There are also hundreds of green ones, dozens of blue ones, and 2 purple ones. Finally, there are crystal cores, elemental crystal cores, which are actually very common and much less valuable than skill books, because any wild monster that can use elements generally has a crystal core. Wild monsters without elements can also have life cores. An ordinary person can get one by killing hundreds or thousands of wild monsters. It can be used to refine strengthening potions, blood recovery potions, etc. It can be said that its value is not very high. If it wasn't possible to stack Ling Yan, I wouldn't bother taking it. However, having more things also means it is easier to sell them. As long as the quantity is sufficient, you can sell them for a lot of star coins. Crackle, crackle, crackle. At this moment, a large amount of thunder power suddenly erupted around Ling Yan's body. In an instant, these thunders began to surge wildly throughout Ling Yan's body. Congratulations host, your thunder power level has been upgraded to LV3. At the same time, a prompt sound also came into Ling Yan's mind. 2 LV2 passives are equivalent to 4 LV11s, directly upgrading Ling Yan's thunder power to LV3. According to the fact that the level of a thunder mage is 1 level higher than that of an ordinary elemental mage, Ling Yan is now considered an A-level thunder mage. By the way, if the wind and fire domain or the wind and fire tearing slash were combined with the power of thunder, would its strength be enhanced? Ling Yan was somewhat tempted. He had experimented and found that adding the power of water and earth to these 2 elements could not increase their power. Of course, it may also be that Ling Yan's skills are not up to par. After all, these 2 elements are somewhat in conflict with the power of wind and fire. But the power of thunder is a pure offensive element. Thinking of this, Ling Yan started the experiment immediately. In an instant, these blue thunder powers merged into the power of wind and fire. Ding! Congratulations to the player, the wind and fire domain has merged with the power of thunder, and its level has been upgraded to blue. At this moment, a prompt sound reached Ling Yan's ears. Thunderfire domain, a domain formed by the fusion of wind, thunder, and fire, it can burst out continuous damage of 150% of spell damage per second. Mana consumption per second, 50, coverage range, 10 meters. Increasing the range increases the cost. A prompt sound also reached Ling Yan's mind at this time. The original level of the wind and fire domain was only green. This is mainly because Ling Yan can only rely on himself to explore this kind of field-related skills. If he has time to create a high-level skill of the same type, Ling Yan will definitely be able to create a high-level skill by relying on his own characteristics of possessing several elemental powers. 150% damage per second is much higher than the previous 100% continuous damage. It's definitely the best skill for killing such a large number of wild monsters. I just don't know if adding it to wind and fire tearing slash can raise the peak blue wind and fire tearing slash's level to purple. Ling Yan was a little curious. However, the wind and fire tearing slash can be experimented with later. The most important thing now is to kill monsters and upgrade the level of thunder force. Chirp, chirp, chirp. As Ling Yan killed so many wild monsters, the eyes of more than 1,000 purple gold thunderbirds around him all turned bloodshot. The next moment, everyone's thunderbirds rushed towards Ling Yan like crazy. Hatred value is sometimes a good thing. After seeing this scene, Ling Yan couldn't help but laugh. Puff, 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 puff. In an instant, all these thunderbirds crashed into the flames surrounding Ling Yan. Minus 45,000. Minus 45,000. Critical hit minus 90,000. Critical hit 13,500. In an instant, a large amount of damage values emerged from these thunderbirds. Although ordinary attacks cannot kill these thunderbirds instantly, Ling Yan's power of wind, thunder, and fire is also extremely violent. The flying speed of these thunderbirds dropped significantly when they entered the area. It takes at least 2 or 3 seconds to break through a distance of 10 meters. This was when they were not injured, but the first wave of 45,000 damage alone burned these thunderbirds into birds with only a little blood left on their skin. His whole body was charred and he fell directly to the ground. Then when the second wave of killing power arrived, all the thunderbirds that were burned into roasted birds were reduced to ashes. In just a moment, more than 1,000 thunderbirds around were killed in Ling Yan's flames. Chirp, chirp, chirp. As the first batch of thunderbirds died, a large number of thunderbirds rushed down from the sky again the next moment. Thousands of purple gold thunderbirds swooped down madly towards Ling Yan on the ground. Unfortunately, no matter how many thunderbirds come, they are just food for Ling Yan now. Puff, 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 puff. Countless thunderbirds crashed madly into Ling Yan's thunder and fire field. 90% of them were burned to ashes in an instant after suffering critical damage or above on their heads. The remaining 10% struggled for a while in the field and then died completely. Next, the remaining 50,000 plus thunderbirds finally moved together. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning fell from the sky like raindrops and slammed heavily into Ling Yan's field of thunder and fire. Crackle! However, this tremendous rain of thunder was all absorbed the moment it came into contact with the field of thunder and fire. Just kidding, although these thunderbirds are powerful, the damage they can cause when they burst out at full power is only 1,600 points. Ling Yan's thunder and fire field has more than 30 times the damage, and this mere 1,600 points of damage cannot be shaken at all. Because of the hatred value, these purple gold thunderbirds rushed towards Ling Yan as if they were risking their lives after the attack. In the end, they were all burned to death in Ling Yan's terrifying flames. Ding! Congratulations to the player for killing LV-15 Purple Thunderbird * 54150. Experience points, 5415000. Accumulated into the experience point slot. Star coins, 541,500. The Wheel of Fortune has activated. You have successfully copied the passive skill, Thunder Force LV2 * 83. Thunder Force level has been increased to LV8, 6/256. Wheel of Fortune activated, you successfully copied the passive skill, Speed Enhancement LV2 * 80. The Wheel of Fortune is activated, the explosion rate is increased by 10,000 times. Obtained equipment, LV-15 Purple Gold Thunderbird Suit, Blue, * 13,540. Skills, Lightning Strike, White, * 54150. Items obtained, LV15 Thunder Crystal Cores *54150 pieces. In an instant, another series of prompt sounds broke into Ling Yan's mind, and Ling Yan's mouth corners slightly raised as he listened to these prompt sounds. I was able to reach level 8 after the first wave of monsters. I wonder what level I can reach after defeating all the remaining waves of monsters. Ling Yan was a little excited. Shoo! However, at this moment, a shrill cry suddenly came from the thunderclouds in the sky. Boom! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning as thick as a fist fell from the sky. Boom! The thunder instantly struck Ling Yan's thunder and fire shield. But unfortunately, it was still absorbed directly. The first wave of boss is coming, players please be prepared. However, at this moment, a prompt sound came into Ling Yan's mind. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The next moment, deafening roars erupted from the boundless thunderclouds. Then a huge bird more than 2 meters long and with a wingspan of 4 or 5 meters flew out from the thundercloud. Wild Monster, Purple Thunderbird, Elite. Level, LV15. Talent Passive. Thunder Power LV3, can control the power of thunder and burst out 300% thunder damage. Speed Enhancement LV3, Speed Attribute gains 300% blessing. HP 150,000/150,000. Mana 5,000/5,000. Attack Power 1,000. Speed 200. Defense 1,500. Skill, Thunderfall, Green Skill, can cause 150% thunder damage and 10% thunder damage per second. Seeing this attribute, Ling Yan nodded slightly. It's not bad, after all, it's an elite level monster. However, before Ling Yan could say anything more, the purple gold Thunderbird crashed directly into Ling Yan's thunder and fire field. Critical hit 135000. In an instant, a huge damage value appeared. All the feathers on the elite Thunderbird's body were burned to ashes, and without feathers, it fell heavily to the ground. Boom boom. The next moment there was a loud noise. Shoo! Minus 20,000. Finally, with a scream from the elite Thunderbird, it fell to its death. Ding! Congratulations to the player for killing a LV15 Purple Gold Thunderbird, Elite. Experience points, 2,000. Accumulated into the experience points slot. Star coins, 500. Wheel of Fortune activated, you successfully copied the passive skill, Thunder Power LV3. Wheel of Fortune activated, you successfully copied the passive skill, Speed Enhancement LV3. The Wheel of Fortune is activated, the explosion rate is increased by 10,000 times. Obtained equipment, LV15 Purple Gold Thunderbird Suit, Blue, *1. Skills, Thunderfall, Blue. Items obtained, LV15 Thunder Crystal Core, Elite, *1. At the same time, a prompt sound was heard. This scene made Ling Yan extremely upset. Elite monsters are still vulnerable. Forget it, let's wait for the next wave. Ling Yan shook his head helplessly. The second wave of monsters will arrive in 20 minutes, please adjust as soon as possible. And at this moment, a prompt sound was heard. Hearing that it would take a full 20 minutes, Ling Yan was speechless. It didn't even take me this long to kill all the monsters in the first wave. However, thinking that it usually takes at least several hours to clear a purple dungeon, Ling Yan felt relieved. Alright, I haven't eaten all day, and this elite Thunderbird hasn't been burned to ashes yet. Suddenly Ling Yan remembered this. Although there are nutrient solutions and energy gels that can replenish physical strength, you don't need to eat for a few days. But those flavors are too simple. A barbecue would be nice too. Thinking of this, he directly chopped off the Thunderbird's thigh, cut off the burnt part on the surface, and slowly burned it with the power of fire. This Thunderbird is indeed an elite monster. If the flame is too small, it won't burn it. If it were an ordinary flame, it would probably take a whole day to cook it. Looking at the bird leg sizzling in the flames, Ling Yan said with emotion. The tempting fragrance also made Ling Yan drool. Of course, compared to Ling Yan, the others are not as leisurely, but it is not difficult either. After all, they were all in a team. The more people there were, the greater the lethality. In another copy, 10 S-level geniuses were calmly resisting the attacks of tens of thousands of purple-gold thunderbirds. Endless poisonous fog. The S-level Breaking Bad master directly used a powerful blue poison skill. The poisonous fog covered an area of dozens of meters. As soon as these thunderbirds rush in, the health starts to drop rapidly. Minus 5,000. Minus 5,000. Minus 5,000. Minus 5,000. A large amount of damage values appeared crazily. At this rate of blood loss, the poison thunderbird can be killed in just 10 seconds. But it is not easy to hold on for 10 seconds. Holy shield! Fortunately, there was a guardian knight in the crowd who directly put a powerful shield on everyone present. Boom 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 boom. No matter how crazy the thunderbirds attack, the shield remains intact. After all, almost all of them are S-level, and only the last two recruited are S-. However, these two are also extremely powerful disciples from aristocratic families. Therefore, facing these tens of thousands of level 15 thunderbirds can be said to be easy. Even for other teams, it is similar. After all, a team has at least 4 or 5 S-level geniuses and at most 10 S-level geniuses. It was just the first wave, and it was all very easy. In less than half an hour, almost all the teams had passed. Inside the Longting spacecraft. As the temporary administrator, Sikong Shuayan looked at the message coming from the copy crack. Ling Yan is really fast. He actually started resting so soon. I wonder if he can clear this dungeon solo. Sikong Shuayan was a little curious. It is not very difficult to pass the purple copy. As long as a team of 10 S-level geniuses is formed, it can be passed. But solo play is different. SSS genius can only defeat the ultimate boss. If you want to kill, you must be at least SS level. And it may not necessarily kill. As for the dark gold level dungeons, even an SSS level genius would need to form a team of 10 people with at least SS plus to clear them. As for solo play, even a genius with SSS plus level won't be able to pass it. After all, the power of a dark gold emperor level monster is so terrifying that ordinary people can't even imagine it. If Ling Yan can clear this dungeon alone, it means that Ling Yan's talent certification will be at least SS level instead of SS-. It may even be rated SS+. I hope we can pass. This way, our entire Tianbei galaxy still has a slight chance of taking down this dark gold level dungeon. Sikong Shuayan sighed helplessly. It is impossible to clear the dark gold level copy. But there is still hope of reaching the final boss level. Generally speaking, if you can reach the final level of the ultimate boss, you have thoroughly explored the entire dungeon. In this way, this dark golden copy will become the property of the Tianbei galaxy. Of course, other galaxies can also be used, but it will require a lot of resources. Long Tingxing, who originally did not have an SS-level genius, was actually not qualified to participate in the final strategy, and at most he could only play a supporting role. The real strategy team is composed of geniuses above SS level. Only by combining 10 SS and SS level geniuses together can there be a chance of reaching the final level. As long as you join the strategy group and successfully reach the final level, the planet where these geniuses are located will be able to benefit from 1/10 of the dark gold copy. If there are 2 geniuses, it would be 20%. This is why the Star Master of Longting Star directly let Sikong Jian lead the team after knowing that Ling Yan, who was SS-, appeared on Longting Star. The annual 10% dark gold copy revenue is much higher than the GDP of Longting Star for several years. How could he not be cautious? However, Ling Yan's side also encountered the second wave of monsters. Buzz. As the 20-minute countdown ends, the endless thunderclouds in the sky also began to surge wildly. The next moment, Ling Yan clearly saw a large number of thunderbirds beginning to gather frantically in the clouds. In just a few seconds, there were as many as 200,000 to 300,000 thunderbirds gathered. Seeing this number, Ling Yan was also satisfied. After all, each one was at LV2 level. Boom 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 boom. However, before Ling Yan could react, tens of thousands of thunderbolts in the sky came down towards him like raindrops. With an attack of this scale, if it is not possible to fully defend against the Thunderbird's attacks, even if only 1 point of damage is sustained from one attack, it will be tens of thousands of points. Ling Yan did not hesitate and immediately unleashed all his power of thunder and fire. Boom boom! With the roar of flames, thunder and strong wind, everything within a 10-meter radius around Ling Yan was covered by the field of thunder and fire. Those thunderbolts instantly struck Ling Yan's thunder and fire field and were absorbed in an instant. The next moment, the endless thunderbirds turned into a torrent and swooped down towards Ling Yan on the ground. Let's see how powerful the power of thunder combined with the wind and fire tearing slash will be. Ling Yan raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw this scene. Clang! The Wind Wolf King's sword in his hand trembled slightly, and in an instant, with a sound of sword ringing, the majestic flames and wind power began to gather madly on the sword in his hand. The power of wind and fire flowed rapidly on the long sword, and the terrifying power it unleashed made the surrounding air tremble wildly. Crackle, crackle, crackle. However, at this moment, blue lightning burst out from Ling Yan's hands. The thunder began to flow madly in the power of wind and fire along the trajectory of the wind and fire tearing slash. With the addition of thunder power, the originally stable wind and fire tearing slash began to shake wildly, and it was obvious that it was about to get out of control. At the same time, Ling Yan's luck wheel was passively activated. An invisible force instantly stabilized the wind and fire tearing slash, which was enhanced by the power of thunder and began to riot. Under the combination of blue thunder, red flames and green wind power, Ling Yan's Wind Wolf King's sword began to tremble slightly. It seemed as if it was about to shatter under the attack. Congratulations to the player, you have successfully stacked the power of thunder. The skill, Wind and Fire Tearing Slash, has been upgraded to purple. Thunderfire Meteoric Slash LV3, purple. A powerful slash formed by the combined power of thunder, fire, and wind, with a powerful buff of 650% spell damage. Causes continuous damage of wind, thunder, and fire elements at the same time, 60% spell damage /S, duration, 10s. Consumption, 1000 mana, increases with level. At the same time, a system prompt sound was heard. Thunderfire Meteorite Slash? A purple skill? After listening to these introductions, Ling Yan immediately laughed. The next moment, without hesitation, he swung his sword directly into the sky. Boom boom! In an instant, a deafening roar spread over hundreds of meters. A terrifying sword energy that was 7 or 8 meters long and flashing with thunder and flames slashed directly at the tens of thousands of thunderbirds swooping down from the sky. Puff, puff, puff. Wherever it went, the thunderbirds instantly turned into vapor. Minus 180,000. Critical hit minus 360,000. Critical hit 540,000. In an instant, a large amount of terrifying damage value emerged directly from the place where these thunderbirds were vaporized. Boom! At this moment, the lightning and fire slash exploded directly in the center of the densely packed thunderbirds. The terrifying three elements of thunder, fire, and wind began to rage in all directions. Wherever it went, the thunderbirds were either vaporized, turned into charcoal, or torn into countless pieces. At this moment, within a radius of 50 meters, as many as 2,000 to 3,000 purple gold thunderbirds were killed. This power is much stronger than deep-sea heavy water. When Ling Yan saw this scene, he couldn't help but sigh. Deep-sea heavy water, although it is also a purple skill, its level has only reached LV1. Compared with the LV3 Thunder and Fire Meteorite Slash, it is still quite a bit worse. Thinking of this, Ling Yan began to get curious. The power of this LV3 level was so strong, wouldn't it be even more terrifying if the level was higher? But then he let it go. For ordinary people, blue and purple are almost impossible to obtain in a lifetime, and even green skills are almost impossible to obtain. Even if the white skills are practiced for a lifetime and upgraded to a high level, their power is still far weaker than that of the blue and purple skills. As for high-level skills, they are generally used by geniuses, and the strength of geniuses increases very quickly. The strength will soon reach LV 100 or above. At that time, the skill power will be increased by 10 times, more than 10 times, or even 20 or 30 times, which will not help the strength much. Besides, if you can level up, the skills of wild monsters can also be upgraded, and at a higher level. After reaching LV 100, the skill upgrade function will be enabled, and you can use skill books as consumables to improve your skill proficiency. For others, it is almost a useless function. After all, even disciples from big families cannot be so rich that they can directly use purple skill books to upgrade purple skills. But I'm different, my explosion rate is so high, even purple, gold skills, and dark gold skills will never be lacking in the future. However, if this is the case, I have to upgrade my level as soon as possible. Ling Yan made a secret decision when he thought of this. Upgrade to level 100 as soon as possible. This way, your strength can be improved even more terrifyingly. Next, Ling Yan directly unfolded the field of thunder and fire, and instantly violent thunder and fire swept towards the surroundings. At this time, a large number of thunderbirds rushed towards the thunder and fire field one after another. Puff, puff, puff. The moment they crashed into the field of thunder and fire, all the thunderbirds were burned to ashes. Finally, as time passed by, all the second wave of thunderbirds died. The boss guarding this level is a group of 10 elite purple gold thunderbirds. Unfortunately, all these purple gold thunderbirds were killed by Ling Yan at just one encounter. Ding! Congratulations to the player for killing a LV-15 purple thunderbird *315000. Experience points, 31.5 million. Accumulated into the experience points slot. Star coins, 3.15 million, locked. Wheel of Fortune activated. You successfully copied the passive ability, Thunder Force LV2 *495, Thunder Force level increased to LV10, 254/1000. The Wheel of Fortune is activated. You have successfully copied the passive skill, Speed Enhancement LV2 *522. Speed Enhancement is upgraded to LV14, 121/4000. The Wheel of Fortune is activated, the explosion rate is increased by 10,000 times. Obtained equipment, LV-15 Purple Gold Thunderbird Suit, Blue, *64115. Skills, Lightning Strike, White, *315,000 copies. Items obtained, LV-15 Thunder Crystal Cores *315,000 pieces. Congratulations to the player. You've killed over 100,000 purple thunderbirds and earned the achievement, Purple Thunderbird Killer LV2. Increases damage to purple gold thunderbirds by 40%. And gains 50 points of hatred within 300 meters. A series of prompt sounds followed. More than 300,000 thunderbirds can only upgrade Ling Yan's thunder power to LV10. Sure enough, when the passive level reaches a certain level, the upgrade speed slows down. But Ling Yan didn't care, because there was still the third wave, the fourth wave, and the fifth wave. The most important thing is that the purple gold Thunderbird copy can be refreshed more than once. Assuming that each time takes less than 6 hours, I can do it at least 4 times a day. At the same time, Ling Yan also discovered that the star coins he had obtained had become locked. The calculation rules for star coins are the same as experience points. It seems that the value of these star coins will be halved as the level increases. As expected, there are no shortcuts to making money or leveling up. Ling Yan said with emotion. Suppressing the realm is indeed not something that ordinary people can do. If you are not going to a dungeon, it is better not to suppress your realm. The second wave of monsters has ended, and the third wave is about to begin. There will be a 30-minute break, so please be prepared. A prompt sound reached everyone's ears. After hearing this prompt sound, Ling Yan immediately found a comfortable place and fell asleep. I'm just sitting there doing nothing, so I can't just sit there and stare blankly. Half an hour passed quickly. From the thunderclouds in the sky, thunderbirds, each larger than the previous one, condensed one after another. The wingspan of each one reaches more than 2 meters. At the same time, the thunder surging throughout his body was much stronger than before. Wild Monster, Purple Thunderbird, Common. Level, LV20. Talent Passive. Thunder Power LV3, can control the power of thunder and burst out 300% thunder damage. Speed enhancement LV3, speed attribute gains 300% blessing. HP 100,000/100,000. Mana 4000 of 4000. Attack 1200. Speed 200. Defense 1500. Skill, Lightning Strike, White Skill, can cause 100% lightning damage and 10% lightning damage per second. That's right, the strength of these purple gold Thunderbirds has reached LV20. Not only have all the attributes of the body been greatly improved, but even the passive levels of thunder power and speed enhancement have been upgraded to LV3. Just copying one is equivalent to copying 2 LV2 levels of thunder power. However, even if he saw the terrifying attributes of these Thunderbirds in the sky, Ling Yan was still lying there, not moving but directly releasing his own field of thunder and fire that covered the surroundings. Boom boom boom. The terrifying power of thunder and fire turned into a terrifying fireball with a diameter of more than 10 meters. The LV20 purple gold Thunderbirds in the sky exploded instantly when they saw this scene, as the first batch of tens of thousands of Thunderbirds suddenly flapped their wings. Boom 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 boom. In an instant, thunder fell from the sky. Puff, puff, puff. Unfortunately, even though it is LV20. However, when it hit the field of thunder and fire, it was still absorbed instantly. Next, all the Thunderbirds, under the influence of the copies, will swoop down towards Ling Yan like crazy and instantly crashed into the field of thunder and fire. However, at the moment of collision, all the Thunderbirds were instantly charred by thunder and flames. The feathers all over his body were instantly burned, which was so miserable. Some unlucky ones triggered critical hits and were even blown into charcoal all over the sky, and even the charcoal was quickly burned to ashes. Minus 61,000. Critical hit minus 122,000. A critical hit of 183,000. In an instant, a large amount of damage emerged from the field of thunder and fire. The reason why the power increased by more than 10,000 is mainly due to the effect of the achievement, Purple Gold Thunderbird Killer LV2. With a full 40% increase in power, Ling Yan's single target damage in the thunder and fire field has been increased to such a terrifying level. Despite such horrific damage, it still took Ling Yan more than half an hour to kill so many LV20 purple gold Thunderbirds in the sky. Ding! Congratulations to the player for killing LV20 purple Thunderbird *600,000. Experience points, 3 billion. Accumulated into the experience points slot. Star coins, 300 million. Wheel of Fortune activated. You successfully copied the passive ability, Thunder Force LV3 *1022, Thunder Force level increased to LV13, 1054/3000. The Wheel of Fortune is activated. You have successfully copied the passive skill, Speed Enhancement LV3 *1101. Speed Enhancement is upgraded to LV15, 541/10,000. What made Ling Yan happy this time was that a LV20 Purple Gold Thunderbird could bring Ling Yan 5,000 experience points. It is 100 times that of LV15. But think about it, when a level 20 professional kills a level 15 monster, the experience value is reduced by 16 times. If it is killed by a level 15 monster, it can bring a full 1600 experience points. It's not a terrible thing that a LV20 monster can bring 5,000 experience points. In addition, 1 LV3 Thunder Force is equivalent to 4 LV1 Thunder Forces, so 1000 LV3s can increase Ling Yan's passive proficiency by a full 4,000 points. Looks like I still have to kill high-level monsters. The higher the level, the higher the passive level. I just forgot what level the passive of a LV100 monster is, but judging from the looks of it, it's probably no less than LV10. Ling Yan raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw this. Fortunately, the thing this world has the most of is monsters, and there are a large number of monsters in any copy. There are millions of monsters in just the purple copy. Ling Yan is curious about how terrifying the dark gold copy will be. Shoo! At this moment, a loud cry suddenly came from the sky. The next moment, a huge monster with a wingspan of 10 meters appeared in the sky. Ling Yan directly used an identification technique to scan it. Wild monster, purple thunderbird, leader. Level, LV20. Talent passive. Thunder Force LV5, can control the power of thunder, bursting out 500% thunder damage. Speed enhancement LV5, speed attribute is increased by 500%. HP, 500,000/500,000. Mana, 10,000/10,000. Attack, 2,000. Speed, 300. Defense, 3,000. Skill, Violent Thunder, blue skill, bursts out 3 violent thunders, causing a total of 300% thunder damage and 30% thunder damage per second. In an instant, all the attributes of the purple gold Thunderbird leader appeared in front of Ling Yan. It's really powerful. It's worthy of being a boss-level monster. If this thing were placed in a blue dungeon, it would definitely be the ultimate boss. I didn't expect that I'd just be a bystander here. Ling Yan felt a little emotional. At the same time, he also knew that the final boss of the fourth wave would probably be more than one leader-level monster. If it's the final boss of the fourth level of the Dark Gold Dungeon, then there must be more than one Emperor-level monster. Suddenly Ling Yan raised his eyebrows. How the hell do I fight this? In the Dark Gold Dungeon, the final boss of the first wave is definitely a King Level 1. Ling Yan even suspected that all the monsters were elite, and even the last few waves of monsters were all bosses. No wonder it is said that a Dark Gold level copy requires an SSS level genius, cooperated with 9 SS plus level geniuses, and all of them must be equipped with a full set of gold or even dark gold suits, as well as gold skills to clear it. At least if Ling Yan goes there now, I'm afraid he won't even be able to make it to the second round. Clang! Thinking of this, Ling Yan directly drew out the giant sword of the Wind Wolf King behind him. Kill it as quickly as possible. You must raise the level of Thunder Force to LV17 or above before the Dark Gold Dungeon opens. In this way, you can get a set of gold equipment from the Alliance and then go solo to challenge the fourth wave. By then, the Dark Gold Dungeon with the same Thunder monsters will probably give me an even more terrifying boost in my Thunder power level. When Ling Yan thought of this, he took a step forward without hesitation. Boom! With a loud bang, the earth exploded directly, and Ling Yan's figure soared into the sky, rushing towards the purple gold Thunderbird leader in the sky. On this side, Ling Yan was having a great time. But the other teams on the other side were having a hard time. Why are there so many monsters in this second wave? Luckily, this is only LV15. If it were LV20, I think it would be difficult to get through. Yeah, a LV20 monster has at least 100,000 HP. We can't take out 100,000 HP with just one skill, we can only use 2 sets of skills. If we make a mistake, there will be casualties. Although some geniuses are also S-level, most of them are in life professions. If it were possible to form a team of 10 people, I'm afraid no one would want them. Therefore, when they fight, it is even more difficult than a team of 10 A-level pure combat professionals. In the end, after the second wave of monsters was over, the 2 weakest teams discussed it and finally chose to give up. What if I didn't give up? The third wave of monsters consisted of 500,000 level 20 monsters. Whenever something goes wrong, someone dies. Of course, although some of the combat professions were unwilling to give up, their teammates had all left. It was impossible for 2 or 3 of them to fight the third wave, right? In the end, the 2 teams had no choice but to decide to withdraw. Buzz buzz buzz. In the cracks of the spaceship and the purple gold Thunderbird copy, figures appeared in front of Sikong Shuayan along with waves of space fluctuations. Teacher Sikong, we give up. A young man said with some disappointment. Others also felt helpless and annoyed. Your choice is good. Unnecessary sacrifices are useless. Besides, most of you are just living professionals. Fighting is not something you should do. You made the right choice. Fortunately, after hearing what several people said, Sikong Shuayan immediately smiled and spoke. As soon as she said this, everyone present felt better. Ding! Player, Ling Yan, start the fourth wave of monsters. However, at this moment, a warning sound came from the crack. When everyone heard this, they were all stunned. Just a name was revealed? Doesn't that mean that the person who started the fourth wave was Ling Yan? In an instant, everyone looked at Sikong Shuayun in disbelief. All 10 of them failed to reach the third wave, but Ling Yan reached the fourth wave alone? Is this the power of a super genius? Ling Yan's speed is the fastest. Even a team composed of 8 S-level and 2 S-level geniuses hasn't finished the third wave yet. Knowing the shock of these dozen people, Sikong Shuayun slowly explained. As soon as she said this, everyone took a deep breath. If 10 people form a team and their talents are similar, it is equivalent to 10 times the attack and 10 times the number of skills. The combat effectiveness is almost 10 times. However, even so, the team of 10 S-level geniuses, all of whom were combat professionals, could not keep up with Ling Yan. Just how terrifying is Ling Yan's strength? However, this doubt was not only shared by them, but also by Sikong Shuayun. Not to mention them, even if Sikong Jian or even the Star Lord came, they would probably be shocked. Because Ling Yan's strength has far surpassed theirs back then. You know, these two are also SS geniuses. And an hour later, Ling Yan has killed all the fourth wave of purple gold Thunderbirds, including 3 leader-level purple gold Thunderbirds. Fortunately, there were not 10 of them, otherwise Ling Yan estimated that those 10 S-level geniuses would have a hard time making it through the fourth wave. Ding! Congratulations to the player for killing LV20 Purple Thunderbird *2 million, and gaining 10 billion experience points. The experience point slot has been accumulated. Star coins earned, 1 billion, locked. Wheel of Fortune activated, you successfully copied the passive ability, Thunder Force LV3 *3210, Thunder Force level increased to, LV15, 5054/10,000. The Wheel of Fortune is activated. You have successfully copied the passive skill, Speed Enhancement LV3 *3101. Speed Enhancement is upgraded to, LV16, 2541/20,000. As the fourth wave ended, a series of prompt sounds reached Ling Yan's mind. 2 million monsters. Even Ling Yan took more than an hour to finish it. At this moment, he found that he had underestimated the number of monsters in a purple copy. At this rate, I can only clear a dungeon once every 8 hours. This requires the previous waves to be faster. But if I clear the dungeon 3 more times, my Thunder Force should be able to upgrade to around LV19. It's even possible to upgrade to LV20. Divide by level. The passive level of LV20 is almost equivalent to SSS-. But Ling Yan's is the Thunder type, which is equivalent to an SSS level profession. If Ling Yan were to reveal himself, he would definitely be able to crush the most powerful genius in the Yenshin galaxy. I don't know what that damn girl's expression will be when she sees that I've surpassed her. When Ling Yan thought of this, he became a little excited. The dead girl he was talking about was none other than the most powerful genius in the Yenshin galaxy. In the previous life, she was always suppressed by Ling Yan. Later, when Ling Yan fell, she often came to mock her. In this life, Ling Yan wants to show her what it feels like to be pinned to the ground and hammered. The fifth wave of monsters is coming, please be prepared. Sure enough, at this moment, a prompt sound also reached Ling Yan's mind. Boom boom. The next moment, endless thunderclouds began to gather madly in the sky. And in the thunderclouds, Ling Yan also saw densely packed purple gold thunderbirds. The number of thunderbirds this time is much greater than before. A rough calculation shows that it has reached at least 3 million or even 4 million. 4 million is enough for Ling Yan to increase his passive level by at least 1 level. Boom 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 boom. Suddenly, countless thunderous roars erupted from the sky. In just a moment, the endless thunder completely submerged Ling Yan. At the same time, inside the spaceship. Buzz buzz buzz. With waves of spatial fluctuations, a team came out one after another. Ah, the purple copy is really powerful. Before the skill level is improved, it is really not easy to break through. Nonsense, this is a novice dungeon. Unless you stop leveling up, you won't be able to play this level 20 dungeon once your skill level is up. These teams gave up after passing the fourth wave. Because they were not sure they could kill the final king-level boss in the 5th round. To kill a king-level boss, you generally need at least 4 or 5 S+ players with a group of S-level players to clear the level. They may not really have the ability to do so. Unless, you equip them with golden equipment and a golden skill, or upgrade the purple skill to LV5 or above. By then, even an S+ level genius might be able to solo. Unfortunately, a complete set of golden equipment is not something that the geniuses of Longting Star have the opportunity to access. One piece is already the limit for their family. Buzz. At this moment, a girl covered in frost walked out from the space crack. The moment they saw the girl, everyone was stunned. Wait, she's only coming out now. Could it be that she's also defeated the 4th wave? What are you thinking? Even though she's an S+ genius, it's not that easy to solo through the 4th wave. That's right, only purple equipment and purple skills are available, unless you are a genius above SS-. After seeing Su Maoran, everyone around started discussing her curiously. After all, she was the most powerful genius among all the geniuses of this class, except Ling Yan. Naturally, he attracted the attention of people around him. However, no one was willing to believe that a genius from a small place could make it through such a powerful 4th wave. After all, it took 10 of them to barely make it through. Not bad, not bad. We successfully made it through the 4th wave. Your combat power is already comparable to that of an ordinary SS-. However, Sikong Xueyun looked at Su Maoran with admiration at this time. Even she couldn't believe the feedback. As soon as she said this, everyone around her widened their eyes. Did you really make it past the 4th level? Hiss. It's actually true. Just how strong is Su Maoran? A genius, a combat genius. If he gets the golden skills and suit in the future, he'll even be comparable to an ordinary SS-. It's also possible that I got some special items before that can increase my attribute points. Impossible. This kind of item can only be found in gold level and higher dungeons. For a moment, everyone was shocked. This world is mainly based on talent and level. But in reality there are exceptions. There are several ways to surpass higher level geniuses. One is equipment crushing, and the other is skill crushing. These two types are the most common, but only disciples from super families can enjoy this treatment. After all, high-level geniuses are generally trained by the Human Alliance, and the rewards given are extremely generous. Therefore, these two most common methods of skipping levels are actually the most difficult. The other one is attribute crushing. The attribute points gained by everyone when leveling up are constant. However, there are some extremely special items that can permanently increase attributes after being eaten or used. For example, the most common fruit of power is of gold grade. The lowest level is LV20. After eating it, you can increase your strength by 100 points. If it is LV100, the increased power will be tens of thousands. If you want to get such a terrifying thing, you must at least clear the golden copy. Or, kill some Emperor-level monsters. However, the strength of monsters at these levels is terrifying, and there is only an extremely low probability of obtaining them after killing them. It is more difficult to obtain them than a complete set of golden equipment. Therefore, theoretically speaking, anyone who can use this special item is either a top genius among the human race, or a disciple from a top family that rules over hundreds of thousands of life planets. Finally, there is a way to kill enemies above your level. That's fighting talent. Some people are born combat geniuses. With the same skills and the same level of equipment, they can exert combat power several times, or even dozens of times, that of ordinary people. It is no problem for one person to defeat hundreds of people with the same level of equipment as him. This kind of genius is a true strong one. In the later stages, he can even use his combat talent to improve his talent score. There was once such a genius in the Yenshin galaxy. With his S+ talent, he killed an SS-level genius. Ordinary SS can't even last a few moves in his hands. It's a pity that such a genius eventually fell into the hands of foreigners. Therefore, everyone present speculated that Su Maoran might be such a combat genius. Of course, he is not as terrifying as the super genius he once was. Attention! Player, Ling Yan has opened the Purple Gold Thunderbird dungeon, Wave 5. A loud voice instantly shocked the chattering geniuses, causing them to open their eyes wide with horror. Start the 5th wave? How dare he? As expected of an SS-level genius, he actually dared to initiate the 5th wave. But then again, why did he start the 5th wave so quickly? Isn't there a break time? Could it be that he wants to reach an SS Plus rating? If he succeeds, he will be the most powerful genius in our Tian Bay galaxy. Yes, by then, even if we enter the Flame God galaxy, we might be able to make it to the top 100 of the Flame God ranking. In an instant, all these geniuses were shocked by Ling Yan's audacity. Ling Yan is still in there. The 5th wave of boss isn't that easy to deal with. Su Miaoran frowned when she heard the prompt. She was able to kill all the monsters in the 5th wave, but she knew that she would never be able to defeat the ultimate boss. At least, she can't do it now. Don't worry, once you've mastered the dark gold skills I taught you and raised your level to SS+, you'll be able to take on even dark gold dungeons. At this moment, an illusory voice appeared in Su Miaoran's mind. I understand, Master. Su Miaoran also nodded seriously. That's right, in fact, dark gold level skills can be learned, but the time and talent required are terrifying. It also requires someone who understands this skill very thoroughly to teach it. This is the reason why Su Miaoran was chosen by her master. Time began to pass by minute. The team of 10 S-level geniuses also started the 5th wave a few minutes after Ling Yan. Now there are only 2 teams in the entire dungeon. Moreover, the 5th wave has already begun. One is Ling Yan solo. The other one is the 8 S-level plus 2 S-level geniuses. They guessed that the probability of the 10-man team passing was much greater than Ling Yan's. After all, the combined killing power of 10 people is definitely much stronger than Ling Yan alone, right? And just when they were curious, something strange happened. Buzz. Following a space fluctuation. 6 young men with terrified faces and wounds all over their bodies appeared in front of everyone. Zhao Wu and his team failed. Why are there only 6 of them? If there's no success prompt, then it's a failure. The remaining 4 are probably dead. According to the time, we should have reached the boss. It's already pretty good that 6 of them came back alive. Seeing the miserable appearance of Zhao Wu and others, everyone present sighed. The strength of the ultimate boss is too strong. That's right from the start, he killed 4 of our teammates with 1 skill, and we couldn't even dodge. If Xu Sheng hadn't used the deadly poison blast to reduce the boss's health by 10%, slowing down its attacks and allowing us to escape, we would all have died. Oh, you'll know once you see it. Zhao Wu and others naturally didn't want to be looked down upon, so they directly posted the attribute table of the ultimate boss and the video of the copy. In the picture, a terrifying bird with a wingspan of more than 10 meters burst out 4 terrifying thunders as soon as it came up. Thunder instantly killed the slowest student. At this moment, everyone around them realized that these 6 people were able to survive not because of their speed or strong defense, but simply because they ran faster than the other 4. Watching this video, Zhao Wu and the other 6 looked extremely unhappy. I originally planned to record their highlights. Wild Monster, Purple Gold Thunderbird King level. Level, LV20. Talent Passive. Thunder Force LV8, can control the power of thunder, bursting out 800% thunder damage. Speed Enhancement LV8, speed attribute gains 800% blessing. HP, 3,000,000/3 million. Magic Power, 100,000/100,000. Attack Power, 5,000. Speed, 600. Defense, 10,000. Skill, Violent Thunder LV3, Blue Skill, bursts out 4 violent thunders, causing a total of 400% thunder damage and 40% thunder damage per second, cost, 1,000. Endless Thunder, Purple, summons countless thunders to attack the enemy. Each one can cause 100% thunder damage, with a maximum of 600%. And each one causes 10%, a total of 60% continuous damage. After hitting all 6 at the same time, subsequent thunderbolts will not cause any damage, but will add a 1% armor penetration effect. Up to 50% armor penetration can be achieved. Cost, 10,000. However, when everyone saw this attribute, they gasped. Although they had seen many similar attributes, they only realized how powerful they were after actually encountering them. A full 5,000 points of attack power, plus the 8-fold blessing of thunder power LV8, that's 40,000 spell damage. Even if a bolt of lightning only has 100% damage, it still amounts to 40,000 points of damage. Those present were really lucky to survive. Except for the super tanks that can increase defense and physical strength, almost no one can stop it. But this year they don't have this kind of super tank, and that's the worst thing. Wait, why hasn't Ling Yan come out yet? Suddenly at this moment, someone became confused. In an instant, everyone present was stunned. Yes, Zhao Wu and the other 10 people have all come out. Why hasn't Ling Yan come out yet? Ha, he hasn't come out yet, he must be dead. You can't possibly think he can still survive, right? However, at this moment, a hearty laugh came from not far away. Everyone looked over and saw that the man was Wu Yi, whose summoned beast was killed by Su Maoran. Without his summoned beast, his strength is even worse than that of an ordinary person wearing a set of purple equipment. Naturally, I gave up directly. As soon as he said this, everyone present frowned. Ling Yan's monster clearing speed is even faster than that of Zhao Wu and the other 10 people combined. Therefore, with Ling Yan's speed, he would have faced the ultimate boss long ago. What a pity! An SS-level genius has fallen like this. If he could team up with 2 or 3 people, he would definitely be able to clear the level. What a pity, it was his pride that ruined him. These students all started discussing it. Some of them gloated, some felt regretful, and some were skeptical. Could this kid really have died in there? Even Sikong Shuayun's brows were becoming more and more furrowed. Because she could only see that the person had reached that level, but she had no authority to know whether anyone died. Ding! Congratulations to player Ling Yan. Successfully cleared the Purple Thunderbird dungeon, Purple. However, just when everyone thought that something might have happened to Ling Yan, a prompt sound instantly slapped everyone present in the face. I cleared the level, I cleared it solo. So strong. This is definitely SS plus strength. I never thought that our Dragon Star would produce such a genius. He's quite handsome, alright? Such a handsome genius, we have to hurry up, otherwise it will be troublesome if someone snatches him away. Hey, is this the point? As the prompt sounded, everyone exclaimed in shock. It's really shocking. I really passed the level. Could it be that Ling Yan is still hiding his strength? Or maybe he is the super combat genius that Master mentioned? Su Maoran also frowned in surprise. Ling Yan's strength was indeed beyond her expectations. This little guy is really strong. I was not wrong about him. Sikong Shuayun also smiled. Of course, there was still a lot of shock in my heart. Impossible. How could I possibly pass this? It's fake. It's absolutely fake. When Wu Yi heard this, he jumped up and shouted in disbelief. After hearing this, everyone looked at him with disdain. This revelation has never been wrong. What? You really want me to die? But unfortunately, I'm not dead. However, at this moment, a teasing voice came from the crack in space. Then Ling Yan came out. As he walked out, Ling Yan slapped Wu Yi in the air. In an instant, a gust of wind hit Wu Yi's face. Bang! Minus 16,500. The terrifying force instantly knocked Wu Yi around dozens of times. All the teeth in his mouth flew out. The huge damage left Wu Yi with only a trace of blood left. Such a serious injury caused him to faint and fall to the ground. I heard you babbling as soon as I came out. It's annoying. Ling Yan glanced at Wu Yi and ignored this brainless rich second generation. Just this scene made everyone present swallow their saliva. Ling Yan just attacked casually without using any skills, but he dealt 16,000 damages. If he had used a purple skill, wouldn't it have been 80,000 or 90,000? It's kind of scary just thinking about it. Congratulations to Ling Yan. I never thought Ling Yan could actually clear the purple gold Thunderbird dungeon. He's truly amazing. Yes, that ultimate king level boss was so powerful that 4 of the 10 of us were killed before we could barely escape. Ling Yan is too strong. Congratulations, Ling Yan. If this battle record is reported, Ling Yan should be able to get at least an SS plus rating. The golden high-end suit is just around the corner. I'm so jealous. Most of the geniuses around were smart people, and they immediately congratulated Ling Yan. Thank you all, it's just a small thing. Ling Yan also responded with a smile. Then, he turned his gaze to Sikong Shuayan. Teacher Sikong, I'm planning to enter the dungeon twice more. I wonder if that's possible. Ling Yan spoke directly. As soon as he said this, everyone present was stunned. Do you want to enter the copy? Of course you can, as many times as you want. Are you planning to farm some purple gear? It seems unnecessary. When you reach the Dark Gold Dungeon Sunspot Star tomorrow, you'll be able to obtain a gold suit. Sikong Shuayan said to Ling Yan curiously. I'm free anyway, so I might as well accumulate some experience points and level up a couple more. Plus, if a skill or something pops up, I can sell it for money. Ling Yan laughed immediately. As soon as he said this, everyone was suddenly enlightened. It seems so. It's already a waste of time for them to suppress their levels, so it would be good to accumulate more experience. They had never had this idea before, but they didn't expect that Ling Yan, who had the strongest talent, could be so hard-working. He is simply a role model for us. In an instant, they had even more respect for Ling Yan. That's quite right. Let's go in then. Remember to keep track of the time, or you'll be in trouble if you miss the Dark Gold Dungeon. Sikong Shuayan smiled slightly and gave Ling Yan some instructions. That won't happen. After Ling Yan finished speaking, he did not hesitate and turned around and entered the copy again. Then let's go too. Let's go. As long as we don't get involved with the 5th wave of monsters, we'll be absolutely fine. We need 4 more teammates, so if you're interested, come quickly. As if influenced by Ling Yan, everyone around him entered the copy again, including Su Maoran. These little guys are really energetic. Sikong Shuayan looked at these young people and seemed to remember himself in the past. Unfortunately, she hasn't done much monster hunting since she accepted the reincarnation quest. After all, no matter how hard you try, you can't level up. Buzz. On this side, Ling Yan entered the copy again. After he directly opened the Thunder and Fire field, he no longer paid attention to the purple gold Thunderbirds in the sky, but directly opened the prompt background. He looked at the rewards he got when he killed the 5th wave of purple gold Thunderbirds and the Thunderbird King. Ding! Congratulations to the player for killing LV20 Purple Thunderbird *4 million, and gaining 20 billion experience points. The experience point slot has been accumulated. Star coins earned, 2 billion, locked. Wheel of Fortune activated, you successfully copied the passive ability, Thunder Force LV3 *4510, Thunder Force level increased to, LV17, 3154/30,000. The Wheel of Fortune is activated. You have successfully copied the passive skill, Speed Enhancement LV3 *4701. Speed Enhancement is upgraded to, LV17, 12541/30,000. 4 million LV20 Purple Gold Thunderbirds directly boosted Ling Yan's thunder power to LV17. Of course, these are just small rewards. The most important reward is yet to come. Ding! Congratulations to the player for single-handedly killing the LV20 King-level boss, Purple Gold Thunderbird King. Experience points gained, 10 billion. Experience points gained. Star coins gained, 10 billion. Wheel of Fortune activated, you successfully copied the passive skill, Thunder Power LV8. Wheel of Fortune activated, you successfully copied the passive skill, Speed Enhancement LV8. The Wheel of Fortune is activated, the explosion rate is increased by 10,000 times. Obtained equipment, LV20 Purple Gold Thunderbird King Suit, purple. Skill, Violent Thunder LV3, blue. Endless Thunder LV1, purple. Items obtained, LV20 King Level Thunder Crystal Core *1, LV40 Purple Equipment Upgrade Scroll *5, Backpack Expansion, 200 slots, Purple Essence *100, Purple Gold Thunderbird King Remnant Soul *1. This explosion not only obtained a set of equipment, a large amount of money and experience points, but also a large number of items. Of course, among so many things, Ling Yan only likes one thing the most, and that is the Capital Thunderbird set. This is a set of purple armor, paired with a spear. The spear felt very good, and Ling Yan didn't mind exchanging his Wind Wolf King Giant sword for the spear. After all, his skills were created by Ling Yan himself, so they can all be transformed. Equipment, Purple Gold Thunderbird Suit. Level, LV20. Quality, purple. Attributes, all attributes plus 1200, thunder damage, damage reduction plus 6000, mana recovery and health recovery plus 60 per second. Effect, armor penetration plus 30% below LV40, and the effect decreases by 10% for every 10 levels above LV40. Increase the damage to lightning creatures by 40%. Skill, Thunder Burst, purple, can absorb surrounding lightning energy at all times to accumulate energy, which can be burst out all at once when used. Energy that can be accumulated, 0/200,000. Looking at the Purple Gold Thunderbird suit, Ling Yan was also extremely satisfied. As one of the top suits, the damage bonus of the Purple Gold Thunderbird suit was slightly stronger than that of the Wind Wolf King suit. And this set of skills is also very good. The effect is very similar to the Wind Wolf King suit, except that one needs to kill monsters to accumulate rage, while the other accumulates rage all the time. Thinking of this, Ling Yan did not hesitate and changed the suit directly. In addition, you should also learn both the skills of Endless Thunder and Violent Thunder. Ding! Congratulations to the player, you've learned the following skills: Violent Thunder LV3, purple. Endless Thunder LV1, purple. A system prompt sound also came into Ling Yan's mind. Feeling the endless thundering moves in his mind, Ling Yan suddenly raised his eyebrows. This move seems to be very useful for killing enemies. Ling Yan was somewhat tempted. The next moment, he turned his gaze to the purple gold thunderbirds in the sky that were madly rushing towards him. Endless Thunder! Without hesitation, Ling Yan mobilized all the thunder power in his body and slapped the sky with one palm. Boom 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 boom. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning as thick as arms burst out from Ling Yan's hands. The terrifying thunder madly bombarded the thousands of densely packed purple gold thunderbirds. Boom boom boom. Amidst the roars, all the purple gold thunderbirds that were hit by the thunder exploded directly and turned into charcoal fragments all over the sky. Minus 73,000. Critical hit minus 146,000. Critical hit minus 146,000. Critical damage minus 50,000. In an instant, thousands of damage points burst out from the heads of these LV-15 first wave of thunderbirds. It only took less than a second. Ling Yan killed 4,000 or 5,000 thunderbirds. Although a bolt of lightning only has 100% of the magic attack, because Ling Yan changed into the purple gold Thunderbird King suit, the damage to thunder monsters increased by 40%. In addition, Ling Yan's purple gold Thunderbird Killer achievement has reached LV3 at this time, with a damage increase of 50%. The soul value of 1800, after being enhanced by the LV17 Thunder Power, directly exploded with a terrifying damage of more than 70,000. If all 6 attacks hit, the damage would be at least over 400,000. Awesome! It's simply amazing. Ling Yan couldn't help but sigh. No wonder it is said that it is very easy for an SS plus level genius to solo a purple dungeon. Ling Yan now saw clearly the explosive power. Even if the ultimate boss comes, you have to kneel. Besides that, the speed of killing monsters is definitely dozens of times faster than simply using the thunder and fire field to kill them. What a pity, one move requires 10,000 points of magic power, and my current magic power is only 18,000. It seems I need to find a passive skill that can quickly restore mana, or a passive skill that can significantly increase mana reserves. Ling Yan felt helpless. If I had enough magic power, killing these monsters would be easy. In the remaining 10 hours or so, you can clear the dungeon several times by yourself. It's a pity that there is too little magic power. Thinking of this, he lay down and began to rest. At the same time, in the control room of the spacecraft, a middle-aged man standing on a black dragon that was a kilometer tall looked at Sikong Jian and Sikong Shuiyin in surprise. Are you sure Ling Yan succeeded in soloing the purple dungeon? How is that possible? The middle-aged man is none other than Long Tang, the Star Lord of Longting Star. His profession is SS-level Dragon Knight. As soon as the profession awakened, I obtained a black dragon egg. With the help of this magic dragon, his strength can even compete with ordinary SS-level geniuses. Of course, this profession also has limitations, that is, almost 90% of the strength comes from the black dragon and its own passive blessing on the black dragon. As long as the black dragon dies accidentally, his combat effectiveness will be even lower than that of an ordinary S-dash. This is because as a dragon knight, he not only possesses a passive skill that can strengthen the black dragon, but also a passive skill that can strengthen his own physique. He was so shocked for a reason. This year, the Tianbei Galaxy produced several geniuses at once, all of whom were SS level. This gave them new hope, as it was almost impossible for them to reach the 5th wave of the dungeon. If all the strongest people form a team and provide a lot of resources to support them, it is possible that they can really reach the 5th level. After all, for this purpose, thousands of Star Lords jointly applied for 10 sets of high-end gold suits with the Alliance. Normally, only geniuses with SS Plus and SSS are eligible to apply for this equipment. As for the top-level gold suit, only SSS and SSS Plus are eligible. To get dark gold, you either need a genius above SSS level to farm it yourself, or you can only rely on talent to reach your level. The fact that a genius with an SS level appeared on Longting Star was also known to many Star Masters. It was not easy for Longting Star to produce such a genius, so he naturally used some connections. This gave Ling Yan a chance to take the test. The so-called assessment opportunity is the opportunity to be eligible to run for the strongest team member. It doesn't necessarily mean you'll be on the strongest team. After all, there are more than 30 SS this year. However, just now, Sikong Jian actually told him that Ling Yan had cleared the purple gold Thunderbird dungeon alone? This is a fucking joke on Interstellar. The purple gold Thunderbird copy is a Thunder copy, which is much more powerful than ordinary purple copies. This is also the reason why Zhao Wu and his team were almost wiped out in the first encounter. After all, they could still pass the ordinary purple copy. Star Lord, do you think I'm a joker? Hearing Long Tang's words, Sikong Jian spoke helplessly. He had been dealing with the affairs of Longting Star, so he handed this matter over to Sikong Shuiyun. Therefore, when he just learned that Ling Yan had cleared the dungeon alone, he was even more shocked than Long Tang. Sure enough, after hearing Sikong Jian's words, Long Tang instantly confirmed that Ling Yan had really completed the purple gold Thunderbird dungeon. Haha, I didn't expect that my Dragon Star could produce a genius who is at least SS+. It seems that this kid named Ling Yan definitely has some hidden talents. Also, how could a genius who can kill the 4 ultimate bosses in the 3-day assessment period be SS? Damn it, I'm going to beg those old guys for a mere exam spot, and then they'll be begging me for it. Long Tang laughed wildly and cursed inwardly. After hearing his words, Sikong Jian and the others could imagine how much determination the usually arrogant Long Tang had made to go and ask those old guys for help. But think about it, this kind of opportunity can be said to be rare in 1,000 years. If we give up, the entire Longting Star will have much less resources in the future. Hurry up, I'll be waiting for you in the Sunspot Galaxy. Then I'll announce Ling Yan's talent. Those old guys will spit out double the amount of everything they eat. Remember, you must ensure Ling Yan's safety. Long Tang gave serious instructions to Sikong Jian and Sikong Shuiyan. Star Lord, don't worry. Sikong Jian smiled slightly. Oh, Shuiyan, I remember Ling Yan seems to have a talent for fire. Perhaps you can ask him to take care of your reincarnation mission. However, the prerequisite is that you have to have a good relationship with him. Then, Long Teng thought of this. Sikong Shuayun was once the super genius he had the most hope for. The other party also successfully received the reincarnation mission and was about to reach the level of SS genius, but who knew that the reincarnation mission was so perverted? I know, uncle. But Ling Yan is always killing monsters, so it's hard to build a good relationship with him. Sikong Shuayun also spoke somewhat helplessly. Of course she had thought about this. That's right, Sikong Shuayun's mother is Long Teng's sister. It has to be said that high-ranking families are almost all intermarried. Isn't this simple? I'll use the honey trap. I don't believe my niece can't win over a little brat. However, the next moment, Long Teng's fierce words made Sikong Shuayun blush even though she had a carefree personality. Uncle, I've recorded what you said. I'll let my mom listen to it and let her see how her brother teaches her niece. She was so angry that she glared at Long Teng. As soon as these words came out, Long Teng's face changed drastically. I didn't say anything, don't slander me. After hearing this, Long Teng didn't waste any time and directly cut off the connection. The projection of him and the black dragon disappeared instantly. He was afraid that Sikong Shuayun would really look for his sister. More than 10 hours later. Sunspot Galaxy. This is a galaxy with a deep black hole. The area within hundreds of millions of kilometers around the black hole is pure black, as if everything has been swallowed by the black hole. Even light hundreds of millions of kilometers away is somewhat distorted. And in the empty starry sky more than 2 billion kilometers away from this black hole, there are spaceships one after another parked there. The largest of them has a diameter of a terrifying hundreds of thousands of meters. It stands in the starry sky like a floating city. And above the platform of this spaceship, a huge spacecraft stands in the starry sky. Thousands of beings emitting terrifying auras were staring intently at the spacecraft. This is the Dark Gold level dungeon. The Hell Thunder Dragon dungeon. At this moment, a terrifying giant 1,000 meters tall slowly walked out. A giant wearing a suit of blood-red armor. He carries a huge sword of the same blood-red color on his back. His level was LV-245, which made his aura particularly terrifying. Everyone. We need to confirm the list of the strongest 10-man team this time in advance. You also know how difficult it is for my Tianbei galaxy to have such a Dark Gold level novice copy. Therefore, we must not be careless when making this list. Forget about the life-related geniuses who are useless for the next dungeon. The giant spoke slowly. And he is none other than Juk, one of the 10 strongest men in the Tianbei galaxy. A 5th rank peak warrior with an SS level class, Berserker Troll. The 5th level is an overview of the levels. LV1 to LV49 are the first level. LV50 to LV99 is the second level. And so on. The reason for this division is that only by reaching the peak of each level can the reincarnation mission be triggered. For example, LV49, LV99 or LV149. Moreover, after each level upgrade, the strength will be greatly improved. As soon as Juk's words came out, the face of one of the Star Masters suddenly turned dark. Doesn't Juk's words mean that the SS level spiritual plant master from their planet is useless? However, he couldn't find any words to refute. Because, when it comes to combat, a spiritual plant master is really not as good as an ordinary S-level genius. This is very embarrassing. What Juk said makes sense, but this is a bit inhumane. I think we should still use strength as the assessment standard. Regardless of whether you are SS or above, or whether you have a combat class or not, as long as you rank in the top 10, you can join the strongest team. However, at this moment, an old man in a black robe with his eyes slightly drooping slowly opened his eyes and spoke directly. It seemed as if there were countless wronged souls screaming around him, making everyone around him stay away from him. As soon as he said this, everyone present nodded slightly. Since we are going to a dungeon, our strength will naturally be the basis. Some geniuses may have a low professional level, but they are very powerful in combat. Some have high skill levels. It can also surpass high-level geniuses to a certain extent. And, most importantly, this election method can select the most suitable genius for this Hell Thunder Dragon copy. Then how do we choose? Fight? If there are casualties, won't we also be able to understand the dungeon strategy? Moreover, the dungeon strategy cannot be based solely on strength, but also requires assistance, such as healing and tanks. However, a beautiful woman who exuded great vitality and still had charm slowly spoke. I have a suggestion. Let's choose the camp according to the normal dungeon strategy. 2 healers, 2 tanks, and 6 combat professions. Choose treatment based on recovery and endurance. For tanks, just look at the stats. Whoever has the highest HP, the strongest defense, the most defensive skills, and the strongest control releasing skills? That's who you choose. For combat professions, it's all about strength. At this moment, Long Tongue, who was standing on a 1,000-meter-long black dragon, slowly spoke. His strength can also be ranked in the top 50. Although not as powerful as Juk, it is not much weaker. I agree. I agree too. That's right, this way, we can maximize the probability of passing the level. As soon as Long Tang finished speaking, almost everyone present agreed with his suggestion. However, those who had originally received benefits and were ready to support Longting were a little stunned. Originally they were planning to adopt a voting system. This way there is room for maneuver. Okay, now you, Long Tang, can just say it's based on strength. In this way, the genius from Longting Star will probably have no hope at all. And Long Tang also smiled slightly. Choose, no matter how you choose, I don't believe you can exclude Ling Yan. Long Tang was not worried about Ling Yan's strength at all. Just kidding, there was no one else in the entire Tian Bay galaxy who could solo the purple gold Thunderbird dungeon. Buzz. 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 At the same time, space wormholes opened in all directions of the Sunspot galaxy, and then one spaceship after another slowly flew out of the wormholes. There are more than 1,000 of these spaceships. Start connecting to the main battleship. Following a prompt sound, one spaceship after another stretched out a passage and slowly entered the huge spaceship of hundreds of thousands of meters. This spaceship, named Tianbei Starship, is the most powerful spaceship in the entire Tianbei galaxy and is owned by the most powerful person, Tianbei Star Lord. This is also the spacecraft used in this assessment. Then, led by strong men of over 100 or even 200 levels, hundreds of thousands of geniuses whose talent level had reached at least S flew out of the passage and slowly landed on the huge deck of the spacecraft. There are more than 1,700 life-bearing planets in the Tianbei galaxy, and on each planet there are at least dozens or even thousands of super geniuses above S-. Longting Star is just a relatively small planet, so there are only more than 80 geniuses on it. As geniuses land on one planet after another, the staff living on the Tianbei Starship all looked over curiously. Under the protection of the Tianbei Starship, the number of people who can live on the entire Tianbei Starship has reached millions. So many people are maintaining the operation of this huge spacecraft. It is like a powerful city in the sky. Is that Ji Wuxue? I heard he's the young master of the Ji family from Eurowaxing. He has an SS level class, Void Hunter. He never sheds blood when killing people, so he is known as Ji Wuxue. So it's him. Rumor has it that he acquired equipment and skills right after the 3-day trial in the Novice village and single-handedly took on 2 ultimate bosses. He's incredibly powerful. He was even admitted to the Flame God Academy in advance. Many people turned their gaze towards a young man with an evil face and wearing blood-red armor. And that Luo Sang. He's the genius from Beijing. It seems his awakened class is Berserker Troll. He's also an SS level super genius. And he is also the direct disciple of Lord Juk. His strength is probably no less than Ji Wuxue. At the same time, some people turned their eyes to a burly young man who was 10 meters tall. Its terrifying height can be seen from far away. As time goes by, this giant-like profession will become larger and larger. It may even grow to a height of 1 kilometer like Juk in the future. In addition to these 2 people, there are 3 SS-level geniuses and 20 or 30 SS-level geniuses who are equally dazzling. Well, these geniuses are not only powerful, but also have powerful forces behind them. This time, the dark gold level dungeon will be something to watch. In an instant, everyone was moved. By the way, why haven't the people from Longting Star come down yet? Didn't they say that a genius with an SS rating appeared on Longting Star? Suddenly, someone discovered that although there was a transmission channel on the Longting, no one came out, and they immediately became confused. All of a sudden, many people's attention was attracted by the Longting. However, at the same time, inside the Longting, Sikong Jian and Sikong Shuayan looked at the cracks in the purple gold Thunderbird copy with some worry. Why hasn't Ling Yan come out yet? It's almost starting. Sikong Shuayun was speechless. She had previously reminded Ling Yan not to forget the time. Who would have thought that Ling Yan, who had already passed the level twice 4 hours ago, actually got in again? It's okay to calculate based on the time, it's almost time, just wait. With Ling Yan's talent, even if he missed the selection, he would definitely be selected into the 10-man team. Sikong Jian smiled slightly, but didn't care too much. Shuayun, what's going on? The test is about to start. However, at this moment, a middle-aged figure stepping on a black dragon appeared in the cabin. Looking at the huge black dragon, all the students present were excited. It's the Star Lord. It really is the Star Lord. This demon dragon is so domineering. Yeah, I was envious when I saw it on the news before, but now seeing it on the projection is even more impressive. All the geniuses looked at the Star Lord with admiration. Longtang's strength is extremely terrifying. It ranks among the top 50 in the entire Tianbei Star. It is almost impossible for them to reach this level in their lifetime. Uncle, Ling Yan hasn't come out of the dungeon yet. Sikong Shuayun reluctantly recounted the story. However, who would have thought that when Longtang heard this, he was not surprised at all, but laughed instead. That's fine, let Ling Yan come last. A truly strong person doesn't need to participate in this so-called assessment. Senior Sikong, please bring the others first. Shuayun will just wait for Ling Yan. After Longtang finished speaking, he logged off without waiting for Sikong Shuayun to say anything more. Grandpa, nothing's wrong, right? Sikong Shuayun was a little worried. You underestimate the value of an SS plus genius. There's absolutely no way he'll be in trouble. Sikong Jian smiled slightly. Boom! The next moment, terrifying flames erupted from all around him. The flames instantly enveloped all the geniuses within a radius of 100 meters, covering all the geniuses present. Then, under the leadership of Sikong Jian, all the geniuses flew directly towards the outside world. Only Sikong Shuayun was left looking at the crack in the copy helplessly. Ling Yan, you need to hurry up. Sikong Shuayun felt helpless. However, at the same time, Ling Yan in the dungeon raised his eyebrows when he saw that the number of passive abilities in his background had reached LV19, 25411/50,000. Finally, just the last bit left. I'm late, so what? I'm planning on doing this solo anyway. Although Ling Yan knew he was late, he didn't care at all. There is no reason to play solo, so it's just right that I'm late. The fourth wave has begun, please be prepared. And at this moment, a prompt sound came from the sky. On the Tianbei starship, more than 100,000 S-geniuses from more than 1,000 planets were all standing on the deck at this moment. And in front of them is the LV-20 Dark Gold copy, the Hell Thunder Dragon copy. All the geniuses were discussing with each other, wondering how to arrange the roster for the strongest 10-man team this time. Only those SS-level geniuses didn't care at all. After all, in this era where rank was king, the probability of them being selected was over 99%. However, some people began to wonder who among those who came from Longting Star was the SS genius. Is that genius qualified to join the 10-man team? After all, although Ling Yan's talent was determined to be SS-, the fact that he summoned the 4 ultimate bosses within the 3-day trial period had already spread throughout the top leaders of the Tianbei galaxy. Ling Yan's final assessment is likely to reach SS level, in which case another spot will be lost. However, the information of such geniuses is locked, and only Yenshin can access it, unless it is the geniuses from big families who are deliberately made public. Therefore, even though Star Masters did not know who Ling Yan was, whether he was a man or a woman. In the command room of the Tianbei starship, more than 1,000 powerful Star Lords were watching the real-time images on the projection very quietly. Boom! And at this moment, an extremely terrifying aura instantly crushed the entire deck of the Tianbei starship. All the geniuses who were not prepared stumbled and fell to the ground. The only ones who can resist are those combat geniuses above S+. Even several SS-level auxiliary geniuses were overwhelmed by this terrifying aura. At this moment, everyone felt a little angry. I don't know which strong man with no martial ethics actually attacked these younger generations. However, the next moment, a dazzling golden light shone on everyone. In an instant, all the geniuses felt as if they were bathed in spring breeze, and even felt comfortable all over. The anger just now dissipated in an instant. Yes, there are still so many people who can withstand the power of this Star Master. At this moment, an elegant and easygoing voice came from the sky. Everyone looked up. At this moment, the dazzling golden light was so bright that no one could open their eyes. Fuck, it's so bright. In an instant, this thought emerged in everyone's mind. But then I saw an old man covered in golden light, looking at everyone below with a smile on his face. Is it the Star Lord of Xuanjingxing, Jin Xian? I've heard that Master Jin Xian loves all things glittering and pretentious, but who knew it was true? Who allowed him to awaken the class of bright golden war god? At his level, the golden light on his body can be seen from tens of thousands of kilometers away. In an instant, almost everyone started to complain speechlessly. It was just a basic test. Those who fall, except for those in auxiliary professions, can all be eliminated. Of course, since you're here, you can form a team at will. Within 10 days, you can enter and exit this dark gold dungeon at will. However, it seemed that he had long been immune to these complaints. The Lord Jinshan Star, who was wearing a golden suit in the sky, also spoke directly. Boom! As soon as he said this, the expressions of all the geniuses present changed drastically. Some SS combat geniuses were even more anxious. Sir, we weren't prepared just now. Isn't it too much to eliminate us like this? That's right. At least give us some time to prepare. I protest. All of these geniuses started shouting immediately. Snort! However, the next moment, a cold snort made everyone dizzy in an instant. The originally noisy venue suddenly became quiet. When Lord Jin Xuanqing saw the scene, he also smiled slightly. Ready? How about I make you each a cup of tea and then relax? You're going to a dungeon, not to have fun. You could die if you're not careful. Those of you who just spoke, get out of here. We don't need you to explore dungeons anymore. Lord Jinshuangsing waved his right hand slightly. Swish, swish, swish. The next moment, a large number of strong men appeared around and directly took away those clamoring geniuses, including 2 SS-level geniuses. In an instant, those who had some complaints were speechless. Indeed, the copy is not fun. As long as you enter, the probability of something going wrong is very high. According to the discussion among all the Star Lords of the Tianbei Galaxy, this dungeon exploration requires 2 assistants and 3 tanks. These 5 positions will be directly assessed based on the data. Moreover, it has been decided long ago. As for the remaining 5 fighters, choose them from among all the remaining people. Jin Shen didn't waste any time and directly stated the selection rules. The next moment, the 5 strongest tanks and supports in the game were pulled out. Seeing the scene, the others had no objection. When doing a dungeon, the most important thing is the lineup. The strength of the auxiliary is even more important than the strength of the combatants. Among these tanks is the troll Luo Sang. After all, his health and defense are higher, and no one here can compare to him. Boom 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 boom. However, at this moment, 5 arenas with a diameter of 100 meters rose from the ground in front of everyone. Everyone has 3 chances to challenge. Those who successfully defend the title will get one of the remaining 5 spots. Also, this fight doesn't limit life or death, so if you can't win, surrender as soon as possible. Don't think you'll be saved just because you're a genius. The Lord of Xianjin Star spoke slowly. As soon as he said this, everyone suddenly realized that, yes, if it was a one-on-one battle, it would be even faster. However, it is possible to encounter a situation where both sides are top-notch players, but they meet in the first few rounds, which leads to the early elimination of these top players. Although this competition mode is slow, people who are self-aware will not hesitate after looking at their opponent's data. On the contrary, the speed of selecting the 5 strongest fighters may be even faster. And as long as you have the strength, one of the 5 arenas will be yours. Humph, this first stage is occupied by me. Anyone who comes here should be prepared to die. However, as soon as Jin Xian finished speaking, the SS-level genius, Ji Wuxue, turned into a phantom and instantly appeared on the center of the arena. This terrifying speed made everyone around shrink in fear. As expected of a Void Hunter, not only does he have S+ level speed enhancement, but he also has SS level Dark Power Mastery. Yes, although neither of the two abilities has reached SS level, when added together, they are 3 times stronger than ordinary SS level abilities. Forget it, let's not go to this arena. Otherwise, Ji Wuxue will kill without blinking an eye. If he kills me, there will be no way to reason with me. Seeing Ji Wuxue's actions, the people around him sighed, and all of them recognized Ji Wuxue's place. The second arena is reserved for me. The other 2 combat-oriented SS geniuses, except Luo Sang and Ji Wuxue, jumped directly onto the stage. All of a sudden, the 3 of them occupied 3 full stages. Moreover, looking at these 3 people, the others were helpless. There are 5 SS levels in total, 1 auxiliary, 3 combat, and only the last one is a life-related SS level. Forget it, fighting and killing is not for me. However, looking at this scene, the SS level life genius smiled and chose to abstain. She just came to join in the fun and show her face. Then there are only 2 spots left. Everyone, it's up to you to show your skills. Haha, I want one of these spots. And me. Who do you think you are? I'm here. As the 3 spots were assigned, SS level combat geniuses immediately jumped onto the stage one after another and began fighting. Master, should I play solo or in a team? However, looking at the fierce battle above, Su Miaoran below spoke to his master curiously. Silly girl, what are you thinking? The last time I didn't let you form a team was to train you. This is a dark gold level dungeon. Although your strength is passable, it is far from possible to pass it, even if you have just learned the golden skills I gave you. If you form a team, and Ling Yan comes too, maybe you can make it to the 5th wave. As for clearing the game, there is no way, unless all of you are SS plus geniuses. As for solo play, wait until you reincarnate a few times, reach SSS talent level, and learn a few dark gold skills before you decide. A lazy voice also appeared in Su Miaoran's mind. Su Miaoran felt a little embarrassed when she heard this, as if she had overestimated herself. Master, you definitely have Ling Yan leading the team. Is it possible to make it to the 5th wave? When Su Miaoran heard what his master said, he was immediately surprised. The premise of the 5th wave is the 4th wave, and starting from the 3rd wave, there are Emperor-level monsters that surpass King-level monsters. And there is more than one Emperor-level monster in the 4th wave. Does that mean Ling Yan can lead them to defeat more than one Emperor-level monster? This is a bit too much. Even if you have the gold equipment and gold skills rewarded by the Alliance, it is still difficult. That kid isn't that simple. He was able to clear that purple gold Thunderbird dungeon solo, so his combat power is definitely comparable to that of an ordinary SSS level player. Even if we haven't reached it yet, we're not far away. As long as I get the gold suit and gold skills, and add all of you together, there is a 90% chance that I can lead you to the 5th wave. Even able to fight the ultimate boss for a few moves. However, the mysterious strong man has a higher opinion of Ling Yan. In an instant, Su Miaoran became interested. I don't know how much strength Ling Yan has hidden. But now is not the time to talk about this. Who else wants to come? If not, I'll take over this arena. On the ring, an SS-level flash assassin Jingyu spoke coldly. He has the speed of SS and the stealth power of S-level. Although his explosive power is not as terrifying as Ji Wushue's, his speed can definitely make everyone except Ji Wushue run around in circles. In fact, if a real fight breaks out, perhaps the other two SS-level powerhouses except Ji Wushue and Luo Sang may not be his match. His record of killing a person in 3 battles made the geniuses below afraid to attack him. Knowing that you cannot win and still going up to die is definitely not a smart choice. Long Tangsing, Su Miaoran asks for advice. However, at this moment, a cold voice instantly attracted everyone's attention. The next moment, under everyone's surprised gaze, Su Miaoran lightly tapped her feet and slowly landed on the 10-meter-high platform like a fairy falling into the mortal world. The appearance of Su Miaoran instantly set the entire venue on fire. Boom! She's from Dragon Star. Could she be the genius from SS-? Fuck, so pretty. I wonder if this girl has a boyfriend. Her name is so nice too, Su Miaoran. Don't even think about it. How could anyone possibly like you if you're so ugly? You have to be at least as handsome as me. Damn, your shoehorn face is uglier than mine. Who gave you that confidence? Su Miaoran's appearance is not just because of her cold appearance and icy temperament. What's more, she might be the genius from Longting Star. After all, Ling Yan hasn't shown up until now. Interesting, I didn't expect that the legendary genius is also a beauty? What a pity. Since you dared to come up, you can't blame me for being so ruthless. When Jingyu saw Su Miaoran opposite him, he immediately licked his lips with a gloomy look on his face. Your strength is okay, but your eyes are disgusting. However, looking at Jingyu opposite him, Su Miaoran slowly spoke. Buzz. In an instant, a terrifying cold air burst out from around her. The cold air instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. Jingyu instantly felt as if his blood was freezing at this moment. Oh no, this is a domain skill, and it's purple or above. Jingyu's face changed drastically. Domain-type skills can be said to be the most powerful. Although any elemental profession can burst out a white-quality elemental field. However, this kind of field cannot improve one's own strength, and the effect of killing enemies is not very high. At most, it can only clear out those small monsters with no strength. However, purple-level field skills are different. Not only do they have a terrifying killing power of at least 200% per second, but most importantly, each field has its own specific abilities. The special skill of the ice field that Su Miaoran is using in front of him is to use terrifying cold air to achieve the effect of slowing down. For a speed-type mutant like Jingyu, slowing down is a fatal blow. Clang! The sound of a sword was heard instantly, and Su Miaoran had already drawn out an ice-blue sword. I told you, your eyes are disgusting, and the best outcome for disgusting people is death. Su Miaoran spoke coldly. After saying that, Su Miaoran stepped on the ground and instantly turned into an ice-blue stream of light and rushed towards Jingyu rapidly. In this ice field, her speed has increased by several times compared to before. Seeing this scene, Jingyu's face suddenly turned dark. Arrogant, even if you have a purple-level domain, so what? Instant light shadow kill. Without hesitation, Jingyu directly used the purple skill. Brush. In an instant, his figure disappeared from the spot. In an instant, he appeared behind Su Miaoran and slashed towards Su Miaoran's neck with the black dagger in his hand. This ice girl is finished. In an instant, this thought appeared in everyone's mind. Die. A crazy roar echoed throughout the arena. Puff. The next moment, Su Miaoran's neck was cut off. However, what shocked all the geniuses below was that as soon as Su Miaoran's head fell off, his entire body instantly turned into an ice sculpture. Oh no, it's the ice stand. Jingyu's face changed drastically. However, just as he was horrified, a terrifying chill came from behind him. He wanted to run, but he realized belatedly that his legs had been frozen in place by the ice without him noticing when. This. Impossible. Jing Yutong's pores contracted violently. Puff. However, the next moment, there was a sound of a weapon tearing flesh. Jing Yu's head was directly chopped off by Hong Hong. Minus 95,400. At this moment, a terrifying damage value popped up directly above Jing Yu's head. Although it was just ordinary damage, it was enough to be fatal. Jing Yu is an assassin. His attack power is extremely terrifying, but he has no means of defense. In other words, he didn't have time to use his defensive measures. As Jing Yu's head rolled to the ground, the entire examination room fell silent. A genius of SS- fallen just like that. Dead. Dead. Stand, that's the legendary stand skill. This kind of skill is at least golden. No wonder this genius from Longting Star dared to challenge Jing Yu. I didn't expect he actually has golden skills. Sure enough, she is definitely the SS Longting Star genius. In an instant, the entire square was boiling. Everyone looked at Su Maoran, the seemingly weak girl, in disbelief. I didn't expect that he could burst out with such terrifying strength. Golden skill, ice substitute. Where on earth did Su Maoran get this skill? In the distance, Si Kongjian looked at this scene in disbelief. Could it be that Su Maoran's master is a super strong ice-type person? Moreover, this strong man must be at least level 7, which means above level 300. Otherwise, how could he send out a golden stand-type skill so easily? You should know that stand-type skills are different from ordinary golden skills. She can withstand a death blow and instantly strike back. It is definitely a super powerful skill to defeat the enemy. Not just him. At the same time, all the Star Masters in the control room were looking at Su Maoran and the screen in shock and confusion. Long Tong, where on earth did you get this genius? He even has golden stand-like skills. Yeah, even we don't have this skill. Could it be that the ice god of the ice galaxy accepted Su Maoran as his disciple? That shouldn't be the case. Lord Ice God is an 8th rank expert. How could he casually accept someone who's not even at SSS level as his disciple? Besides, how could she possibly know that there was such a genius on Longting Star? It is very likely that it is Lord Jihan, one of the top 10 strongest people in my Yenshin galaxy. I think so. In an instant, everyone began to wonder. The ice god they are talking about is the ruler of a large galaxy called Ice. The level has reached the terrifying LV 385. The strength is terrifying. Although not as good as the Yenshin of the Yenshin galaxy, he is not far behind. As for Jihan, he is the most powerful ice-type professional in the Yenshin galaxy, with a level of LV 321. Ranked 17th in the Yenshin galaxy's strong rankings. Only such a strong person can use golden skills at will, right? You know, they applied for 10 sets of high-end gold suits for this time, but they didn't even get the most common gold skills. Unless they pay out of pocket. However, even if it is a self-funded reward, it will take away all the savings of a Star Master. That's just an ordinary skill. If this is a golden stand-type skill, I'm afraid hundreds of Star Masters will become paupers. Humph. Baka. To kill human geniuses at will, this Su Maoran is simply lawless. And there are also golden skills of unknown origin. Could this kind of person be a spy from another civilization? However, at this moment, a Star Lord hidden in the black fog cursed angrily. And he is Jing Yu's master, the Star Lord of Shadow Star, Yingyilong. A shadow assassin who has reached SS level and is of Fuso descent. After much difficulty, he finally accepted a disciple with almost the same attributes as himself, but he was killed just at the beginning. How could Yingyilong not be angry? Kajichiro. Are you talking nonsense? Jing Yu just killed our planet's SS-level genius, why didn't you jump out and say something? That's right, if you can't afford to lose, just say so. You actually slandered me as a spy. I didn't expect you to be so timid that you hide in the dark all day, and even your mind has become so narrow-minded. Everyone, how can you say that about Star Lord Yingyilong? He's just a little petty, a little unreasonable, and likes to make random accusations. There's no need to say that about him. As soon as Star Lord Yingyilong said this, The other Star Lords on the side immediately started to mock him in a sarcastic tone. Yes, the assessment itself has a probability of death. Being killed was also due to inferior skills, there is nothing to say. Kajichiro, if you can't afford to lose, you could have just left from the beginning. There's no need to jump out now. In an instant, some of the Star Lords around also started to mock. In an instant, Yingilong's eyes turned cold. It seems that he cannot deal with Su Maoran by force, so he will find an opportunity to kill him secretly. As a shadow assassin, he can definitely kill Su Maoran without anyone noticing. Roar! However, at this moment, an angry dragon roar suddenly broke out. In an instant, a terrifying aura crushed towards Yingilong. The terrifying aura made Yingilong fall to his knees on the ground instantly, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. -500 billion. At the same time, a terrifying damage value popped up above his head. You know, assassins like them have the weakest bodies. He quickly mobilized all his shadow power to resist and was not crushed to death by this breath. This time, he could see clearly that the one who had taken action was Long Tang's black dragon, the dark dragon. Long Tang, you dare to attack me? Are you declaring war on me? Yingilong instantly roared angrily at Long Tang on the head of the dark demon. Oomph, what if I touch you? Yingilong, if you have any objections, you can come to me directly. If I find out that you have any ulterior motives towards the genius of Dragonstar, don't blame me for burning you to death with my black dragon devil flame. Long Tongue, who was standing above the dark dragon's head, spoke with a cold gaze. At this moment, the surrounding Star Masters were shocked to find that Long Tang's dark dragon seemed different from before, and a crown had faintly grown on its head. The royal aura of the Dark Demon Dragon Emperor. Hiss! This dark dragon is about to evolve into the Dark Dragon King. This is an Emperor-level monster. As long as it evolves successfully, Long Tang's talent level will at least reach SSS-. I've heard rumors before. Lord Yenshin once said that Long Tang's talent is top-notch on Yenshin Star. Who knew it was actually true? If this evolution is truly successful, Long Tang will no longer be on the same level as us. In an instant, everyone present was shocked. If you fight a royal monster alone, even an ordinary SSS may not be able to defeat it. Combined with Longtongue. Longtang's talent is SSS, it's a small matter. It is even possible to reach SSS level in one leap. Of course, although this dark dragon already has a hint of royal aura, it ultimately failed to evolve completely. In fact, we are still a long way from successful evolution. It is possible after all. Maybe I can truly evolve by completing another reincarnation mission. Moreover, Long Tang's talent level has definitely reached SS level, or even SS+. Impossible, how is this possible? Yingilang's face changed drastically when he saw this scene. He couldn't believe that Long Tang could reach this level. Whether it's possible or not, you don't need to worry about it. You just need to know that the people from Longting Star are not someone you, a dirty person, can touch. Unless, of course, you don't want to live anymore. Long Tang snorted coldly and spoke directly. As soon as he said this, all the Star Lords around him were startled. However, the strongest people in the Tianbei galaxy, whose levels had reached around LV 260 to 280, looked at each other with some worry. Because, just last night, they blackmailed Long Tang. Now, not only did they get the spot, but they also got the spot based on their own strength. Even Long Tang himself seemed to have become a person that they might not be able to reach in the future. At this moment, they were already thinking about how to return the resources without hurting the relationship. As for Yingilong, he was hiding in the black fog and looking at Long Tang with resentment. In the end, he could only retreat obediently. Fighting with Long Tang now, he doesn't want to die yet. After all, his instant kill technique is of little use to a powerful dragon knight like Long Tongue. Not only does the opponent have a lot of health, but he also has very high defense. Long Tongue, forget about it. I don't think Yingilong has the guts to do that. By the way, the 5 arenas are now stable. I think the teams for this time are confirmed, right? At this moment, an old man in a white robe came out and spoke slowly. He is the strongest person in the entire Tianbei galaxy, the Lord of Tianbei Star. The level has reached LV 299. He is also the chairman of the Tianbei Star Lord Council. Yes, since Senior Tianbei has said so, then forget it. Ha, with the current 10-man team, I think there's some hope for this dungeon run. Yes, the probability of passing the fourth wave is estimated to be 30%. In an instant, the other Star Lords also nodded. Although no one from their galaxy was selected, anyone from the Tianbei galaxy could enjoy some benefits. At least, the cost of entering this dark gold level copy was less than 1/10 of that of other galaxies. It can also greatly increase the growth rate of the galaxy's strength. Since everyone agrees, then. Upon seeing this, the Tianbei Star Lord prepared to announce the final list of the 10-man team. Wait. Long Tengxing, the strongest genius, haven't even made a move yet. How can you finalize the list? However, at this moment, Long Teng spoke directly. As soon as he said this, all the Star Masters were stunned. Wait, isn't this Su Miaoran the strongest genius on your Longting star? He can even kill SS-level Jingyu instantly, isn't he the strongest? Long Teng, are you kidding me? This is not funny at all. In an instant, all the Star Masters looked at Long Teng in disbelief. Long Teng smiled slightly and prepared to explain. Buzz. Suddenly, a message came from his intelligent light brain. He took a subconscious look and instantly smiled. The next moment, he slowly raised his head and looked at the projection with deep eyes. Long Tengxing, the strongest genius, have emerged. Longting, purple gold Thunderbird copy crack. Buzz. As the surrounding space fluctuated, a figure slowly walked out from the crack. The anxious Sikong Shueyun's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement when he saw this scene. It's out. Sikong Shueyun breathed a sigh of relief. As the figure gradually became clearer, the person who came out was naturally Ling Yan. You kid, you're finally out. If you don't come soon, I'll have to clear the dungeon alone. Looking at Sikong Shueyun, he spoke in a frustrated manner. Something happened, so I was delayed. Ling Yan smiled slightly, but was also confused. How come the candidates for the strongest team haven't been announced yet? These people are so slow. But then he smiled. Regardless of the presence or absence of his team members, this time, he would choose to solo the Hell Thunder Dragon dungeon. This is because his strength at this time has made a qualitative leap. Thinking of this, he looked directly at his attribute table. Property table. Name, Ling Yan. Race, human. Occupation, passive plunderer, son of luck. Level, LV 20, 125.4 billion. Strength, 1560. Agility, 1635, * 2000%, 1441/100,000. Constitution, 1560, * 800%, 7/256. Soul, 2260. Talent passive. Fire Mastery LV 15, 0/10,000, fire damage * 1500%. Thunder Mastery LV 20, 2441/100,000, thunder damage * 2000%. Water Mastery LV 16, 0/20,000, water damage * 1600%. Toxin Mastery LV 9, 0/512, toxin damage * 900%. Armor of Thorns LV 8, 0/256, 40% chance of causing 40% rebound damage to the enemy. Skills, King's Blood Rage LV 1 *, purple, 200% all attribute blessing, 0 out of 100, Deep Sea Heavy Water, purple, 500% heavy water damage, plus 60% penetration damage per second. Deadly Poison Explosion, purple, 500% poison damage, and 1% health loss per second. Endless Thunder, 500% thunder damage. 50% armor penetration, 50% destructive damage per second. Weapon, Purple Gold Thunderbird King Set LV 20, purple, thunder damage reduction, damage plus 6000, HP and MP recovery plus 60/S, thunder monster damage bonus, 40%, damage accumulation, 300,000/300,000. Money, 120 billion, locked. Because of the level lock, Ling Yan's attribute points did not increase at all. However, the overall combat effectiveness has increased significantly because the power of thunder and speed have been enhanced to LV20, and the purple gold Thunderbird suit has been changed. I don't know how powerful the Emperor level and Royal level bosses are. However, with my current strength, it would be absolutely easy to single-handedly defeat an Emperor level boss. Thinking of this, Ling Yan's mouth corners slightly raised. Now that you're out, hurry up and grab a spot. If you go too late, the 10 sets of golden high-level equipment you were awarded will be gone. Xikong Shuiyan didn't wait for Ling Yan to speak, and hurriedly pulled him up, ready to take Ling Yan to the battlefield. No need. However, at this moment Ling Yan smiled slightly and spoke directly. As soon as his words came out, Xikong Shuiyan was stunned. What don't you need? Xikong Shuiyan was puzzled. I'm going to solo this dungeon. Ling Yan smiled slightly. Are you kidding? Teaming up with others? Putting aside the question of whether most of my monsters would be taken away by others, just looking at my current strength, there's almost no difference between being alone and teaming up. Then why should we share the credit and blame with others? Are you kidding me? Xikong Shuiyan's eyes widened in disbelief. Soloing a dark gold dungeon? The total number of people in the entire human race who had successfully soloed a dungeon so far was no more than 10. Ling Yan was definitely joking. Is this a joke? You'll know in a moment. Ling Yan smiled slightly. You said there are only 10 sets of golden high-level equipment? If that's the case, then we have to go grab one set first, otherwise we won't be able to clear this dungeon quickly enough. Then Ling Yan's eyes flashed slightly. Boom! The next moment, his body suddenly erupted with terrifying thunder power. Boom! Then, in Xikong Shuiyan's horrified gaze, he turned into a streak of light and disappeared on the spot. Looking carefully again, he found that Ling Yan had turned into a bolt of lightning and was rushing towards the Tianbei starship through the connecting channel at an extremely terrifying speed. Wait, this is purple lightning power. It only turns purple when it reaches at least LV15. Also, what a terrifying speed. Xikong Shuiyan opened her mouth in disbelief. If Xikong Shuiyan hadn't reached LV99, it is impossible to see Ling Yan's trajectory at all. But Ling Yan is only at level 20. If her level was the same as Ling Yan's, no, even if she was 10 or 20 levels higher than Ling Yan, she might not be able to see Ling Yan's movements clearly. And her talent is at least S+. Speed enhancement above SS+ is definitely speed enhancement above SS+. And he also has thunder power of at least SS+ level. How is this possible? How many professions has Ling Yan awakened? At this moment, Xikong Shuiyan's red eyes revealed endless shock and surprise. Crack! Boom 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 boom. At the same time, huge arenas slowly descended from the platform of the Tianbei starship. This means that the candidates for the 5 major combat systems have been determined. Ha! If that's the case, then we're the ones who will go to the dungeon this time. Everyone, I, Luo Sang, am here, so just attack. Luo Sang. The first tank also came out at this time and spoke with a smile. The height of more than 10 meters makes everyone feel suffocated. With our lineup, it's definitely enough to pass the 4th wave and gain access to this dark gold dungeon. An SS-level Thunder Warrior also nodded slightly. I only care about my gold suit and skills. As for the battle, just don't hold us back. Ji Wuxue glanced at the people around him with disdain. He took a look at his attribute table and realized that as long as he unleashed that skill, no one present could be his opponent. When he said that, no one else cared. After all, that was just Ji Wuxue's personality. Therefore, everyone turned their eyes to the Star Lord Jinxian in the sky. Lord Jinxian's star did not hesitate and waved his hand. Buzz buzz buzz. In an instant, sets of equipment exuding a terrifying aura appeared in the sky. All 10 sets were blood red in color. When they looked carefully, they found that they were all dragon-slaying sets. Equipment, Dragon Slayer Set. Level, LV20. Quality, Gold. Attributes, all attributes plus 3000, damage and damage reduction to dragons plus 100%. Mana and health recovery plus 200/S. Additional skills, Dragon Soul Roar, Golden, releases the soul of the slain dragon. The next attack increases damage by 1 million. Can absorb the power of Dragon Soul to recover. 0/1 million. Seeing the attributes of the suit, all the geniuses were instantly excited. This is obviously a set of equipment designed for the Dragon Clan. If you put this on, even Su Miaoran feels that he can easily clear the purple gold Thunderbird dungeon alone. Not only her, but everyone else smiled with satisfaction. Originally, they could only defeat the second wave of boss at most, and they would probably be wiped out by the boss by then. After all, the bosses in the second level are at least 10 king-level monsters, and they may not win even if they fight one alone. If 10 king-level monsters join forces, they will definitely be dead. But this time, they are confident enough to kill all the Emperor-level monsters directly. Not only this Dragon Slayer suit. At the same time, there are 10 purple skills. All skills are universal amplification purple skills. Name, Dragon Slaying Secret Technique LV1, purple, increases damage to dragons by 300% after use. Mana consumption, 20%. With this secret technique of slaying dragons, coupled with the dragon slaying suit, one can greatly enhance the lethality against the powerful dragons. The lethality of everyone against dragon monsters can be at least multiplied several times. This time, the Star-Lord and his men have invested a huge amount of money. Yes, with this set of equipment and skills, there's really hope for this Hell Thunder Dragon dungeon. Not bad, not bad. In an instant, the other geniuses looked at the 10 selected strong men with envy. There's no way, their talents are not as strong as these people. That's right, for this dungeon, all the equipment requested by the Tianbei Galaxy is specifically for conquering this Hell Thunder Dragon dungeon. Naturally, a lot of resources were invested in this. After the assessment, you can exchange this equipment for a set of the same level that suits you. As for skills, they will be given to you directly. You can then choose a purple top-level skill based on your own talents. In the sky. The Xianjin Star-Lord slowly spoke to the 10 geniuses present. As soon as they said this, the 10 geniuses nodded slightly, ready to go over and get the equipment and then equip it. Suddenly, Xianjin frowned. His gaze suddenly turned towards the direction of the Longting Star spaceship, but this glance made him widen his eyes in disbelief. Boom! Suddenly, everyone heard a deafening roar of thunder. Before the more than 100,000 S and above geniuses could react, a dazzling purple lightning flashed by. In an instant, a set of golden equipment and skills disappeared into the sky. And the thunder also stopped instantly. But a young man wearing a purple and gold Thunderbird King suit appeared in front of all the geniuses. The disappeared golden suit and skill book appeared in his hands. The Dragon Slaying Set and Dragon Slaying Secret Technique? Great stuff! With these, clearing the dungeon will definitely be a lot easier. Ling Yan looked at the attributes of the suit and skills and immediately smiled. The purple lightning surrounding him made everyone present change their expressions. Where did this guy come from? He's actually a Thunderbolt-type professional. Fuck, purple thunder. It's at least LV15 thunder power. According to the thunder power rating, it's one level higher than the average elemental class. That means, this boy is at least a SS plus or even SSS level genius? What? They're all SS plus at least? Could they be from other galaxies? He came from the Dragon Soar on Dragonstar. Could he be the legendary genius who spawned the 4 ultimate bosses in the Novice village? It must be him. Although Su Miaoran's strength is good, his talent is only S+. It is impossible for him to produce even an ultimate doctoral student. Compared to the young man in front of me, they are two completely different concepts. In an instant, more than 100,000 geniuses looked at Ling Yan in disbelief. Even those SS-level geniuses had frowns on their faces, because Ling Yan's speed was so terrifying that they couldn't even see his shadow. It's definitely more than just the power of thunder, there must be a speed boost as well. And the level is no lower than the previous Jingyu. In an instant, an unbelievable thought came into their minds. This kid's strength is not weak, he might even be stronger than me. Ji Wuxue looked at Ling Yan and his eyes gradually turned blood red. A strong murderous intent appeared in his eyes. He really wanted to know if it was possible for him to kill Ling Yan. However, the other selected geniuses besides him frowned, especially those from the combat department, because with the appearance of Ling Yan, did it mean that one of them might be eliminated? Ling Yan actually has speed enhancement and thunder power. No wonder you said before, Master, that he has the ability to lead people to the final boss. Su Miaoran finally understood why her master valued Ling Yan so much. However, she didn't know that her master was even more surprised than Su Miaoran at this moment. Because, before, she had no idea that Ling Yan actually possessed the power of thunder. Just based on Ling Yan's previous strength rating, she knew that it was possible for her to make it to the final boss. So now, is it possible for her to get through the entire dungeon? However, the possibility should be small. After all, the strength of these teammates is too weak. If they are all SS plus and all have top-level gold suits plus gold skills, and Ling Yan wears a dark gold suit, it will be really stable. However, in fact, let alone the dark gold level suit, even the top gold suit cannot be provided by the small Tianbei galaxy. Long Tang, I didn't expect that your Longting star actually has such a super genius hidden. Humph, the genius who was previously reported as summoning the 4 ultimate bosses is just an SS genius. I didn't expect it to be SS+. Long Tang, I didn't expect you to be so cunning. But now it's fun. 5 people are choosing 4. I wonder who will be eliminated. In the control room, all the Star Masters were shocked the moment they saw Ling Yan appear. A lightning genius of at least SS+. Plus a speed enhancement of at least SS level or above. If this were a grade, it would definitely be SSS-. This time, they were completely relieved. If the possibility of passing the 4th wave was only 30% before, it has now definitely reached 90%. A genius with an SSS rating is considered a super genius even in the Yenshin Galaxy. Among the Yenshin Galaxy, only one appears every few years among the hundreds of intermediate galaxies. How could this not shock them? Playing tricks, I want to play tricks too, but I just found out about it. At this time, Long Tang felt a little dizzy. Even he was a little confused when he saw Ling Yan rushing out like thunder. When did Ling Yan acquire another thunder-related ability? Haha, I didn't expect another genius to come. Ji Wuxue, which 5 people are you going to choose as combatants? However, Luo Sang, who was always looking for trouble, just laughed in a muffled voice. He is the strongest tank and there is no way he can be eliminated. Sure enough, as soon as he said this, the 5 combat-type masters all frowned. As for the talents shown by Ling Yan, they are at least SS+. How could they snatch such a talent? That meant one of the 5 of them had to go? But who would want to give up this opportunity that has been obtained with great difficulty? Wait, I think you guys have misunderstood. However, at this moment, Ling Yan smiled slightly and spoke directly. As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned and looked at Ling Yan in confusion. I'm not planning on forming a team, so your so-called strongest 10-man team is still just the 10 of you. I can do it alone. Ling Yan also smiled slightly, then put away the dragon slaying suit and prepared to enter the dark gold level copy. Boom! As soon as he said this, more than 100,000 geniuses were all excited. For a moment, they looked at Ling Yan in disbelief. Soloing a dark gold dungeon? Are you sure Ling Yan is not joking? Even if he has the talent of SSS-, how dare he? Even a genius with SSS plus can't clear the dark gold dungeon alone. Stop. What do you mean? Ji Wushue's face turned dark in an instant. They were already upset enough that Ling Yan had stolen the limelight from them as the number 1 genius in the Tianbei galaxy, but they didn't expect Ling Yan to look down on them. Don't get me wrong, I just think there's no difference between me being alone and being in a team. I'm not saying you're weak. Seeing these people getting a little excited, Ling Yan was immediately confused. Did he think what he said was euphemistic enough? He had no choice but to continue explaining. The meaning is also expressed more clearly. Sure enough. It would have been fine if he hadn't explained it, but once he did, the whole thing went haywire. Fuck, there's no difference between being alone and working in a group. Doesn't that mean the existence of this strongest 10-man team is the same as its absence? Arrogant, too arrogant. It's over. I feel like a fight is about to break out after hearing these words. As expected of a super genius from SS+, he speaks directly. I definitely can't stand this. Those S-level geniuses all started talking wildly. Some people who like to watch the fun almost took out their popcorn and started watching the show. Among the 10-member team, except for Su Maoran who was speechless at Ling Yan's bluntness, the other 9 had all turned grim. Okay, very good. You are indeed a genius of SSS-. If you didn't know me, you would have thought I was our level. That's right. Even an SSS plus genius wouldn't dare claim to be able to successfully clear a dark gold dungeon solo. Who do you think you are? He's from a small place, so he really is from a small place. He can't even see the situation clearly. Several team members started to mock Ling Yan. This is the first time I've seen someone more arrogant than Ji Wuxue. I just don't know if he really has the ability or if he's just talking big here. Even Luo Sang started to mock. It was okay for the combat type to be scolded, after all, no one's talent could compare to Ling Yan. But he is the number 1 tank after all. It's impossible that Ling Yan's health is higher than his, right? When Ling Yan heard their sarcasm, he raised his eyebrows. Good guy, he had already given them enough face. These dogs actually came up to me and asked for a scolding. Then it's no wonder he does. That's right, he's going to start showing off. Since you don't like what I just said, let me correct it. Ling Yan spoke helplessly. As soon as he said this, everyone thought that Ling Yan was probably afraid of angering the public and was ready to apologize. That's right, even if they are SSS-level geniuses, they may not win if they all attack together. Even if it's SSS+, as long as they scatter, the other side may not be able to kill them all. Teaming up with you guys isn't insignificant. Ling Yan said slowly. Sure enough. This kid is going to apologize. In an instant, this thought appeared in everyone's mind. Ji Wuxue and the others laughed disdainfully. So what if you're incredibly talented? The strongest team has 10 members. Do you dare to offend them all? It would be easy for me to clear the first 4 waves by myself, but if you guys were to hold me back, I wouldn't even be able to get through the 4th wave. So for the future of our Tianbei galaxy, you can just have fun on your own. This level of dungeon strategy is not something you so-called SS and SS level people can touch. If someone accidentally dies in there, the Tianbei galaxy will suffer a huge loss. After all, a set of gold equipment and purple skills are worth a lot of money. I'm not targeting any one of you, I can only say that everyone here is garbage. Ling Yan smiled slightly and slowly expressed his inner thoughts. As soon as he said this, the entire square fell silent. All those who were watching the fun opened their eyes wide in shock. Ling Yan actually said that these geniuses would only be a drag? Even in Ling Yan's eyes, the value of these strongest geniuses is not even as good as a set of golden equipment. Wow, Ling Yan's words are even more arrogant than those of an SSS-level genius. At this moment, the geniuses of the strongest teams all changed from pride to astonishment, and finally, turned into full of anger. How dare you insult us like this? You're courting death. Let's kill him together. Ji Wuxue roared in anger instantly. In an instant, everyone in the strongest team except Su Maoran took action. Genius and family glory cannot be despised. In their opinion, Ling Yan's words were an insult to them and the family behind them. It was worse than killing them. However, Su Maoran, who had always known how terrifying the Dark Gold Dungeon was, knew that although what Ling Yan said was harsh, it was absolutely true. As for their camp, it is absolutely impossible to pass the 4th wave. Even the Star Masters might not know what the Dark Gold Dungeon represents. After all, they have never really entered the fourth wave of Dark Gold Dungeons. I have no idea how terrifying the fifth wave of Dark Gold Dungeons are. If they enter such a terrifying copy, they will only hinder Ling Yan. Can't you bear hearing a little truth? Your mental state is really poor. In that case, let me show you how powerful a true genius is. Ling Yan looked at the 9 geniuses who were attacking him in frustration and immediately laughed disdainfully. The next moment, a purple spear appeared in his hand. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a terrifying thunder erupted. In an instant, Ling Yan's figure turned into a purple thunder and instantly arrived in front of Ji Wuxue, who was in the front. Not good. Seeing Ling Yanji suddenly appear, Wushue's face changed drastically. He quickly activated his golden skill. Void Flash. Endless black air instantly enveloped his entire body, and his figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. Too slow. Unfortunately, Ling Yan just sneered. The spear in his hand suddenly stabbed towards an open space in the distance. Thunder fire tearing gun. A loud shout burst out from his mouth. Clang. The next moment, a purple-red force of lightning and fire instantly exploded and turned into a spear light that destroyed everything. The spear blasted towards the open space at an extremely terrifying speed. Buzz. At the same time, Ji Wushue's figure also appeared here instantly. However, just as he appeared, he was horrified to see the lightning and fire-tearing spear light coming towards him. Impossible, how could it be so fast? He roared in disbelief. This was his golden skill. How could he possibly keep up with Ling Yan's speed? Unfortunately, before his voice could be heard, the power of thunder and fire instantly enveloped his whole body. Boom! -190,000. With a deafening roar, a huge damage appeared above the explosion. Seeing this damage value, everyone's eyes widened in horror. 190,000? Even the thousands of Star Lords widened their eyes in disbelief when they saw the scene. 190,000 damage, is this the damage that a level 20 person wearing a purple suit can deal? In an instant, everyone gasped. Could it be that Ling Yan's thunder power has reached LV20? At this moment, this idea instantly emerged in the minds of the powerful Star Lords. This is because Ji Wuxue did not use thunder-related abilities. You know, the same attack on the purple gold Thunderbird would add 40% of the suit damage and a full 50% of the achievement damage. The damage value is definitely close to 400,000. However, before these Star Masters could think carefully, Ling Yan, who had directly wiped out Ji Wuxue, had already turned his gaze to the remaining few people. Berserk Troll? Physical enhancement, that should be pretty good, right? Coincidentally, my physical enhancement level is a bit low. Ling Yan smiled slightly and disappeared from the spot in an instant. Rushed towards Luo Sang quickly. Quick, let Xin Jin stop Ling Yan. The Lord of Jukstar was so frightened when he saw the scene that he shouted loudly. As soon as he said this, everyone reacted and quickly contacted Xin Jin. Unfortunately, it's too late. Buzz. Ling Yan instantly appeared in front of Luo Sang and others. Endless thunder. Ling Yan slapped his palm directly forward. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, terrifying bolts of lightning, like dense raindrops, blasted madly towards Luo Sang and the 7 or 8 geniuses. Damn it! I'm a violent troll, how can you kill me in an instant? Seeing Ling Yan's actions, Luo Sang roared. With a full LV14 physical enhancement and LV12 strength enhancement, Luo Sang's health is more than 10 times the normal amount. And the full increase in health made his health soar to more than 300,000. At the same time, with the terrifying defensive power it brought, no more than 5 geniuses present could break through Luo Sang's defense, and almost no one could kill him. As for instant kill, it is even more impossible. However, his speed is also very slow. There was no way to avoid Ling Yan's thunder power. Not to mention him, even if the dead Jingyu and Ji Wuxue, 2 people with extremely high speed enhancement, were still alive, they would not be able to avoid Ling Yan's thousands of thunders. Boom, 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. In an instant, a large amount of thunder power hit these geniuses. In an instant, several weaker ones were blown into charcoal all over the sky. Minus 44,000. Critical hit minus 88,000. Fatal blow 22400. Horrifying damage values appeared above the dead heads of these geniuses. Although each bolt of lightning can only inflict single damage, the lightning here also has the property of breaking defense. Even if they used their most powerful defensive skills to directly offset the thunder attack, when the thunder directly weakened their defense by 50%, coupled with the 40% armor-breaking effect of the purple gold Thunderbird King suit. With only 10% of their defense left, they were instantly killed by the next bolt of lightning. The other 7 geniuses except Lozon all died instantly. With more than 400,000 HP and only 10% of his defense left, he had little resistance to these thunders. Coupled with bad luck, he triggered 4 critical hits. Just 4 bolts of heavenly thunder reduced his health by more than 300,000. His 10-meter-tall body was blown into pieces like a huge piece of charcoal. I still have 100,000 HP left. I don't believe your last thunderbolt can kill me instantly. Luo Sang roared in shock and anger. Looking at the thunder in the sky, he naturally knew that Ling Yan's move was the ultimate move of the purple gold Thunderbird King. Endless thunder. Therefore, he also knew that although the sky was full of thunder bombarding him, only the last one still had power. As long as he can withstand this last attack, someone will definitely come to rescue him. Boom boom boom. And the next moment, the last bolt of thunder instantly hit him. Boom boom. In an instant, a deafening roar spread throughout the world. Before Luo Sang could react, he exploded. The huge body exploded into pieces all over the sky. The mighty troll. The so-called strongest tank was instantly killed and obliterated, leaving behind nothing but a pile of charred charcoal, not a single trace of his existence. Fatal blow 124,200. A huge damage value emerged directly from the place where he died. At this moment, the entire square fell completely silent. Luo Sang is dead. Ling Yan killed him instantly with just one skill. He is the strongest tank. Even if a king-level monster comes, a big move can only take away 1/3 of its health at most. However, now in Ling Yan's hands, he died instantly with just one move. Ding! You have an urgent message, please check. At this time, Jin Xian, who was watching this scene in the sky, also received news from Tianbei Star Lord and others asking him to stop Ling Yan. He looked at the charcoal on the ground and his mouth twitched. Well, you only remember to ask me to stop you now, it's too late. Lord Jin Xuanqing was speechless. It wasn't that he didn't think of stopping it. But it was too late. Who could have thought that Ling Yan could kill everyone in one move? Of course, it's not that he's not strong enough. But when he was selected as the examiner, he was asked whether he should stop someone from dying. After all, these are the geniuses of the Tianbei galaxy. However, almost all the Star Masters directly denied it. Although these people were geniuses of the human race and the future of their Tianbei galaxy, this was a battle, not a game. Death is normal. Moreover, when facing people of the same level, even if one has a few more talents than the other, one will not be killed instantly. One can survive by just asking for mercy. If you don't even have this little way to save your life, you will be killed by a more talented and powerful person. They even imagined that a genius who could kill people in seconds would appear, but as long as he killed one person in seconds, the next person would give up unless they were mentally retarded. Therefore, when he found out that Ling Yan was going to fight everyone alone, he hesitated for a moment. In his opinion, Ling Yan would not be killed instantly, and the others could also beg for mercy before being killed. Unfortunately, that moment of hesitation prevented him from saving the person. After all, who could have imagined that Ling Yan could instantly defeat all the SS-level geniuses in the Tianbei galaxy with just one move? Boom! However, this horrifying scene immediately made everyone on the deck boil with excitement. It was killed in seconds. Even Luo Sang was killed instantly. Am I seeing things right? Fatal attacks appeared 2 or 3 times at once, and almost every one of them was a critical hit, even a critical hit. This luck is too good to be true, isn't it? Hiss, no wonder Ling Yan said that even if all 10 of them were deployed, they would only be a burden. I didn't expect it to be true. At this moment, everyone looked at Ling Yan in horror. Judging from the current battle situation, if everyone really went to the dungeon, the 10-man team would really be a burden to Ling Yan. It's ridiculous that they actually thought Ling Yan was insulting them when he said there was no need to form a team. It turns out that Ling Yan was already tactful enough. But, isn't Ling Yan too cruel? He killed them all in one go. However, there are still people who think Ling Yan has gone too far. After all, it's just a conflict, there's no need to kill them all, right? However, as soon as these people finished speaking, they were instantly interrupted by the people around them. Brutal? Didn't you hear what Ji Wushue said at the beginning? He wanted to kill Ling Yan. What? Are the geniuses from these big families allowed to kill people and not allow others to fight back? That's right, if geniuses of the same level really fight, a single skill can decide life or death. If they weren't killed directly, who knows if they would launch a sneak attack? If there is a sneak attack, Ling Yan will be the one to die. That's right, what are you barking about? Could it be that these people just killed a lot of people during the assessment? Didn't one of those combat-type guys kill at least a few people? With angry curses, he directly scolded those who thought Ling Yan had gone too far. In an instant, everyone turned off the engine. Master, his strength is so strong. Even Su Miaoran looked in disbelief at this powerful genius who came from the same planet and even the same city as her. Of course, it was only now that she remembered that the two of them seemed to have not spoken a few words to each other until now. This kid's hidden strength is truly terrifying. Even if he were to fight alone, he might be able to make it through the fourth wave. It seems that your Tianbei galaxy has produced a super genius. In the future, as long as you enter the Yenshin galaxy and develop it properly, you may even become a super powerful being who rules over a large galaxy. That interested voice came into Su Miaoran's mind again. Su Miaoran was a little shocked to hear that the master actually thought Ling Yan could pass the fourth wave alone. You know, being able to pass the fourth wave solo means that Ling Yan can easily clear the golden copy by himself. After all, there are at least many final bosses in the golden copy in the fourth wave. This talent has definitely reached SSS level. However, at the same time, in the vast control room of the Tianbei starship. However, all the Star Masters fell silent as they looked at the projected images. However, the Planet Masters whose geniuses were killed by Ling Yan all had extremely ugly expressions, because among them were even their own disciples or descendants. However, they don't have the nerve to explode in this situation. 9 people attacked one and were killed instantly, and they even took the initiative to cause trouble. It doesn't make sense no matter how you explain it. Everyone, what should we do now? Are we really going to let Ling Yan complete the final assessment alone? After a long time, the Lord of Tianbei Star sighed softly. Ling Yan's strength is obvious to all. With his strength, there is a high possibility that he can clear the fourth wave alone. Since he doesn't want to form a team, let him go. If he fails, let him form a team again. At this time, Long Tang also stood up and spoke with a smile. In fact, even he was shocked by Ling Yan's sudden outburst. I originally thought that Ling Yan was at best an SS plus genius, but now it seems that SSS is definitely a sure thing. There's even a chance of reaching SSS level. Of course, the chances of success are slim. As soon as he said this, the Star Lords around him couldn't help but nod. What about Ji Wushue and the others? Their talents are also extremely strong. In previous years, only one SS level appeared in our Tianbei galaxy each year. This year, besides Ling Yan, there were 4. It's impossible for them all to die like this, right? At this moment, a Star Lord spoke with some hesitation. Ultimately, the foundation of the Tianbei galaxy is too weak. Although the benefits that Ling Yan can bring are dozens of times greater than those of these 9 geniuses. But think about it, these geniuses were rare in their Tianbei galaxy in previous years. It's such a waste to die like this. I suggest buying gold resurrection cards for these SS level and those deceased SS level geniuses. As for the money, the planet masters of their planets will pay 30%, and will split the rest. As the Tianbei galaxy becomes stronger, the resources you can obtain will also become more powerful. What do you think? The Lord of Tianbei Star thought for a while and finally spoke. As soon as these words came out, everyone hesitated. The resurrection card is a rare item that can only be dropped from copies of the gold level or above. Moreover, not only is there a limit on the number of times, but different people also require resurrection cards of different levels. The golden resurrection card can only be used to revive geniuses at the 3 levels from SS to SS+. The dark gold resurrection card can revive SSS to SSS+. Legend has it that there are even higher level red resurrection cards. They can revive geniuses above SSS+. Because, no one has ever passed the red copy so far. Even if there was an R-level super strong man who brought 9 SSS level and above super strong men to attack together, the final result was 4 deaths and 6 serious injuries. Unfortunately, it still failed. Therefore, Ling Yan was protected so well in the previous life, because once he died, it would be absolutely impossible for him to be resurrected. After all, his professional level has been limited to our level. You need a red resurrection card. However, this was Ling Yan's idea in his previous life. In this life, he clearly knew his professional level, which was definitely more than R. Because as long as Ling Yan spends more time, he can even copy to countless R-level professions. Although the golden resurrection card is not so precious, its price is not low. Although it was shared among more than 1,000 star lords, it was still a huge sum of money. They are not geniuses, so it hurts to ask them to do it. But those star masters who want to contribute 30% don't think so. Although the amount of money they have to pay is 100 times more than that of other star masters, and once they pay it, they are afraid that it will take them 20 or 30 years to recover. But after all, it is for our own genius. After all, such a genius may not appear on their planet even once in 100 years. At worst, we can just let these geniuses pay back the money themselves in the future. Everyone, with Ling Yan here, this dungeon exploration will definitely be successful. If Ling Yan succeeds in soloing it, it means that I, Long Tengsing, can obtain 100% of the dungeon benefits. So for the future of the Tianbei galaxy, this time, I, Long Tengsing, can lend 20% of the money to revive these geniuses. If you fail to win alone, you can also team up with the other 9 geniuses and let them pay for it themselves. But let me be frank, this money is borrowed, but it must be repaid. At this moment, Long Teng spoke with a righteous tone. As soon as he said this, all the star masters present reacted. Yes, if Ling Yan succeeds in clearing the 4th wave alone, all the profits from the entire dungeon will belong to him, Long Ting Star. You know, the funds required to enter the dark gold level copy are extremely huge. After all, not only do the monsters in the dark gold dungeon have higher experience points, but you don't have to actively look for monsters. The monsters will come in droves, and the speed of monster spawning will definitely increase dramatically. Even the explosion rate is much higher. Especially this kind of novice copy, the demand is very large, so as long as a novice level gold or above copy is released, it will be a huge cash cow. Ling Yan succeeded in soloing, and Longting Stars assets will probably reach dozens of times of the previous amount in just 1 year. In no more than 100 years, the entire Longting Star will become the richest planet in the entire Tianbei galaxy. A mere 20% is definitely a small amount. Of course, they can also get a lot of benefits, that is, all the geniuses on their planet in the future can get a 10% discount on entering the dungeon as long as they want to enter the dungeon. By then, the strength of the entire Tianbei galaxy will increase rapidly. Thinking of this, they all envied Long Teng to the extreme. This rule was formulated by the Earth Federation back then, so no matter how lucrative a copy is, no strong person would dare to get involved. Since Star Lord Longting has said so, then I have no objection. I have no objection either. Me too. In an instant, all the Star Lords nodded slowly. Although it was a loan, they are not the ones who have to pay it back. They are naturally happy to pay less. Afterwards, everyone pooled their money together, and the Lord of Tianbei Star entered the Apocalypse continent and bought 12 golden resurrection talismans from the Apocalypse Mall. The reason why there are 12 copies is mainly because during the assessment battle, 3 SS-level geniuses including Jin Yu were also killed. Since we all need to be resurrected, let's do it together. After all, SSS genius is extremely precious. Use 10 golden resurrection cards. Resurrected players, Ji Wuxue, Luo Sang, Jingyu. In the command room, more than 1,000 Star Lords stared at the void with burning eyes. And the Lord of Tianbei Star also spoke slowly. Buzz. 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 As the words of Tianbei Star Lord fell, the resurrection cards exploded instantly and turned into light spots all over the sky. The next moment, these light spots began to converge rapidly. In the end, they completely converged into the appearance of those super geniuses. After these geniuses slowly opened their eyes and looked around curiously, they were all stunned. I think I'm fighting Ling Yan? How did I end up here? Master! What are we doing? Luo Sang immediately saw his master, who was 1,000 meters tall and as tall as a mountain. Humph, you have the nerve to say that. 9 people were instantly defeated by 1 person. Do you know how to play? Upon hearing Luo Sang's words, Juk instantly became furious and cursed. Losing money is a small matter, the main thing is the shame. 10 people were killed instantly by 1 skill, and one of them was a super tank. The most embarrassing thing was that this tank was his own apprentice. What? We were killed in seconds? Oh, yeah, I remember now. After Ji Wuxue was killed instantly by Ling Yan, we were all killed one by one. In an instant, the 2 auxiliary geniuses finally remembered. In other words, they were resurrected. Everyone felt heavy-hearted when they thought about the fact that they had used their chance to resurrect. After all, the number of times a resurrection card can be used is limited. Shit, where's my equipment? Wait, my skills are gone too. Damn it. Ling Yan must have blown him up. My Thunder Fury, I begged my family for it for a long time. Damn Ling Yan. At this time, someone finally noticed something was wrong. After they were resurrected, not only were their equipment gone, but almost all of their skills were also gone. That's right, all their equipment and skills were taken away by Ling Yan, and even part of their passive abilities were plundered. Fortunately, the passive ability of being plundered is still there, otherwise these geniuses would really become waste. All gone? Isn't the drop rate too high? Yeah, theoretically speaking, it's impossible to explode them all. Maybe it's just a burst of luck. People with extraordinary talents usually have luck that ordinary people can't compare to. Even the Star Masters frowned after seeing that almost all the geniuses killed by Ling Yan were blown up. Because the probability of this explosion is really too terrifying. But they soon let it go. The reason why geniuses are geniuses is probably because they have incredible luck and directly awaken a super terrifying profession. And since his luck is so great, his explosion rate is naturally much higher than that of ordinary people. Although Ling Yan's words were a bit outrageous, who said that people with great luck couldn't have a second burst of luck? What? 9 of you were killed by 1 person? What a rubbish! Oh, and what about Su Miaoran, the one who killed me? Could it be that no one has resurrected him, and he's completely dead? That's right, how could she, an S+ genius, be qualified to be resurrected? Ha ha ha, I am the winner in the end. In an instant, Jingyu on the side couldn't help but burst into laughter. However, looking at Jingyu's clownish face, all the Star Lords around him twitched their lips. This kid probably doesn't know that not only is Su Miaoran alive and well, but he also obtained gold equipment and purple skills. And the only reason he could survive was because Long Teng took 20% of the money. This kid owes Long Teng so much money after his resurrection. He will probably have to work for the rest of his life. Wait, I remember that except for me, no one else was willing to pay to rescue Jingyu? Senior Tianbei, will you pay for the extra money yourself? If that's the case, I'll give it all up. However, at this moment, Long Teng spoke directly. He remembered that almost all the Star Masters had said that they would not pay for Jing Yu's rescue. Are you kidding? The other geniuses, these Star Masters saved them because the human genius battle will start soon. As long as they get some rankings, they will get benefits. But Jing Yu and his master were the objects of collective disgust. Saving him? That was a joke. Because there have been many group purchases of resurrection cards in the past few years, Yingyilang was the only one who did not contribute any money. In addition, this guy's Japanese ancestry makes everyone disgusted, so paying? It's simply impossible. That's not necessary. Jingyu was rescued by Yingyilang at 80% of his own expense. Tianbei Star Lord explained. He came out? How could it be possible? He didn't come out. Humph, I can still afford to pay such a small amount to revive my disciple Yingyilang. I don't need your pity. Yingyilang, who was standing by, felt insulted when he heard Long Tang's words and snorted coldly. What the hell do you want? I want the interest. What a shame, you actually paid 80%. After hearing what Yingyilang said, Long Tang stopped pretending and was even a little disappointed. Interest? Yes, you can set interest on this resurrection. How could I have forgotten? Fuck, Long Tang, how much interest did you set for my apprentice? As soon as Long Tang said this, the surrounding Star Masters suddenly understood. Those geniuses were all confused. What interest? Weren't they resurrected by the Star Masters of the Tianbei Galaxy pooling money? Do I still have to pay back the money and interest? Long Tang smiled slightly, then looked at the group of geniuses. You boys, remember this. The 20% of the money for your resurrection is temporarily lent to you by me, Long Tangsing. According to the interest rate standard of the Apocalypse continent, I will charge you an annualized rate of 10%. Don't forget to pay it back. Just return all this money to Ling Yan. Pay interest monthly. If you forget, you will die a second time. By the way, Jingyu, your interest rate is 16%. Hearing this, Long Tang immediately laughed, then turned his gaze to the remaining geniuses and gave them instructions in a kind tone. Holy crap! 10 percentage points of interest. In an instant, all the geniuses were dumbfounded. 10% interest per year? Why the hell don't you just go grab it? Thinking of the terrifying price of the resurrection card, even some geniuses from big families felt dizzy. Judging from the rate at which their talent and strength are growing, they probably won't be able to pay it back within 60 or 70 years. By then, the money will have increased to more than 20 times its current value. However, they had no choice but to pay it back. Because the prerequisites have been set before resurrection, as long as they dare to violate them, the resurrection card will become invalid. They died instantly. Of course, these conditions need to be within certain prescribed ranges. If you pay back the money, it needs to be within 16%. Jingyu's 16% interest rate is the highest interest rate. The other geniuses are fine, as there aren't too many grudges against them, but Yingyilang and Jingyu are indispensable. Directly push the interest rate to the top. According to Jingyu's interest, if 100 years pass, the interest will be at least 100 times the principal. Compound interest can be very scary. For a moment, the other Star Lords were stunned. Fuck! I was wondering why Long Tang was so kind as to even pay for Jingyu's treatment. I didn't expect him to be waiting here. 16 points of interest, even if Jingyu becomes a Star Master in the future, he won't be able to afford it. Horrible, so horrible, even more cruel than Jobei Opie. He was so righteous before. In an instant, all the Star Masters who finally realized that Long Tang had no good intentions twitched their lips. You know, out of the 12 geniuses here, 10 were killed by the geniuses from Longting Star. With Long Tang's vengeful personality, he actually offered to lend money. They used to think that Longting people were pretty good. Now it seems that he must have planned it long ago. It's just a pity for these so-called geniuses. They have just left the Novice village and are already burdened with foreign debts that they may not be able to repay in their lifetime. Alas, who told them to provoke people they shouldn't provoke for no reason? Yeah, it's fine if they don't have the strength, but they think that giving them face is an insult to them. If not them, who else should we kill? This time, Ling Yan really made a killing. In an instant, all the Star Masters were talking about it. Ji Wuxue and others who had just been resurrected were also a little confused at this time. So, having just been resurrected, he had to work for Ling Yan for the rest of his life? This was too frustrating, wasn't it? Moreover, the most important point is that after Long Tang chose Ling Han as the creditor, they will never be able to fight Ling Yan for the rest of their lives. As long as you take action, the resurrection card effect will disappear. They died instantly. At least, nothing can be done until the debt is paid off. Perhaps, this was also Long Tang's disguised way of wanting to protect Ling Yan. It can be said that he has good intentions. You know, Long Tingxing has not yet received any subsequent income from the copy. It is conceivable that the money Long Tang took out was definitely all his savings. The purpose is to pave a way for Ling Yan. Alright, now that you're resurrected, go ahead and conquer the dungeon. As long as you can get through the fourth wave of dungeons before Ling Yan. Your debt can be paid off in 1 or 2 years at most. As for equipment and skills, there are the Dragon Slaying Set and the Dragon Slaying Secret Technique, and your rewards have not been claimed yet. 1 purple skill, plus the Dragon Slaying Secret Technique, is enough for you to use. At this moment, the Lord of Tianbei Star spoke directly. As soon as he said this, all the resurrected geniuses were delighted. Yes, there is still hope. Without hesitation, several people hurriedly entered the Apocalypse Crack nearby and came to the Apocalypse continent. Afterwards, he used the privileges of the Human Federation SS-level genius in the Apocalypse Mall to purchase skills suitable for himself, and then left the control room and quickly headed towards the deck. As long as they can break through the copy fast enough, they will have the opportunity to quickly pay off their debts. Of course, the 2 SS geniuses who were not qualified to join the strongest 10-man team felt a little regretful. Why did they have to provoke Ling Yan together with Ji Wuxue and others? Although they did not succeed in dying, all that awaited them was a lifetime of working. Of course, this resurrection card can limit the people who can be resurrected. For example, the Human Alliance has a condition for free resurrection, that is, a strong person with a certain level of talent and level can be resurrected once for free. The only condition for resurrection is loyalty to the human race. But the resurrected people are not without choices. Some people with ulterior motives have used resurrection cards to revive some geniuses. They are ready to control them and want to make those geniuses their puppets or even slaves. Some people even want to use the method of resurrecting a genius, then killing him, and then resurrecting him again to use up the number of times these geniuses have been resurrected. Let these geniuses fall completely. Fortunately, the Apocalypse continent also has a corresponding mechanism. That is, the resurrected person can choose to give up resurrection within 3 days, so he will die directly, and the resurrection limit will not be consumed. Of course, the resurrection card used is naturally gone. Those who want to stir up trouble will lose more than they gain. Therefore, over time, few hostile forces use this method to gamble. After all, if you win the bet, you can get a genius as your subordinate, but if you lose the bet, a resurrection card is very expensive. Only when you meet a super genius can you take a gamble. At this time, Ling Yan did not know that Ji Wuxue and others had been resurrected, but even if he knew, he did not care at all. At this time, his eyes were already looking at his background list. Congratulations to the player for killing the opponent, Ji Wuxue. Experience points gained, 300 million. Star coins plus 30 million. Congratulations to the player for killing the opponent, Lozan. Experience points, 300 million. Star coins plus 30 million. Congratulations to the player for killing the opponent, Su Hanyue. Experience points gained, 150 million. Star coins plus 15 million. The system prompt sounds came into Ling Yan's mind. Rubbish. 9 people combined don't give as much experience as a king-level monster. Ling Yan looked at these prompt sounds and couldn't help but complain. Although the strength of each of these people is comparable to that of a king-level monster of the same level, the experience points they give are far less. Ling Yan was rewarded with 10 billion for killing the purple gold Thunderbird King. Even if all these SS-level geniuses were added together, they still couldn't reach this number. The experience points given are just slightly higher than those of ordinary boss-level monsters. However, what Ling Yan wanted was not the experience points and star coins. Discovered passive, speed enhancement LV13, physical enhancement LV13, strength enhancement LV11. Dark mastery LV15. Thunder mastery LV13. Life force LV4, titanium alloy body LV11. Plundering success rate, 0.00000001%. The Wheel of Fortune has been activated, increasing the success rate by 10 billion times. The success rate has been increased to 10%. Congratulations to the player, you have successfully looted the passive abilities, Dark Mastery LV15. Curse Mastery LV11. Life Force LV4. The Wheel of Fortune is activated, and the explosion rate increases by 10,000 times. Obtained equipment, Shadowhunter Suit LV20, purple, Giant King Suit LV20, purple. Obtained skills, Void Flash, gold, Violent Troll Slash, purple, Life Resurrection, purple. At this moment, a large number of prompt sounds appeared in Ling Yan's mind. Almost in an instant, all the equipment and even skills of the geniuses on the field were exploded by Ling Yan. Not only that, Ling Yan also obtained 3 powerful passive abilities. Dark Mastery LV15 can control the power of darkness and increase the power of dark skills by 1,500%. Curse Mastery LV11 negative skills gain a 100% 1100% bonus. Life Force LV4 possesses powerful life force. Increases lifespan by 400%. Furthermore, you can manipulate life force to recover from any damage, and healing skills are enhanced by 400%. Ling Yan took a look at the 3 passive attributes copied this time and was extremely satisfied. Just choose to load. Buzz. 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 In an instant, 3 kinds of energy rushed into Ling Yan's whole body frantically. Soon these 3 energies began to rapidly converge in Ling Yan's sea of consciousness. Eventually, they converged into 3 huge elemental light balls. 1 black, 1 gray, 1 green. Not far from these elemental light balls, there was also a fiery red ball of flame power floating, which had turned into a purple ball of thunder power. As well as several passive elemental light balls such as the power of earth, the power of wind, etc. But then again, this life force is actually only LV4 but already SS level? The life force in it surprised Ling Yan a little. He remembered that this life force was like the passive skill of that genius life healer. Her professional rating has reached SS level. A mere LV4, yet he's rated SS. Isn't the value of this passive skill too terrifying? But thinking about the 400% lifespan increase, Ling Yan felt relieved. In this era, ordinary people can still only live to about 100 years old, and lifespan will increase significantly with every level of strength improvement. A second level expert, that is, LV50 and above. Those below LV100 have a lifespan of 150 years. Level 3 warrior, LV100 LV150. With a lifespan of 200 years. A 4th level strongman can even live for 500 years. If one were to become a 5th level expert like Sikong Jian, breaking through LV199 and reaching LV200, his lifespan would soar directly to 1,000 years. However, one can imagine how terrifying it would be for a genius to possess 400% of this life force. Even ordinary people have a lifespan that is almost comparable to that of a 4th level strongman. And a 4th level strongman can live twice as long as a 6th level strongman. Living longer means having more opportunities to upgrade to a higher level. It's a pity that for a strong person who possesses the power of life, attack-type life skills are very rare. But if you only use ordinary skills, your combat effectiveness is only about the same as that of an ordinary person. At most you are almost invincible. So even though he is at SS level, his upgrade speed is far lower than that of geniuses of the same level, and is even slower than that of ordinary S-level geniuses. Even if you live for a long time, your final achievement will be similar to that of an ordinary SS-level person. I remember there are quite a few monsters on the Apocalypse continent that possess life force. I'll go and farm some of their passive abilities and get some skills. Ling Yan is very optimistic about the force of life. After all, the basic level is too terrifying. Besides, who wouldn't like a passive ability that could prolong life? Then he glanced at the skill that popped up, Life Resurrection. Life Resuscitation LV1, purple skill. Can instantly restore the target's health, 50,000 points, and continuously restore 1% of the target's health per second. The recovery range reaches 10 meters, and the target limit is 10 people. Usage requirement, 20% of total magic power. Learning requirements, LV20, Life Force Mastery LV1 or above. It's just a LV1 skill, but I didn't expect it to have such a terrifying effect. LV4 can provide 4 times the blessing. In other words, I can instantly restore 200,000 HP to the target. And at 4% per second for 10 seconds, that's a full 40% of the target's HP. The range can also reach 40 meters, and the upper limit becomes 40 people? When Ling Yan saw this, he couldn't help but take a breath. This is only the skill level LV1. If this is upgraded to LV2 LV3, wouldn't it be even more terrifying? Unfortunately, they were facing Ling Yan and were killed instantly. Otherwise, as long as there was a trace of blood left, they would be indestructible cockroaches. Of course, this skill is not the highest level. The highest level is Ji Wushua's Void Flash. Void Flash, a golden skill that allows you to instantly move to any location within a 10-meter radius. And then, you can disappear into the void. No cooldown. No pre-swing. Usage requirements, 10% magic. Learning requirements, Dark Mastery LV5 or above, Speed Mastery LV5 or above, or Void, Space, and Teleport Mastery LV1. The Void Flash can be said to have reached the power of space teleportation. You can teleport to any location within 10 meters in an instant. The reason why Ling Yan was able to kill Ji Wushue was because Ling Yan's speed was too terrifying. Ji Wushue had just teleported to another place when Ling Yan fired a shot at him. As a result, Ji Wushue was killed before he could even react. It can be said that with this skill, as long as the speed gap and strength gap are not as terrifying as Ling Yan and Ji Wushue, almost no one can kill him before his magic power is exhausted. It is precisely because of this that his learning requirements are extremely high. You need to have Dark Mastery and Speed Mastery LV5 or above to learn. Ji Wushue's LV15 Dark Mastery can only increase the teleportation distance to within 30 meters. Of course, if one has the Space System, Void Mastery, Teleport Mastery, or Space Mastery, the learning requirements for this skill will be greatly reduced. But, with these proficiency, who needs to learn this skill? The two elements of Space and Teleport Mastery have the ability to teleport naturally, so only Void Mastery is of some use, right? TSK, these geniuses are awesome, every one of them is a treasure. Not only do they have high-level passive skills. Moreover, each of them has a large number of powerful skills and equipment. It seems that we can kill more of them in the future. Ling Yan smiled happily when he thought of this. At the same time, his eyes swept around. 100,000 geniuses above S-. That's equivalent to 100,000 geniuses with passive levels above LV7. When I think about it, I feel a little tempted. However, Ling Yan is not yet so crazy as to want to attack his own human genius. He was mainly thinking that, in addition to the human race, there were several other races in the Milky Way, and these races had been mortal enemies for tens of thousands of years. If their super geniuses were killed, these powerful races would definitely be pissed off. Next time you go to the Apocalypse continent, you can specifically look for strong men from these races to kill. Now it is more important to improve your strength. System, learn all the skills you can learn, including the dragon slaying secret technique. Without hesitation, Ling Yan chose to study. Ding. Accepting the command. Congratulations on learning the following skills: Void Flash LV1, Gold, Life Resurgence LV1, Purple, Thunder Fury LV1, Purple, Health Deficit LV1, Purple. After use, it can reduce the target's health limit by 10% for a short period of time. The LV11 Curse effect can reduce the health limit by 32%. Dragon Slaying Secret Technique LV1, purple, increases damage to dragon monsters by 300% for 1 minute after casting. Cost, 10,000 mana. In an instant, the learning memories of each skill flooded into Ling Yan's mind. Due to career restrictions, Ling Yan only learned 5 skills including the War Dragon's secret art. He discovered that the curse effect could not be directly increased to 11 times. But think about it, if the 10% reduction in the health limit is increased by 11 times, wouldn't the health limit be directly reset to 0 and become negative? If this were true, Ling Yan would have been killed instantly after being hit by the curse. And the curse profession will definitely become the strongest. After all, the health limit is reduced by 110%, even if a god comes, he will be killed instantly. As for Thunder Fury, it's the exact opposite of Endless Thunder. It deals single target thunder damage. Directly drop a thunderbolt that can burst 1000% of the spell damage. No follow-up damage, the damage is stacked to the maximum in one go. Although, when facing a group, the damage output is less than 1% of Endless Thunder, but if facing a single target, the instantaneous damage is extremely terrifying. One focuses on group attacks and slow kills, the other focuses on instant kills. As for the suits, none of them are as powerful as the Dragon Slayer suit. Ling Yan also directly put on a blood-red dragon slaying suit. Boom! In an instant, Ling Yan felt his own strength begin to surge wildly. The original purple-gold Thunderbird King suit can only improve all attributes by 1200. However, the Dragon Slayer set can increase all attributes by 3000 points. In an instant, Ling Yan's attributes skyrocketed by 1800. Then he opened his attribute table. Property table. Name, Ling Yan. Race, human. Occupation, passive plunderer, son of luck. Level, LV20, 129.1 billion. Strength, 3360. Agility, 3435, asterisk 2000%, 1441/100,000. Constitution, 3360, asterisk 800%, 7/256. Soul, 4060. Talent passive. Fire Mastery LV15, 0/10,000, fire damage asterisk 1500%. Thunder Mastery LV20, 2441/100,000, thunder damage asterisk 2000%. Dark Mastery LV15, 0/10,000, dark damage asterisk 1500%. Curse Mastery LV11, 0/2000, curse effect asterisk 100% 1100%. Skills, King's Blood Rage LV1 asterisk, purple, 200% all attribute blessing, void flash, gold. Can teleport to any location within a 10-meter radius. Life recovery, purple, 50,000 HP blessing, and 1% HP recovery effect per second. Endless Thunder, 500% thunder damage. 50% armor penetration, 50% destructive damage per second. Weapon, Dragon Slayer set LV20, gold, dragon damage reduction, damage plus 100%, HP and MP recovery plus 200/S, damage accumulation, 00000/1000000. Money, 120.3 billion, locked. Explanation, many skills and passives have been hidden, leaving only some of the more important and recently acquired ones. Please understand, otherwise some people will like to say that I am just filling up the word count. Is this the Dragon Slayer suit? So cool. I'm so envious, but unfortunately, only the strongest team is eligible to wear it. But then again, now the strongest team is dead and only Su Miaoran is left. What should we do with the remaining Dragon Slayer suits? Do you think that if you're dead, you're really dead? Have you ever heard of a resurrection card? Huh? Resurrection card? Holy shit, there's such a thing? Yes, there is such a thing as a resurrection card, but it can only be found on monsters above the Emperor level. The price is extremely expensive, almost even higher than that of gold equipment. For those of us S-level geniuses who don't come from big families, forget it. Hiss, I never thought that the dead could really be resurrected, but ordinary people don't have the chance. Damn, this world is really unfair. What's so unfair about that? It's your bad luck and lack of talent. If you had better talent, you could still use the free resurrection opportunity. Looking at the dragon-slaying suit on Ling Yan, it can be said that no one is not envious. This is a golden suit. These geniuses, even those at S+, may never have the chance to wear one in their lifetime. Senior, can I enter the dungeon now? At the same time, on the deck of the Tianbei starship, Ling Yan also spoke to the Jinshan Star Lord in the sky. Yeah, anytime. Same goes for everyone else. Jinshan nodded slightly. Okay, I'll go then. Upon hearing this, Ling Yan smiled slightly, and then without hesitation, he walked directly towards the crack that was floating above the deck not far away. That's right. Suddenly when Ling Yan came to Su Miaoran's side, he remembered something. Su Miaoran, when I was scolding those stupid dogs just now, I scolded you too. I'm sorry. Ling Yan said with a smile. As soon as he said this, everyone around him was stunned. I didn't expect Ling Yan to actually apologize. Shouldn't he be arrogant and look down on everyone if he is so arrogant? Could it be that he is interested in Su Miaoran? But it's true, although Su Miaoran is a little cold, she is really beautiful. You're right, my strength is indeed a drag. Su Miaoran said coldly. You're still like this, it's better to smile more. Ling Yan smiled helplessly. But without saying much, he walked directly into the crack of the copy. Buzz. Finally, with a wave of spatial fluctuations, Ling Yan's figure also disappeared from the deck. Did he know me before? However, what Ling Yan said when he left made Su Miaoran frown slightly. I always feel that Ling Yan treats me like an old acquaintance. No matter what, I'll go in too, if what the master said is correct. The items that can be dropped in this dungeon are also extremely useful to me. Su Miaoran looked at the direction where Ling Yan left, and her eyes became slightly serious. After rejecting the invitations of some SS-level geniuses, one person entered the copy. Boom 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 boom. However, at this moment, powerful auras suddenly came from a hatch not far away, and the next moment, 11 figures rushed out at an extremely fast speed. It's still too late, Ling Yan has already gone in. Damn it, he got there first. Ji Wuxue and the other 9 people all turned pale when they saw that Ling Yan had disappeared. If Ling Yan cleared the 4th wave before them, they would have to live in debt for the rest of their lives. Unless, you ask your family for money to pay off your debts. After all, some families are much richer than the entire Longting Star. However, they also know that unless the family members are blood relatives of their parents, they are actually darker. Shit, it's Ji Wuxue, Luo Sang and the others. Damn it! Weren't they dead? How come they're alive again? Nonsense, of course I used the resurrection card. Sure, resurrection cards, these are so expensive. They released 12 at once, what a huge expense. 80% of this money was contributed by over 1,000 planets, and they'll have to deduct a portion from our resources in the future. Oh, it hurts. This is our money. In an instant, all the geniuses around were shocked. But what comes with it is physical pain. After all, money will not suddenly appear, it is just transferred from one group of people to another. The reason why Ji Wuxue and the others were able to be resurrected was most likely due to the money paid by all the Star Masters. Even that stinky woman went in. After Jingyu looked around and didn't find Su Miaoran, he immediately became furious. He just found out that Su Miaoran, who killed her, was not dead. Therefore, he was also planning to seek revenge on Su Miaoran. In his opinion, the other party was able to kill him because he was careless and didn't realize that the other party actually had a substitute. As long as Su Miaoran is killed, with her talent, it is almost impossible for anyone to resurrect her. Even if she is resurrected, it will be a loss of the resurrection opportunity. Jingyu, team up with us. Ji Wuxue spoke directly to Jingyu in a commanding tone. Is this your attitude when hiring people? Jingyu exploded instantly. Clang. However, the next moment, a blood-red sword was already on Jingyu's neck. Feeling the dark energy bursting out from the long sword, Jingyu's face changed instantly. I'm in. Jingyu nodded quickly, not daring to say anything. Only then did he come to his senses. He was not afraid of anyone present and could dodge with his terrifying speed. But only Ji Wuxue is different. My talent is almost the same as my opponent's, but all of my opponent's talents are superior to mine. As long as we fight, I will definitely lose. Walk! Ji Wuxue snorted coldly, then waved his hand, picked up the remaining 8 sets of gold suits, and entered the dungeon with Luosang and others. Of course, the suits used by the other 2 geniuses were not as good. Not only were they not high-end gold suits. Moreover, even its attributes are not enough to restrain dungeon monsters. Interesting. It seems Ji Wuxue and the others want a race against Ling Yan. I don't know who will win. Although Ling Yan's strength can kill Ji Wuxue and his 10 companions in seconds, that was because Ji Wuxue and his companions were careless. Besides, if we compare speed in clearing dungeons, 10 people will definitely be faster than 1 person. Good, it looks like we'll have some fun this time. Let's go in too. With our talent, we can only enter this dark gold dungeon a few times in our lifetime. Don't waste this free opportunity. The other more than 100,000 geniuses did not hesitate after discussing it. After forming a team, they all rushed into the Hell Thunder Dragon copy. After all, this kind of dungeon is a good place to level up. Normally, these S2S plus geniuses would have to spend a lot of resources to enter the gold dungeon. If it is a dark gold level copy, you will only have the opportunity to enter it once every 10 years. Now they have a full 10 days to come and go as they please. It's really a big profit. Unfortunately, the level of this copy is only LV20. They will probably choose to upgrade their level after entering it once. After all, they are not Ling Yan. Even if they have no experience, they can still obtain a lot of passives and a lot of equipment. No matter how hard you try to suppress your own level and kill monsters, the final result will not be as good as the next white copy corresponding to your level. Therefore, under the waves of space fluctuations, all these geniuses entered the copy. In the control room, after seeing everyone enter, these Star Masters also fell silent. No matter who completes the copy first. As long as they succeed, the growth rate of their novice talents will be greatly improved in the future. Saving time during the novice period means that you will have more time to break through to a higher level in the future. Beep beep. Alarm, alarm. An unidentified warship is approaching, an unidentified warship is approaching. However, at this moment, sharp alarms sounded throughout the control room. What's going on? All the Star Masters frowned at this moment. How could an unidentified warship approach? Lock on the location of the unknown warship. Analyze the warship data. The Lord of Tianbei Star frowned and spoke to the intelligent computer in a serious tone. Analysis completed. The unidentified warship is a 7th-order warship of the Starro clan. The level is too high, unable to analyze specific data. Alert, alert! Our data has been obtained. The rapid prompt sound from the intelligent computer instantly made everyone present change their expressions. The 7th level battleship can only be used by those who are above level 300. The Tianbei starship is just a 6th order spaceship, and it is also the only 6th order spaceship in the Tianbei galaxy. In the entire Yenshin galaxy, among the thousands of galaxies of the same size as the Tianbei galaxy, the number of spaceships that reach level 7 or above does not exceed 30. And this time it's the Starro clan spaceship that's coming. The Starro clan is one of the 4 major races in the Milky Way. The Starro clan. How dare they come to our Yenshin galaxy? Quickly contact Lord Yenshin and request support. Damn it, are you here to start a war? Starting a war in the Yenshin galaxy, don't they want to live? In an instant, all the Star Masters looked extremely ugly. To have a 7th order spaceship, there must be some big guys above level 300. When the battle starts, they will all die. The Lord of Tianbei Star also quickly contacted the Yenshin of the Yenshin galaxy. Soon news came from Yenshin. However, the content of the message made Tianbei Star Lord look a little unhappy. What does Lord Yenshin say? Longtang looked at Tianbei Star Lord in confusion. This time, I'm afraid that our Tian Bay galaxy will miss this dark gold level dungeon. The Lord of Tian Bay Star sighed softly. What's going on? For a moment, everyone frowned. Lord Yenshin has sent me news that 70 years ago, there was a transaction between our Yenshin galaxy and the Castard galaxy of the Stara clan. That time, I, the Yenshin galaxy, obtained a LV-70 dark gold copy from the Castard galaxy. So this time, the Staro people from the Castard galaxy will attack our dark gold copy according to the terms of the transaction. If the Custard galaxy is successfully captured in advance, this dark gold copy is theirs. On the other hand, if we succeed ahead of time, this dungeon will be ours. Tian Bay Star Lord said helplessly. What? The Castard galaxy? I remember it wasn't a large intermediate galaxy with over 100,000 planets with life? How can we compare when there are 100 times more geniuses than us? That's not fair. They clearly said they would give us 10 days. What's the point of being fair or unfair? It's good enough that Lord Yenshin gave us this opportunity. I guess even Lord Yenshin thinks we can't successfully conquer the dungeon? After all, our Yenshin galaxy also once obtained their dark gold level copy. That being said, how can a LV-70 dark gold dungeon compare to a LV-20 dark gold dungeon? In an instant, all the Star Masters were extremely angry, but there was nothing they could do. After all, this is Lord Yenshin's decision. Moreover, when it comes to the trade between the two major races, there is no way they can say no. Even if their number of geniuses is 100 times ours, so what? Geniuses above SSS level can't just appear by sheer numbers. However, at this moment, Long Teng spoke with a smile. As soon as he said this, everyone else's eyes lit up. SSS genius? Isn't that Ling Yan? Yes, a genius like Ling Yan may not appear once a year even in the entire Yenshin galaxy. Not to mention the Castard galaxy, which is dozens of times smaller than the entire Yenshin galaxy. But Ling Yan was playing solo. In an instant, everyone was helpless again. If I team up with Ji Wuxue and the others, there might still be hope this time, and the hope would be quite big. However, the chances are slim now. Alas, it's fate, let's just let it be. Let's go and see what these Stara people are planning. The Tian Bay Star Lord's eyes grew slightly solemn, and then he took more than 1,000 Star Lords and flew directly, leaving the control room and flying towards the starry sky. Which galaxy's spaceship is this from? It's huge. It looks like a Tier 7 spaceship. The Stara clan, how come their spaceship is here? Is it an invasion? Impossible. Although there are occasional frictions between the four major civilizations, they are not yet ready to launch such a large-scale invasion. This will only provoke a war between the two civilizations. Then the Seventh Order spaceship from the Carlos Galaxy arrived, and the guardians from various planets on the Tian Bay starship all looked solemnly. They could recognize at a glance that this spaceship belonged to the Stara race. He comes with bad intentions. Boom! Suddenly, something strange happened. A huge and terrifying aura suddenly burst out from the 7th level spaceship. The momentum was so strong that it spanned hundreds of thousands of kilometers across the starry sky and directly crushed all the strong men on the Tian Bay starship. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, all the strong men over level 100 or even level 200, including Sikong Jian, spat out mouthfuls of blood. A huge damage value also appeared directly above the head. Fortunately, the person who took action knew his limits. All of them were slightly injured and no one was seriously injured. Damn it, how dare they do this? You really can't bully anyone in our human race. It was really because Lord Shenwu Supreme was too lenient back then, otherwise the entire Milky Way would have belonged to our human race. Although no one was seriously injured, everyone felt an unprecedented insult. Everyone looked angrily towards the 7th level spaceship in the distant starry sky. The human race is really just a bunch of ants. At the same time, above the deck of the Carlos starship, a 3-meter-tall strongman from Stru Star, wearing golden armor, spoke with disdain. The Stru people's heads look a bit like green catfish. 2 tentacles drooped from the sides of its huge mouth. It looks extremely ugly. When it evolved, it was an amphibian. With the coming of an ice age, the Strug people gradually rose and eventually evolved into the only intelligent race. After millions of years of development, its footprints spread throughout the entire Milky Way. Their speed is many times slower than that of humans, so they are very wary of humans. But there is nothing we can do. The only reason is the strongest of the human race. The Supreme Divine Martial Lord. That's right, a savage monkey that has only been around for tens of thousands of years can actually stand on equal footing with my Staroclan. It's ridiculous. If it weren't for their so-called martial arts supreme, the human race would have been wiped out by our three major clans long ago. Humph, I don't even know if that old guy is dead. How many years has he lived? After hearing this, several LV-299 quasi-7th level warriors behind him all showed a hint of mocking smile on their faces. However, even so, when the human race's martial arts supreme is mentioned, a trace of fear inevitably emerges in everyone's heart. Back then, the battle between the martial arts supreme and the strongest men of the three tribes almost wiped out all the top warriors of the three tribes. If they hadn't had the human burden behind them, the top powerhouses of the three major tribes would probably all have died. Boom 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 boom. And at this moment, bursts of terrifying aura burst out from the Tianbei starship. The aura of the Star Lords of levels 1000 to 200 swept directly towards the 7th level spaceship. The terrifying aura instantly changed the expressions of those several quasi-7th level warriors. This is the combined aura of more than 1,000 peak level powerhouses, ranging from the lowest 5th level to the highest 6th level. Humph! How dare an ant resist? Fortunately, the 7th level strongman saw this scene and took action. He slapped the air directly. Boom! In an instant, dazzling golden light burst out from his body. The terrifying aura instantly suppressed more than 1,000 auras that were bombarding across tens of thousands of kilometers. The terrifying energy fluctuations from both sides caused the black hole not far away to tremble wildly, as if it would be torn apart by the energy in the next moment. Terrell. As a rank 7 expert, you came to my Tianbei galaxy. Is it just to show off your rank 7 strength? If you have the guts, go find the most powerful galaxies in my Yenshin galaxy. At this moment, a cold and sharp voice, using space vibration as the transmission medium, directly passed through a distance of tens of thousands of kilometers and reached the ears of the 7th level strongman, Terrell, and everyone on the caster starship. As soon as he said this, Terrell's face turned cold. However, he still took back his power. He knew better than anyone that this was the Yenshin galaxy. If things got really bad, it wouldn't be so easy for them to leave. Boom boom boom. Boom boom. The next moment, powerful auras descended. In the Tianbei galaxy, more than 1,000 Star Lords have come here. Looking at so many Star Lords, even Terrell and the several quasi-7th level strongmen behind him had extremely solemn expressions. As the saying goes, a random punch can kill a master. Although it is difficult for these people to break Terrell's defense, as long as they can break the defense, the attack of more than 1,000 strong men may kill Terrell. Tianbei, long time no see. I didn't expect that even you could have a mid-level galaxy as your territory. Seeing the Lord of Tianbei Star, Terrell sneered condescendingly. After hearing this, Tianbei Star Lord didn't bother to pay attention to Terrell. But then again, the one in front of him is already over 4,000 years old. As a 7th level strongman, he has a lifespan of 7,000 years. His background and strength are far beyond what a quasi-7th level strongman like himself who has lived for more than 2,000 years can compare to. Master Yenshin has already explained the reasons for your visit. I wonder if you have brought along any geniuses for this new dungeon expansion? Let me make it clear first, all the geniuses from my Tianbei galaxy have already entered a few minutes ago. If you want to open up a dungeon, you'll have to hurry up. The leader, the Lord of Tianbei Star, looked at Terrell and spoke slowly. Since the other party has already subsided, we can only pretend that nothing happened. After all, if a war really breaks out, although Terrell and others will be suppressed by the army led by the God of Fire, even the Carlos galaxy will be destroyed. However, the premise is that everyone present will die. Ha ha ha. It's only a few minutes, so why not give you an hour? Come out, you Starro clan's genius, and show them the human race what a true genius is. However, after hearing what Tianbei Star Lord said, Terrell sneered and spoke in a calm tone. Click. The next moment, a huge mechanical crack slowly opened on the deck of the Carlos starship. Then, one by one, floating petals slowly flew up from the deck, and one by one, the Starro boys stood on these floating petals. The aura they exude is all extremely powerful. The leading Starro boy was floating in the air with his eyes closed and legs crossed, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. However, the traces of black and red energy emanating from his body made those Star Masters feel a chill in their hearts. This genius's professional level is definitely not low. 500 people? They only came with 500 people? Seeing that there were only more than 500 people in total, the Star Masters present all breathed a sigh of relief. However, the next moment, Terrell's words instantly caused everyone present to change their expressions drastically. Although there are only 500 of them, all of them are SS-level geniuses. Among them, SS plus 9 people. SSS-. One person. Terrell sneered and without hesitation revealed all the geniuses on his side. Boom! In an instant, all the Star Lords of the Tianbei Galaxy present widened their eyes in disbelief. 500, all SS grade? How is this possible? And there are 9 SS plus and 1 SSS-. How could they not be shocked by such a terrifying number of geniuses? You know, the number of geniuses among the Starro people is much smaller than that of the human race. For example, Longting Star, with a population of over 10 billion, generally only produces 3 or 4 S-level geniuses a year. But there is only one Starro. Or even less. However, after they thought about it carefully, they found out the reason. The Starro people generally live in groups, and a family has at least 7, 8, or 10 children. Therefore, for a planet of the same size, the human race's planet can only accommodate a maximum of 10 billion people, but the Starro people can only accommodate more than 50 billion. So theoretically, on a life planet of the same size, the Starro clan has more geniuses. In addition, the Castor Galaxy is a top-level intermediate galaxy, ruling over a full 100,000 life-bearing galaxies. The number is 70 to 80 times that of the Tianbei Galaxy. The Tianbei Galaxy has produced 4 SS-level ones. Calculated by the number, the Castor Galaxy can produce at least more than 300, plus the population is extremely large. 500 SS-level geniuses doesn't seem too outrageous. However, it would be fine if there were only SS-level geniuses in the Custard Galaxy, but I didn't expect there were 9 SS+. The most important thing is that there is actually one SSS-level genius, while there are only 4 SS-level geniuses in their Tianbei Galaxy. Although there is Ling Yan, how can one person resist so many geniuses? There is no chance of winning, absolutely no chance of winning. Tianbei, look at my Starro people's lineup, is it okay? Terrell smiled slightly and looked at Tianbei with disdain. Yes, the genius of my Tianbei Galaxy is indeed no match for him. Tianbei took a deep breath and finally admitted it helplessly. Ha! You also have a time to admit defeat? Ah, that's rare. When he said this, Terrell was stunned for a moment, and then burst into laughter. Oh, I'm curious. Is this the SSS genius you're talking about? He seems to have a sinister aura about him. Aren't you afraid of another genius who will slaughter his own people like before? At this time, the Lord of Tianbei Star stroked his long beard and then looked at the young man with a black and red aura surging from his body with some curiosity. Humph, I might as well tell you that this person is the biological son of Lord Castor, Kulsa. The one who awakened is the SSS-level killing demon lord. Possesses SS plus killing power and SS-level magic warrior passive. This time, we brought 9 SS plus geniuses with us just to clear this instance directly. Terrell did not hide it at all. After all, Kulsa had caused quite a stir in the Castor Galaxy. As long as Tianbei Star Lord and others want to check, they can find the information in less than an hour, so there is no need to hide it. Besides, how could the tiny Tianbei Galaxy have a genius that could rival him? As soon as he said this, the pupils of all the Star Masters of the Tianbei Galaxy shrank. The Lord of Castor Star is none other than the strongest being in the Castor Galaxy. A peak 7th Order warrior. At the same time, he was once an SSS-level genius with extremely powerful strength. Hiss. The Slaughtered Demon Lord is indeed a powerful profession. Moreover, it seems that he has dark gold level equipment. He is indeed worthy of being the son of Lord Castor. Tian Bei Star Lord also looked shocked. So what if the Demon Lord of Slaughter is involved? The genius of our Tian Bei Galaxy has already entered for several minutes. If you don't hurry up, you might not be able to catch up. In my Tian Bei Galaxy, there are also geniuses with SSS-, and even super geniuses with double SS plus of Thunder Force and Speed Force. The Demon Lord of Slaughter is nothing but an ant. However, at this moment, Yingyi in the crowd snorted coldly and spoke arrogantly. As soon as he said this, Terrell and other 6th and 7th level warriors' expressions changed instantly. Even Khalsa, who was resting with his eyes closed, frowned and slowly opened his eyes. Thunder Force and Speed Force at SS+? Interesting, this time the strategy guide might not be so boring. Thinking of this, a bloodthirsty smile appeared on Khalsa's lips. I don't know how cool it is to kill an SSS-level genius. SSS-? Damn, you're stalling for time. At this moment, Terrell finally came back to his senses. Why did the Tian Bei Star Lord in front of him boast about their genius for no reason? It turned out that he was delaying time to wait for the completion of their genius strategy copy. You know, when Yenshin informed them about the Dark Gold Dungeon, he had already clearly stated the time when the dungeon would be opened. He arrived more than 10 minutes late on purpose to show off. Who knew that there would be a genius with SSS in the Tian Bei Galaxy? The Tian Bei Star Lord and some Star Lords who knew Tian Bei Star Lord's intentions all looked dark and looked at Yingyi with cold eyes. Baga, why are you looking at me? I'm using my human genius to intimidate them, and you frighten them so much that their faces have turned pale. When Yingyi saw everyone glaring at him, he immediately started cursing, acting as if he was doing it all for the human race. Everyone, get going. Let's conquer the Hell Thunder Dragon dungeon with all our might. Terrell dared not wait any longer and shouted loudly. In an instant, all the geniuses of the Starro clan released barriers directly on their bodies, then rushed out of the energy field of the spacecraft and rushed towards the Tian Bei starship at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this scene, the Lord of Tian Bei Star knew that he could not delay any longer and could only open the barrier of the spacecraft to allow all these geniuses to enter the Tian Bei starship. These geniuses, including Khalsa, did not hesitate and all directly entered the Dark Gold level copy crack. From then on, the original dungeon strategy turned into a dungeon-snatching battle between the two major civilizations. An unknown space. Buzz. Following a burst of spatial fluctuations, Ling Yan's figure appeared in the desolate ruins of the city. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. At the same time, the sounds of collapsed high-rise buildings came from all directions. Ling Yan took a closer look and discovered that the giant lizards densely packed among these high-rise buildings were frantically destroying the city's skyscrapers. Each of these monitor lizards is 7 or 8 meters long. At the same time, terrifying thunder was flashing all over their bodies. Moreover, their strength is extremely terrifying. Each one is like a bulldozer, flattening everything it goes to. When Ling Yan saw this, he directly opened the attributes of one of the giant lizards remotely. Wild Monster, Thunder Lizard, Normal, Enhanced. Level, LV20. Talent Passive. Thunder Power LV3, can control the power of thunder and burst out 300% thunder damage. Strength Enhancement LV3, Strength Attribute gains 300% blessing. Physical Enhancement LV3 Physical Attributes gain 300% blessing. Survival by Tail Cutoff LV3, when you suffer a fatal blow, you can use any limb of your body to take the blow. After successfully surviving, all attributes can be temporarily increased by 190%, and broken limbs can be repaired. The higher the level, the stronger the passive, and the faster the repair speed. HP, 300,000/300,000. Mana, 4,000 of 4,000. Attack, 2,000. Speed, 200. Defense, 4500. Skill, Thunder Crash, white skill. Transforms into a thunder chariot, razing everything it passes to the ground, causing 200% damage. This is the attribute of the Thunder Lizard. Strengthened ordinary monsters are powerful monsters with more passive abilities. Although their basic attributes and passive levels are not as strong as those of elite monsters, their combat effectiveness is not necessarily weaker than that of elite monsters. After all, he has a lot of passive abilities. As expected of a Dark Gold dungeon, the monsters already have 4 passive abilities. And they're all level 3. Ling Yan was also a little excited when he saw this scene. Nonsense, the more passive abilities Ling Yan has, the better deal he gets. Severing the tail to survive, this passive skill, I seem to have heard in my previous life that there was an SS-level genius who awakened the Lizard Hunter class. His tail-breaking survival level is only LV3, so don't classify him as an SS-level genius. You know, ordinary elemental abilities need to reach level 10 to reach SS-. Level 3 is just an A skill. It seems that the potential of this passive ability is stronger than that of Thunder Power. When Ling Yan saw this, he fell into deep thought. But if you think about it carefully, you will understand. This tail-cutting survival method not only has the powerful effect of improving strength after the tail is cut off. It can even repair the body. Repairing the body, this skill can be said to be quite explosive. This is because in this gaming era, there are many powerful items that can repair the body. Otherwise, the LV1 level of tail-breaking survival is at least an S-level ability. Try to see how strong these wild monsters are. Ling Yan didn't hesitate and clenched his right hand into the air. Buzz! In an instant, a huge blood-red knife appeared in Ling Yan's hand. This weapon is the weapon of the Dragon Slayer set. Dragon Slayer Sword LV20, Gold. The moment the blood-red giant knife appeared, the shadow of a roaring blood-red dragon slowly emerged from the giant knife. At the same time, the eyes of the giant dragon carved on the blade slowly opened. Seeing this scene, Ling Yan touched his chin. This weapon is quite cool. Roar! 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 However, Ling Yan had just taken out the dragon-slaying sword when all the giant lizards in the distance roared in anger. As if they had encountered the murderer of their father, these giant lizards all rushed towards Ling Yan frantically with roars. Ling Yan did not hesitate and immediately released all the thunder power in his body. Boom boom! In an instant, terrifying thunder burst out from his body like a flood. In an instant, violent purple thunder gathered on the giant sword in his hand. Cut! The next moment, with Ling Yan's roar, the dragon-slaying sword in his hand smashed down fiercely at the thunder lizard in the front. Hold head high. As the dragon-slaying sword fell, a dragon roar spread throughout the world. The dragon-slaying sword directly chopped off the head of the thunder lizard. Puff! In an instant, the monitor lizard's head was split open by a knife, and plasma and blood spurted out at this moment. Even the skill of cutting off the tail to survive cannot be activated. Critical hit minus 440,000. A terrifying damage value burst out directly. The giant lizard was killed instantly. At the same time, the huge dragon-slaying sword slammed heavily onto the ground. Boom boom boom. With a deafening roar, a huge deep pit was smashed into the ground. Not only that. The splashing power of thunder also began to crush madly in all directions. Boom 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 boom. Dozens of giant lizards around were directly hit by the splashing thunder. Minus 220,000. Critical hit minus 440,000. Critical hit 660,000. A large amount of damage values appeared, and more than 30 thunder lizards suffered fatal blows in an instant. Roar, roar, roar. However, something strange happened. When these giant lizards were attacked, they all roared to the sky and their bodies exploded instantly, turning into endless blood mist. As the blood mist dissipated, what remained was a tail that had been burned to charcoal by thunder. And those thunder lizards had already appeared dozens of meters away. Ding! Congratulations to the host, creating the skill, Thundershock / Green. After use, it can cause 100% lightning spell splash attack to enemies within a radius of 20 meters. Mana consumption, 100. A prompt sound also reached Ling Yan's mind at this time. 220,000 basic lightning damage? It's many times more than before. If he uses the Thunderfire Tearing Slash to increase the power by another 650%, wouldn't the power be explosive? Ling Yan couldn't help but exclaim in amazement when he saw this number. This power is really terrifying. His current soul value is 4,000, and the power of thunder can be enhanced 20 times the attack, and with the dragon slaying suit, the attack power can be doubled when attacking dragon monsters. After this wave, the attack power has reached as much as 160,000. While in the Novice village, Ling Yan killed a large number of lizards and raised the passive level of his giant lizard killer to LV2. All damage increased by another 40%. Therefore, it can cause a terrifying damage of 220,000. And this data is when Ling Yan does not use any skills. If you use skills, the power will be even more terrifying. With this Dragon Slayer set, my attack power against dragon monsters has increased by almost 4 times. Fortunately, these giant lizards also have dragon blood, otherwise the dragon slaying suit would be ineffective. This is the charm of the gold suit. I wonder if the dark gold suit is also so powerful. When Ling Yan thought of this, there was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. But having said that, this tail-cutting survival trick is pretty cool. It's a sure kill move, but it actually allowed them to run this far. Ling Yan raised his eyebrows slightly as he looked at the thunder lizards with broken tails that appeared not far away. The strange movements of these giant lizards just now also surprised him a little, but instead he was delighted. The first giant lizard failed to use its passive ability. I guess the difference in strength was too great. It died before it could even react. The remaining monitor lizards were so frightened when they saw the first one die that they were able to successfully cut off their tails to survive. Ling Yan thought about it for a while, and soon had a concrete understanding of the usefulness of cutting off the tail to survive. As long as the difference in strength is not too terrifying, there is a chance to escape successfully. But if it is too huge, there is nothing you can do. After all, you can't react in time, so how can you use skills? In other words, as long as Ling Yan copies this passive skill, he can only escape if he can react before being killed. However, perhaps if the passive level is high, it is possible to escape the attack even if there is no reaction. We can talk about all this after Ling Yan copies the passive skill. Thinking of this, Ling Yan also had more expectations. Let's kill the monsters first. I wonder how high these 4 passive abilities can be raised this time. Ling Yan's eyes flashed, and the next moment he stepped forward and rushed towards the endless tide of giant lizards in front of him. Boom! At the same time, a terrifying field of lightning and fire erupted from his body. With the increase in the level of thunder power and the skyrocketing of all body attributes, the energy consumption per second when using the thunder and fire field has also increased a lot, but fortunately I have changed into a gold suit. Ling Yan now has a full 200 mana regeneration per second. This consumption has been temporarily stabilized. As the giant lizards approached the field of thunder and fire, the terrifying power of thunder was madly unleashed on him. Boom 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 boom. Amidst terrifying roars, all these terrifying giant lizards with a health of up to 300,000 were blown back in an instant by the power of thunder that was released from the domain. Moreover, some monitor lizards that did not have time to use their tails to survive were directly blown into charcoal. Minus 340,000. Critical hit 680000. Critical hit 680000. A large amount of damage value appeared on the monitor lizard's head. Because Ling Yan had killed millions of monsters before, the level of the thunder fire field was also upgraded to LV2. The original 150% damage of the purple thunder and fire field has been increased to 165%. After all, it is a group attack skill. Although it has reached purple, the damage increase after one upgrade is not much. But don't underestimate this 15% bonus. For Ling Yan now, the damage increase is as much as 25,000. By the way, I recently gained the power of darkness and curse. I wonder if the power of thunder and fire will be increased if they are added to the power of darkness and curse. Maybe even upgrade to gold? Ling Yan suddenly felt a little excited. Of course, he also gained the force of life. But if you think about it, you will know that with the force of life, it will not be used to cause harm but to restore blood. Unless Ling Yan can learn some life-related attack skills, learn the attack methods of life force and integrate them into the field of thunder and fire. Of course, it's not just the power of life, there's also the power of the earth. As long as you learn the attack methods of these elements with weak attack attributes and integrate them into the field, it's definitely not a difficult task. Try it. Without hesitation, Ling Yan directly mobilized the gray curse power and the pure black dark power into the field of thunder and fire. Boom! Boom! With the addition of the two elements, the originally purple-red field of thunder and fire began to gradually turn black. Just like before, when the new elements were just being integrated, the domain would begin to become unstable, but this instability soon disappeared as Ling Yan's luck will turned. A huge black and purple ball of light appeared around Ling Yan. In the ball of light, a large amount of thunder, flames, dark power, and curse power surged wildly. Just one look and you can tell that the power of this field has definitely made a qualitative leap. Congratulations, player, you have successfully enhanced your skills. You have obtained the skill, Destruction Field LV2, Gold. Destruction Domain LV2, Golden Domain Type Skill. Within the domain, weakens the opponent's overall attributes by 50%. Also causes an 80% speed reduction. Also deals 270% of the strongest elemental spell damage per second. At the same time, a prompt sound also came into Ling Yan's mind. The content of the prompt tone instantly made Ling Yan's eyes shrink. Weaken the opponent's overall attributes by 50%? And also deal 270% damage per second? Damn, it took off. Ling Yan couldn't help but swear. Before, the damage was only 160%, which was so terrifying. Now it has been directly increased to 270%. Isn't the power really taking off? What's more, the most awesome thing is that it weakens all the attributes of the opponent. If an opponent's attributes are weakened by 50%, does that mean that all their attributes are only half of their original value? His strength would definitely plummet, and people who could easily kill him in seconds could now kill him instead. However, at this moment, a large number of thunder lizards suddenly emerged from the surrounding land. These thunder lizards crashed madly into Ling Yan's destructive field. Puff, puff, puff. However, just at the moment of impact, these giant lizards were instantly crushed into ashes by an invisible force. Minus 600,000. Critical hit 1.2 million. Minus 600,000. In an instant, a large amount of damage value emerged from the edge of the area. Even a simple blow would be too much for these thunder lizards to withstand, not to mention that their entire attributes would be weakened by 50% the moment they hit the field. The original health point of 300,000 dropped directly to 150,000, and it was completely unable to withstand Ling Yan's damage. Of course, let alone a 50% reduction in all attributes, even if all attributes were doubled. 600,000 damage would be enough to kill them instantly. Golden skills are truly terrifying. This way, my monster killing speed will definitely skyrocket. Ling Yan also smiled when he thought of this. If he continued at the previous speed, he would have to stay where he was and wait for these giant lizards to come over, because his domain could not kill them instantly. If the opponent does not trigger a critical hit after hitting you, Ling Yan will need to finish him off, or wait for the second attack to come. The second wave of attack will not arrive until 1 second later. The best thing Ling Yan could do was to stand there and wait for someone to blame him and kill him. But it's different now. Ling Yan just stepped forward. Boom! As a deep pit of several meters in radius was trampled out in the ground, Ling Yan rushed towards the thunder lizards in the distance at an extremely terrifying speed. Puff, 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 puff. Wherever the huge destructive field passed, all the thunder lizards were crushed into dust. There is no chance of survival by cutting off the tail. Because this attack has a curse attribute, it was crushed into ashes in an instant, and the passive skill had no time to appear. And then, Ling Yan frantically killed the surrounding thunder lizards. Wave after wave of thunder lizards rushed towards Ling Yan, and were eventually killed one by one. Finally, when all the thunder lizards in the surrounding cities were killed, no new lizards appeared. Congratulations to the host, for killing 400,000 thunder lizards, gaining 4 billion experience points and 400 million star coins, locked. Wheel of Fortune activated, you successfully copied the passive skill, Thunder Power LV3 654. The Wheel of Fortune is activated. You have successfully copied the passive skill, Physical Enhancement LV3 666. Physical Enhancement is upgraded to LV11 1184/2000. The Wheel of Fortune is activated. You have successfully copied the passive ability, Strength Enhancement LV3 643, Constitution Enhancement upgraded to LV11 784/2000. The Wheel of Fortune has activated. You have successfully copied the passive skill, Tailbreak Survival LV3 688, and the physical enhancement has been upgraded to LV11 924/2000. In just a dozen or 20 minutes, 400,000 giant lizards died at the hands of Ling Yan. Ling Yan also gained 2 new passive abilities. Even physical strengthening has been improved. As for the power of thunder, it is still a long way to go before it can be upgraded. After all, upgrading to LV20 now requires at least 100,000 passive skills. There are too few passives here. It seems that after this dark gold dungeon is over, I have to upgrade my realm as soon as possible, and then go find those high-level monsters to kill. Ling Yan said helplessly. A LV20 monster only has a LV3 passive ability. That's too low. The higher the level of the monster, the higher the level of this passive skill. One monster is equivalent to the passive power of hundreds or even thousands of monsters. The speed at which Ling Yan's passive level increases is becoming more and more terrifying. There is no need to kill tens of millions of monsters like now to upgrade a passive level. Also, this instance is the Hell Thunder Dragon instance. Does that mean its ultimate boss is the Hell Thunder Dragon? I don't know if the achievement of Giant Lizard Killer is useful for the final boss. If it doesn't work, then we're in trouble. Ling Yan frowned when he thought of this. Because the damage of this achievement is not low, why do some dungeons have to be cleared dozens of times? It's not because you have become stronger. Instead, you have to do it dozens of times before your achievements are improved, and the damage to the ultimate boss is also greatly increased before you can finally win. If this achievement is ineffective against the final boss, the difficulty of this dungeon will increase by several levels. Hold head high. However, at this moment, a roar of thunder suddenly came from the distant void. Has the boss appeared yet? Ling Yan looked up. But in the boundless black cloud, a huge black dragon with a wingspan of more than 20 meters and a length of more than 10 meters broke through the clouds and rushed towards Ling Yan on the ground. The first wave of boss appears. Please be careful to avoid it. A prompt sound also reached Ling Yan's mind. Ling Yan opened the other party's attribute table without any further ado. Wild Monster, Dark Thunder Dragon, King Level. Level, LV20. Talent Passive. Thunder Force LV8, can control the power of thunder, bursting out 800% thunder damage. Strength Enhancement LV8, Strength Attribute gains 800% blessing. Constitution Enhancement LV8 Constitution Attribute gains 800% blessing. Dark. Mastery LV8, can control the power of darkness and burst out 800% dark damage. HP, 24 million/24 million. Magic Power, 100,000/100,000. Attack Power, 5,000. Speed, 600. Defense, 80,000. Skill, Thunder Dragon Breath LV3, Blue Skill, bursts out Thunder Breath, bursting 400% thunder damage, and a certain degree of Dragon Breath damage. Cost, 3,000. Dragon Fury LV1, Purple Skill, burns its own dragon blood, all attributes *200. Consumes 1% of blood per second. This attribute is quite impressive. It's much more powerful than the purple gold Thunderbird King of the same level. Looking at the black dragon's attributes, Ling Yan raised his brows slightly. The difference from the Thunder Lizard is that the tail-breaking survival has become Dark Mastery. It is worthy of being a Dark Gold level copy. Even the first wave of monsters is so powerful. Hold head high. However, at this moment, the dark dragon in the sky roared. Boom! A purple-black breath of Thunder Dragon spurted out of his mouth. Thunder Dragon breath? Not bad. Ling Yan looked at the powerful dragon breath and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Then he swung the dragon-slaying sword in his hand towards the dragon breath. Thunderfire tearing slash. Following Ling Yan's low shout. Thunder and fire tearing slash towards the Thunder Dragon breath with a sword. In an instant, a terrifying sword energy more than 10 meters long shot up into the sky. Boom boom. Two attacks collided instantly. However, what made the Dark Thunder Dragon's face change drastically was that Ling Yan's sword actually broke his breath in an instant. The power of the sword energy slashed down towards the Thunder Dragon with an unmatched force. Hold head high. The Dark Thunder Dragon roared, and a large amount of thunder and dark power surged throughout its body to resist. Boom boom boom. The next moment, the thunder and fire tearing slash hit his shield. Bang! In an instant, the shield exploded. Puff! The thunder and fire tearing slash hit its neck fiercely. In an instant, a huge wound was torn open, and a large amount of blood gushed out like a bloody flood. Suffering severe damage, it lost its balance and fell directly from the sky. Boom boom boom. With a loud bang, the huge body as tall as 3 or 4 stories fell heavily to the ground, creating a huge deep pit in the earth. Critical hit -426000. Continuous bleeding -500,000. -500,000. -500,000. In an instant, blood-red numbers appeared one after another. That's right, the attack damage alone is a full 4.23 million. Moreover, this is damage in addition to defense. That is to say, even if there is no critical hit, the damage value of this hit can reach a terrifying 1.4 million or more. With 4,000 mana, after adding the power of thunder, the base damage is a full 80,000. Add to that the 650% Thunderfire tearing slash. And the Dragon Slayer suit doubles it. And 40% of the Monitor Lizard Hunters. It doesn't seem incredible that the damage can reach more than 1 million. And, most importantly, these so-called dragons are actually just larger lizards. Giant lizard hunters are just as useful. Ling Yan calculated and smiled slightly. This damage is indeed very terrifying, but it is still within the expected range. This is a gold suit. A General SS plus level genius can single-handedly defeat a king-level boss with a set of purple suits. If you have a gold suit, then theoretically you won't be able to solo an Emperor-level boss, but killing a king-level boss will be extremely easy. Not to mention Ling Yan's current passive level, which is comparable to SSS level. If all passives are evaluated uniformly, Ling Yan's professional level will definitely not be lower than SSS+. With the addition of golden equipment, killing the Dark Thunder Dragon in front of him would be a piece of cake, right? 500,000 bleeding damage. At this rate, even the Dark Thunder Dragon with 24 million health points can't last more than a minute. You know, this is a tearing and bleeding injury. As long as the wound cannot be stopped, the bleeding cannot be stopped. In other words, the other party will definitely fight to the death. Hold head high. As expected, the Dark Thunder Dragon felt the blood volume dropping rapidly and began to roar madly towards the sky. Puff, puff, puff. The next moment, its huge body began to crumble into cracks crazily. A large amount of blood flowed from his body. Seeing this scene, Ling Yan raised his eyebrows slightly. The dragon is angry. It looks like it's about to start. Sure enough, the blood madly surrounded the entire body of the Dark Thunder Dragon. Then, waves of extremely terrifying power burst out from his body. The originally purple-black body gradually turned blood red. Double all your attributes? Then I'll cut all your attributes in half. Seeing this scene, Ling Yan immediately sneered. Destruction field, full blast. Ling Yan didn't hesitate and just shouted. Boom! In an instant, the black light ball expanded wildly. The light ball that originally covered an area of 10 meters suddenly expanded to 50 meters. At the same time, Ling Yan's consumption also increased from about 100 per second to a full 1000. But Ling Yan didn't care. He just stepped on the ground and rushed towards the Dark Thunder Dragon that fell to the ground at an extremely terrifying speed. At the same time, the huge ball of light moved rapidly, and soon enveloped the slow and injured Dark Thunder Dragon. In an instant, the curse power of the domain rushed into the body of the Dark Thunder Dragon frantically. Domain curse effect triggered, Dark Thunder Dragon's all attributes reduced by half. Speed reduced by 80%. The powerful force that the Dark Thunder Dragon had just unleashed was weakened to its original point in an instant. What's worse is that it consumes 1% of health per second, 240,000. In addition to the damage of 340,000 per second in the destruction field and 500,000 bleeding effects, the Dark Thunder Dragon consumes more than 1 million HP per second. Hold head high. Feeling that all the strength in his body was reduced to the starting point and even bleeding more violently, the Dark Thunder Dragon roared in fear. Without hesitation, he turned around and flapped his wings wildly to escape. Will you run away again? When Ling Yan saw that the other party actually wanted to run away, he was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the boss would escape, but then he felt relieved. In these games, even the most useless monsters have their own independent thoughts. We're all going to die, so we can't just stay here and wait to die, right? What a pity, although your speed is fast, it is still much slower than mine. Besides, how can you run in my territory? Ling Yan smiled slightly and spoke disdainfully. Sure enough, no matter how the Dark Thunder Dragon flapped its wings, it just couldn't fly. Thunderfire tearing slash. The next moment, a loud shout came from behind it. The Dark Thunder Dragon looked back in horror. What greeted him was a terrifying blade light. Puff! In an instant, the blade light tore through the Dark Thunder Dragon's head. -1845000, fatal. A huge and fatal injury shot straight up into the sky. From then on, the Dark Thunder Dragon completely perished. Congratulations to the player for killing the Dark Thunder Dragon LV20. Experience points gained, 10 billion. Experience points gained. Star coins gained, 10 billion. Wheel of Fortune activated, you successfully copied the passive skill, Thunder Power LV8. Wheel of Fortune activated, you successfully copied the passive skill, Physical Enhancement LV8. Wheel of Fortune activated, you successfully copied the passive skill, Strength Enhancement LV8. Wheel of Fortune activated, you successfully copied the passive skill, Dark Power LV8. The Wheel of Fortune is activated, the explosion rate is increased by 10 million times. Obtained equipment, LV20 Dark Thunder Dragon Set, purple. Skill, Thunder Dragon Breath LV3, blue. Dragon Fury LV1, purple. Obtained items, LV20 King Level Thunder Crystal Core *1, LV20 King Level Dark Crystal Core *1. LV40 Purple Equipment Upgrade Scroll *5. Backpack Expansion, 200 slots. Purple Essence *10,000. Dark Thunder Dragon Soul *1. Dark Thunder Dragon Night Job Change Scroll *1, SS Plus level. However, this time the hint made Ling Yan's eyes shrink violently. Because the explosion rate soared to 10 million times. It's even more terrifying than the previous Purple Gold Thunderbird King's King explosion rate. That is to say, a powerful item has emerged that is far more valuable than the sum of all the other items. Ling Yan locked onto it instantly. Dark Thunder Dragon Night Job Transfer Scroll. I didn't expect it to be the legendary Job Transfer Scroll, and its SS Plus level. The value of this thing is terrifying. Ling Yan was a little surprised. Although this thing is not very useful to me, its value is definitely far greater than a set of gold suits. Even the value of a dark gold suit is not as good as it. Because, as long as you use this job transfer scroll, you can directly transfer to become a Dark Thunder Dragon Knight. Dark Thunder Dragon, that's a king-level monster. Only SS geniuses can solo ordinary king-level monsters. If the Dragon Knight is added, its combat power will definitely reach SS+. Long Tang is a Dark Dragon Knight, but initially his Dark Dragon was only at the leader level because of its passive level and low basic attributes, and had not yet reached the king level. Therefore, his talent was initially assigned an SS-. However, as he secretly trained the Dark Dragon to the king level, which is its current state, his talent level is already comparable to SS+. And it already possesses a hint of Imperial aura. If he could successfully train the Dark Dragon into an Emperor-level monster, things would be different. Dragon Knights who possess Emperor-level monsters are at least SSS level, or even SSS+. Of course, not all Dragon Knights can enjoy this treatment, namely the Dark Dragon, whose innate passive ability has great potential. There is Dark Power, as well as enhancement of 3 attributes, speed, strength, and physique. At the same time there is an unawakened element. This kind of configuration is only available to Emperor-level monsters. This is why Yenshin once said that he was the genius with the greatest potential in the Yenshin galaxy. It's a pity that talent and potential are talent and potential, and only 1 in 10,000 people can develop it. After all, just like humans, it is also very difficult to upgrade the passive level of dragons. Let's talk about the job change scroll. This thing is the best thing to change your destiny. However, the trouble is that when you change your job, your previous job and level will naturally disappear. Need to start leveling from scratch. Otherwise, some top experts who hoarded a large number of job transfer scrolls could also possess countless passive abilities in disguise like Ling Yan. At the same time, these job transfer scrolls have conditions for use. However, even so, many geniuses from big families, if their talent is too low, will use job transfer scrolls to improve their talent level. But this kind of job transfer scroll is useless to Ling Yan. What if Ling Yan used it, and his 2 only professions were gone? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Besides, the core of a profession is passiveness. Ling Yan can copy. The second is professional skills. As long as there is a passive skill, Ling Yan can also learn the professional skill. It is equivalent to a master of all professions in a certain sense. However, the job transfer scroll is useless to Ling Yan, but this thing is very valuable. The cost effectiveness in exchange for resources is extremely high. A purple copy may be able to drop it. But there are only a few SSS level geniuses in a year among the millions of life-bearing planets in the entire Yenshin galaxy. Ling Yan opened the attributes and took a look. Item, Dark Thunder Dragon Knight Job Change Scroll. Level, SS+. Description, after using, you can obtain a Dark Thunder Dragon Egg in the Dragon Knight class. With Strength Enhancement LV25 and Dark Power LV18. Usage requirements, possess Strength Enhancement LV20 or above, or Dark Power LV15 or above. Or Knight Class Passive LV15 or above. Well, the usage conditions are not low. As I said before, the basic level of Strength Enhancement is only C level. Compared with the Elemental class, it is 1 level lower. LV20 Elemental class is SSS. Therefore, the score of LV20 Strength Enhancement can only reach SS-. The LV25 Elemental Passive can reach SSS. Therefore, the Power Enhancement of LV25 can reach SS level. LV15 Dark Power is already at SS level. With the combination of the two, the professional level is SS+. Only those who have reached LV20 in Strength and LV15 in Dark Power can use this job transfer scroll, so not many people meet the requirements. But even so, as long as the job transfer scroll is sold, the price will definitely explode. Especially this kind of Dragon Knight type job transfer scroll. It also comes with a king-level Dragon Egg. Its strength is 3 times stronger than that of SS Plus of the same level. Keep it for now and exchange it for money later. Ling Yan didn't waste any time and directly threw the scroll in his hand into his backpack. This item is more expensive than dark gold equipment. It's much more terrifying than Ling Yan's current assets combined. Because the drop rate is so low. It's so low that the entire human civilization might not produce a job transfer scroll of this level even once in 10 years. Dungeon announcement. Detected that two civilizations are simultaneously attacking the dungeon. Dungeon mode changed. Open, dungeon battle. You can skip the rest period between each wave of monsters. At this moment, a warning sound from the sky spread throughout the world. Not only Ling Yan, but all the geniuses who entered this copy heard this prompt sound. Two civilizations? What's going on? Besides my human race, what other civilization has come to conquer this instance? Is there going to be a war? That's impossible. Even though our Tianbei galaxy is on the periphery, it's not likely to be snatched away by other civilizations. Damn it! This dungeon is already difficult to clear, and now the dungeon battle has started. I'm afraid a lot of people are going to die. In an instant, all the geniuses looked extremely ugly. A copy battle? Ling Yan raised his eyebrows after hearing the news. This incident really happened in the previous life. But Ling Yan was not eligible to participate at that time, so he just paid attention to it. It seems to be a deal between the people of Staros civilization and the Yenshan galaxy. Ling Yan only remembered the final result: the opponent failed to conquer the dungeon, and the final boss of the dungeon was unexpectedly powerful. Even the most talented SSS genius in their copy died. But come to think of it, he had a general understanding of the Castor galaxy. Although there were 100,000 planets with life, it was absolutely impossible to gather a complete set of dark gold level equipment for the so-called SSS genius. He doesn't even have a complete set of equipment, and his talent level is only SSS, and he still dares to challenge the final boss. It's simply courting death. Being killed is understandable. Of course, the ruler of the Castor galaxy knows the power of some dark gold level copies, and it is impossible for them to challenge the final boss. I guess that so-called genius was too conceited and thought he was invincible, so he made decisions on his own. In the end, he even lost his life. Of course Ling Yan didn't know the details. All we know is that this time the geniuses of the Tianbei galaxy suffered heavy losses. In addition, Ling Yan had also heard about the dungeon battle. The dungeon battle will start under certain specific circumstances. For example, two major civilizations fight over a copy, or two galaxies fight over it. The battle usually starts in the fourth wave. But the battle process is different every time. Only the winning team is eligible to challenge the fifth wave. However, as long as this battle occurs, it will be accompanied by great danger. Although one can leave the dungeon directly as soon as one senses danger during the battle, many people are killed before they can leave. After all, in a battle, a moment of distraction can lead to death. Interesting, what a battle! I was worried about where to find geniuses from other civilizations, but I didn't expect them to be delivered right to my door. God help me! In that case, we need to hurry up and get to the fourth wave. I hope these so-called geniuses can be more effective. It would be bad if there were too few of them. When Ling Yan thought of this, the corners of his mouth suddenly rose slightly. In the previous life, the geniuses of the Tianbei galaxy suffered heavy losses. This time, let the situation be reversed. Give up the rest. Start the second wave immediately. Ling Yan didn't hesitate and spoke directly to the void. Start the second wave. In an instant, the copy responded directly. Boom boom. Suddenly, the earth began to shake wildly. Afterwards, one monitor lizard after another emerged from the ground. Ling Yan took a look and found that these monitor lizards were a little different from the previous thunder monitor lizards. Without the power of thunder, there are more fluctuations of the power of the earth on his body. Are the monsters in each wave different? When Ling Yan saw this, he immediately became curious. However, he didn't care. He directly clicked on the attribute table of these giant lizards. Wild monster, earth giant lizard, normal, enhanced. Level, LV20. Talent passive. Earth power LV3, can control the power of the earth, bursting out 300% earth damage. Strength enhancement LV3, strength attribute gains 300% blessing. Physical enhancement LV3, physical attributes gain 300% blessing. Survival by tail cutoff LV3. When you suffer a fatal blow, you can use any limb of your body to take the blow. After successfully surviving, all attributes can be temporarily increased by 190%, and broken limbs can be repaired. The higher the level, the stronger the passive, and the faster the repair speed. HP 300,000/300,000. Mana 4,000 of 4,000. Attack 2,000. Speed 200. Defense 4,500. Skill Earth Spike, White Skill. Control the power of the earth, burst out terrifying earth spikes to kill the enemy. Cause 100% spell damage. Earth Giant Lizard? Oh right, I seem to have the power of the earth. It seems that the boss of this level also has the power of the earth. I wonder if you can give me a purple earth type attack method. In this way, I might be able to integrate the power of the earth into my domain. Thinking of this, Ling Yan also felt a little excited. Puff, puff, puff. However, at this moment, sharp spikes suddenly burst out from the ground under Ling Yan's feet and rushed straight towards Ling Yan's anus. Oh shit, another anal monster. Ling Yan was speechless, and immediately released the power of his domain to cover his entire body. Boom! In an instant, a huge deep pit with a radius of more than 10 meters was blasted out. Those spikes exploded instantly. Die! Ling Yan didn't waste any time and rushed towards the giant lizard in front of him. In an instant, Ling Yan, carrying the spherical destruction Lingyu, arrived in front of all the giant lizards. Puff, puff, puff. The next moment, these giant lizards that rushed out of the ground were instantly killed at an extremely fast speed. Minus 600,000. Critical hit 1.2 million. Critical hit 1.8 million. Dense damage values appeared on the ground. It's still a second. Kill. There are a lot of monsters in the second wave. A full 4 million. That's right, 4 million. It is 10 times that of the first wave. Therefore, even for Ling Yan, who was killing all the monsters crazily alone, it took him more than an hour to kill all the monsters. Congratulations to the host, for killing 4 million Earth Giant Lizards, gaining 40 billion experience points and 4 billion star coins, locked. Wheel of Fortune activated. You successfully copied the passive skill, Earth Mastery LV3*6940, Earth Mastery upgraded to LV16, 3884/20,000. The Wheel of Fortune has activated. You have successfully copied the passive skill, Physical Enhancement LV3*6266. Physical Enhancement has been upgraded to LV16, 2254/20,000. The Wheel of Fortune is activated. You have successfully copied the passive skill, Strength Enhancement LV3*6443, Constitution Enhancement upgraded to LV16, 1784/20,000. The Wheel of Fortune has activated. You have successfully copied the passive skill, Tailbreak Survival LV3*6808, and the physical enhancement has been upgraded to LV16, 2224/20,000. Monster Lizard Hunter upgraded to LV3, additional lethality increased by 60%, aggro range increased to 1000 meters. Aggro value plus 70. At this moment, Ling Yan's physical enhancement, strength enhancement, even the tail-cutting survival, and earth mastery were all upgraded to LV16. Even the Monitor Lizard Hunter has been upgraded. Ling Yan quickly activated the LV16 tail-breaking survival attribute. Broken Tail Survival LV16, when struck by a fatal blow, you can use any piece of flesh at least 100 cubic centimeters in size to block the damage. After successfully surviving, all attributes will be increased by 580% in a short period of time. The lost body will be automatically repaired. The higher the level, the stronger the passive and the faster the repair speed. Passive can be automatically activated after detecting a crisis, no need to use it yourself. The estimated time to repair the body consumed by a single death attack is 1 hour. Fuck, 100 cubic centimeters? Isn't that just the palm of your hand? Ling Yan's eyes widened immediately when he saw this scene. According to this statement, one arm can at least withstand a few deaths, right? It's much more cost-effective than before. Moreover, the repair speed has also been greatly improved. It can be repaired once an hour. That is to say, you can resist death once an hour? No wonder it's rated as SS at just LV3. If this were LV16, it would definitely be rated R. With this passive ability, I guess I won't be killed by people whose strength is not much higher than mine anymore. As for the strong ones who are more than 10 or even dozens of times stronger than Ling Yan, I'm sorry, don't even mention LV16. Even if it's LV36, it has to die. It's very simple. One move from the opponent can kill you instantly. Even if you survive and your strength increases more than 5 times, isn't it still a matter of one move? The worst that can happen is just a matter of killing a dozen more people. Therefore, this move can only be used when facing someone who is stronger than Ling Yan, but not so strong as to defy the heavens. Oh, I almost forgot, didn't I have a passive skill called Backlash? After a successful death substitution, all attributes will increase 5.8 times. If you reach the 10% health limit, your strength will be increased by 400% with just one strike, which means a 22-fold increase in strength. Even though it's only one strike, this one strike is probably enough to instantly kill someone whose level is far higher than mine, right? When Ling Yan thought of this, he suddenly felt that maybe he could give it a try in the future. After all, with the blessing of physical fitness level 16, even 10% of the blood is much higher than the full blood of other players of the same level. I didn't dare to use the last-minute attack before because I was afraid of being killed instantly. Now you can cut off your tail to survive. The safety factor is extremely high. Of course, the risk is also very high, so Ling Yan would never dare to use it unless it is absolutely necessary. Hold head high. Hold head high. Hold head high. However, at this moment, violent roars suddenly came from the depths of the earth, and the next moment, huge purple gold dragons broke out of the ground one after another. Crackle! These huge dragons are also shrouded in a large amount of thunder power. At the same time, the surrounding ground was rapidly repaired and smooth as if it had melted. As if welcoming the arrival of the king. Hold head high. Hold head high. Hold head high. There were 10 giant dragons roaring towards the sky. Wild monster, Earth Thunder Dragon, King level. Level, LV20. Talent passive. Thunder Force LV8, can control the power of thunder, bursting out 800% thunder damage. Strength Enhancement LV8, Strength Attribute gains 800% blessing. Constitution Enhancement LV8 Constitution Attribute gains 800% blessing. Earth Mastery LV8, can control the power of the earth, bursting out 800% earth damage. HP, 24 million/24 million. Magic Power, 100,000/100,000. Attack Power, 5,000. Speed, 500. Defense, 100,000. Skill, Thunder Dragon Breath LV3, Blue Skill, releases a violent thunder breath, bursting 400% thunder damage, and a certain degree of dragon breath continuous damage. Cost, 3,000. Earth Star LV1, Purple Skill. Condenses the endless power of the earth, instantly gathering the power of the earth within a radius of 300 meters, converging it into a star, inflicting 500% instant damage to those enveloped. And 50% continuous damage per second. Skill duration, 30 seconds. Consumption per second, 10,000. Holy crap, Earth Star? Is this skill serious? When Ling Yan saw the skill name and description, he was stunned. If someone dares to choose this name, then he must be something special. A full 50% of the damage lasting for 30 seconds. Doesn't that mean that once attacked by the Earth Star, the attack power can be increased by 15 times? 15 times, plus the instantaneous damage, that's a full 20 times. Wow, this power is probably comparable to ordinary golden attack skills. That's a great skill, it's mine. Ling Yan's mouth corners slightly raised. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying force burst out from Ling Yan's body. In an instant, a powerful aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything burst out from Ling Yan's body. The black area of destruction expanded wildly. It instantly reached a diameter of 100 meters, and at the same time Ling Yan's magic power began to decrease at a speed of 4,000 points per second. Hold head high. Hold head high. Hold head high. The next moment, earth-shaking dragon roars erupted, and 10 earth thunder dragons rushed towards Ling Yan frantically. Wherever it went, the earth began to wriggle wildly. Buzz buzz buzz. The next moment, all 10 earth thunder dragons crashed into Ling Yan's destructive field. Minus 500,000. Critical hit 1 million. Critical hit 1.5 million. One after another, damage emerged directly from the top of the earth thunder dragon's head. Because the defense value is as high as 100,000, the damage is also reduced by 100,000. All the earth thunder dragons changed their expressions. Because of this area, their health, strength, defense, etc. were all cut in half. At the same time, the speed, which was not fast to begin with, was reduced to only 20% of the original speed. Not only that, their health is also rapidly decreasing. At this rate, they will all be dead in less than half a minute. Since you're all here, I'll use you to try out the new skills I developed. But Ling Yan didn't intend to exhaust them to death. He suddenly stepped on the ground and jumped up to a height of dozens of meters in an instant. Dragon slaying secret technique. Ling Yan shouted loudly. Hold head high. Suddenly, a huge dragon soul roared and rushed out of Ling Yan's body. The blood-colored dragon soul quickly attached itself to Ling Yan's entire body, transforming into a ferocious blood-colored dragon pattern on Ling Yan's body. The moment the dragon pattern appeared, the 10 giant dragons in front all turned pale, and their eyes revealed fear. Although Ling Yan did not feel the improvement in his strength, his lethality against dragons increased by 300%. King's Blood Rage. Ling Yan didn't hesitate and directly used the second amplification purple skill. Because the dragon slaying secret art and the King's Blood Rage are two amplification skills with completely different natures, they can only be used at the same time. Roar. The shadow of a roaring wind wolf king directly enveloped Ling Yan's entire body. In an instant, a terrifying aura burst out from Ling Yan's body. Ling Yan could clearly feel that his whole body strength had doubled in that instant. However, at the same time, Ling Yan's blood volume began to drop rapidly. Ling Yan, who has LV16 physical enhancement, has a total health of more than 500,000. Although there are fewer of them than ordinary bosses, they are still extremely terrifying compared to players. As the skill bursts out, 5,000 health points will be reduced every second. The increase in strength here is almost Ling Yan's limit. The next moment Ling Yan mobilized all the elements under his control without hesitation. Boom 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 boom. In an instant, thunder, fire, wind, darkness, curse, the power of the 5 elements, madly poured into the dragon-slaying sword in Ling Yan's hand. Endless power gathered madly in the dragon-slaying sword. The blood-red dragon-slaying sword gradually turned black and purple. Buzz. At this moment, the surrounding destructive field was rapidly absorbed by the dragon-slaying sword and finally gathered on the blade. Die. Following Ling Yan's loud shout, the dragon-slaying sword in his hand slashed out with a loud bang. A black and purple blade light that was tens of meters long slashed down fiercely at the several earth thunder dragons below. Hold head high. Hold head high. Hold head high. Seeing this terrifying sword light, the earth thunder dragons knew they could not escape and opened their huge mouths. Boom 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 boom. In an instant, streams of thunder burst out from their mouths and blasted towards Ling Yan's sword light. The breath of thunder, with the power of these earth thunder dragons, can release a terrifying damage of 160,000. However, they were facing Ling Yan. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, their breath was crushed directly by Ling Yan's sword light without even a trace of fluctuation. Puff. Puff. And the next moment, the sword light that slashed down instantly tore the 2 earth thunder dragons in the middle apart. The 2 thunder dragons died instantly. Fatal. Minus 11 million. Fatal. Minus 11 million. Two huge damage values were also directly taken and hit the top of the Thunder Dragon's head. However, it's not over yet. The huge blade light directly hit the ground. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the terrifying force exploded. The destructive force crushed in all directions. In an instant, the remaining 8 Earth Thunder Dragons around were enveloped. All 8 Thunder Dragons began to turn into ashes under the erosion of this power. Hold head high. Hold head high. Hold head high. The severe pain made these Earth Thunder Dragons wail madly. However, it was soon completely crushed into ashes by the aftermath. Minus 17.5 million. Critical hit, 35 million. Critical hit, 35 million. Huge damage values burst out from their heads. From then on, all 10 Earth Thunder Dragons disappeared. Congratulations to the player for fusing 5 elements to create the skill, Destruction and Tearing /LV3, Gold. Destruction Tearing /LV3, Gold. A powerful skill created by fusing 5 powerful elements. Instantly unleashes 1140% of your spell damage. At the same time, the damage value can cause the same concussion splash damage. The larger the range, the greater the damage. With the death of the 10 Thunder Dragons, a prompt sound was heard. This is what Ling Yan calls his new skill. Is this the power of golden skills? It seems that we still can't underestimate those geniuses. Many geniuses have similar skills. If they unleash them, even I would be dead. At this time, Ling Yan was impressed by the power of the golden skill, but he was also a little solemn. This move of mine can be performed by anyone who has the same equipment, skills and talents as me. If you encounter it yourself, can you resist it? The answer is very difficult. Because Ling Yan doesn't have any decent defensive skills. My defensive skills also incorporate all the elements. Even with the power of earth and water, it is estimated that it will not reach gold. It seems that I need to find a blue or even higher level elemental defense skill. The skills I develop through my own research are feasible, but the principles are still too simple to bring out the full power of the elemental force. Thinking of this, Ling Yan ignored all this for the time being. After all, in a short period of time, he would not encounter any enemies that could threaten him. The defensive skills I have researched on my own are enough. Congratulations to the player for killing 10 LV20 Earth Thunder Dragons. Experience points gained, 100 billion. Accumulated into experience points slot. Star coins gained, 100 billion, locked. Wheel of Fortune activated, you successfully copied the passive skill, Thunder Power LV8. The Wheel of Fortune is activated. You have successfully copied the passive skill, Physical Enhancement LV8. Wheel of Fortune activated, you successfully copied the passive skill, Strength Enhancement LV8. Wheel of Fortune activated, you successfully copied the passive skill, Power of Earth LV8. The Wheel of Fortune is activated, and the explosion rate is increased by 1 million times. Equipment obtained, LV20 Earth Thunder Dragon Set, Purple, *10. Skill, Thunder Dragon Breath LV3, Blue, *10. Earth Star LV1, Purple, *10. Obtained items, LV20 King Level Thunder Crystal Core *10, LV20 King Level Earth Crystal Core *10. LV40 Purple Equipment Upgrade Scroll *50. Backpack Expansion, 2000 slots. Purple Essence *10900. Earth Thunder Dragon Soul *10. Earth Thunder Dragon Night Job Change Scroll *1, SS Plus level. At the same time, a large number of prompt sounds came. And this time, a job transfer scroll for the Great Thunder Dragon Knight unexpectedly dropped. It is also SS Plus grade. It seems I'm lucky today. Ling Yan couldn't help but sigh. These 2 job transfer scrolls are enough for Ling Yan to buy thousands of life planets. I didn't expect that these 2 waves of monsters would come to me. Continue to start the 3rd wave. Ling Yan didn't hesitate and spoke directly. The 3rd wave of monsters begins, please be prepared. At the same time. In another copy space. Khalsa looked at the large number of giant lizards rushing towards him with bloodshot eyes. The next moment, he moved. Killing field. A loud shout spread throughout the entire copy space. In an instant, a blood-red area began to spread wildly. In an instant, the area within 100 meters was covered by a blood-red killing field. Roar! 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 The eyes of the hundreds of thousands of giant earth lizards around them instantly turned blood-red, and they all rushed madly towards the huge killing field. Swish, swish, swish. However, at the moment when these giant lizards hit the killing field, countless blood-red blades burst out from the void. Puff, 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 puff. The next moment, these sharp blades were like meat grinders, madly strangling these powerful earth lizards. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere. Minus 30,000. Minus 30,000. Minus 30,000. Countless small but huge amounts of damage values burst out. One after another, the giant earth lizards were instantly wiped out after enduring 10 sharp blades. Seeing this scene, all the SS plus level geniuses around him took a deep breath. Is this the power of SSS genius? What a terrifying strength! Every second, at least 10 to 20 killing blades can hit a monster. This damage is estimated to be over 500,000, right? This domain skill is absolutely golden. If we were attacked, even with our most powerful defensive abilities, we would only be able to hold out for a second at most. The gap in strength is truly terrifying. Lord Custer spent a fortune to buy the dark gold level weapon, the Killing Necklace. It can increase soul points by a full 6,000 points. This is twice as much as normal gold equipment. Being able to have this kind of power is not a big deal. It's just one dark golden weapon, not a set. But we won't be able to own it in this lifetime. Forget about the dark gold weapons. I heard that Lord Custer bought 10 LV20 golden soul attribute fruits for Khalsa. One piece can increase your soul value by 100 points. 10 coins equal 1,000 points. Even without weapons, his basic soul power is a full 1,000 points higher than that of ordinary people. With the Killing Necklace, that's a full 7,000 soul bonus. Kill us in seconds? That's too easy. All these SS plus geniuses are extremely envious. However, who can blame Khalsa, the prince of the Caster Galaxy? And he is the most talented. This time, we are here just to gain experience, and they are just supporting roles. As for the geniuses from the Tian Bay Galaxy, they simply looked down on them. You know, this time in order to allow Khalsa to gain experience, each of them was equipped with a top-level gold suit. Even if all the 100,000 geniuses from the Tian Bay Galaxy were to join this camp, it would still not be enough for them to kill. Under Khalsa's terrifying output of more than 600,000 points per second. Any giant earth lizard that rushed in was killed instantly. Although this damage is similar to Ling Yan's destructive field. You should know that the suit used by Khalsa at that time was not the Dragon Slayer suit that could cause double attack to dragon monsters. Of course, although the blessing is not that high, it still has a blessing of nearly 50 or 60 on all wild monsters. Therefore, theoretically speaking, his attack power is 1.3 times that of Ling Yan. However, his soul attributes are more than twice that of Ling Yan. All in all, the difference is probably the suppression of Ling Yan's domain skill level and the increase in lethality to the giant lizard. Remove the blessing of the giant lizard hunter, and Khalsa still has 9 SS plus helpers. If a real fight breaks out, it's hard to say who will win or lose. Let's get back to the topic. Seeing that Khalsa was killing people indiscriminately, the other geniuses were not idle either. They burst out with all their strength and madly slaughtered the giant earth lizards around them. Therefore, although they arrived more than 10 minutes later than Ji Wuxue and others, their development progress quickly surpassed Ji Wuxue and others. However, they are still much slower than Ling Yan. After all, the speed of 10 of them combined is not as fast as Ling Yan, who has speed enhancement level 20. Under the crazy slaughter in Khalsa's killing field, they quickly wiped out all the monsters in the second wave. Next, there are 10 giant Earth Thunder Dragons. 10 Earth Thunder Dragons, with extremely terrifying strength, and a full 24 million HP, are also very strong. Even with Karsus's killing field, it took a full 7 or 8 minutes to completely kill all 10 Earth Thunder Dragons. Of course, if this record were to be spread, it would definitely cause a sensation. 10 Earth Thunder Dragons with a total health of 24 million were defeated in just 7 or 8 minutes. This speed is definitely extremely fast. Unfortunately, there were 10 king-level bosses, but not even a single piece of purple equipment dropped. But they all thought it was perfectly normal. Purple equipment is not that easy to drop. It's finally over. 7 minutes and 44 seconds, and 10 dragon bosses were killed. This record is absolutely amazing. Yes, 10 years ago, a dark gold dungeon appeared in the Ralls Galaxy. There was an SSS-level genius leading the team, assisted by 9 SS Plus geniuses. The fastest record was only 7 minutes and 55 seconds. Nonsense, how could that SSS-level genius possibly compare to Master Khalsa? With Master Khalsa here, we might even be able to clear this dungeon. The 9 SS Plus geniuses seemed to have turned into humble licking dogs at this moment, and began to kneel down and lick Khalsa crazily. But Khalsa looked at them, sneered and ignored them. These geniuses simply want to establish a good relationship with me so that I can take care of them after they arrive at the Imperial Academy. Let's end this battle as quickly as possible. Your purpose is to help me take down the dungeon, not to flatter me. Khalsa spoke coldly, and then he started the third wave. This attitude made the 9 SS Plus geniuses around him feel a little embarrassed, but no one dared to say anything. After all, their Starro civilization is not like the human race, which treats geniuses so well. If they angered the young master in front of them, their suits would be taken back. By then, their strength will be greatly weakened. He couldn't even defeat the SS genius in the gold suit. Therefore, they dare not act rashly. As long as they can safely get through the 5th wave of monsters with Khalsa, they can retire successfully. Unfortunately, they had no idea that Khalsa's target was not just the 5th wave of monsters, but the ultimate boss. Buzz. However, at this moment, the entire space was instantly swept by an invisible wave. The next moment, all the 10 geniuses felt the temperature around them drop sharply. The broken cities around began to rapidly gather gusts of wind and frost. Roar! 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 The next moment, countless ice-blue giant lizards emerged from the ice in the earth. Amidst roars, these giant lizards all rushed towards the 10 geniuses. Ice giant lizard? Interesting. But, it's still an ant. Looking at these giant lizards with ice attributes, Khalsa sneered, and the next moment, he continued to burst out with the killing field, and together with the 10 geniuses, he madly slaughtered these giant lizards. As for Ling Yan, he had already wiped out all the ice giant lizards. The number of ice giant lizards this time is really terrifying. A total of 12 million. Fortunately, there are many of them and their density is high, and Ling Yan's destructive field can directly crush the enemies into ashes. So the monster's attack speed was not blocked by the corpse. It's just a small hill of dust under my feet. The time spent was just less than twice that of the second wave, and the battle was resolved in 2 hours. Congratulations to the host, for killing 12 million ice giant lizards, gaining 120 billion experience points and 12 billion star coins, locked. Wheel of Fortune activated, you successfully copied the passive skill, Ice Mastery LV3*17525, Ice Mastery upgraded to LV18, 3884/40,000. You have successfully copied. Monster Lizard Hunter upgraded to LV4, additional lethality increased by 80%, aggro range increased to 3000 meters. Aggro value plus 80. This time, Ling Yan not only gained a LV18 Ice Mastery, but also the levels of Physical Enhancement, Strength Enhancement, and Tail-Breaking Survival were all upgraded to LV18. But the proficiency level is already around 20,000. After all, 17,000 level 3 passives are equivalent to 68,000 level 1 passives. It is extremely normal to reach LV18 directly in one wave. It seems that the 4th wave of monsters will most likely increase my passive level by LV20 in one go. As for the 5th wave, it can directly increase the level to 20 or above. As for how many levels it will reach, we will know when the time comes. Thinking of this, Ling Yan was also emotional. This dark gold level copy is so cool. After one breakthrough, the passive level will increase dramatically. Of course, so far, it is still quite difficult for Ling Yan to break through this copy. After all, this copy is not as simple as imagined. How powerful the Emperor-level monster is may be beyond Ling Yan's imagination. Buzz. However, at this moment, the temperature of the surrounding air suddenly dropped sharply. The temperature was already low enough before, but now it is even colder. Ling Yan raised his eyebrows when he felt the temperature drop. He knew that the boss of the third level was coming. An Emperor-level monster. This is my first time seeing an Emperor-level monster. I wonder how strong it is. There was a glimmer of anticipation in Ling Yan's eyes. Call. Suddenly, a terrifying cold wind swept between heaven and earth. Ling Yan didn't waste any words and directly released the power of fire to resist the terrifying cold air. If it were an ordinary S-level genius, unless he possessed the power of fire, he would definitely be frozen by this cold air. The cold wind madly tore at the flames around Ling Yan. Hold head high. The next moment, a loud dragon roar erupted from the sky. Ling Yan looked up. But I saw one with a wingspan of 30 or 40 meters. A gigantic ice blue dragon, tens of meters long, broke through the clouds and swooped down rapidly towards Ling Yan's location. The speed is so fast that it is even half of Ling Yan's. You know, this is a giant dragon, a terrifying dragon that weighs who knows how many tons. In just a moment, the giant dragon hovered above Ling Yan. Hold head high. Another dragon roar was heard, and the giant ice dragon looked at Ling Yan below with cold eyes. Not only did the giant dragon emit a terrifying chill, but countless purple lightning bolts also emerged from its body. Purple thunder? When Ling Yan saw this, his pupils suddenly contracted violently. That is the performance of thunder power LV-15 or above. Ling Yan also quickly opened the other party's attribute table. Wild Monster, Ice Thunder Dragon King, Emperor Level. Level, LV-20. Talent Passive. Thunder Mastery LV-15, can control the power of thunder, bursting out 1500% thunder damage. Strength Enhancement LV-15, Strength Attribute gains 1500% blessing. Constitution Enhancement LV-15 Constitution Attribute gains 1500% blessing. Speed Enhancement LV-15, Speed Attribute gains 1500% blessing. Ice Mastery LV-15, can control the power of ice, bursting out 1500% ice damage. HP, 150 million/150 million. Magic Power, 1 million/1 million. Attack Power, 15,000. Speed, 1,500. Defense, 300,000. Skill, Frost Dragon Breath LV-5, Blue Skill, bursts out Thunder Breath, bursting 500% thunder damage, and a certain degree of Dragon Breath damage. Cost, 10,000. Ice Age LV-3, Purple Skill. Releases endless cold air. Freezes everything within a kilometer radius. Deals 700% spell damage to frozen objects. And causes 70% continuous damage. Ice Barrier LV-3, Purple Skill. Unleashes the power of ice, transforming it into a shield to protect you, increasing your defense by 700%. Dragon Emperor Shadow LV-1, Special Golden Skill, summons a Dragon Emperor Shadow to assist in battle. The Dragon Emperor's Shadow possesses the power of an Emperor-level boss of the same level as the user. Cost, 50,000. Fuck, with such awesome attributes, how can you even beat him? Looking at the data in front of him, Ling Yan couldn't help but swear. It's horrible, it's really horrible. All passives are LV-15. And the blood volume has reached 150 million. A full 300,000 defensive power. And this is just the defensive power that the physical body possesses. There is also skill defense. Add to that the ice power LV-20 plus a 700% ice barrier. The skill's defense power directly reaches over 1 million. The magic defense plus the physical defense is close to 1.78 million. A pure output SS plus level genius, who can only break the defense by using a gold suit and purple attack skills. And the attack power is 10,000? A 15-fold increase means the base damage is 150,000, right? If you use Ice Age, one move can cause 1.05 million damage. Damn it, whoever gets hit by this damage will die? Moreover, this is area damage. Although Ling Yan's speed is twice that of his opponent, he cannot avoid the damage within a kilometer diameter. Fortunately, Ling Yan's defense is not low now. He experimented when he was killing the third wave of monsters, fusing all the elements together to create a shield, and eventually raised his shield level to gold. Because the power of the earth, the power of water, and the power of ice are all integrated into the shield, Ling Yan's defense power directly skyrocketed. Previously, Ling Yan's defense had reached over 60,000 due to the LV-18 physical enhancement. The golden defense skill is based on Ling Yan's spell attack power. That is 4,000 soul points, asterisk 20 times the spell damage, and asterisk 1,000% golden defense skill bonus. It gave Ling Yan a total of 800,000 defense power. Adding the 60,000 physical defense, which is better than nothing, that's 860,000. With a defense power of 860,000, Ling Yan's defense value almost reaches half of that of the Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor. If the destructive field is weakened and the power of the frozen world is halved, the original damage of 1.05 million will drop directly to only more than 500,000. Ling Yan's defense is definitely enough. Ling Yan can also counterattack and will not just wait to be beaten. It is absolutely true that the best defense is offense. As long as Ling Yan uses an attack that crushes the boss, he can offset the opponent's attack power. Of course, the opponent's strongest skill is the golden skill called Dragon Emperor Phantom. Directly summon an Emperor-level Dragon King. Although I don't know what kind of Dragon King can be summoned, the strength of a Dragon King is absolutely terrifying. At that time, it would be equivalent to Ling Yan having to fight two monsters at once? Sure enough, this kind of monster is not meant to be killed alone. To be able to solo a monster of this level, you need to be at least an SSS plus level warrior and have 2 or 3 pieces of dark gold equipment. Fortunately, Ling Yan is not an ordinary person, otherwise he would have been able to exit the game directly. It seems that there is no need to use those special passive skills this time. But the skills of this Dragon Emperor Phantom are really awesome. The summoned Dragon Emperor is actually at the same level as me, an Emperor level boss. If this skill were used by the Ice Thunder Dragon King in front of him, its power might not be as strong as ordinary golden skills. But if it were to explode, its value and power would definitely not just be gold, it could even be comparable to dark gold level skills. I have never heard of anyone possessing this kind of skill in my life. I guess it has never been revealed by anyone. I hope I'll have better luck this time. When Ling Yan thought of this, his eyes flashed slightly. If an ordinary person were to use an Emperor-level boss of the same level, wouldn't that be equivalent to having an Emperor-level dragon as his subordinate? There is a disguised Dragon Knight, right? If the Dragon Knight dies, the dragon is gone, but as long as there is enough magic power, the dragon will be there. If this skill is sold, the price will definitely far exceed that of ordinary dark gold level skills. Of course, the prerequisites for using this skill must be very high. Ordinary people would not be able to use it even if they got it. Destruction field, open. Without hesitation, he took the initiative. Boom! In an instant, a majestic dark aura spread from his body. Brush! In an instant, Ling Yan burst out with LV-20 speed. And appeared in front of the Ice Thunder Dragon King. Boom! The huge field of destruction directly hit the head of the Ice Thunder Dragon King. In an instant, endless curse power poured into the body of the Ice Thunder Dragon King. Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor suffers a destructive curse. All attributes -50%. A prompt sound came instantly. The Ice Thunder Dragon King also felt the decline of his physical strength, and his expression changed instantly. Die! But Ling Yan didn't give him a chance. With a roar, he activated the dragon slaying technique. At the same time, a sword was slashed out with destruction and tearing power, and it fell directly towards the face of the Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor. Hold head high. Feeling the power of Ling Yan's attack, the Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor did not hesitate at all. He let out a dragon roar and the icy power in his body burst out crazily. A huge ice barrier instantly formed and covered the entire body of the Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor. Boom boom! However, the next moment, the destruction and tearing slash had already slammed heavily onto the barrier of the Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor. The terrifying force exploded at this moment. Bang! The huge barrier exploded. The destruction slash, whose power was reduced by 1/3, directly fell on the body of the Ice Thunder Dragon King. Puff! In an instant, a huge crack appeared. Critical hit, 16.4 million. The power of curse, thunder, fire and other 7 or 8 elemental powers all exploded at the location of the wound. -1 million. -1 million. A huge continuous corrosion and blood loss occurs instantly. Hold head high. The severe pain instantly made the Ice Thunder Dragon King roar in anger. Boom! Suddenly, the icy power in his body exploded and crushed in all directions. Ice sealed heaven and earth? Too bad, after all its attributes were weakened, it seems to be of little use. When Ling Yan saw this scene, he smiled slightly, and then a powerful elemental force burst out from his body to protect himself. Miss! The moment the icy air swept over Ling Yan, the damage was immediately immune. At the same time, the area within a radius of 1 kilometer was instantly enveloped by the power of ice. This power can be said to be extremely terrifying. This is only LV-20. If the realm is LV-50, I'm afraid it can destroy an entire city in an instant. LV-100 can even directly destroy an entire continent. LV-200 can even freeze planets. I want this skill. Ling Yan spoke calmly. Hold head high. Boom! Seeing Ling Yan being so arrogant, the Ice Thunder Dragon King roared angrily and instantly spewed out a large breath of thunder dragon breath from his mouth. A 10-meter thick lightning column crashed into Ling Yan's shield. However, even the purple skill of freezing the world is useless, so what use is this blue-level thunder dragon breath? Boom! Miss! With a loud bang, the thunder dragon's breath exploded and dissipated instantly. The dragon is wrathful. Ling Yan did not hold back and directly used amplification skills. You can only use one of this amplification skill. Otherwise, Ling Yan would have several amplification skills. If you use all of them, he would take off immediately. As for the disciples from big families, it is possible for them to obtain dozens of purple or even golden amplification skills. If this can be superimposed, the power will be multiplied by millions or even billions of times. What's the point then? However, the passive is different. Many passive abilities can be stacked on top of each other, as long as the usage conditions are different. However, although it can be stacked, the body must be able to withstand it. If the body cannot withstand the overly powerful force, it may even explode. Hold head high. As the Ling Yan giant dragon angrily unleashed its power, a dragon roar erupted from the void. Then, a dark thunder dragon phantom instantly appeared behind Ling Yan. And then suddenly sank into Ling Yan's body and turned into a dark thunder dragon tattoo. At this moment, a terrifying aura burst out from Ling Yan's body. And it seemed that he felt Ling Yan's aura surge. The Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor's expression grew serious. Hold head high. Without hesitation, the Ice Thunder Dragon King roared, and a terrifying aura instantly burst out from his body. The shadow of a Dragon King slowly peeled off from its body. Want to use the Dragon Emperor's shadow? Too late. Ling Yan had no idea what the other party was going to do. He snorted coldly and stepped forward suddenly. Boom! The ground collapsed in an instant under his footsteps, forming a deep pit with a diameter of tens of meters. Brush! The next moment, Ling Yan's figure instantly appeared in front of the Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor. Faster! So fast! This is the only thought of the Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor. Clang! Before the Ice Thunder Dragon King could react, a terrifying blade light had already cut through the air and was instantly slashing towards his neck. The Ice Thunder Dragon King quickly used all the icy power in his body to protect his neck. Puff! However, the next moment, the huge blade light that was tens of meters long instantly broke his neck, smashed its entire huge body and sent it falling backwards. The shadow of the Dragon Emperor that had just condensed on his body also dissipated in an instant. Minus 56.5 million, critical hit. At the same time, a huge blood-red damage object tens of meters long suddenly appeared in the sky. Boom boom! With a loud bang, the Ice Thunder Dragon King fell directly to the ground and tried to get up in pain. A closer look reveals that not a single drop of blood is flowing out of the neck, which was originally so deep that the bones were visible. Because the wound was directly corroded by the power of 7 or 8 elements. Because his trachea was directly cut off, the Ice Thunder Dragon King couldn't even scream. The Ice Thunder Dragon King struggled in fear, climbed up, and flapped his wings frantically, trying to escape. Buzz! However, the next moment, a huge black area enveloped him again, and his speed, which had been slowed down by the serious injury, dropped by 80%. Tramp! The next moment, Ling Yan slowly landed on the back of the Ice Thunder Dragon King. As expected of an Emperor-level boss, he's not even dead after such a move. But unfortunately, you probably won't be able to handle the next move. Ling Yan smiled slightly and raised the dragon-slaying sword in his hand. Boom! With a roar, 7 or 8 kinds of elemental power gushed out from the dragon-slaying sword. Under the horrified gaze of the Ice Thunder Dragon, the dragon-slaying sword, which was originally 2 meters long, instantly turned into a terrifying length of dozens of meters. Die! The next moment, Ling Yan roared. A black blade several dozen meters long slashed down with a loud bang. Puff! In an instant, the sword energy directly hit the neck of the Ice Thunder Dragon. The terrifying force instantly chopped off the Ice Thunder Dragon King's huge head. Minus 75.2 million, fatal blow. A huge black figure floated into the sky. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you've single-handedly killed the Ice Thunder Dragon King. Experience points gained, 3 trillion. Star coins gained, 300 billion, locked. Wheel of Fortune activates, you successfully copy the passive abilities, Thunder Mastery LV15, Strength Enhancement LV15, Speed Enhancement LV15, Constitution Enhancement LV15, Ice Mastery LV15. The Wheel of Fortune is activated, the explosion rate is increased by 10 million times. Obtained equipment, LV20 Ice Thunder Dragon King Suit, gold. Skill, Thunder Dragon Breath LV5, blue. Frozen World LV3, purple. Ice Barrier LV3, purple. Dragon Emperor Shadow LV1, gold. Obtained items, LV20 Royal Thunder Crystal Core *1, LV20 Royal Ice Crystal Core *1. LV40 Gold Equipment. Upgrade Scroll *5. Backpack Expansion, 1000 slots. Golden Essence * 10,000. Frost Thunder Dragon Emperor's Remnant Soul *1. Ice Thunder Dragon King Night Job Transfer Scroll *1, SSS Plus level. Strength Fruit LV20, gold, *10. Soul Fruit LV20, gold, *10. Speed Fruit LV20, gold, *10. Constitution Fruit LV20, gold, *10. Resurrection Card, gold, *3. At the same time, a series of prompt sounds followed. Ling Yan had long stopped caring about experience points and star coins. After all, once the level exceeded 10, no experience points could be gained. Although the experience points of the boss are still somewhat useful, and the Emperor-level boss is even more useful, even the experience points of the Emperor-level boss will be greatly reduced. I don't know if 10 billion can be left out of the 3 trillion. However, there are definitely many things that Ling Yan can use that were revealed this time. For example, the Shadow of the Dragon Emperor. Ling Yan opened the introduction directly. Dragon Emperor Shadow LV1, gold. Summon a shadow of an Emperor-level boss of the same level as the summoner and with the same elemental passive level to fight. Requirements for condensing a Dragon Emperor: 1 remnant soul of any Emperor-level dragon, and a crystal core of the corresponding level. Corresponding elemental passive level, LV15, attribute passive level, LV20. Only one of each type of Dragon Emperor can be condensed. Requirements for condensing a Dragon King: 1 King level Dragon Soul, corresponding elemental passive level, LV10, attribute passive level, LV15. Each Dragon King can only condense 10 heads. Cost: Imperial Dragon, 50,000 mana. King Dragon, 5,000 mana. Duration, 1 minute. However, the moment he was introduced, Ling Yan was stunned. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. There's more than one Dragon Emperor that can be condensed? What's going on? Moreover, it can also condense the Dragon King? This introduction clearly states: as long as you have the corresponding elemental level and attribute level, you can condense more than one Dragon King. This condition is almost bullshit to others. Not to mention the corresponding elemental passive. Let's talk about the passive attribute, which is the enhancement of the three major attributes of strength, speed, and physique. At the Dragon Emperor level, all three enhancements are present. Furthermore, there are more than one elemental enhancement, which is equivalent to having 5 passive abilities. An ordinary genius with 2 LV15 or above is a top genius. If he has 3, he can hardly find one in the entire Yenshin galaxy every year. Not to mention 4, or even 5. I'm afraid that in all these years of human civilization, no one has collected 5 passive skills above LV15. Even if there is, at most it can summon a Dragon King. Because only one of each type of Dragon King can be summoned. Therefore, this skill is golden, which is definitely not too low, but not too high either. But Ling Yan uses it differently. This skill cannot be compared to gold, not even dark gold. If the 4 elements are combined in pairs, there are 6 possible combinations of Dragon Emperors. I have 7 or 8 elements, so theoretically, there are at least 40, 50, or even hundreds of possible combinations of Dragon Emperors. If there are dozens of elements in the future, the types of Dragon Emperors will be even more terrifying. In other words, I can summon more than just a few Dragon Kings. Ling Yan smiled when he thought of this. This skill was tailor-made for him. Besides, there is the Dragon King who can be summoned. My strength and physique haven't been upgraded to level 20 yet. It seems that this Dragon King is out of the game for the time being. I can only try the Earth Thunder Dragon first. Ling Yan didn't hesitate and immediately learned the skill. Then he took out 10 residual souls of Earth Thunder Dragons and a number of Earth and Thunder elemental crystal cores. Start refining according to the instructions. As Ling Yan inserted hand seals into the residual souls one by one, the souls of the originally sleeping Earth Thunder Dragons began to slowly revive. Ling Yan also imprinted his soul mark on these residual souls. This is the difference between this gaming era and online games. All skills are directly instilled through learning experience. It's not just about shouting out the skill name to use it. As time went by, the residual souls of the 10 Earth Thunder Dragons gradually began to revive. Boom! 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 Suddenly, powerful auras burst out from the soul. At the same time, flashes of lightning burst out from the soul. Hold head high. Hold head high. Hold head high. As lightning flashed, the dragon's roar resounded through the sky. The residual souls of the Earth Thunder Dragons soared into the sky and instantly exploded into huge phantoms of 10 Earth Thunder Dragons. Congratulations to the player for refining 10 great Earth Thunder Dragons. Dragon Emperor Shadow Experience Points plus 1000, Dragon Emperor Shadow level increased to level 2. All attributes remain unchanged, duration increased to 3 minutes. At this moment, a prompt sound also came into Ling Yan's mind. Ling Yan took a look at the attributes of these Earth Thunder Dragons. It has the same attributes as a living Earth Thunder Dragon. But the consumption is still a bit scary. One large Earth Thunder Dragon can consume a full 5,000 magic power. These 10 dragons consume a full 50,000. Ling Yan was a little surprised. As long as you can summon a giant Earth Thunder Dragon, the level of this skill will be equivalent to an ordinary Purple Peak skill. It is even 3 times stronger than some weaker golden skills. And since it takes a lot of energy to summon 10 of them, it seems normal. Thinking of this, Ling Yan immediately stopped outputting magic power. The next moment, the 10 earth thunder dragons in the sky suddenly surged with dazzling light, and then disappeared into the sky. It turned into soul light balls and fell into Ling Yan's hands. It's only LV20 and it's consuming so much mana. If it were LV100 or even LV200, the consumption would be even higher. Ling Yan felt helpless. For all skills, the cost will naturally increase as the level increases. It's impossible that using a purple skill at LV20 consumes 10,000 mana points, and it will still be 10,000 mana points at LV100, right? You know, at level 100, the total amount of magic power reaches a terrifying number of hundreds of millions. A mere 10,000 magic powers is the same as nothing. Of course, there will be no changes for those skills that deduct magic power by percentage. It was 10% at the beginning and it remained 10% in the later stages. This skill is very friendly to ordinary players. After all, even if an ordinary player at level 20 is given a purple skill, he may not be able to collect enough blue for one skill. But in terms of percentage, it can be used more than 10 times. Of course, because the Dragon Emperor's Phantom has been upgraded to level 2, the duration has increased to a full 3 minutes. With 50,000 magic points and 10 Dragon Kings fighting together for 3 minutes, the cost effectiveness is definitely not low. Although this Dragon Emperor Phantom is extremely powerful, the materials required to refine it are still quite valuable. Ling Yan's eyes flickered slightly. If one wants to refine an Ice Thunder Dragon, one needs the residual soul of the Ice Thunder Dragon King, as well as the Ice Emperor level Crystal Core and the Thunder Emperor level Crystal Core. Not to mention the Remnant Soul, the price of these two Crystal Cores is astronomical. The explosion rate of each one is comparable to that of ordinary gold equipment. And the residual soul is even more expensive than a complete set of golden equipment. Fortunately for Ling Yan, as long as he kills one Ice Thunder Dragon King, he will have everything. Ling Yan then turned his attention to the other rewards. A full 10,000 gold essences. To obtain 10,000 gold essences, you need to disassemble hundreds of level 20 gold equipment. Unfortunately, upgrading LV20 gold equipment to dark gold requires more than just 10,000 essences. At least 30,000 or 40,000 will be enough. There are at least 3 Emperor-level dragon beasts in the 4th round. If they can all produce 10,000 golden essence, it will probably be enough to upgrade the necklace of the Dragon Slayer set. By then, my soul value will skyrocket, and my chances of winning against the Hell Thunder Dragon will be much greater. As for this job transfer scroll, if this were to be taken out, I'm afraid the entire human civilization would be in an uproar, right? Ling Yan also felt a little emotional when looking at the job transfer scroll. After all, he knew how precious this job transfer scroll was. SSS plus professions are extremely rare in the entire human civilization. It may take decades for one to appear. Now you only need one job change scroll to successfully change jobs. If it gets leaked, it will probably be snatched away in less than a day. It's better to keep it well, maybe it will be useful later. When Ling Yan thought of this, he immediately put away the job transfer scroll. And finally, there are 40 golden attribute fruits. Ling Yan directly picked up a power fruit. Item, Fruit of Power. Level, LV20. Quality, Gold. Effect, after use, strength will be permanently increased by 100 points. Note, although the fruit condensed by the rules of power is powerful, you can only eat 10 power fruits of the same level and quality in your lifetime. The Fruit of Power, this thing is very expensive. One is equivalent to a set of golden equipment of the same level. And the explosion rate is lower. I was able to get 10 directly this time, it must be because of my incredible luck. Ling Yan couldn't help but sigh. You can only eat 10 of each type of LV20 golden fruit in your lifetime. Of course, if you later obtain LV20 dark golden fruit, you can continue to eat. Even if you get a LV20 red fruit, you can still continue to eat it. Of course, let alone the red fruit, even the dark gold fruit is extremely precious. Not to mention eating all 10, even if you want to eat just one, you need to be wealthy and be a genius of at least SSS rank. After all, one is equivalent to a set of dark gold equipment. Eat it all. Ling Yan did not hesitate and chose to take it directly. Buzz. 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 In an instant, Ling Yan felt that his overall attributes began to improve rapidly. This feeling is different from that brought by equipping weapons, but is the same as the feeling when adding points. In just a moment, 40 attribute fruits disappeared. Congratulations to the player for taking LV20 Strength, Speed, Constitution, and Soul Fruit *10. All attributes plus 1000. A prompt sound also reached Ling Yan's mind. Sure enough, it's not without reason that the geniuses in this world, as well as those from powerful families, have combat abilities far exceeding those of their peers. Under normal circumstances, the average value of all attributes of a LV20 player is only around 400 to 500. This golden elemental fruit can increase the power by 1000. If this were dark gold, wouldn't it be even more terrifying? Ling Yan was also a little surprised. However, there is no fairness in this world. Fairness has ceased to exist since the day of professional awakening. Ling Yan, on the other hand, possesses two unique professions, Son of Fortune and Passive Plunderer, which means that he stands directly at the top of the fairness chain. Oh, there are 3 resurrection cards. Unfortunately, they are useless to me. If I want to be resurrected, I can only pin my hopes on my rebirth passive. Otherwise, even the red resurrection card can't revive me. Ling Yan glanced at the last valuable reward and ignored it. As for the Golden Ice Thunder Dragon suit, although it is also considered a high-level suit, in this dungeon, it is obvious that the dragon-slaying suit is more powerful. Then Ling Yan directly opened his attribute table. Property table. Name, Ling Yan. Race, human. Occupation, Passive Plunderer, Son of Fortune. Level, LV20, 3.15 trillion. Strength, 4360, *1800%, 17451/40,000. Agility, 4435, *2000%, 74141/100,000. Constitution, 4360, *1800%, 17451/40,000. Soul, 5060. Talent passive. Fire Mastery LV15, 0/10,000, fire damage *1500%. Thunder Mastery LV20, 82441/100,000, thunder damage *2000%. Ice Mastery LV18, 11411/40,000, ice damage *1800%. Earth Mastery LV16, 4114/20,000, earth damage *1600%. Skill, King Blood Rage LV1 purple, 200% all attribute blessing. Void Flash level 1, gold. Can teleport to any location within a 10-meter radius. Life Resurgence level 1, purple, 50,000 HP bonus, and 1% HP recovery per second. Dragon Emperor Shadow LV2, gold, king, 10 heads, emperor, 0 heads, duration, 3 minutes. Frozen World level 3, purple, freezes an area of 1000 meters. Deals 600% damage. Weapon, Dragon Slayer Set LV20, gold, dragon damage reduction, damage plus 100%, HP and MP recovery plus 200/S, damage accumulation, 1 million/1 million. Money, 3,520.3 billion, locked. At this time, Ling Yan's attributes had reached 4 or 5,000. The damage that can be unleashed by this numerical attribute is naturally much stronger than before. The next wave of dungeon battles is about to begin. I wonder if the genius of the Starro civilization has arrived at the third wave of bosses. With their strength, it may take some effort, but it shouldn't be a problem. Apocalypse, start the fourth wave. Ling Yan smiled slightly, then spoke directly to the void. Buzz. The next moment, Ling Yan's figure disappeared from the spot in a flash of movement. Just as Ling Yan expected, Cassar brought 9 geniuses and arrived in front of the Ice Thunder Dragon King at the end of Ling Yan's third wave. Although it was more difficult to fight, more difficult than fighting 10 big thunder dragons, fortunately it was extremely smooth. Even though he summoned the phantom of the Dragon Emperor, under the weakening of the 10 geniuses and his own strengthening, the Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor was exhausted to death under a series of attacks. As for the powerful frozen world, that's no problem, of course. The 10 geniuses all have purple-level defensive skills. If all of them are released and superimposed on each other, it is equivalent to increasing the defensive power of the shield tenfold. A mere purple skill can't break the defense at all. This is why a powerful copy requires 10 people to be qualified to enter. The combined output of 10 people, although not as great as Ling Yan's critical damage, is definitely comparable to Ling Yan's normal attack damage. With perfect coordination, there is naturally no problem. Unfortunately, although they killed an Ice Thunder Dragon, their gains were far less than what Ling Yan got. The biggest gain was getting a golden Ice Thunder Dragon King armor. The rest of the skills and stuff didn't reveal themselves, but that alone made them all excited. Golden equipment, even though it's just one piece, it's still very expensive. Of course, the wealthy Khalsa naturally looked down on it and directly gave the things to the remaining 9 people. The remaining 9 people all knelt down and licked Khalsa excitedly. Although he disdained these people's flattery, Khalsa also showed an arrogant smile on his face. Start the 4th wave. With a low shout from Khalsa, the figures of the 10-man team instantly disappeared from the spot. Buzz. On a hot planet. Ling Yan's figure slowly appeared here with a wave of space fluctuation. The scorching weather made Ling Yan frown. He looked up at the sky and found that there were 3 suns scorching the earth. The distance is still very close. The temperature on the surface directly reached 100 or 200 degrees. If an ordinary person came here, he would be roasted to death. Ling Yan is not only powerful, but also proficient in fire, so naturally he has no impact at all. Is this the location for the 4th wave of assessments? Could it be a fire monster? Ling Yan's eyes suddenly lit up when he thought of this, because his fire mastery level seemed to be lagging behind. It's time to upgrade. Attention! This round is a dungeon battle. Infinite monster mode is enabled. Monster density is increased, and monster refresh intervals are eliminated. The first round of competition. Time limit, 5 hours. After the final statistics, the 10 teams that killed the most wild monsters will enter the second round, the boss battle. And at this moment, the copy prompt sound also came. When Ling Yan heard the content of the prompt tone, he raised his eyebrows. Oh my goodness, infinite monster mode. Are you sure this isn't for me? Ling Yan was instantly excited. Originally, Ling Yan's passive level improvement speed had stagnated. After all, he needs to kill a lot of monsters to level up now. But come to think of it, he is only LV20 now. If the level is raised to LV50 or even LV100, the number of monsters in an ordinary copy will be at least tens of millions or even more. At that time, the passive upgrade speed will also increase dramatically. At least much faster than now. LV20 has such powerful strength, which is a bit beyond the scope. Now that the infinite mode has been activated, Ling Yan estimates that his passive level will definitely increase a lot in these 5 hours. Boom boom boom. However, at this moment, the earth began to tremble wildly. Ling Yan also knew that wild monsters were coming. Roar! 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 Sure enough, the next moment, the red earth began to tear apart madly. At this time, countless densely packed fiery red giant lizards with blazing flames on their bodies broke out from the ground. These fiery red giant lizards are 3 or 4 meters long, and each one is extremely ferocious. Ling Yan stepped on the ground and instantly jumped to a height of more than 20 meters and looked into the distance. However, this one glance made his eyes shrink slightly. His eyesight can see more than 10 kilometers away at a glance. Even because the planet is extremely flat, Ling Yan can see some general idea of what is hundreds of kilometers away. However, wherever the naked eye looked, it was all blood red. Even these fiery red giant lizards began to overlap in the process of their mad rush, forming a fiery red wave tens of meters high. This number is at least hundreds of millions. And this is what can be seen with the naked eye. Ling Yan slowly landed on the ground and directly activated the attributes of a fiery red giant lizard. Wild monster, red flame lizard, normal, enhanced. Level, LV20. Talent passive. Flame power LV3, can control the power of flames and burst out 300% fire damage. Strength enhancement LV3, strength attribute gains 300% blessing. Physical enhancement LV3, physical attributes gain 300% blessing. Survival by tail cutoff LV3, when you suffer a fatal blow, you can use any limb of your body to take the blow. After successfully surviving, all attributes can be temporarily increased by 190%, and broken limbs can be repaired. The higher the level, the stronger the passive, and the faster the repair speed. HP, 300,000/300,000. Mana, 4000 of 4000. Attack, 2000. Speed, 200. Defense, 4500. Skill, Earthfire Surge, White Skill. Control the power of fire, erupting a pillar of fire from the earth to attack the enemy. Watch out for your chrysanthemums. Looking at the attributes of this red flame giant lizard, Ling Yan's mouth twitched. Be careful with chrysanthemums? Damn, why are there more and more anal banging monsters these days? Boom 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 boom. However, before Ling Yan could come to his senses, countless pillars of fire with a diameter of 20 to 30 centimeters suddenly shot up into the sky from under his feet. The pillar of fire instantly enveloped the land within a radius of hundreds of meters where Ling Yan was. Unfortunately, above the 7 or 8 meter high flames, countless mists appeared in the sky. It was obvious that the flames of this ordinary monster could not cause any harm to Ling Yan at all. Destruction field. Ling Yan did not hesitate and opened the field directly. Boom! In an instant, the field covered an area of more than 20 meters. Although the domain can now reach a diameter of 1 or 200 meters, the consumption is too terrifying, and even Ling Yan cannot supply it. 20 meters in radius is enough. Puff, puff, puff. And just as Ling Yan's domain was opened, dozens of red flame giant lizards that had rushed to Ling Yan's surroundings were instantly crushed into dust. There were countless giant lizards rushing towards them madly. Ling Yan also stepped on the ground and turned into a huge black ball of light, rushing towards the surroundings. Wherever it went, all the monitor lizards were crushed into ashes. However, just as they cleared a large area, a large number of red flame giant lizards soon crawled out of the ground again. The infinite mode is indeed endless, but unfortunately, it only lasts 5 hours. If possible, Ling Yan hopes it will be 10,000 years. With so many monsters, the monster spawning speed seems insufficient if we only use the destruction field. However, after feeling his own monster killing speed, Ling Yan still felt that it was not enough. The next moment he took out 10 soul light balls. Then directly inject huge magic power. Buzz buzz buzz. In an instant, all 10 soul light balls emitted a terrifying aura. Hold head high. Hold head high. Hold head high. At this moment, dragon roars erupted. Then the ball of light shot up into the sky and burst out with dazzling lightning and ochre light in the sky. The light gathered into the shadows of 10 huge earth thunder dragons. The 10 earth thunder dragons immediately looked around. The next moment, 10 earth thunder dragons simultaneously erupted with terrifying earth power, which gathered in their mouths to form a black ball of light only the size of a fist. Brush! The next moment, a black ball of light was ejected into the sky and hovered dozens of meters in the air. Buzz! At the same time, powerful gravitational forces emerged from the 10 black balls of light and quickly spread over an area of hundreds of meters. Boom boom! The earth began to shake wildly. Crack! 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 With a series of tearing sounds, the ground was torn apart crazily. At this time, huge pieces of debris shot up into the sky. At the same time, all the red flame giant lizards within a radius of hundreds of meters were sucked towards the sky by the huge gravitational force. Roar! 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 All the red flame giant lizards that were sucked up roared in fear. But soon they were all squeezed by the huge gravity and the Earth fragments into 10 huge Earth balls with a diameter of 30 to 40 meters. 30 or 40 meters may not sound like much, but this diameter is already the length of an average basketball court. At the same time, it is also the height of a 10-story building. And this is the diameter. A large amount of damage value exploded wildly in the Earth ball. Puff, puff, puff. As the gravity increased, the health of all the red flame lizards gradually decreased to zero. It exploded completely under the huge gravitational force, and finally the flesh and blood completely merged into one with the earth and stars. You killed 125,424 red flame giant lizards. At the same time, a prompt sound was heard. With just one move, more than 100,000 red flame giant lizards were killed instantly. Holy crap! This Earth star is truly powerful, and it only has a purple skill. Ling Yan secretly clicked his tongue. Wait, speaking of which, if I add a few other elements to this Earth and Sky Star, will it be improved? Suddenly, this thought emerged in Ling Yan's mind. When the power of the Earth is condensed to a certain degree, it can carry terrifying gravity. And if all other attack elements are injected into it, maybe it is really possible to increase the range of gravity and increase attack power. Thinking of this, Ling Yan felt that he could give it a try. Bang! Ling Yan clapped his hands together in an instant. Buzz! At the same time, the tremendous power of the Earth burst out from Ling Yan's body and poured into his hands. Soon, as Ling Yan slowly opened his hands, a black light ball as condensed as a ping-pong ball appeared in the center of his hands. Although the size of this black ball is much smaller than the black light ball of the Earth Thunder Dragon, the energy contained in it is several times greater than that of the Earth Thunder Dragon. In addition, the energy is more condensed, and the range of this gravity is probably more terrifying than 10 Earth Thunder Dragons combined. However, Ling Yan did not release it directly, but instead released all the elements he possessed. Wind, fire, thunder, ice, curse, darkness, water. 7 other elements, plus the power of the Earth, a total of 8 elemental powers were all injected into the black light ball according to the condensation method of the Earth and Sky Stars. If those super strong men of several hundred levels saw this scene, they would definitely call him a lunatic, looking for death. Because fusing multiple elements to create a powerful skill is not that simple at all. Even if 2 elements are to be fused, one needs to first study many kinds of finished skills after the fusion of these 2 elements before anyone dares to start creating new skills. However, Ling Yan not only didn't do any research at all, he actually tried to fuse 8 elements at once. Wasn't that courting death? Ling Yan naturally knew all of this, but what he was more certain of was that he had good luck. With luck, who needs to study so much? Just do it. Sure enough, although the moment the several elements were mixed together, they produced a huge repulsion and were even about to get out of control, but as Ling Yan's luck will turned. The 8 elements that were about to get out of control suddenly calmed down, and then began to slowly merge together in an extremely perfect way. Ling Yan's magic power also began to be drained away like a flood. A full 500,000 points of magic power disappeared in an instant. Fortunately, Ling Yan is a walking humanoid boss with a soul value of 5,000, plus the strongest elemental power Thunder Mastery LV20 blessing. Therefore, combined with the 50,000 MO Ling used to summon 10 Earth Thunder Dragons, the consumption of a full 550,000 magic points only cut Ling Yan's magic value in half. The result of all this was that a black and red ball of light appeared in Ling Yan's palm. It is also only the size of a ping-pong ball, but the power contained in it is many times stronger than the previous one. Even Ling Yan felt the power within it that seemed to be able to destroy everything. Ling Yan didn't waste any words and just lifted it up into the air. Buzz! In an instant, this black and red ball of light shot up into the sky. Soon it rushed to a height of 1,000 meters. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying force burst out from the black and red light ball. In an instant, endless gravity spread in all directions like a flood. Boom boom! The ground within a radius of several kilometers began to tremble wildly. Within this range, countless fiery red giant lizards flew rapidly towards the sky like a countercurrent of red blood rain. The earth began to tear apart rapidly. Huge pieces of debris with diameters of tens, dozens, or even hundreds of meters flew towards the sky. Even Ling Yan looked horrified at this terrifying power. As these huge rocks soared into the sky, a terrifying earthball with a diameter of more than 300 meters soon condensed in the sky. The diameter of this earthball is 10 times that of the one condensed by the Earth Thunder Dragon, which means that its volume is more than 1,000 times that of the one condensed by the Earth Thunder Dragon. The red flame giant lizards that were sucked into the earthball were crushed instantly. -7.2 million. -7.2 million. -7.2 million. In an instant, countless damage values appeared. You know, this damage is without using the King's Blood Rage and the Dragon Slaying Secret Technique. If they are used, the damage can increase by 6 times. By then, the basic damage value will be 43 million. This doesn't even include whether there will be a critical hit or not. The most terrifying thing is not this, but the fact that this damage is a group attack. All of a sudden, all the red flame giant lizards within a radius of several kilometers were sucked into the sky. This size is already the size of an ordinary small town. Ling Yan estimated that the number of red flame giant lizards killed by him at one time was at least millions. However, this attack is not over yet. Ling Yan looked at the huge earth ball in the sky and grabbed it in the air. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, there was a loud bang that shook the earth. That huge earth star exploded with a loud bang. In an instant, countless fragments carrying thunder, fire, darkness, and ice fell in all directions like a meteorite rain. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, the area within a radius of 10 kilometers was covered by countless meteors. The red flame giant lizards that had just refreshed and crawled out of the ground were instantly killed by the falling meteorites. -25.41 million. A heart-wrenching blow. -15.87 million. A heart-wrenching blow. -10.11 million. Critical hit. -7.45 million. Critical hit. Countless dense and completely different damage values shot up into the sky from all around. Although Ling Yan was also within the attack range, he kept the destruction field open, so he did not suffer any damage. However, the 10 Earth Thunder Dragons were accidentally hit by meteorite fragments and were all blown to pieces, and were buried in the earth along with their soul light balls. Congratulations to the player. Killing the red flame giant lizard, 5.54 million. At the same time, a prompt sound also came into Ling Yan's mind. This skill is definitely not golden. And at this moment Ling Yan was completely certain. Golden skills are definitely not that scary. Really? Congratulations to the player for successfully creating a new skill, Destruction Black Hole LV1, Dark Gold level. Destruction Black Hole LV1, a powerful skill formed by the fusion of the power of the 8 elements. It can absorb all matter within a radius of 10 kilometers to form a material gravity sphere. Can cause 2000% damage at the moment the sphere is formed. There are 2 forms of back-end attacks. First form, Starburst. Detonate the sphere to unleash countless meteorite attacks, each of which carries 100% 2000% of the spell attack. Second form, Black Hole. A complete explosion of gravity transforms the sphere into a black hole, continuing to devour everything around it. This form requires a minimum soul value of 100 million to unlock. A prompt sound then reached Ling Yan's mind. Hearing the prompt sound, Ling Yan's eyebrows slightly raised. According to the prompt sound, this destructive black hole can actually turn into a black hole. However, the conditions for using it are a bit high. A full 100 million soul points are required. But think about it, even if it is just a fist-sized black hole, if it is placed on the earth, it can directly swallow the earth and become a larger black hole. If Ling Yan wants to create a new black hole, he naturally needs extremely powerful strength. Even so, the level and power of this skill are now extremely abnormal. 2000% attack power is twice as powerful as the golden skill. Now, my attack power has definitely increased significantly. Ling Yan couldn't help but sigh. Such a powerful attack can definitely become Ling Yan's strongest trump card so far. But unfortunately, this skill cannot be used frequently, as it consumes 500,000 mana at a time, which is difficult for even Ling Yan to bear now. Sure enough, powerful skills are beyond the reach of ordinary people. Without an elemental passive level of 1v15 or above, it is impossible to accumulate enough mana to use a dark gold level skill. Of course, if those skills do not require elemental levels, what is consumed will be health. Or some consumables. Therefore, this skill is still impractical to use to clear monsters. There simply isn't that much magic power to consume. Alright, I remember there's a wild monster area on the Apocalypse continent where the monsters have a passive ability that speeds up their mana regeneration. I guess I need to find some time to check it out. Thinking of this, Ling Yan's eyes flashed slightly. As long as your mana recovery speed is increased, the dark gold level skills can be directly used as small skills to bombard. The shadow of the Dragon Emperor appears. Thinking of this, Ling Yan directly used the skill Dragon Emperor Shadow. Hold head high. Hold head high. Hold head high. In an instant, dragon roars erupted. The next moment, the shadows of Earth Thunder Dragons emerged from the ground one after another. Then the 10 giant Earth Thunder Dragons spread out in all directions and began to kill the endless red flame giant lizards frantically. Ling Yan also used the destructive field to quickly kill the surrounding red flame giant lizards. According to Ling Yan's current magic recovery speed, he can recover about 50,000 magic points in 1 minute. However, part of the power is used to maintain the consumption of the destruction field. The other part is used to summon 10 large Earth Thunder Dragons from time to time. Therefore, Ling Yan would use the destructive black hole once every 30 minutes or so. Combined with the crazy attacks of the 10 Thunder Dragons, Ling Yan had killed 21.4 million red flame giant lizards in just 1 hour. At this rate, I should be able to kill 100 million red flame giant lizards in 5 hours. Ling Yan calculated and couldn't help laughing. With so many red flame giant lizards, it was enough to strengthen his strengthened physique and upgrade all the passive abilities to LV20 or even higher. While Ling Yan was slaughtering crazily here, Kulsa and others had already started slaughtering the red flame giant lizards on the other side. Each of the top 10 SS Plus geniuses possesses domain-related skills. Although they are only purple, they are supported by top-level gold suits. Its power is enough to kill the red flame giant lizard in seconds. At the same time, there were 10 of them, so the speed of killing the red flame giant lizard by all of them combined was not much slower than Ling Yan. Of course, if the 10 of them knew that the killing speed of the entire team combined could not catch up with Ling Yan, they would probably be furious. Of course, in addition to Kulsa and his team, more than 10 teams of geniuses from the StarClan have already arrived in the 4th wave. After all the StarClan teams are composed of 10 SS level teams, and the geniuses of these teams almost all have gold suits. Although it is only low level, it is not even as powerful as Ji Wuxue and others' dragon-slaying suit. However, the strength of the profession can narrow this gap. It can be said that almost all the geniuses of the StarClan can reach the 4th wave, but among the geniuses of the human race, only Kulsa and others can reach it. After all, the gap in talent is too big. Master, this is the 3rd wave. Can the materials you mentioned really be found here? At the same time, in a certain ice space, Su Miaoran had finally reached the 3rd wave. If the fact that she reached the 3rd wave alone was exposed, it would definitely cause an uproar. This is a dark gold level copy. The strength of the boss in the 2nd wave has reached the king level, and there are 10 of them. Although Su Miaoran used the dragon slaying set, he was able to kill 10 king level monsters alone. This talent and strength assessment must have reached SS Plus or even higher. And all this is because of her master. Although her master could not help due to the rules, he could directly control Su Miaoran's body. Using Su Miaoran's body to clear the dungeon, although the attribute strength has not changed at all. But the skills are completely different when 10 Earth Thunder Dragons appear. Su Miaoran's master directly used a terrifying secret method of unknown level, and instantly increased his strength to 5 times the original level. The next move is similar to the Frozen World, but it is more powerful with more ice-based moves bursting out. With just one move, 10 Earth Thunder Dragons were killed instantly. At that moment, Su Miaoran was stunned. She didn't expect that such an operation could be possible. But the next moment, Su Miaoran also realized the disadvantages of this kind of possession attack. That is, there is no experience point or star coin in any reward, and nothing can be dropped. It was obvious that the copy detected the existence of Su Miaoran's mysterious master. In fact, because of that attack, Su Miaoran's master's power was directly blocked, and it was almost impossible to release it without leaving this copy. Therefore, it is impossible to pass the third wave of Ice Thunder Dragon King. Of course, Su Miaoran's purpose was not to break into this copy. Yes, there have been many Hell Thunder Dragon copies in the starfields that were once controlled. In its third wave, an ice material called Extreme Ice Lotus grows in the Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor copy. As long as you find it, you can start your first ice reincarnation and you only need LV20 to get it. However, this kind of thing will only be refreshed when the Ice Thunder Dragon King appears. My current power is sealed, and the probability of obtaining it is very low. A helpless voice also came into Su Miaoran's mind at this time. The Extreme Ice Lotus only appears for a moment, and in that extremely short period of time, you need to suppress the Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor while finding the Extreme Ice Lotus. And they have to successfully pick the ultimate Ice Lotus. This kind of strength requires at least the level of a team like Karsa. The other SS-level genius teams have to do their best to kill the Ice Thunder Dragon King, and there is no way they will have any extra strength to do other things. However, it is almost impossible to ask a team of this level to do something. After all, Su Miaoran couldn't afford such valuable items as a bargaining chip right now. Although her master has many powerful skills, none of them are suitable to be used. Then I can only try. If I fail, there's nothing I can do. At worst, I can just change my job when I'm LV49. Hearing what the master said, Su Miaoran smiled slightly, not caring much. But there is a solution. Suddenly, Su Miaoran's master seemed to remember something. What method? Su Miaoran was stunned. Ling Yan. Su Miaoran's master just said these two words slowly, and when Su Miaoran heard it, she instantly understood what her master meant. With Ling Yan's strength, perhaps it is really possible to do this. But master, although he and I are from the same city, we have never crossed paths. We have only spoken for a few sentences so far. If I ask him for help, isn't that inappropriate? Su Miaoran frowned. Besides, if Ling Yan really helped, how could she repay him? He's just a genius from a remote galaxy. He majors in the thunder element. Your master happens to have a method for cultivating a golden skill in the thunder element. If he agrees, this gold-level lightning skill should be enough to pay for it. More than enough, even. But when her master heard Su Miaoran's words, he spoke with a smile. Su Miaoran was stunned when she heard it. Gold-level skills? This is even more precious than the Extreme Ice Lotus. Besides, didn't her master say that it was not appropriate for her to reveal good things with her current strength? How come he could even use gold-level skills on Ling Yan? Don't worry, your master, know my limits. You should hurry up and kill all the monsters around you first. Facing Su Miaoran's doubts, her master spoke mysteriously. Got it, master. Su Miaoran didn't ask any more questions, and then directly released the ice field to start rapidly slaughtering the surrounding monsters. As her understanding of the ice realm becomes deeper and deeper, it is probably not far before the realm level is upgraded to gold. Unfortunately, as expected, after Su Miaoran spent several hours to finally clear out all the monsters, he helplessly discovered that the strength of the Ice Thunder Dragon was too terrifying. Therefore, the moment the Ice Thunder Dragon King appeared, she immediately exited the dungeon. After all, her master was unable to take action, which meant that if she walked slower, she might die. Above the Tian Baxing ship. The moment Su Miaoran's figure emerged from the space crack, everyone's eyes turned to her. Su Miaoran just came out now? She actually stayed in there for so long by herself. Did he make it to the third wave? Impossible, her talent is only S+. Even if she's SS+, it would be difficult for her to pass the second wave of bosses if she's playing solo. Maybe it was because we took a long break between the first and second waves. These star masters began to speculate quickly. Nowadays, all geniuses below SS have been eliminated, and Su Miaoran is the last genius in the S-level stage. But he soon put Su Miaoran behind his mind. Although her talent is good, it is still only S+. In the Tianbei galaxy, this talent is not even in the top 20. Although he has strong fighting ability, he lacks talent, so it will be useless in the end. What's more, now is the time for the battle for the copies of Tianbei Galaxy and Custard Galaxy. Now they can only place all their hopes on Ling Yan. However, because the copy has not been conquered yet, they have no monitoring authority and have no idea how far the situation has developed. And time slowly passed under everyone's gaze. The last two SS-level genius teams of the Tianbei Galaxy came out of the copy one after another. And all of them were eliminated by the third wave of boss, the Ice Thunder Dragon King. Even 7 team members died at the hands of the Ice Thunder Dragon King. The loss can be said to be enormous. According to those who were eliminated, the fourth wave is the dungeon battle, and it's a free-for-all mode. That is to say, now, there is only that team of 10 people left in your Tianbei Galaxy. Are you going to compete with 500 SS-level geniuses in my Caster Galaxy for the copy? Ha ha ha, do you think you have a chance of winning? At this moment, Taro looked over with a wild laugh. 500 versus 10. If they can win, these 10 people must all be SSS plus geniuses. Ha ha ha, yes, 10 SSS plus geniuses, the human race is indeed powerful. As expected, we are the fastest growing human race. Geniuses are truly awesome. The several strong men behind him all started to mock him in a sarcastic tone. In an instant, the faces of Longting Star Lord, Tianbei Star Lord and others turned dark. They also didn't expect that this time the battle for the copy would turn out to be a melee. According to the past, it would be at most a racing battle or an elimination battle. Both of these methods will not cause much loss to the talents of both sides. But a melee is different. If we run a little slower, our entire army will be wiped out. As for Ling Yan, he hasn't come out yet. They are worried that he has died in the third circle where the Ice Thunder Dragon King is. After all, everyone gasped when the attributes of the Ice Thunder Dragon King were announced by the other eliminated people. This Ice Thunder Dragon King is definitely a top-level Emperor-level boss. It is much more powerful than the ordinary Emperor-level boss. You know, although ordinary Emperor-level bosses almost all have 2 elemental powers, their passive abilities like strength enhancement and speed enhancement are at most 1, or even none at all. Just a simple dual-element passive. Although this kind of boss is very powerful, it can be killed by any SSS-level strongman using a gold suit and purple skills. Even slightly stronger Emperor-level bosses, SSS can kill them alone. But the top-level Emperor-level boss is different. If you only use the gold suit and purple skills, it is extremely difficult to kill an ordinary SSS-level enemy alone. If you want to kill an enemy alone easily, you must be SSS+. Or an SSS-level genius with golden skills. Although Ling Yan has great talent, it is impossible for him to reach SSS level. Golden skills are even more impossible. So since he hasn't come out for such a long time, there is a high possibility that Ling Yan has died. They in the Tianbei Galaxy couldn't raise that much money to revive an SSS-level genius like Ling Yan. Dark Gold Resurrection cards were simply too expensive. Forget them, even the Caster Galaxy would have to go through a lot of pain to revive an SSS-level genius. Alas, it seems that this time we can only ask Lord Yenshin to revive Ling Yan. It's impossible to let such a genius die like this, right? Tianbei Star Lord said helplessly. As soon as he said this, the Star Lords around him all felt extremely heavy in their hearts. I heard that there are not many Dark Gold Resurrection cards in the Human Alliance nowadays. Even if there are, they are saved to prepare for the next big event, and reserved for those SSS level or even SSS plus geniuses. Ling Yan, are you qualified to get one? At this moment, they were helpless. A little stronger talent would be a disadvantage. If Ling Yan only has SS plus talent, then he can be resurrected almost unlimitedly until the number of resurrections is exhausted. Unfortunately, his talent has reached SSS-. The number of Dark Gold Resurrection cards is far less than that of Gold Resurrection cards. If you want to be resurrected once, even the entire Yenshin galaxy will have to suffer. Now, they can only pray that Ling Yan can escape before being killed by the Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor. And at the same time, the 5-hour infinite monster mode in the dungeon has finally ended. Above the ground where Ling Yan was, a hill of dust hundreds of meters high had already piled up. These dust particles are naturally transformed from the dead red flame giant lizards. Congratulations to the player for killing 112.4 million red flame giant lizards in 5 hours. Earned experience points, 112.5 billion, and 112.4 billion star coins, locked. Wheel of Fortune activated. You successfully copied the passive skill, Fire Mastery LV3*178415, Fire Mastery upgraded to LV23, 125000/400,000. Wheel of Fortune activated. You successfully copied the passive skill, Physical Enhancement LV3*182166, Physical Enhancement upgraded to LV23, 154,000/400,000. Wheel of Fortune activated. You successfully copied the passive skill, Strength Enhancement LV3*186443, Strength Enhancement upgraded to LV23, 188,000/400,000. Wheel of Fortune activated. You successfully copied the passive skill, Tailbreak Survival LV3*183808, and upgraded it to LV23, 174,000/400,000. Monster Lizard Hunter upgraded to LV5, additional damage increased by 100%, hatred range increased to 10,000 meters. Hatred value plus 100. A series of prompt sounds then reached Ling Yan's mind. Oh, I didn't expect it to end so soon. Ling Yan sighed helplessly. However, the harvest this time was also very good. All the passive abilities were upgraded by 3 small realms. Feeling the abundant power in his body, Ling Yan couldn't help but smile slightly. The flame power at level 23 is already SSS level. As long as it can reach level 25, it will reach SSS level. At this rate, I only need to clear the dungeon a few more times, but this infinite monster spawning mode only occurs during dungeon battles. I won't be so lucky next time, Ling Yan said helplessly. At this moment, a loud prompt sound spread throughout all the copy spaces. Instance Battle, Round 1, Infinite Monster Mode ends. First round of rewards begins. Reward, number of kills in Infinite Mode divided by number of team members equals points. Points, 100,000 points or more will get the second round of damage bonus, 10%. More than 1 million points, you can get the second round of damage bonus, 20%. More than 10 million points, you can get the second round of damage bonus, 40%. With more than 100 million points, you can get a second round of damage bonus, 100%. 2 loud prompt sounds were heard. Your points are 112 million, and you get a damage bonus of 100%. Then a separate prompt sound appeared in Ling Yan's mind. Ling Yan raised his eyebrows when he heard the prompt tone. 100% strength bonus? Damn, this dungeon doesn't want the Stru people to survive. Ling Yan immediately sighed. My own strength has already far surpassed those so-called geniuses of Stru. Wow, now there's another 100% damage bonus. Although other people also have bonuses, Ling Yan estimates that at most they can reach 10 million points, or even not even that. Calculated in this way, his already terrifying damage value became even higher. However, there are still people who share the same idea as Ling Yan. Your team has killed a total of 100.41 million monsters. Each person has earned an average of 10 million points. Your team has received a 40% bonus to their strength. At the same time, everyone in Karsa's team also heard this prompt sound. Ha ha, a 40% strength boost. In this boss battle, our team's strength is likely to instantly kill any other team. A 40% strength bonus? Humph. This dungeon doesn't want those so-called geniuses of the human race to survive. They are just a bunch of low-level trash. Can they be called geniuses? Only that so-called SSS genius is somewhat useful, but if he's playing solo, I don't think he can even kill the third wave of Ice Thunder Dragon King. If he can single-handedly kill the Ice Thunder Dragon King, a top-tier Emperor-level boss, then he's no longer just an SSS dash. He's probably an SSS plus genius. Ah, that's right. You dare to solo a dark gold dungeon without any real skills. You're really asking for your own death. Our master Khalsa is still humble, even more powerful, and has more than one golden skill, yet he still chooses to team up. He's a true genius with brains. At this moment, all the geniuses in Khalsa's team began to mock Ling Yan. Of course, some of the lickers were flattering Khalsa, both openly and covertly. Listening to these people's words, although Khalsa's face was still disdainful and cold, he felt a little proud in his heart. Round 2. Melee mode, the battle for the boss begins. Rule 1, civilizations of the same civilization can attack each other in melee. Rule 2, melee. The number of teams participating in this battle is 52. The last 10 teams are left to summon the gatekeeper boss. Rule 3, because there are 10 teams, the number of bosses guarding the level has increased to 20, and the number of bosses has increased to 5. Rule 4, the team that kills the most bosses will be the only winning team and will be eligible to challenge the 5th wave. Obtain the 3rd level control of the copy. Rule 5, if the winning team dies during the battle, they will receive a free resurrection opportunity after reaching the 5th wave, and it will not be counted towards their resurrection attempts. And after all the teams persisted in infinite mode for 5 hours. A series of regulations were also conveyed to the mines. Of the 500 teams at this time. Holy crap! 20 bosses guarding the gate? Is that too much? A lot? Not much, right? It's like one team facing 2 bosses. And some stronger teams will even fight over the monsters. Then the weaker teams won't even be able to kill a single boss. Wait. Only 10 teams can win in a melee. Doesn't that mean we still have to face Lord Khalsa and the others? Damn it, do you really want to die? And you want to attack the team that Lord Khalsa is in? That's right, if you attack Lord Khalsa, you will die. The best solution is to kill the 2 human teams and then seize the rights to use the remaining 9 teams. In an instant, the geniuses in different copy spaces all started a heated discussion. The content is also surprisingly consistent. However, Ji Wuxue and the others were all terrified. 52 teams. What kind of civilization is challenging us to this dungeon? Jing Yu couldn't help but curse. They tried their best to barely kill the Ice Thunder Dragon King. Because of this, 2 team members died. And now, the Will of Apocalypse actually told them that there were a total of 52 teams. That is to say, there are 51 more besides them. One of them is most likely Ling Yan. For some reason, although it was absolutely impossible for Ling Yan to have the strength to kill the Ice Thunder Dragon King alone, they all had a feeling that Ling Yan could reach the 4th wave. I don't know if he was afraid of being killed. In other words, another civilization has a full 50 teams, and their strength is similar to theirs. 50. That means a team of 500 talented people who are at least SS level or even all SS level. If a melee breaks out, they will all be killed in an instant. There was no ripple at all. What now? Are we going to exit the instance? Ji Wuxue also spoke coldly. They have just been killed once. If they are killed again this time, the price will be beyond their ability to bear. Perhaps, they will really have to work for the rest of their lives to pay back the debt. Sure enough, everyone hesitated after hearing what he said. What? Are you so cowardly that you don't even have the courage to face the enemy? However, the 10-meter-tall Luo Sang couldn't help but mock his teammates who were as cowardly as dogs. As soon as he said this, the others all glared at him angrily. Luo Sang, are you looking for death? Ji Wuxue snorted coldly and prepared to take action. Am I right? If you don't even have this much courage, you might as well go home and retire now. The Apocalypse continent is fraught with danger. Although geniuses above the SS level may become Star Lord level warriors in the future, it would be considered good if 3 out of 10 can grow up. If we killed them all, there would be no strong people left in our human race. Besides, we're just going to take a look. If the enemy is truly too strong, we can just withdraw. Why be so timid? Luosang looked at the unconvinced expressions of the few people and spoke with disdain. As soon as he said this, everyone present was stunned. Yes, if they don't even have the courage to fight a strong enemy, what's the use of their talent? Still unable to grow up. Moreover, the most important thing is that we are only talking about 50 teams here. Is it possible that a large part of them are geniuses sent from the Yenshin galaxy? In this case, if they run away without even having the courage to take a look, and the news gets out, everyone will probably laugh their heads off. I'm leaving first, you guys take your time. Looking at the thoughtful expressions of several people, Luosang didn't bother to pay attention and directly started the battle for the boss. He wanted to see who was trying to snatch the copy from them. The boss battle begins. Teleport. As a prompt sound came, Luosang's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Oomph, let's go. Ji Wushue was a little annoyed after being looked down upon by Luosang. After a cold snort, he also disappeared on the spot. The others quickly followed. Buzz. In the endless starry sky. A broken continent was suspended somewhere in the sky. In the middle of the continent, a barrier divides the continent into two. With waves of spatial fluctuations, teams of geniuses from the Staro clan appeared on one side of the barrier. Each team is less than 100 meters apart. On the other side of the barrier is naturally the location of the human race, but so far, no human has appeared. Are they all geniuses from my Castor galaxy? Where have all the geniuses of the human race gone? Ha, I guess they were too scared to come in when they heard there were 52 teams. Yes, the human race is nothing but a bunch of cowardly wastes like pigs. Seeing that there were no human geniuses around, all the Staro geniuses present burst into laughter. Buzz. Suddenly, at this moment, a spatial fluctuation came. The next moment, Luosang and others were teleported here one after another. At this moment, the eyes of all the Staro people were instantly focused on him. Staro people. Damn it! They're from the Staro civilization. This is trouble. No, look at their team, it's almost fully staffed. Does that mean they suffered almost no casualties in the battle with the Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor? Does that mean that all the Staro geniuses here are likely to be above SS level? After seeing clearly that the team they were competing with was actually the Staro people, Jingyu and others all looked a little ugly. The relationship between the Staro people and the human race is definitely the worst among the major races, because the territories between the two civilizations are the most adjacent. At the same time, when the human race rose, the Staro people were the civilization that killed the most powerful human beings. As long as we take action, the outcome will be a fight to the death. Although large-scale wars are almost impossible as the status of human civilization becomes more stable, who cares about the lives of these SS-level geniuses? Of course, compared to the solemnity of Ji Wushue and others, the strong men of the Staro civilization all had a playful look on their faces. Nonsense, 8 people against 500. If they can lose, then they can all die. The team that Karsa was in didn't even look at Ji Wushue and the others from beginning to end. A team that couldn't even reach the average level of the 500 members of the Staro civilization. What qualifications did they have to be even glanced at by the geniuses who were at least SS+? Buzz. However, just as the two sides looked at each other, a space fluctuation came again. The next moment, a young man's figure was teleported to the Earth. In an instant, the boy's appearance attracted everyone's attention. Ling Yan. How is this possible? He actually made it to the 4th wave. How can his strength be so strong? It's ridiculous that we wanted to kill him. After seeing that the person coming was indeed Ling Yan, although the 8 people from Lausanne present had some guesses in their hearts, the shock in their hearts after actually seeing Ling Yan was still beyond words. Of course, the strong men of the Staro civilization were also surprised. Even Kalsa frowned as he looked at Ling Yan. Why is there only one? Could he be the so-called SSS genius? Impossible, he must be the only one left in a team. The Ice Thunder Dragon King is a top-level Emperor-level boss. If he could kill him, his talent level must be at least SSS level. Yes, there must be only one person left, and we just managed to get through. At this moment, everyone started a heated discussion. No one believed that Ling Yan really reached the fourth wave alone. However, Khalsa frowned, because for some reason, when he looked at Ling Yan, he always felt a little pressure. Humph, this human race is really something. With this level of skill, they dared to attack a dark gold level dungeon. How ridiculous. Exactly. They can't even put together a team of SS-level geniuses. Where do they get the courage? Ha ha ha, isn't this an example? Only one person is left. The several SS plus geniuses around him all looked at Ling Yan with mocking smiles. Be careful with this kid, his strength may surpass mine. However, Khalsa spoke slowly. As soon as he said this, the expressions of all the players present changed drastically. Stronger than Master Khalsa? Hiss. How is this possible? Master Khalsa, are you seeing things? In an instant, several team members looked at Ling Yan in the distance in disbelief. Although Ling Yan is wearing a golden suit, it is just a golden dragon-slaying suit. With the blessing of this suit, he may be able to kill monsters in this dungeon faster. However, compared with the owners of the gold suit of the same level, the combat effectiveness is much weaker. After all, this is just a pure monster-killing set. As for Khalsa, not only does he have a full set of top-level gold equipment, he even has matching dark gold weapons. If this is stronger than Khalsa, could it be that Ling Yan really defeated the powerful Ice Thunder Dragon King alone? In the face of the shock and confusion of several people, Khalsa did not say much. Just quietly looking at Ling Yan in the distance. As if sensing Khalsa's gaze, Ling Yan also looked over. Boom! However, the moment their eyes met, a terrifying pressure swept over Khalsa's heart. Interesting. Who on earth is he? Such a genius exists in the tiny Tianbei galaxy. In an instant, Khalsa was certain that Ling Yan's strength was indeed no less than his. However, he did not feel the slightest fear or anger. All I have is murderous intent. If I kill this genius here, I wonder what kind of reward I can get. Killing an SSS-level genius once will give me a pretty good reward. Khalsa couldn't help but lick his lips and smiled strangely. This guy, is he gay? Why is he smiling at me so obscenely? Looking at Khalsa's smile, Ling Yan couldn't help but shiver all over and felt a little chilly. Then he no longer paid attention to Khalsa, the dead glass, and looked at Ji Wuxue and the others. Hey, are you guys resurrected? Seeing that several people had been resurrected, Ling Yan couldn't help but smile and spoke. As soon as he said this, Ji Wuxue and the others were all frightened and subconsciously took a step back. Ling Yan, don't mess around. This is a dungeon battle. Our common enemy is the Starro people. The girl who possessed the mastery of life was so frightened that she quickly reminded Ling Yan. Right. If we fight among ourselves, won't the Starro people take advantage? Luo Sang also spoke quickly. After realizing the gap in strength between himself and Ling Yan, he also knew that Ling Yan had given them too much face in the beginning. Ling Yan, right? I heard you were very strong? But you don't seem that great.